Every time this young man passed the 100th floor of the tower for unknown reasons, the system sent him back to the first floor. For 12 years he fought every monster in the tower until he was sick of it, and the strength of the current Jang had reached an immeasurable level. Yet nothing changed. As he lay there helplessly, a message suddenly arrived. Logout unavailable. Notification has been lifted. Congratulations. You have been approved. Complete your next tower raid. He was so thrilled at the thought of finally being able to escape this wretched place that he jumped for joy. With an intense desire to return, he ascended from the 55th floor to the 99th in one go. The strongest boss here, bewildered and confused, collapsed from a single kick from Jang. Finally, the tower opened its doors, confirming that a new record had been set. Stepping outside, he gazed at the city, transformed over 12 years. Staff from the monitoring office approached him, confirming he had successfully escaped the guide tower. The young man couldn't hide his joy and leapt up. However, upon checking the list, the monitoring office staff were greatly surprised to find that Jang was not on the 18th list. His name was on the first guide tower escapee list. What on earth was going on here? Kim Jang, the first summoner of the guide tower, officially confirmed his escape from the guide tower after 12 years. In the Guide Center's VIP lounge, Yang, the Guild Master of the Orang Guild, Kim Cien, the Guild Master of the Son Guild, and Han Sel-hoon, the Guild Master of the Gel Guild, eagerly awaited Kim Jang's appearance. 12 years had passed. It was impossible to know how strong he had become. Meanwhile, Jang was holding a bag of snacks, preparing for the promotion assessment test with other new hunters. The attire of all participants was particularly noticeable. The young man wondered why everyone else had this attire except for him. Perhaps he hadn't received it while asleep. The Guide Center informed all aspiring hunters to exit the waiting room and proceed to the test starting point. Jang was utterly confused again. What was this now? This was the maze for the Seoul Guide Center's promotion assessment. Hunters and junior participants were scheduled to enter one by one. This was David, an A-rank hunter, serving as the test proctor. The content of their first test was that obstacles to overcome as a hunter existed in various forms. One of them was the maze. The maze, as its name suggested, contained numerous traps. Just as everyone was focused on the test and about to enter, Jang approached David and asked, "Hey, old man with glasses, you said we just need to pass through the exit gate, right?" The old man looked at him with an utterly helpless gaze at the protagonist's shabby appearance. He questioned whether someone standing and even yawning would be serious about participating in the test. Was this the attitude of a rookie? Hearing David's warning, the protagonist coolly replied, "If you want to interfere, focus on those friends diligently running up front." The old man bristled at the young man's arrogant attitude. There had never been a participant with such an absurd attitude. Jang proposed a bet. He could pass it in 20 seconds. If he succeeded, David would have to pay him 1 million won. David became furious when the young man taunted, "You don't have to bet if you're scared." His pride wounded, he raised the bet to 10 million won, his monthly salary. Everyone wondered what Jang was doing when they saw him suddenly brace himself against the wall with one hand. But in just a few seconds he successfully reached the exit gate on the opposite side. Everyone was speechless with shock. After witnessing Jang's extraordinary talent, he was overjoyed as 10 million won finally landed in his hands. In other words, this was truly a way to earn money while sitting down. Besides Jang, there were a few other notable rookies, including Lee Kong-hoon. He had always wanted to be a star and worked hard to the point of risking his life. He was a fourth dan swordsman and an experienced coach who had won most national kendo competitions. Since Lee Kong-hoon was in the guide tower, he was the strongest hunter among the Night Corps. From the beginning, he drew attention and had been on the path to success ever since. However, due to the recent incident, no matter how much spotlight he had received, it all ended up being taken by Jang. The press room at the assessment test site was bustling due to the noisy incident that had just occurred. Everything happened so fast that they couldn't record anything. In fact, they thought no one would be interested in someone in shabby slippers. All the photos they took were of Lee Kong-hoon in the waiting room for participants while Jang was nonchalantly dozing off. They were whispering about the commotion that had just happened in the test. People learned that the media was calling Jang a master. Hearing this, Lee Kong-hoon found him more of an eyesore than ever and wanted to reclaim everything. While the protagonist was still half asleep, the Grade Assessment Test Steering Committee announced that the order of the day's assessment items had been changed and would restart in 15 minutes. The training virtual monsters were created by combining cutting-edge technology and magic stones. This was an event to see how many monsters could be dealt with within a set time. The media was highly excited by the information that the hunter who had just come out of the tower had used magic. It seemed a new talent had emerged. After the time expired, Lee Kong-hoon had defeated 78 monsters, the highest record among the participants. According to public opinion, his combat sense was excellent, and he could even use magic. This time it seemed the knights would gain an advantage and take the lead. Next to participate in the test was Hunter 34, Kim Jang. His test item was goblins, with a time limit of 120 seconds. Unlike the other participants, his demeanor was strangely calm. In other words, he seemed indifferent to everything. His speed was so fast that no one could capture any footage. In just a few seconds the horde of monsters had all disappeared. People wondered if he had also used magic. Watching him through the guild masters, it became clear that this was not magic, but rather his strength was related to speed. Jang simply approached the monsters, struck them down, and moved on to the next target, repeating the same action. This was precisely the phenomenon where the monsters appeared to have their heads disappear due to his incredibly fast speed. It was unbelievably fast that a human could move like that without using magic. Everyone wondered what Jang had been doing when he was alone in the tower. They said that when they sometimes heard rumors, they thought it might be true, but seeing him with their own eyes, he seemed to have transformed into a complete monster. The moment the system announced the time expired, the total number of monsters Jang had personally dealt with was tallied. The result was exactly 248. Jang's monster-slaying process was broadcast live, and viewers were filled with admiration and awe at this unbelievable sight. Some even thought the protagonist was an S-rank mage. Lee Kong-hoon felt both jealousy and disappointment in himself. He had prepared so thoroughly and sacrificed everything, yet he couldn't measure up to that damned guy. After that test, the protagonist personally met the deputy chief of the information department of the Korean Hunter Association, and received a list of guilds that wanted to meet him. She was Agent Alice, who had come here to congratulate Jang. "Congratulations on your return after 12 years, she said. While she spoke, the protagonist didn't seem very interested, and the only thing he cared about was the thought of the meal he would have later. Jang was the epitome of a strong hero in this world, but indifferent to worldly affairs. He wondered if it was truly the job of the deputy chief of the information department of the Korean Hunter Association to deliver this to him. This young man suspected they had other motives for being there. She was actually there to see the person who had shaken the entire world with her own eyes, and incidentally, she wanted to hand him something. She reproposed a contract related to the Alice Guild, specifically a contract regarding the rights and obligations of guild members. As soon as he read the first sentence, the young man was dazed for 5 seconds. When Party A and Party B cooperate, Party A shall immediately pay Party B the full amount of the following. The contract value was 10 billion won in a lump sum. Jang said with a serious expression, "When did the value of our currency drop so much? Is it worse than Zimbabwean money? Things are a bit chaotic because of the monsters, but fortunately there's no economic crisis. Instead, land prices have risen significantly." Alice showed him the market price of land near where the protagonist used to live. Land that was previously 3 million won was now 3 billion won. She continued to entice the young man with very attractive terms. "Hunter Jang, whether it's housing prices or anything else, you don't need to worry. 10 billion won is just the signing bonus. The Alice Guild will pay Hunter Jang twice the initially offered amount upon contract expiration if you wish, and is also open to renewal." Jang's eyes lit up like car headlights at the sight of 20 billion won awaiting him. However, to get it, he would have to share the loot obtained from dungeons with the guild. The distribution ratio would be very favorable to Jang. The protagonist had another question. Was this contract with the guild also part of the Hunter Association Information Department's job? Jang clearly remembered being told that they couldn't entice him while working for the association. Regarding the contract, he replied, "I prefer solo play over joining a guild. It seems troublesome. While spending a lot of money was good, he disliked being bound." Despite saying that, he knew very well that no one in this world would just give him 10 billion won for free. If he accepted it, all sorts of troublesome and undesirable tasks would surely come his way. 5 days later, he met the 3 guild masters again. The protagonist was very surprised that Seon, who was originally his age, had now become an old man, and Kim Seon had become a mature handsome man. Moreover, Seon had also changed significantly from when he was in middle school. Meeting these 3, the protagonist was so happy that he wanted to eat a whole tray of sushi without giving any to anyone else. Thanks to the 3 of them, they learned that everything they had done in the tower had even been broadcast on TV. The young man was very embarrassed by the fact that all his actions had been witnessed by the entire world. There was a possibility that everyone had witnessed him clearing a dungeon naked, and the same went for him clearing a dungeon while cosplaying as a fairy. But the most famous incident was when Jang caught dungeon bosses while performing strange dances, kicked his way through and ascended from the 1st to the 10th floor. All of this matched what he had done inside. Seon said about the recent grade assessment test, "I thought you were a monster too, but hearing your story directly makes it even clearer." When Jang was inside the tower, he even saved a boy and took him as a disciple. His life was like a painting or a novel, about a protagonist trapped somewhere, realizing something, and escaping. Despite teaching that boy very thoroughly, it seems it ultimately amounted to nothing more than a chaotic mess of defeating monsters with brute force. As the protagonist pondered, he felt sorry for the boy. Moreover, his personality was also very bad, making him feel even more regretful the more he thought about it. But fortunately, since he wore a mask, he swore he would never meet that disciple again in real life. Jang checked his status window. The phrase "reached the limit in the guide tower," which commonly appeared after his stats, had disappeared. The number 36 next to the age entry also disappeared. His age remained 24, meaning he looked the same as before entering the tower. What Jang wanted now was to earn a certain amount of money and live doing only what he desired. However, looking at the system window again, the message, "Log out unavailable," had been lifted, still remained. Below it was a mission to clear at least 3 more dungeons. Suddenly, the protagonist received information that the Ares Guild had come to meet him. They even said that even if he refused, they must bring Jang in. The guard said the visitors were from the Ares Guild. "It might be a bit troublesome, but we'd appreciate it if you could consider the situation." Jang decided to go meet them. thinking that if he didn't speak clearly and firmly once, they would continue to bother him. This man was Kong Bong-ho, the HR manager of the Aries Guild. He asked Jang, "Do you think you can succeed if you don't join our guild? If you join the Aries Guild, we will ensure you don't suffer any unnecessary pain." What kind of attitude was this? Jang thought they were trying to threaten him. When the protagonist said that, the bald man angrily yelled at the insolent fellow. "How dare you say that to us?" The HR manager calmly asked again, hoping he would reconsider. Aries was known as an organization that acted arbitrarily, disregarded people, and monopolized over half of the dungeons in Korea. The Aries Guild monopolized 66 of the dungeons. In particular, they took rights over D-rank dungeons for rookies and all A-rank dungeons where good items could be obtained. Then they sold entry tickets to those places for cash. Rookies who wanted to gain experience or maintain their livelihood had to buy very expensive dungeon entry tickets or join the Aries Guild. They forced everyone to choose one of the two. Kong Bong-ho warned Jang not to speak carelessly, even if they were in the association office. "Do you think there's no one from our guild in the association? I'll say just one thing. You should think carefully about this offer." To show off, the bald man shattered the table with one blow and said this hunter was a very strong person. All his stats are a rank. "Do you think you can win?" Hearing this, Jang just scoffed. It was truly an eyesore to see such guys standing here talking so arrogantly. He was indeed holding a rather shabby-looking slipper, but he confidently said, "Do you believe I can summon people with coffins with just this?" It seemed a fiery fight was about to break out, but the bald man was instantly hit squarely in the face with Jang's slipper. Just with that, the man's head was driven into the wall, so he probably was ready to join his ancestors. At this point, Kong Bong-ho was utterly astonished. "Is that the master I only heard rumors about?" He considered the protagonist to be far more outstanding than he initially thought, but ultimately he believed he was just a frog in a well. The old man probably thought Jang believed himself to be the strongest right now. But if he meets someone truly strong, will he really be able to do that? Kong Bong-ho was certain that the power and strength accumulated in the Aries Guild would bring Jang to his knees. That was how he envisioned everything would unfold. But currently something was wrong. Jang could fight so strongly without using magic. The old man trembled and dared not do anything at the moment. Jang approached him and said, "Do you know what I hate the most? It's someone threatening me." Jang firmly slapped him mercilessly across the face. In the end, they were taught a harsh lesson. Returning home, the young man hummed a tune as if nothing had happened. However, his friend worried, saying Jang was truly ill-mannered. The Aries Guild members were extremely vicious, and the ripple effects they caused were no laughing matter. That's why no one dared to lay a hand on them. They could apply pressure to prevent him from joining other guilds, or, when he entered a dungeon, they could eliminate him in an instant. In other words, they could kill him, because no one knows what happens inside a dungeon. But Jang still seemed unconcerned. He just felt that this world was truly cruel. At this point, Kim Si-hoo told the protagonist that he wanted to join his guild. However, Jang maintained his stance that he would not join any guild because he still had things to do. Regarding the Adren research lab, Jang had studied it for 12 years but still didn't understand why he was the only one trapped in the guide tower. Jang was very indignant and wanted to know the answer. Who on earth built this tower and imprisoned him for 12 years? If he discovered the tower's secret and identified the culprits, he would certainly punish them. The Adren research lab was a C-rank dungeon. It was known as a very good dungeon for new players to train in. But Jang probably wouldn't be able to enter there because Aries monopolized the dungeons, and Adren was one of them. Jang was extremely angry at this unreasonable situation. What on earth was the government doing? Was there no anti-monopoly law? But the government or politicians couldn't do anything. Dungeons were too dangerous for even the police to dare enter, and if someone died inside, it was all classified as an accident. On the surface, Aries was a model startup, and aside from oppressing hunters, it had a fairly good image in the media. Jang planned to sneak into Adren, but Aries soldiers always guarded it. Jang said he wouldn't give up and had to find another way. A way no one else dared, which was to confront Aries head-on, even if he became their enemy. The protagonist accepted it. After dealing with a guy named Kong Bong-ho, he was already as good as their enemy. Hyun, an S-rank hunter and the Korean branch manager of the Aries Guild, was very surprised after receiving Jang's predicted ability analysis report. Through monitoring based on Jang's guide tower area video. This was the predicted result of the trial analyzer introduced this time. They were very suspicious, but according to the analysis results, even with the largest margin of error, it was within a single-level range. Hyun Ji-yu was very curious and excited. If this result was true, they absolutely had to recruit Jang. However, the HR manager informed them that Jang's recruitment had failed. Nevertheless, Hyun Ji-yu thought that since things had already come to this, there was no need to hire such a guy. To hire someone for a guild, they had to be beneficial to the guild. To be honest, if these abilities were used in dungeons and mazes, they would achieve overwhelming results and bring them enormous profits. But what if he wasn't satisfied with his position and aimed for mine? In the end, this branch manager was afraid the protagonist would become a poisoned apple. The meat looked delicious, but it was impossible to know what the consequences would be after eating it. Hyun Ji-yu came up with the idea of not hiring Jang but lightly injuring him. Suddenly, someone came running, panting, and reported the situation at the Adren research lab to department head RO very urgently. A girl had desperately tried to enter the C-rank research lab dungeon but was stopped by the Ares Guild checkpoint. They prevented her from going in to hunt, claiming that those who were incompetent and poor would never be able to live comfortably. No matter how much she needed to, they tried to stick to that principle. Just as Jang appeared looking puzzled, they mistook him for looking for the restroom. Jang casually replied that he wasn't looking for the restroom but was entering the dungeon because he had something to do. A man at the checkpoint warned Jang, "Even if you're crazy, you have to be crazy with your wits about you." "Who are you?" The protagonist had a quick temper, so as soon as he heard this he was annoyed and didn't want to leave them alone. Even though Jang was holding his legendary slipper, capable of dealing with all masters, he tried to speak kindly. "Don't I look friendly?" Jang instantly exerted force, sending the guard flying, and he crashed into the checkpoint, falling down. Despite using force, he pretended it wasn't intentional. "Oh, I should have controlled my strength better." Jang even took the newly bought shoes from the remaining guard, teasing him and praising how incredibly light they were despite looking like metal. Jang had used too much force and ruined his long-worn slipper, and he boldly walked inside under the astonished gaze of the checkpoint staff. He thought that if no one bothered him, nothing would happen. But when confronting an enemy, he showed a determination to defeat them and fight to the end. Anyway, no one understood why Jang was so stubborn. Jang was very excited about his new shoes. Kim Si-hoo had heard about the increase in Jang Won's abilities when he last spoke with the protagonist. A group of people were still searching for bosses, hoping to increase their abilities. Suddenly they saw Jang walking alone, trudging along. He didn't look like a hunter. Jang casually confronted a growling boss. He held a huge syringe and said threateningly, "New research material has arrived. Where should I start my research? Eyes, heart, or spine? Tell me anywhere you want and I'll meet your demands." 12 years ago, the protagonist's friends learned what Jang had gone through when he was young. He had to live in Bojam orphanage. After his parents died in a car accident, his cousin uncle sent him to the orphanage and took all his property. Perhaps it was because Jang was disappointed in himself, but usually, even if Jang said he was fine, if someone tried to control or oppress him, he would never argue and would unleash all that rude behavior on the other person. That's why, even when confronted with a boss, he acted instinctively and was able to deal with the huge boss in an instant. Those watching realized that he was the hunter-kin phenomenon, the #1 in the forums, in other words, the master everyone knew. His tracksuit and hairstyle were unmistakable. In the management office on the 5th basement floor of the Ares Guild's Korean branch manager Gu Chun-won greeted the HR manager. They shared information about the A-rank ability scores of 2 new recruits who had escaped the guide tower. After reading the analysis report, they couldn't believe their eyes and thought that this report might not be 100 accurate. But in any case, they had to admit that Jang Won was truly an amazing person. And at this level, it was beyond amazing, it was monstrous. They planned to deal with Jang Won smoothly. They even heard that the protagonist had overturned their monopolized dungeon, but coincidentally the dungeon guard hunters were active. It was truly a loss of face. This man just inwardly fumed. Gu Chun-won thought that if Jang had this level of ability, it would be difficult to even wound him appropriately. They would handle it quietly without the branch manager needing to intervene anyway. The branch manager was currently troubled by issues related to entering the Chinese market. The newly established Chinese guild, Fedo Guild, had, since its establishment 2 years ago, dominated 52 of China's monopolized dungeons. The guildmaster had emerged from the tower 4 years ago and had grown the Fedo Guild into a great guild, and all guild executives were known to possess monstrous abilities. But what was even more surprising was that the guildmaster was an S-rank hunter, ranked 5th in the world's public rankings. His history remained a mystery, unknown to the world. Gu Chun-won thought there was no need to worry about this guy named Kim Jang Won. They had to confront the Fedo Guild, so they didn't have time to waste manpower to appropriately injure Jang Won. They would send thoroughly trained people to deal with the protagonist cleanly. On the other hand, Jang was sleeping with his legs crossed. He was very impressed by this development. The current world was accomplishing things that seemed impossible. The young man was very surprised that he could take very clear photos of Kim Si-hoo with just a smartphone. Si-hoo bought Jang a smartphone to contact him. But currently, the protagonist had been glued to his phone for 3 hours with no sign of stopping, so he awkwardly scratched his head. Si-hoo said that the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon of the Sunloon Guild that Jang had mentioned seemed to have no monster boss. They were supposedly caught a few weeks ago. Come to think of it, that place is a little different from the guide tower. In the tower, bosses usually respawn after about a day, generally similar to regular monsters. But in real dungeons it's different. While regular monsters keep appearing even if one dies, it takes quite a long time for a boss to respawn after being killed. Each dungeon is different, but the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon takes approximately 1 month. Jang asked in surprise if he had to wait a month. However, the Deep Forest Tribe boss was said to have been defeated about 4 weeks ago. In other words, it would respawn in about 2 to 3 days. The swamp dungeon the protagonist had mentioned was an exclusive dungeon of the Ares Guild. Jang felt extremely exhausted, finding even catching a single monster too troublesome. Kim Si-hoo was very curious when the protagonist would register his rank with the Hunter Association. Jang still nonchalantly asked if it was really necessary. However, it was said that registration was good, that by registering he could receive exclusive support equipment from the association and even cash. Hearing this, Jang was startled and became very interested in the money issue. "So if I register and just stay still, I get money? How much?" This was the typical young man who wanted unearned money without working. Sihu said that he had to perform practical missions once every 2 or 3 months. Regarding money, B ranks receive about 13 million gold and A ranks receive 2.5 million gold. When you become S rank, the difference is much greater. Sihu receives about 7 million won every month. Hearing this, Jang's jaw dropped, and he even urged his younger brother to go register immediately. Indeed, once he was hooked on something, he went all out. Jang and Sihu arrived at the Hunter Association Energy Measurement Station. The counter staff asked for the protagonist's registration name and was very surprised to learn that he was the one who had left the tower after 12 years. The old man thought, so this Jang guy was that guy. No wonder everyone who came to register today was asking about him. Is it really such a big deal just because the ability measurement results are good? He very calmly stated that the personal information had been confirmed. Now take this. What he handed the protagonist was the explorer's eye. Jang's rank status would be displayed next to the hologram and that rank would be recognized. After holding this eye and passing the measurement, Jang received a B rank. If he were to become a phenomenon, he should be C at B rank. Suddenly he was surprised to hear that Jang possessed magical luck. He was in shock, unable to believe it, and this led to all the super hot event articles promoting the protagonist. Keywords like Master, Hot U, and Jang 1 is crazy were highly searched. All of the protagonist's other skills, except for magic, were A rank. They learned this information because the measurement staff shouted it out. Everyone whispered that there was no one like Jang in the entire world. And didn't this mean he had taken the #1 spot as a hunter? Thousands of jealous glances fell upon Jang. The protagonist felt helpless. This world was truly too much. It hadn't even been a few hours since the measurement and everyone knew. According to Sihu, Jang was a hot topic these days. So many people were interested in him. The protagonist even cleanly dealt with the Ares Guild's dungeon. This meant that many organizations were currently keeping an eye on Jang 1's situation. Sihu wondered if his brother cared about these things. Perhaps the Ares Guild had already collected all information and news about Jang 1. Considering today's ability measurement results and the fact that he dared to trespass into their territory, they would surely not stay silent. Despite his younger brother worrying so much about him, Jang seemed to pay no attention. He even laughed out loud while looking at his phone, unconcerned about others' worries. Man was currently very interested in the ridiculous, crazy name appearing on the screen. He was very excited. A game loading screen, but since yesterday, every time he moved to a dungeon this appeared. That crazy pose and effect were truly beautiful. Hunters can really do anything, Sihu said helplessly. Brother, that's me you're looking at. Hearing this, Jang, who had been excitedly sprawled, returned to a relaxed expression and calmly said, Si1 Hung and Son Hung both seem busy, you're the only one who's free. Sihu felt helpless with his country bumpkin like brother. I'm a guild master too, why wouldn't I be busy right now? I'm making time to follow you around. In the Ares Guild management office, after receiving Jang 1's ability measurement results, Gu Chun Wang now clearly understood why the branch manager wanted to eliminate the protagonist. They even called Xinqian to deal with him. He was a hunter rumored to soon reach S rank in China, possessing enough power to confront Jang 1. The protagonist headed to Sihu's dungeon. This was the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon, and the boss would soon respond. Jang was very excited, waiting for the moment to enter. Suddenly, he encountered a person named PG. He was an assistant and would be responsible for transporting byproducts. Here, the byproduct of the main boss was worth about 20 million to 35 million won at market price. Jang picked up the byproduct but was confused, not knowing what to use it for. Sihu thought the protagonist was right to say that. How could someone dressed like Jang think such a thing? In dungeons, byproducts are used to create weapons or armor. Park Ga-moon suggested filming the protagonist's video and uploading it to YouTube, and Jang agreed without hesitation to split the viewership profits 50-50. Now, entering the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon was no different from a maze. Sihu showed a very serious and earnest attitude. On the other hand, Jang kept posing for the camera and for money. The young man constantly showcased his fists, kicks, and immense power to capture cool footage. This inadvertently provoked the boss at the entrance of the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon. With just one attack, a path opened and the boss was even summoned. Truly a master. The more videos the protagonist filmed, the more excited he became. He also subtly showed off his abilities at this opportunity. Wearing his legendary slipper, Jang charged at the boss, punched it in the face, then jumped onto its shoulder. In an instant, he knocked the boss down and defeated it. It was Park Ga-moon's first time witnessing such an unrealistic scene in person, so he cried while filming the video. This was truly the most buzzworthy video of the era. Manager Gu Chun Wang, who had been observing the protagonist's every move, called in Xinqian Kong, who had to admit that Jang 1 was indeed a monster, just as the rumors said. The protagonist had no magic or skills, only an incomparably strong physique, physical ability, and brute force, but he wasn't an unbeatable opponent. Xinqian Kong received information that Jang 1 would come to a dungeon managed by the Ares Guild the next day and was convinced this was a good opportunity. At the entrance of the swamp dungeon, Jang 1 still stood blankly, but he felt a vague sense of unease. Opening his phone, he saw a message from Xieon. "Brother, are you going to the dungeon? Don't forget what I told you about the Aries Guild yesterday." The young man couldn't understand why his younger siblings were so worried. Jang Won rushed into the dungeon as if nothing was wrong. He thought knowing anything about the Aries Guild would be useless. Seon, with a worried expression, asked, "Brother, why are you going to a dungeon occupied by the Aries Guild? You're not trying to provoke them, are you?" Jang Won answered candidly and confidently, "Yes, I think I am." Seon felt helpless, thinking it was useless to worry about his brother now. He had heard about Jang Won's abilities through Sihu, and even watched his dungeon fighting videos on YouTube. He knew Jang Won was strong, but he really didn't want him to provoke the Aries Guild and only hoped Jang Won would finish his business quickly. The Swamp Dungeon was an A-rank dungeon where the Aries Guild was also preparing to start a raid, waiting for the boss to respawn. Despite Seon's words, back in reality the protagonist remained fearless and confident. Recalling his brother's advice not to provoke the Aries Guild members, he found it difficult to follow. Jang Won thought the swordsmanship of these damn guys was always the same, even their condescending behavior towards him from the moment he first entered was identical, therefore taking a hit from Jang Won was bound to be the same. Threatening him and going wild, invoking the Aries Guild's name was also the same. How could it be so identical from beginning to end? The moment he said this, it was just as expected. The outpost leader charged, and everything repeated itself. He was struck by Jang Won and fell head over heels. The worn-out slipper was damaged once again. Jang Won entered the dungeon alone and faced the gigantic swamp boss, the Mega Alligator. He recalled what Seon had said. The boss's hide was very thick, tough, and durable, making it immensely valuable. Even its teeth were. The protagonist was very excited and attacked it as if seeing a delicious meal. Jang Won hummed a tune, skillfully dispatched the boss and skinned it. As soon as he gripped its two tails, the boss was completely incapacitated. For the first time in its life, the boss also showed such fear in its eyes. The young man spun the boss 180 degrees. Not only would a person get dizzy, but even the boss felt so disoriented it was almost on the verge of death. The boss opened its eyes and wailed. At this point, the boss was agitated and extremely enraged. Just as the protagonist was about to deliver the final blow, chains blocked him. Shincheon Kong had ambushed Jang Won from behind. Jang Won couldn't understand what was happening for a moment. Shincheon Kong used magic chains. The protagonist stared at the hunter with a very puzzled expression. What absurd stunt was this now? He attacked sneakily, and then introduced himself as if he were someone important. "This is a precious item Aries has sent directly to you." Jang Won still said expressionlessly, "Are you saying Aries sent an assassin to kill me?" He smiled triumphantly. A little while ago, he watched Jang Won spinning the Mega Alligator around. This action shocked him greatly. He was even surprised to see Jang Won send the boss's head flying with a powerful blow. Shincheon Kong admitted that Jang Won was very strong, but he asserted that once bound by magic chains he would become a puppet. Jang Won casually scratched at the chains and realized they wouldn't move at all. These didn't seem like ordinary chains. Once bound by them, one could no longer use magic. Moreover, the magic of these chains was even stronger than that of an A-rank hunter. Shincheon Kong claimed that Jang Won seemed very afraid, but no fear could be found on the protagonist's face. Jang Won even asked back with indifferent eyes, "What, you're saying I'm scared in this situation?" Jang Won's unusual calm drove him mad. He thought all the people he had faced were really similar. When caught by an opportunistic attack, they would first pretend to be calm, then resort to all sorts of means to escape. Jang Won still replied calmly, "Oh, so that's how it was?" This maddening state made the hunter unable to control himself any longer. Come to think of it, Jang Won was not only strong but also skilled at provoking others. He rushed forward, activated a poison bomb and tried to blast the protagonist away with fantastic streaks of light. But Jang Won still didn't move. He was very shocked that his attack had no effect on Jang Won at all. He started moving slowly with hesitant steps, unable to understand why. Once again he gathered all his strength and attacked. But he was struck by Jang Won and sent tumbling, spinning through the air. Jang Won chuckled lightly and said, "If you want to catch me, you need to bind my whole body with chains. If you bind me so clumsily, I can still move." Shincheon Kong had nothing left to do but hurl insults, calling Jang Won a monster. "But what's so great about that?" Jang Won laughed and suddenly said the chains had loosened. "Are you saying I'm just supposed to stand still?" The young man delivered a decisive blow with his legendary slipper, more resolute than ever. There was a satisfying thud. Jang Won told him that if he came to kill someone, he should be firmly prepared. At this point, the boss had also barely stopped and couldn't do anything. Jang Won even taught him what it felt like to fly through the air. Suddenly, a notification appeared from the system. "Congratulations, you have completed the minimum requirements. Your status window has been updated with new information, and the final information will be unlocked." Jang Won still didn't understand what had happened. In the Aries Guild's 5th floor management office, news arrived that Shincheon Kong was dead. When the tree he was tied to sank into the swamp, his body couldn't be found, but it was assumed the swamp monsters had completely devoured him. Come to think of it, no one could believe that Shincheon Kong, an S-rank hunter with 7 skills, had been defeated by someone who looked so ordinary. The protagonist, still dozing, was surprised to see that his status window was in temporary protection mode. Something seemed to have changed. Jang Won thought he had obtained information about the tower, but the information had been frozen for over 2 hours. Suddenly, the protagonist discovered a new skill he had just received. However, the current skill was not yet complete. Seeing his brother constantly angry and agitated, Sihu trembled with fear. Jang Won thought that even though it was a trashy skill, there had definitely been a change in him. If he received an invitation from the system or something else, he would be able to learn more, including information about the tower. Jang Won, who had been living peacefully, suddenly appeared in a strange space as a guardian. A woman in white clothes introduced herself as Bai, Jang Won's assistant. Now the protagonist understood a few things and finally knew why he had been trapped in the tower for 12 years. Jang Won looked as if he was waiting for an explanation, but Bai said nothing. When the young man forced himself to ask, "Hey, aren't you going to explain?" she innocently replied, "What am I supposed to explain?" This made the young man agitated and annoyed again. "Are you kidding me? Didn't you invite me to tell me something?" But Abby's mission was only to answer the questions Jang Won asked. At this point, the young man understood the problem and tried to focus on thinking of questions. Who trapped him in the guide tower? But Abai couldn't reveal this question, saying it was top-secret information and that a low-level information authority couldn't know it. Jang Won recalled the notification window and thought this matter was truly complicated. Perhaps only a high-level information authority would know who trapped him in the tower. Jang Won asked Abai what the guide tower was, but she once again gave an unhelpful answer. This too was information that couldn't be answered to a low-level information authority. The protagonist persistently asked a few more questions, such as the reason for building the guide tower and the reason for the appearance of monsters. All these questions were outside her scope of answers. Wasn't this just messing with people? None of his curiosities received a satisfactory answer. The protagonist was so angry he laughed foolishly. Abai, seeing this, became a little afraid and added a bit more information. "I can tell you one thing. You are a guardian," Jang Won said. Very high-quality information, thank you. It's truly useful." Jang Won regained his composure and asked one more question, but it seemed to fail again. Abai explained that he was currently a temporary guardian, and once he received the official guardian position, everything he wanted to know, and even things he didn't want to know, would become clear. Becoming an official guardian would take 5 days. Deep within where Jang Won lived, there was a key to upgrade his information authority, and obtaining it would allow him to become an official guardian. After learning all this, since the protagonist's skill had been upgraded, she would send the information to Jang Won again. Jang Won was very curious about what the final outcome would be. Jang Won met his 4 friends and asked about Gravas, which was explained as a huge catastrophe. The Aries Guild members were furious that they couldn't deal with Jang Won despite hiring VIPs. This time, manager Gu Chun-won decided to spend a lot of money hiring several people much stronger than the previous hunter to corner Jang Won. Only after dealing with Jang Won could they focus on the Fedo Guild. They were wary that if China reached this place, it would wipe out all members with a bizarre army. However, if they failed, the consequences were unpredictable, and they couldn't even imagine them. Han Sel-hoon took out a ring, an artifact worth 2 billion won obtained from a maze. Dungeons and mazes differed in the artifacts they could yield. This ring was also an artifact. In dungeons, one could obtain special resources or kill monsters for gems and byproducts. But items obtained from mysterious boxes in mazes had good utility from the start. This ring was already enchanted, and to be more precise, enchanted items possessed much better power than regular items. After gazing at the ring, the protagonist's skill was activated, and he could confirm it as a new skill. But no matter how he looked at it, it was just a fake skill with no use whatsoever. Now that he had finished his business, the protagonist had to enter the maze. If this ring was worth 2 billion won, he would order all the food here. And of course, Yeon would pay for it. Speaking of gravas, it was a phenomenon where the ground suddenly split open and monsters continuously surged from beneath it. China and Germany had already experienced gravas. It was also called Hellgate. Jang Won thought everything was very ordinary because Abai hadn't revealed anything. The protagonist wondered what would happen if the gravat occurred in Korea. It seemed preventable, but even if it was the lowest C rank, the area would be completely destroyed. If a gravat occurred, their guild and several Korean guilds would participate. But the Aries Guild would surely react very slowly and might only send 1 or 2 people as a formality. The more he spoke, the more annoyed Jang Won became. They were truly beastly fellows. Jang Won warned everyone to eat and rest a lot for the next few days. Something was about to happen soon. There was a secret base inside the tower, and they received information that the 9th floor had awakened. A definite position would soon emerge. They were very much looking forward to what Jang Won would eventually achieve. A cruel reality descended. A situation had occurred at Gimpo International Airport. Everyone living within a 5 kilometers radius received an emergency evacuation order. The airport was closed, and hunters belonging to the association were continuously participating. But monsters continuously surged from the Grava's rift. The current situation was getting worse and worse. Everything was in extreme chaos. Countless monsters attacked soldiers and hunters. At this point, if they were afraid, they would surely die. The captain rushed forward and roughly dealt with some monsters, but compared to the current number of monsters, it was nothing. The situation was truly an SOS. Even if they killed them, monsters continuously poured into the Grava's rift area of Gimpo Airport. Suddenly an A-rank monster, the Scent Skeleton, appeared. Even if everyone joined forces, they would surely not be able to contend with it. One by one, people were falling. Just as it was about to trample on the unconscious, the protagonist appeared. Everyone recognized Jang Won immediately upon seeing his legendary black tracksuit. As expected of Hunter Yu, as soon as he appeared, he completely shattered the A-rank monster. A notification appeared from the system. Mission: acquire the key from the deepest part of Gimpo Airport and prove your ability. Time remaining 22 minutes 32 seconds. Currently, the protagonist seemed to have to enter the airport. While the young man was still focused, everyone was speechless. They couldn't believe that someone existed who could defeat a skeleton in one blow. While everyone was off guard, monsters suddenly appeared from behind. Jang Won originally intended to let others handle this place, but it seemed too ruthless, so he decided to help them a little. Hunter Yu gazed at the J-skeleton's enormous weapon. To finish it in one blow, the protagonist imbued immense power and leapt towards the monsters, throwing it. Seeing Jang Won here, everyone felt relieved and was confident they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Everyone now flocked towards the protagonist, but he said, "Why are you coming to me? Deal with the rest yourselves." In an instant, Jang Won disappeared. At this point, those remaining in the tower cried out. They were at a loss as to how to deal with so many monsters, although they were called remaining monsters. Their numbers were still countless. At this point, everyone was exhausted and seemed helpless to deal with the monsters. The captain gritted his teeth and shouted, "No, we can't fall here. If we fall here, everyone outside will also die in vain. Everyone must endure a little longer as one. Reinforcements will surely come." While the monsters were rampaging, Kim Si-hoo appeared just in time. Everyone was overjoyed as reinforcements finally arrived. Moreover, Ron and Hanak also appeared. They all looked around in search. The captain informed them that he had just entered the center of the tower. If so, they all wanted to know him at least once. He, armed with the sacred flame sword and Relin with the power of lightning, cleanly dispatched the monsters. Jang hoped his comrades in the outer sector would handle things well on their own. Below the rift, numerous monsters were climbing up the path, and the protagonist had not expected there to be a way for them. Hesitantly, he spotted a car precariously hanging above the rift. This seemed to be an interesting tool for Jang's current idea. It was not interesting but rather destructive. The car in Jang's hands had its door completely shattered, and became a tool for Jang to realize his dream of flying like a bird. Jang wanted to clear all of this at once. The monsters looked at Jang like strange creatures flying from the sky. The moment he landed on the ground was like the moment the monsters met the King of Hell. But people need to wear top-of-the-line sports shoes to jump. Yet even in slippers, he instantly took down all the enemies and cleanly dealt with the monsters. Where he stood was the Grava's floor. The final boss finally appeared. The key for the protagonist to receive his certification was attached to the boss's body. He brazenly approached, and would now be Jang Won's final objective. But the protagonist seemed to have underestimated it a bit. The boss's counterattack was truly incredibly powerful. Jang didn't exactly understand what was happening, but he had to admit that this monster was truly a formidable being. The protagonist rushed forward to deliver the final blow, but was stopped by the boss's strength, and even flew back and fell. It was much stronger than he had thought, and a bit different from the enemies he had faced in the tower. Suddenly, the protagonist remembered that he had a secret weapon. At that moment, the young man fiercely challenged the boss. "Now die." Jang would now have to use a technique he never wanted to use again. When the protagonist was trapped in the tower, martial arts novels said that if he mastered martial arts, he could get out. At that moment, Jang was truly impatient, and after trying all sorts of methods, he began to practice martial arts. Although martial arts were just the silly things he saw in movies, dramas, and web novels, what did that matter? He had hoped that if he became a master someday and achieved his goal, something important would happen. At first, Jang mimicked the foolish martial arts moves he had seen before, but they were all very meaningless. However, the ability points accumulated from being trapped in the tower and clearing dungeons 100 times turned those meaningless actions into reality. Jang currently did not want to mention that dark history again, but at critical moments he had no choice but to execute it again. Inch Punch was performed by Jang on the boss. After dealing with that monster, the young man looked around and fortunately, no one was there. He really didn't want to mention his embarrassing habit of calling out skill names ever again. The system notified, "You have successfully captured Red Demon Agi and proven yourself. Please become an official guardian. You will receive an invitation when the remaining time on the system expires." At this moment, all that Jang Won had been curious about would finally be answered. Suddenly, the protagonist discovered a camera flying around, monitoring his every move. On the Ares Guild side, they were still discussing Jang Won's incident. The data they currently had was not from their analysis team, but ability stats officially calculated by the Hunter Association. However, this director was very angry. Looking at the video, Jang clearly wasn't just a rank. He hadn't even awakened his magic, found nothing, and was just in a tracksuit. The director asked Deputy Manager Rowe if he had collected all the data. He replied that he had currently collected everything. According to what this director was saying, there were currently things that couldn't use overwhelming power, and he had devised a new plan. As soon as preparations were complete, it would be launched immediately. The next day, at the Hunter Association's Korean branch, a ceremony was held to award association medals to the hunters who had stopped the Grava's incident. Jang naturally attended this award ceremony. Thanks to Jang, the live stream was watched by millions. However, Jang's consistently shabby attire made even the Minister of Defense wonder if he should buy him new clothes. Despite the goodwill, the branch manager replied with an exceedingly rude "Don't bother." This response further agitated keyboard warriors. This elderly minister was very angry, having never seen anyone speak so rudely. Even after receiving the award, Jang ran off without a word. This was outside Beijing, China. In the castle of this woman bathing in water, Jang Won's video was being intently watched. She was so surprised that she asked what his name was. The maid replied that the person who recently emerged from the guide tower in Korea was named Jang Won. After hearing this, she wanted to investigate everything about the protagonist, not missing any of his activities from the past to the present. This time, the people of the Fedo Guild successfully occupied all the dungeons in the southern region. But in the process there was a clash with the Ares Guild and some of their members were kidnapped. The heroine said coldly, "A guild member of what rank was captured by that foolish Ares? Isn't that truly pathetic? If they can't make it back alive on their own, there's no place here for such people. Quickly occupy the ruins. We must completely devour the dungeon rights in the same area." Somewhere, Relzone still felt very helpless towards her foolishly famous brother. Jang looked at his sister with an innocent expression. The young man had no idea what was going on. After the chaotic incident at the awards ceremony with the Minister of Defense, articles about Jang exploded, becoming eye-catching headlines. Jang thought reporters were doing the same thing now as they did 12 years ago. No matter how much the young man tried to excuse himself, Relzone could not tolerate his actions of receiving an award and then leaving as he pleased. He even went up to the podium in a tracksuit and slippers, showing no solemnity whatsoever. Jang simply thought he wouldn't meet them again anyway, so there was no need to care about his attitude or behavior. This was why he had lived life his own way for years. Jang had made Ares an enemy, and even thrown public opinion into disarray. Having made so many enemies so soon after leaving the tower, there was no telling what he would do next. Only Hansel Hoon believed that Jang Won was not a reckless person but one who thought before acting. System notification: please become an official guardian. You will receive an invitation after the remaining time, which is 14 seconds. At this crucial moment, Jang officially agreed to join. Meeting Abai again, he immediately asked, "How much has my information authority gone up?" However, she replied, "By dealing with the red demon Aji, the protagonist's lowest information authority has increased to low level." What kind of nonsense was this again? Jang, enraged, said, "Are you kidding me right now?" Abai, fearing what he might do next, stopped him, saying, "I'm just saying what I've been taught. Please calm down, sir." At this point, it seemed nothing could stop Jang. "Who the hell taught you that?" The protagonist was completely disappointed. After all that effort to catch the boss only to rise to an even lower rank, Abai said, "There's a lot of information you can read, but it will definitely get harder later on. Since you are now an official guardian, I can seriously tell you what you need to do. If you resolve all of this, you will get what you want from now on." The protagonist will have to stop the climbers. Although Jang had been in the tower for a long time, he had never heard them called climbers. But Abai was not referring to the guide tower he mentioned, but a total of 12 floors including the New Earth. The protagonist was currently protecting this place. The 9th floor out of Earth's 12 floors. Jang's mission was to stop the climbers coming up to this 9th floor. Jang just wanted to know who had trapped him in the tower. But that task was unexpectedly too difficult, so the young man felt increasingly frustrated. The things he had to do were piling up and everything was becoming complicated. Abai said that if he failed to stop the climbers, the 9th floor would be destroyed. This meant that the place where he lived would also disappear. Jang still fumed with a look full of dissatisfaction, and the woman across from him trembled in fear. "Are you saying I should just shut up and act because it's something I have to do anyway?" This lady actually didn't mean it that way. The protagonist's attitude hurt her so much that she was on the verge of tears. Abai was one of the 9th floor system managers, so there was no need for him to be so aggressive, was there? She calmly explained. "The ultimate reason we chose you as a guardian is also because of you, and everything was for your benefit. Plus there are rewards. The more climbers you deal with, the higher your score will be." Jang now wanted to be sure what level of information authority he needed to get information about who built the guide tower and how he was trapped there. To know that information, the protagonist would need to have the highest information authority. This meant that catching climbers would increase his rank. Jang wondered how many climbers he had to catch to reach the highest rank. The answer to this question would depend on the climbers he caught. Simply put, if he caught 5 high-ranking climbers, the highest rank authority would be unlocked. The red fairy he caught was a low-ranking climber. Currently, Jang Won seemed to understand the general problem. The system notified when a climber ascends, notifications will begin at the low-level information authority. The young man felt that the story was becoming increasingly complicated, and he couldn't live such a headache-inducing life. He was only interested in this one thing. Suddenly, Relzone called. His sister said something big had happened and told him to watch the news immediately. The news reported shocking information, and public opinion was currently very chaotic. Hunter Jang killed an Ares Guild member. This was information about the Gravas attack incident a while ago. Hearing this absurd information, Jang slightly scoffed. At Hansel Hoon's house, Jang's phone was so hot from hundreds of calls, his sister Ron cried with worry. Who's making such a mess of everything? You've just come out after being trapped in the tower for 12 years. Do you know how famous you've become? A few days ago, you handled Gravas alone. Other countries are starting to take an interest in you, and now you're branded a murderer. Ever since you had trouble with Ares, I've been dying of anxiety. No matter how much his sister worried, the protagonist acted as if nothing was wrong. Lying comfortably, he replied with utter indifference, "Don't worry about me. What's the point of you worrying?" His sister simply went crazy. "Do you think this is still inside the tower?" When Jang showed this attitude, he innocently asked, "Do you like me?" This question stunned her. At this point, she felt she had to take a deep breath to deal with this strange brother. "Say one more word and I'll give you a taste of lightning." The protagonist was only joking lightly, and she was already going crazy. If he had joked seriously, it would have been a disaster. Opening his phone, he saw thousands of missed calls. This was the first time Jang Won had received so many missed calls. Even on the search rankings, Jang took the #1 trend and his comrades were swept along. Far from worrying, Jang was very excited. "Is this the first time I've been #1 on the search rankings?" Talking to this brother was truly exasperating. All the newspapers were reporting with headlines like, "Jang the murder suspect." Do his comrades have similar tendencies? This was the statement of another victim who was assaulted by Jang in Arud. It was the damage inflicted by high-level hunters on Ares and their statements. Thousands of articles carried the headline Jang, and now not only the protagonist but everyone was facing public opinion. The press conference would begin in 30 minutes. Jang asked Son to gather the reporters, but his comrades were very dissatisfied with him calling a press conference without preparing anything. "Even if this is your style, are you going to go there and talk nonsense? Are you going to smash all the reporters' heads and crush the Ares Guild?" Jang felt helpless that in his comrades' eyes he was no different from a fool. On the Ares side, everything was going smoothly as expected and they were very satisfied. As soon as they released the information, almost all news channels reported the incident last night, and there would be further discussions afterwards. This further proved that social media was hotly debating Jang. They currently thought that according to public opinion, no matter how the protagonist appeared, it would be very difficult to manipulate public opinion. This made the Ares Guild confident of victory. What they currently wanted was to control everything. They would continue to use Jang's past rude actions as excuses to conspire and stay one step ahead of the protagonist. Moreover, the higher his popularity soared, the more toxic it would become for Jang. At this time, the upcoming press conference would be broadcast live, and the Ares Guild sent a few people there as a precaution. At the Mundane press conference hall, despite being the main character of the day, Jang sat in a posture that was as criticized as ever. "Is this why they say heroes always follow their own path?" Reporters continuously bombarded him with aggressive questions. "Is the information circulating true, Mr. Kim Jang-won? What was the reason for attacking Ares? What do you think of Ares?" Jang calmly replied, "First, I don't know how to do a press conference, so I'll do it my way." He took out his phone and asked all the reporters to listen to his next words and judge for themselves. "Honestly, I don't really know why Ares did that. I once refused a recruitment offer and I didn't expect that person to suddenly appear like this." Jang played all the recorded files containing the voice of the hunter Ares had hired to kill him. The reporters clearly heard every word, and even high-quality photos were provided as a bonus. Jang calmly said, "You probably received information from Ares. I'm talking about the swamp where the hunter Shincheon Kong was killed. I went there to catch a boss and something unexpected happened. The media reports on this incident were really interesting. It was reported as if Ares was a unilateral victim." The reporters were completely shocked and asked again, "Does that mean Ares framed Hunter Jang? Can you guarantee that those recordings are real? In the 4.0 era, I think voices can be easily manipulated." Jang decided to tell everything. It would be a bit regrettable not to say it at this point. "If you believe this file is doctored, I can provide ample evidence. If you wish, this is the phone of the hunter who came to kill me." The male lead could not check it in detail as it was password locked. He asserted that it could be easily investigated if entrusted to a security company or the police. Jang added, "Nevertheless, I brought it so you could see what an Ares assassin looks like when they try to kill someone. I'm just a rookie fresh out of the tower. He suddenly charged at me, so I had no choice but to resist to the best of my ability. I fought desperately to avoid dying. Unfortunately, while that assassin was fighting me, he was unexpectedly swallowed by the dungeon boss, the mega alligator, and died. It was a death no one could have foreseen." However, before that, Jang Won had nonchalantly told reporters that he was the one who killed him. It was a truly cunning situation, though unexpected. The young man replied that the reason he said that at the time was because this death could also be attributed to him. "It was because he let down his guard while fighting me. I've heard from many people that Ares is truly a great place, so I tried to let it pass quietly, but I didn't expect them to blow it up like this." After explaining everything, Jang Won casually left, regardless of the outcome. As expected, the media immediately reported that everything was a fabrication by Ares. They had fallen into their own trap. It couldn't be more pathetic. Their leader was so enraged he couldn't do anything but rave. How could Jang Won capsize their ship in such shallow waters? This seemed like an opportunity to chew up Ares, and the reporters didn't want to miss it. Such news was even more interesting than news about other hunters. Sihu was very surprised by Jang Won's clever handling of the situation. The male lead seemed like someone who knew what would happen in advance. No one watching the broadcast was not surprised. The male lead had even brought Shincheon Kang's phone. Despite his usual arrogant attitude, no one expected him to be so thorough. However, Jang Won stated that this smartphone was a fake. This phone did not originally belong to the assassin, but the recorded file was real. Everyone knew how cunning Ares Jr. was and possessed the wisdom of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. That's why Jang Won had started recording in advance, though he hadn't expected to use it in this situation. Relzone worried if it would be exposed if they checked the phone. However, Jang asserted that this phone would never be discovered. That's because Ares would come looking for it before they could hand the phone over to a security company. Ares' headquarters is in the United States. This is a massive guild with dungeons all over the world. Among them, no country had lost dungeon occupancy as much as Korea. Now, curiosity arose about how they would appear. Whether they made foolish moves or sought a settlement, anything was fine. If they fought Jang Won, they had a lot to lose, but Jang Won did not. Jang Won wanted to go for a walk alone and told Sihu not to follow him. Upon arrival, many people were already waiting. He had originally been very curious about what would happen if he went out alone, and they immediately appeared. They demanded that he follow them. As someone was looking for Jang Won, suddenly, the young man smiled meaningfully. "Why that fashion style? Then where are you from?" "Ha ha ha. I guess an important person from Ares is looking for me," the man with his face covered said. "You'll find out if you come quietly." Jang brazenly provoked them. "What if I don't want to go? Are you going to drag me? Thanks to this, I've become even more famous. If you still do that, knowing who I am, you've got some guts." Before they could even raise a hand, Jang pointed a finger at them, surprising everyone. The male lead even told them to pull up radishes by the roadside, completely infuriating them. They all rushed forward to attack. Each used speed skills, extreme skills, and gravity enhancement skills. They surrounded Jang Won and focused all their blades on the male lead, but were very surprised when their attacks had no effect. The male lead lightly asked, "Is the show over?" without another word. The male lead threw all of them outside. They now had no choice but to surrender. Jang grabbed one of them by the neck and asked, "Who's looking for me?" On the outskirts of Wangdo, Gyeonggi Province, there was a hidden underground base of the hunter-assassin faction. They had spent a lot of money creating a comfortable space to work to build an underground area. Today, Team 1's mission was to bring in a famous figure named Jang. According to their assessment, Jang Won appeared frequently on TV these days, so he wouldn't be a coward. Just imagining him being dragged in by Team 1, the boss wouldn't be displeased at all. And today, they could do everything underground. They expected Team 1 to capture Jang Won and bring him in, but the situation went in the opposite direction. And even the team leader had to kneel and surrender in front of the male lead. Just by this sight, they guessed he was Jang Won. The male lead, who had just entered their secret base, thought they were wasting money building a hideout underground. When asked what he was looking for, Jang Won declared, "I'm the one who's going to send you to the afterlife." In a room filled with countless torture tools, a girl from the Fedo Guild was tied up tightly, captured by them. Looking at her body, one couldn't tell how much they had abused her. A man named Gu Chunwang had gone this far to make her reveal internal information and the opponent's personnel weaknesses. However, this child was a truly resilient girl and would not open her mouth even if she died. So he went berserk and ordered his people to drag her away and show her that death was better than living. Some hunters were a little worried about the situation of killing her, but Gu Chunwang shouted loudly, "Don't worry about it. She's not going to say anything anyway, so just deal with her." Just as they were about to stab the girl to death, Jang Won suddenly appeared. "Are you looking for me?" Gu Chunwang was simultaneously flustered and enraged. "How did you get in here?" the team leader said. Jang Won replied with an innocent and friendly smile, "Oh, the people you sent to find me, they're probably still sleeping on the street." The male lead challenged him, giving him a choice. One was to be beaten, the other was to sit down properly and talk. Suddenly, a hunter rushed in from somewhere trying to pierce him in one go, but before he could do anything he was blown away by the male lead. "I was clearly the invited one, so why are you so excited?" Gu Chunwang concluded from everything he had shown so far that he was definitely not a rank. The weakest of these underground hunters was B. The stronger ones were a rank, and even though they had sent an S-rank ability user to fight Hoenoo directly, no one could defeat the male lead. He even handled Gravas alone. He wanted to believe that monster rank wasn't that important, but he could truly be S-rank or even higher. Even if Gu Chunwang was an S-rank ability user and fought armed, he couldn't be sure of victory. That's why he endured Jang Won and told him to calmly sit down and talk. He would observe the situation without acting rashly until he knew the extent of Jang Won's abilities. Jang Won suddenly brought up compensation. The male lead was demanding compensation for the damage Ares had inflicted on him. "It's not enough that you sent hunters to kill me, you were wrong first, and you even tried to use public opinion to tear me down. Do you think I'll let it slide easily?" The male lead demanded 10 billion won in compensation and the ownership of several beginner dungeons they possessed. Hearing this, Gu Chunwang could no longer maintain his composure and shouted, "Do you think you have the right to demand that?" Jang Won thought he was being quite lenient. It was just a small sum of money for Aries. Gu Chunwang swore inwardly, thinking that 10 billion won was acceptable, though it would take a little time. However, when Jang Won demanded beginner dungeon ownership, he dragged his feet, and the male lead offered him 5 billion won more in compensation. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He gritted his teeth and negotiated. "Hunter Jang Won, it would be best not to maintain a bad relationship with us. Whatever you want, you can get help by joining Aries, and I can guarantee that." He also tried to persuade him that mutual benefit was wiser than becoming enemies and harming each other. Jang Won stopped beating around the bush and became very annoyed. He was clearly talking about compensation, but he kept talking nonsense. The male lead immediately replied, "Why are you all the same? You all think you're so great? When I meet you, Aries, what can Aries do in this world if it can't even give me that simple power?" The male lead threw his words like a punch to Gu Chunwang's face. Jang Won now only wanted a precise answer from them. One was to accept his terms, or the other was to continue dying. He eventually gritted his teeth and accepted. Jang Won returned home, bringing the unconscious girl as a bonus. 11 billion won, 4 beginner dungeon purchase rights, and the girl were all Jang Won's rewards. Sihu was very curious how the male lead could have extracted her from the clutches of such a powerful Sonwoo. Jang Won had brought this girl as a hostage and at the same time was curious about some personal matters. Sihu had to leave for a moment now. Today was a special day with many bosses appearing, so they all had to be caught. Upon observation, this tattoo was very similar to a meaningless beginning, which is to say, self-abandonment. At the same time, the mask created from those words was also very similar to this girl's tattoo. Was it a coincidence? System confirmation showed she was poisoned and had B rank abilities. To put it this way, she was nothing special, and she wasn't in the male lead's memories at all. Jang Won decided it would be better to ask her directly when she woke up. Suddenly, the male lead received a notification that the 9th floor climb was beginning. Hoenoa had 5 days of remaining preparation time. After being summoned, Abai informed Jang Won that that person had arrived. The next tower climber had arrived. Jang Won wondered who it was and when they would come. According to information, climbers are much harder to deal with. Before that person arrives here, the guardian must quickly prepare something. That is, they must awaken their magic quickly. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. This climber seemed to be high level. However, that wasn't the case. If a high-level climber ascended, magic alone wouldn't be enough. If a high-level one came, the world would be sealed, and without magic he couldn't even deal with a mid-level climber. Currently they didn't know where they would appear, and the male lead wondered if they would appear this time. However, Abai still couldn't disclose that information to him. They might appear or they might not. However, depending on the climber's abilities and performance, they might appear in different forms. Jang Won, angered by this useless information again, tried to hit Abby's head again. A man should know how to cherish and love women. Abai was flustered and scared, saying, "Why are you always angry and hitting me? Didn't your parents teach you not to hit girls? You're so rude." Hearing this, Jang Won's face flushed. His parents had died in a car accident when he was young. However, the male lead wasn't paying much attention to this issue now, so she didn't need to apologize either. Abai only now realized that Jang Won wasn't as bad as she thought. In Orang's high-rise villa, Jang Won was making a fuss, shouting that this magic circle was a scam. Saw said he would soon feel his magic. But what on earth was happening? Saw excitedly told him to destroy it. A magic circle worth 5 billion won. Mages usually focus on helping each other through magic, but he had never heard of a situation where magic wouldn't unfold like this. Sihu also joined in, asking if he still hadn't found it even on the 4th day. He came here to deliver a letter directly to Jang. This was a letter from the Korean Hunter Association R Establishment Committee. They were shocked that no one knew when his brother had established R. Not only that, the male lead also had dungeons and did many things. He named R Guardian, or Protector. Jang Won suddenly wondered if the girl he had brought back that day had woken up. However, she was still unconscious. The young man wondered if she had fallen into a coma. Anyway, since he had taken her to a doctor, all he could do now was wait. Jang Won cried out helplessly, "If I suffer like this every day, will my magic appear? I still don't feel anything." Saw looked at it helplessly, and thought it would be better to find someone to open his magic hole. She seemed to be referring to Nakagawa Yasumi. Speaking of opening magic holes, Master Yasumi's technique is very special. It is said that she directly pierces the veins of hunters who cannot use magic to raise their rank. Jang Won was very surprised that such a method existed in the world. However, to meet this person he had to go to Japan, which was a bit troublesome. Jang Won accidentally ruined the magic circle in a moment of carelessness. Sajan, seeing this, got angry and beat Sihu mercilessly, even though it wasn't Sihu's fault. In front of the medium-level labyrinth in Suginami City, Tokyo, Japan, this woman was Nakagawa Yasumi. She was the leader of the Judiani. She was currently engaged in a very brutal battle. A man with a ponytail approached with a sword and said, "You were lucky, but you dodged my sword. I'll tell you who I am, but what name should I use? Your kind calls me by many names. Some call me Grimber, some the Destroyer, the Devil, and even the Madman. But my exact title is Heavenly Demon." A notification popped up from the system. A climber has reached the 9th floor via the path. Time remaining 0 minutes 0 hours 0 seconds. Current location Suginami, Tokyo, Japan. As soon as he received this information, men could no longer delay. and told Sihu to immediately bring the car and waited for him. Currently, news reported that an emergency response order had been issued, and there were damages and casualties. This incident was clearly caused by a climber making trouble. Sihu was very puzzled by this sudden situation, and couldn't understand why he had to go to Japan when Jang Won had just said that piercing blood vessels was very troublesome. The most important thing right now was that they didn't have passports, and this situation seemed to be getting more and more complicated. In the Japan Hunter Association conference room, Nakagawa Yasumi had returned from the brink of death after these people heard the news of her demise in battle with the heavenly demon. But thanks to the artifact, she was able to revive. The heavenly demon was incredibly strong, and she had to admit that fact. Due to global reports of Nakagawa Yasumi's death, not a single dungeon stepped forward to help her, despite her being the 1S rank. Even she didn't receive attention, and these people would ultimately remain at that rank. Currently there were no reinforcements and no more dungeons were accessible. Many civilians had also been sacrificed and they couldn't just stand by. The screen shows Jang confronting the heavenly demon. At this moment, the protagonist used his information authority, but it was unusable against the climber. Jang looked at the heavenly demon and wondered if the concept of this climber was an Eastern historical film. The heavenly demon also seemed unaware of Jang's position. He demonstrated some basic sword techniques. As the protagonist dodged his sword, he decided to respond and introduced himself as the heavenly demon. His strength and swordsmanship were incredibly fast, but Jang Won was still able to evade. At first glance it seemed like an attack, but this was an energy-gathering sword swing. If hit by this, one would be cut into tens of pieces. What needed to be done now was to prevent the heavenly demon from swinging his sword, and getting close to him would be more advantageous for Jang Won. At the same time, he shouldn't be too far away. A moment later, the protagonist made the heavenly demon spit blood. Only then did he consider Jang Won an opponent. In all the floors he had passed through so far, no one had been a match for him. Jang Won ran without a word as soon as he got off the plane, and now Sihu saw his brother standing there. Sihu wondered if his brother had known the time the Gravatt would appear in advance. In the confrontation with the heavenly demon, Jang Won seemed more vibrant than ever, and he didn't understand what kind of bizarre skill this was. The heavenly demon explained that these attacks were merely the use of his thunder lightning divine art. What was used to cut the protagonist was the heavenly demon's sword. Nothing he used came from the power of the system, i.e. skills. His swordsmanship was too fast and Jang Won currently had to dodge it. A moment later, he fully realized he needed to retreat a little. Currently this was considered an expanded range, and now he just needed to rush in and finish the attack. The heavenly demon continued to sustain injuries without a chance to react. Jang used the hegemon's fist to deliver a divine strike to the heavenly demon's body. But surprisingly, he was completely unharmed. He approached and declared, "Again, you are not only interesting but also formidable. I haven't used this since becoming a tower climber, but it seems I need to change that now." Jang Won was the first person to make him use his secret power. Before he could act, the protagonist needed to close the distance. The reason he was called Thunder God or Heavenly Demon was due to the power of his Thunder Annihilation Lightning Divine Sword. This was truly an absurd monster. After Jang Won's utterly non-troublesome handling, the heavenly demon had to admit that Jang Won was very sharp because he had moved behind his back and grabbed his sleeve when he used his sword. Nevertheless, the heavenly demon was confident that the protagonist would not be able to evade all of his attacks. Jang Won's body trembled and electricity surged from his entire body. The system notified that magic was activated. The first level was E-grade Forced Magic Infusion. With Forced Magic activated, his magic increased. "What on earth is happening?" Jang Won chuckled lightly and said, "This technique is his ability, not a system skill from the countless martial arts novels I've read, nor the Heavenly Demon. If he were called the Heavenly Demon, everyone would have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and he represented the power of the demonic path." As the protagonist continued the duel even after being hit by his Thunder Annihilation Lightning Divine Sword, he found Jang Won more interesting than ever. Jang Won even challenged him. "Do you think I would be afraid?" The heavenly demon replied arrogantly. "You will not be able to defeat me, will you not accept it?" Jang Won would not be able to win with such power. However, the lightning he summoned seemed to have stimulated his acupoints. While trapped in the tower, the protagonist trained in many martial arts, including techniques he couldn't even imitate. Those who learned this in the martial arts world were called the Peerless Divine Art Invincible. Jang could not learn this technique because he had no internal energy and did not understand acupoints. He had simply mimicked the novels, which was truly regrettable. However, Jang could now confidently declare that he would lose within 10 moves. The heavenly demon's face reddened upon hearing this. Jang Won had learned it from the heavenly demon, and it seemed it was time to show it. Jang Won gathered all his strength into one place. Everything that happened in this battle was fully recorded. The system notified that climber Heavenly Demon had been successfully captured. The performance of Information Authority began to increase. At the Pedo Castle, the master was watching Jang Won's battle. This made her certain that this person must be her master. Before, when she felt almost exhausted and could no longer hold on at that moment, Jang Won appeared and defeated all the monsters. He was the one who taught her martial arts and was the first person to uplift, comfort, and motivate her. The remaining area is the Crimson Demon Cave to the east of Yuan. If they occupy that, all of China's shares will belong to the Pedo Guild. What they want now is to occupy them within a month. This time the queen decided to go with her. When the master appears in the world, she will arrange a suitable position for him. At this moment she was very excited at the thought of meeting her benefactor again. The moment Jiang Wan exited the international airport, tens of thousands of cameras and reporters focused on him like a global superstar. The protagonist was truly speechless. What bizarre thing was happening again? Reporters furiously bombarded him with questions. Mr. Kim Jang-won, is the circulating information true? What was the reason for attacking Aries? What do you think of Aries? Jang shouted at everyone to be quiet. Sihu also had something to say, but Jang, not knowing how to respond to the reporters, delegated the questions to Sihu. Going back and forth, Jang eventually ran away from the reporters, leaving Sihu completely confused. Upon returning home, Jang found that the girl he had rescued from Aries had woken up. She bowed her head in thanks. Thank you once again, you are my savior. This child's name is Hong Jin. She was an executive of the Petagon, while Arung was taking over their dungeon. They captured her, so she suffered a lot, but what he wanted to know was not that story, but the familiar tattoo on her shoulder. Hong Jin explained that this tattoo symbolized the Pedo Guild. She asked Master Gui and learned that it was a symbol of invincible under heaven. The master personally tattooed it on her. In the process he told Hong Jin that nothing could be above her. Only one person could be, and that was heaven. Everyone else was below her. Before he could finish speaking, Yun was very flustered. His attitude made Hong Jin very afraid. Yunwoo didn't want to remember the mistakes he had made in the past. The thing he wanted to forget most while in the tower came out of Hong Jin's mouth, making the young man's head ache. It was when he thought that if he trained in martial arts he would someday be able to leave the tower. At that time, the protagonist suffered from a syndrome where he was born in darkness, solitary and forever trapped in an abyss. Yunwoo believed and followed what he saw in web novels and comics. But now some damn person was even getting a tattoo and trying to expose his dark past. Yunwoo thought for a long time and remembered that the person was definitely that child. He accidentally saved someone, and it turned out to be a member of that guy's old guild. He reminded Hong Jin that if she returned to the Pedo Guild, she should tell Master Gui never to look for him. A few days later, Hohenoo took Hong Jin to China. In a Hunter Knowledge Media program, they interviewed Hohenoo and invited him as a guest. Sihu and his friends watching TV were surprised to see their legendary brother shamelessly sitting there. Yunwoo said, "If there's nothing more to say, I have something to announce. I will be establishing a new guild. Anyone wishing to participate, please apply." The young man even wanted to put up flyers everywhere and gather guilds for a press conference. "If you help us with these things, will you let us use the beginner dungeons, brother?" "Sure. Anyway, the master called us here. I'm the only one who does all these various things." Sihu, who had been working hard, wondered why Jang needed to create a guild. He asked if it wasn't troublesome when there were so many things to worry about. Jang replied nonchalantly, "I just want to make money. Don't you see the good income already? If I monopolize and manage dungeons, money will just pour into my pocket, won't it?" Siyan was puzzled. He wondered if his brother wasn't rich enough yet. Perhaps his difficult childhood shaped his personality. After reviewing the ponytailed young man's entire profile, Jang Won decisively rejected him. He burst out so easily. "Why, this hunter is the strongest in Kola. Did you even read my resume?" Thinking he had maintained a calm demeanor, he angrily shouted like that. "I read it and I don't like it. Get out." He turned away sullenly. Outside, many people were still waiting for interviews. They whispered, "Isn't that person a famous hunter who conquered a C-rank dungeon?" But he was rejected. Then how good do you have to be to pass? Jang had his own reasons. In that person's self-introduction, even if the lowest ability was D rank, it was acceptable. But his disposition was written as selfish. Someone with this disposition could never be chosen. "You're going to use a new skill this time, aren't you? Even though you swore at it as useless at first," Abai excitedly declared. "Congratulations on successfully capturing Climber Heavenly Demon. This time I've invited you to upgrade your new skill." All Jang wanted now was information authority. He was annoyed by such useless rewards. "I'll give you a choice for the information authority skill. The amount of information you know will increase slightly. Check what kind of disposition this is and what has been upgraded." As she said that, after personally interviewing them, his information authority actually seemed to have increased. The girl sitting in front had a socialist disposition, and the young man was a bit ambiguous about whether that was good or bad. Glancing at the two people next to him, one had a self-sacrificing disposition, and the other a peace-loving disposition. Jang Won excitedly said, "Finally, they're here. This is what I've been waiting for." He stood up and declared that the three people sitting in front were chosen. They jumped for joy and continuously thanked Jang Won. He just said that these people should perform their duties properly and didn't need to be too troublesome. This was enough. Getting into the car, Si-yeon wondered what kind of interview his brother had conducted, that it ended in an hour and a half. "Brother, you've chosen people who will earn money for the guild, so that's enough?" So you're sure you've picked capable people for the guild? They don't have to be capable. Brother will do all the difficult work. Suddenly, Jang Won realized that there were no S-rank applicants. Sihu helplessly said, Brother, there aren't many S-ranks. There are only 5,000 in the entire world. 5,000 and that's not many? What's your rank among them? I'm 163rd this quarter. Seon Hung is 175th. And Son is 161st. Anyone over 200th rank is recognized wherever they go. They're all in a frenzy welcoming each other, he thought blankly, like an innocent deer. These guys are amazing too, he asked again. I saw the S-rank hunter rankings by generation on YouTube before and many names disappeared in the middle. Why is that? They died. If they're S-rank, aren't they incredibly strong? Why do so many die? They wanted to level up and obtain rare ST-grade artifacts, which is why so many died. All hunters have a limit to their ability improvement. If you were C rank when you came out of the tower, that hunter's abilities cannot go above a rank. Usually a 3-stage increase is the limit. If you force yourself to level up, you have to find ST-grade artifacts. Jang Won asked again, so are mazes the graveyard of S-rank hunters? You could say that there are also hunters who haven't found ST-grade artifacts, and there are hunters who possess those items. In other words, they killed many people to steal them. Hunters who kill people are called murder hunters. They are excluded from the rankings. S-ranks are no exception. So were the hunters above Ares who came looking for you that kind of people? Jang thought to himself, truly equally dirty guys, equally stupid guys. One of the 4 beginner dungeons seized from the Ares guild really stood out. Jang Won inhaled the fresh air here. Now this place is my dungeon. He told Sihu to go first. He wanted to catch the boss Ren and see how much money he could make. If you want to make a lot of money, you have to move fast. He opened the door and entered. The 2 men inside immediately recognized Jang Won and laughed heartily. Kim Jang Won also smiled brightly in response. We just met and you're already calling me by name? Do you want another hit with my slipper? They became traumatized, recalling what had happened in the past. I'm going into the dungeon. Now that it's mine, there won't be any problems, right? The transfer isn't complete yet. As he shouted, Jang Won smiled brightly again and asked, no, come on in. It had been a long time since he had been back. While walking he met a man. He greeted Jang Won. Mr. Kim Jang Won, welcome. Who are you? Is it the Ares Guild again? I was dispatched by the Ares Guild, but I'm not affiliated with that guild. Have you heard of the slaughter hunter group Pandemonium? Pandemonium. Those who knew the name and their origin couldn't help but feel fear. They were a group of top-tier hunters consisting of S-ranks in the top 100. They performed all assassination missions for an appropriate price. Their success rate was 100. Gulongjak, 72nd S-rank. 5 Aram Ako, 86th S-rank, Master Aslan, 91st S-rank, Skucker, 52nd S-rank. No one could survive if they became the target of these immensely powerful individuals. Jang Won excitedly pointed at the woman standing in front. Wait, you're the 52nd S-rank mage, so you're somewhat skilled, right? The girl was puzzled. Why is everyone saying funny things? You call yourselves hunters, yet you don't know that I am the tower of the magic world? Jang further provoked her. I don't know, that's why I'm asking. You're really impudent. Successfully provoked, the female mage went wild. S-rank hunters above 50th place will die by my hand. Don't ask why they die. It's because of Anya of Def. Anya immediately activated her magic and something tightly wrapped around Jang Won's body. You only know this magic circle. This isn't the time to ask questions. Haven't you grasped the situation yet, you fool? Jang Won sighed. Of course I know. I'm just asking to decide whether I should kill you or not. It's really hot. As soon as this declaration ended, Anya's face darkened. Everyone rushed in and stabbed Jang to prevent him from saying anything more. In Xi'an, China, the underground city of Yuan, this place is known as the most important area in Yuan district. This burly man is S-rank 82, Saragulran. Disappointing compared to my expectations. Arrogant fellow, if I end it here, my superior will come immediately. Can you handle him alone? Scoffed. He wildly swung his weapon but missed. Your technique is a bit lacking, but I want to meet my master quickly, so there's no other way. Jang Won activated the Thunder Annihilation Lightning Divine Sword. Ron was hit directly and sent flying. After a strong impact, he completely collapsed. His eyes recalled his subordinate's words, "Don't look for me. That person told me to deliver this message." The queen was very happy that Hong Jin had met her master whom she wanted to meet. She was a little angry but happy that her master was also waiting for her. Don't look for me. If you haven't kept your oath, don't look for me. Perhaps this is what it means. For my master, to meet my master I must take everything into my own hands. Master, please wait for me. After the battle, Jang Won brought in the small trembling Anya. Sihu had a "what is this" expression. Did you bring her to fix the magic circle, brother? Jang Won asked Anya again with a terrifying face. Hey, can you do it? I can. But if I do it, will you spare my life? If you've decided, start quickly. Yes. Sihu was still amazed that his brother had brought in the world-famous S-rank 52 mage as easily as peeling a banana. To think a murder hunter would become such a wreck. How can you bring a criminal here, brother? It must be the Ares Guild again. You released her comrades and only brought her. Sihu was shocked once again. Comrades, did Pandemonium come looking for you, brother? And you defeated them all. Wait, your abilities aren't at a level where you can win so easily. Jang Won felt bewildered, sensing something was wrong. So even my younger brother thinks my stats are a bit strange. Anyway, that's just an information page. Knowing that asking a buy would result in a lack of authority response, the young man preferred to think for himself. She'll do well out of fear. Don't worry, she's someone who'll do anything to survive. Jang Won looked at Anya's attribute table, which showed her survivalist tendency, and seized upon her weakness. Moreover, she pleaded very piteously, "Please spare me, I was wrong. I can create a magic circle through me. Please save me, I'll do anything," Jang Won earnestly urged. Xian, "I heard you can fix the magic circle without a staff. You can do it without skills. Here, take his an S-grade staff, S-grade Baruto. Brother will be back. Watch her carefully. Where are you going? Since I received a gift, I must return the favor." The young man went to a general store and came out with a bag full of items. Yes, I must definitely return the favor. In his old slippers and familiar attire, he headed to the Ares Guild. As soon as he stepped in, everyone there screamed and took a defensive stance. "Get out quickly. This place is off limits to non-Ares Guild members," the young man calmly asked. "Is Hyun Ji-yu here?" He took out a hammer of justice from his bag. "I came to give a gift. No one will sue me after being hit with this, right?" The thudding sounds and screams were incessant. The Ares Guild staff simply couldn't understand what was happening. To think they were suffering so much from a single toy hammer. Jang Won said with satisfaction, "Good spirit. You keep blocking me without running away. Are you all ready to go to heaven?" After this commotion, they eventually had to call the representative's office. Branch manager Kim Jang is here with a hammer, causing a ruckus. Screams continued to be heard over the phone. The man in the representative's office, filled with rage, thought to himself that Kim Jang-won was not someone who could be dealt with by money. To attack here with a hammer, if it becomes known to the public, the Ares Guild will lose face. What should I do? Should I request support from the headquarters? No, I can't. The more serious the problem at the Korean branch becomes, the more my abilities will be questioned. While Gu Chun-won was still in confusion, Jang Won kicked open the door and burst in, laughing heartily. The branch manager had a bewildered expression, but Jang Won greeted him first. "Long time no see, how have you been?" As soon as he saw Jang Won, his face turned pale. Jang Won raised his hammer high and said, "Let's hit you first, then talk, kid." He fell backward, hitting his back against a bookshelf. "It hasn't been long since we talked about compensation and you're sending me a gift. Do you not want to live?" "That's," the branch manager stammered. Even pandemonium was no match for Kim Jang Won. Not knowing what to do, he immediately got to the point and asked, "Compensation? What do you want to be compensated for?" Jang Won scoffed and said, "You're quick to react. Prepare the compensation. Would about 20 billion won be enough?" The branch manager gnashed his teeth and cursed Jang Won as a madman, but still stammered with his words, "I will try to prepare it." Not stopping there, Jang Won placed the hammer on his head. "I don't know how many more guys you'll send after me, but every time you do, prepare the compensation along with them. Now quickly call an ambulance and take care of your subordinates." After finishing his words, he wiggled his butt and turned back. The remaining branch manager, filled with rage, became even more furious. "Kim Jang Won, I will definitely kill you. If even pandemonium can't handle him, I need to think of another method. He must disappear. I can't get support from the headquarters, but there's a way. I need to go to China and bring Ron, who is among the top 500 S ranks." Immediately, all information about the hammer rampage was released. 150 Ares Guild hunters were hospitalized after being hit by the hammer. Keyboard warriors debated incessantly, easily guessing who was responsible. On the other hand, Jang Won was lying down reading news about himself. Hansel Hoon transferred a dungeon to Kim Jang Won. Why did this happen? He must have had a weakness exploited. Sihu approached his brother and asked, "Do you know that 47 ambulances came to the Ares building? Even if I don't say anything, you've already seen the news, right? If Ares sues you, you'll go straight to jail. Are you okay?" Jang Won sighed, not seeming to care much. "Sue, my life was threatened, and it was just self-defense. Besides, I hit them with a toy. What's so serious about that?" Sihu felt helpless. "Well, almost no one can do what you do, brother." Suddenly, Jang Won realized he was late for class and his face hardened. "If you're late, you don't get tuition fees. Don't you remember the beginner's lecture requested from Japan a while ago? You didn't do it because it was too troublesome. The tuition fee was 50 million won. Of course, if he received appropriate compensation, he would be motivated to do anything." Climber notification: a new climber has begun climbing the 9th floor. Remaining time 4 hours 12 minutes 30.2 seconds. You are invited. Remaining time 1 hour. He was busy carrying monsters in his hands, and now he had to pay attention to this notification. Another climber had appeared. To make matters worse, the young man was in a tutoring session. The students were busy filming and the assistant had to urge them to concentrate. "It's nothing special. I'll show you how to catch monsters with your bare hands. Let's go." 1 hour later, Jang Won was summoned again. "Has another climber already arrived? I caught the heavenly demon, but my information authority still hasn't increased. Is this a pressure tactic?" Abai explained. "That's your information authority hasn't increased, but it has accumulated this time. I'll give you climber information in advance. This climber didn't come alone, but with many comrades. Similar to the Gravas monsters I first saw, they're different from those guys. Low-level climbers like the Red Demon brought Gravas monsters. The system summoned monsters to help low-level climbers destroy the world. So the monsters that appear with low-level climbers cannot be called comrades," Jang Won added, asking, "Then is this climber high-level or mid-level?" "It's a mid-level climber. Among those who came with him, there are some stronger than mid-level. Stronger than the heavenly demon. That's good. If I catch this climber, will my information authority increase? Abai also encouraged the young man, motivating him. This skyscraper is the Orang Guild. How's the magic circle, brother? How many times have I told you not to kick the door? Are you going to break it completely? Why are you here? He said. He came to check on the progress. Anya was still afraid. The magic circle is almost restored and it works even better than before. The duration is also much longer. Really? Then can you do one more thing? Your special skill is teleportation, right? Put that into the magic circle. Anya reluctantly agreed, but something was strange. If her special skill was teleportation, why couldn't she escape? Anya explained. I can't activate that skill with my own magic power. I can only use it with the help of a magic circle. That's why I couldn't escape even if I wanted to. Suddenly, a notification appeared that a climber had arrived on the 9th floor. The location was Germany. Jang Won had to go there immediately. Berlin Central Square, Germany. This man holding a spear is Master Sven Jiu. Surrender, monster. I will spare your life. You'll spare my life? Ha ha ha, you're too confident, Sven still insisted stubbornly. Haven't you seen our numbers? No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to break through the firepower of countless S-rank hunters. This man was sitting in the German Hunter Association watching the entire situation. Does your confidence come from numbers? How amusing. But it would be better to fight with your comrades. I will also fight with my comrades. It's not your fault. The moment another monster appeared, everyone was horrified. I introduce myself as your ancient terror. The one who dominates everything you've imagined in the darkness, the spokesperson for the monster who steals your courage. I am the leader of the night parade of 100 demons, the monstrous strength, and she summoned a rampaging beast and soared into the sky. Jang Won, with trembling legs, searched for information about Germany and Korea. The average flight time between Germany and Korea was 11 hours and 10 minutes. The young man nervously asked Anya, when will the magic circle be completed? It should be ready in about 5 hours. Hurry up and finish it. Only after staring at his phone for a long time did Sihu realize that his brother knew about the Gravas outbreak in Germany. Did brother receive a request for support? The media was in an uproar. Jang Won, holding his phone, lamented as he read an article titled, Kim Jang-won, the hero Korea is proud of, becomes even more famous after the Japan Gravas incident. Korean hunters request salvation from Kim Jang-won. Kim Jang-won requests support from the Korean Hunter Association. Oh my god, what on earth are these reporters writing? Sihu wondered if his brother would go to stop the Gravas this time too. My younger brother was a little flustered. Brother was always like that. A dedicated person. He kept scrolling and reading other news. Most viewed news. Unreasonable proposal. Gravas immense suffering. Let's make a bet. The rules are simple. I will remain in this city for 24 hours. If any of you can defeat me, I will stop my conquest and return obediently. It doesn't matter if you come alone or in groups. If you cannot stop me, I will continue to destroy this city. German branch manager Gu Chun-won was having an extreme headache over this situation. To describe the current situation, a response order had been issued, but it was already estimated that 2,000 people had died. The disaster was ongoing and the damage would only increase. Regarding the hunters, 32 S-rank hunters and 68 A-rank hunters were all annihilated. The situation was far more serious than the Gravas in Japan. The International Association sent requests for support to the top 5 S-rank hunters, but none of them could be reached. German branch manager Christian Bohr said with great anger, "They're all just greedy bastards." Suddenly his secretary's phone rang. "Hello, if it's important, speak quickly, I'm busy." "Really, branch manager, reinforcements have arrived. It's a Korean hunter. Who is it?" "The one who came is Hunter Kim Jang-won, who killed the heavenly demon in the Japan Gravas incident." With Anya's teleportation magic, Jang-won arrived in Germany. He arrived safely. Oh, magic is pretty good too. He arrived in Germany in the blink of an eye. He landed where monsters were rampaging. Still wearing his legendary slippers, he leaped high and kicked a monster in the face. "You're not the one." The young man leapt towards another monster. "What? It's over in one hit." Jang-won continuously punched and kicked a giant centipede monster. As the monster tired and fell, he grabbed its fangs and asked, "Where's that kid?" The entire situation was being broadcast live by flycams. Viewers were even more enthusiastic about Jang-won's appearance. Crazy breaking news, Kim Jang-won appeared in Germany. What, where, when? The master is here. Truly terrifying. Jang-won was currently facing the enemy. He's here, he really came. It's like a myth. The monster woman was waiting here, bored. "Oh, so you're the first challenger," Jang-won scoffed and said. "You a kid talking like that? Your mouth is too rough, isn't it?" The kid got angry. "You're good with your tongue. If you're going to appear, you should appear quietly. This city is in chaos. Are you going to take responsibility?" The young man was very skilled at angering others, so the kid was already starting to rampage. "Responsibility? Are you an arrogant jerk or an ignorant one? You're saying something very ridiculous to me. What does it matter to you if I'm arrogant or ignorant?" She truly went wild. "Originally, I intended to deal with the first opponent very comfortably, but you're so foolish that you've pushed me past my limit. Let's see if you can keep talking. Even the proudest dragon only took 5 steps and the most arrogant Jang-won only 7. Let's see how many you can withstand." Jang-won stared blankly, not understanding at all what she was saying. She started counting. 1 step, 2 steps, and Jang Won began to feel the air around him becoming strange. This was the power of magic. Her magical power was expanding, suppressing the space. 3 steps, those steps seemed to be the problem. He had to stop her from taking any more steps. 5 steps, 6 steps, Jang Won resolved to fight with all his might as well. 7 steps, her magic power was not controlled at all, but rather exploded with its force. Jang Won felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. There was no way around it anyway. He immediately charged forward, regaining his courage. She complimented him, saying, "Oh, you're better than that monster, the strongest in the previous tower." 8 steps, 9 steps. Jang activated King Destroyer's fist, and the boy delivered a glancing kick. The girl chuckled lightly and said, "Congratulations, you almost blocked the 9th step, but you won't block my final step, the 10th step." She unleashed extreme destructive power. Jang vividly felt the magic within his body about to explode, as if he would be torn apart with just a little more. The boy tried to hold on until the end. Ho, impressive. You not only withstood the aftershock of the 10 steps of annihilation, but you also blocked most of the destructive power. Very good, very good. Thanks to your endurance, the damage to this area is low. In the tower I visited before, the city was raised in 5 steps. To Jang, she was just a madwoman. He was certain she was much stronger than the heavenly demon. It was truly too painful. What will you do now? You've blocked my attack, but you can't defeat me. Won't you beg for your life, or will you maintain your pride and await death? Jang remained calm, stood up and pointed forward. Hey, I only have one choice: to eliminate you. The girl stood dumbfounded for 2 seconds, then burst into maniacal laughter. Good, good. You really are different from those other fools. In that case, I'll also follow the rules and face you with all my might. I am the leader of the night parade of 100 demons, and my strongest magic is monstrous strength. I'll show you. The space now is completely different from before, much heavier. Jang Won's entire body began to ache again. Just then a system notification appeared, stating that the magic explosion had been blocked and his endurance rank had increased. Jang Won's current endurance rank was S. Thanks to this, he was able to endure. If his endurance increased further, he would be able to withstand even more. External magic was infiltrating his body, and his magic would awaken. His magic rank had risen. Jang Won also felt a change within his body. This was a similar phenomenon to when he met the heavenly demon. Yes, focus, think. You must remember when you met the heavenly demon. When he was in the tower, he had tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of masters, but they were all just things he had seen in web novels, comics, anime, and movies. To ordinary people, they were just fiction, but to him, they were all masters, and those were the martial arts they taught. One of them was the martial art of aura that blocked mythical demons. The boy began to recall and apply his memories, thus activating his power. The leader of the night parade of 100 demons stood dumbfounded. What on earth was that? She tried to take another step, but her remaining steps were also blocked. The girl went wild and said, "This guy dares to grab my feet." There were still 8 steps left. The 10 steps of annihilation was a stacking technique, and this was an advanced technique. In fact, there was no need to actually take steps. Simply repeating the footprints was enough. The power emanating from Jang Won's magic circle was blocking the 3rd footprint. That guy is blocking me with that strange technique. The power of the 10 steps of annihilation is no longer effective. But do you think you can stop me alone? The girl took 4 steps, and the pressure from the space once again crushed Jang Won. See the destructive power of the 10 steps of annihilation. You'll feel like everything is pouring down on you. You must endure all the pain to the end. When she reached the 5th step, she was blocked again and stood dumbfounded, unable to understand what was happening. Jang Won seemed to have grown accustomed to everything now. Nothing special, not much different from before. The girl was deeply shocked that Jang Won was enduring effortlessly. Even though she had already used half of her power, now it's time to show my strength. It's my turn. The magical flower glowed. The boy activated Flowerless Strike. The system notified that climber monstrous strength had been successfully captured. The system invites you. Remaining time 0 minutes 05 seconds. In the blink of an eye, he arrived back at Bati. You've worked hard in the fierce battle with monstrous strength. As a result of this battle, your information authority has increased from low level to mid-low level. That's why I invited you here, to inform you about the information authority granted to you. The boy, his face covered in sweat, was still dumbfounded. How no, to summon me here right after catching a climber. Is this the first time? I was so happy I wanted to tell you quickly. Jang Won's eyes widened. Abai explained that this room also changes every time a guardian deals with a climber. With this mid-low level authority, many things would change. One of them was that he could decorate this system room. He just had to think of furniture for the room space and press a button and the scenery would change. Jang followed suit, and when he blinked, the room transformed into the 1st floor of the tower. He pressed the button once more and Jang Won's magnificent room appeared, and Abai exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, I thought I wouldn't be able to use it even if I knew how. This is my first time seeing a human's room on the 9th floor. Do you usually live only in this room?" "I've been here ever since I gained consciousness." Jang Won was a little surprised that all her life took place within this small room. "So you sleep here?" "Yes. If I'm tired, I lie on this table and sleep." Jang Won was silent for a moment, then suddenly felt truly sorry for this child. He then got back to the main topic and asked, "Is there anything else that's changed besides this?" The notification and information authority skill were upgraded, and a new skill, entry, was generated. This is a skill that allows the guardian to return here once a day even without my invitation. "Oh, so I can ask my questions comfortably then, right?" Since your information authority has also risen, you can ask what you want. The boy opened his status window. There seems to be something strange about my information. Besides my stats increasing after catching monstrous strength this time, I think my actual abilities are stronger than the displayed ones. Can you tell me? Yes. Since your information authority has risen to mid-low level, I can tell you a few things. Jang Won was quite excited at the thought that he could finally find something out. That's right, what is it? Tell me quickly, Abai began to explain. The person who created the tower prevented abilities from being excessively raised to block the abnormal forces within the tower. Simply put, it means that abilities were restricted. However, this is just a locked function in the system. So there can be a difference between the displayed abilities and the actual abilities. The boy stood dumbfounded, unable to understand anything. Can you explain it more simply? Besides the locked system information, the Guardian's body continues to grow. As soon as she said that, Jang folded his arms and scoffed. Is that all? Then how different are my actual abilities and the abilities in the information window? I cannot tell you due to insufficient information authority. It's driving me crazy. Jang flared up again. Then what the hell else? Why was I trapped in the tower? What level of authority do I need for you to tell me? I cannot tell you due to low information authority, Jang yelled in frustration. Then when is the high-level climber coming? Can't I raise my information authority quickly? Abai flinched and stammered. What if the world is sealed if that happens, Guardian? Yuan City Mansion, Shanghai, China. This place is known as the most important area in Yuan District. This burly man is S-rank 17, Hyunmu Hyun Chian. Disappointing compared to my expectations. Arrogant fellow, if I end it here, my superior will come immediately. Can you handle him alone? The master scoffed. He wildly swung his weapon but missed. The technique you use is a bit lacking, but I want to meet my master quickly, so there's no other way. The master activated Thunder Annihilation Lightning Divine Sword. Ron was hit directly and sent flying. After a strong impact, he completely collapsed. His eyes recalled his subordinate's words, "Don't look for me. That person told me to deliver this message." The queen was very happy that Hong Jin had met her master whom she wanted to meet. She was a little angry but happy that her master was also waiting for her. "Don't look for me. If you haven't kept your oath, don't look for me." Perhaps this is what it means. For my master, to meet my master, I must take everything into my own hands. Master, please wait for me. After the battle, Jang Won brought in the small trembling Anya. See who had a "what is this" expression. Did you bring her to fix the magic circle, brother? Jang Won asked Anya again with a terrifying face. Hey, can you do it? I can. But if I do it, will you spare my life? If you've decided, start quickly. Yes. See who was still amazed that his brother had brought in the world-famous S-rank 52 mage as easily as peeling a banana. To think a murder hunter would become such a wreck. How can you bring a criminal here, brother? It must be the Ares Guild again. You released her comrades and only brought her. See who was shocked once again. Comrades, did Pandemonium come looking for you, brother? And you defeated them all? Wait, your abilities aren't at a level where you can win so easily. Jang Won felt bewildered, sensing something was wrong. So even my younger brother thinks my stats are a bit strange? Anyway, that's just an information page. Knowing that asking Abai would result in a lack of authority response, the young man preferred to think for himself. He'll do well out of fear. Don't worry, she's someone who'll do anything to survive. Jang Won looked at Anya's attribute table, which showed her survivalist tendency, and seized upon her weakness. Moreover, she pleaded very piteously, "Please spare me, I was wrong. I can create a magic circle through me. Please save me, I'll do anything." Jang Won earnestly urged Xian. "I heard you can fix the magic circle without a staff. You can do it without skills. Here, take his. An S-grade staff, S-grade Baruto. Brother will be back. Watch her carefully. Where are you going? Since I received a gift, I must return the favor." The young man went to a general store and came out with a bag full of items. Yes, I must definitely return the favor. In his old slippers and familiar attire, he headed to the Ares Guild. As soon as he stepped in, everyone there screamed and took a defensive stance. "Get out quickly. This place is off limits to non-Ares Guild members." The young man calmly asked, "Is Hyun Ji-yu here?" He took out a hammer of justice from his bag. "I came to give a gift. No one will sue me after being hit with this, right?" The thudding sounds and screams were incessant. The Ares Guild staff simply couldn't understand what was happening. To think they were suffering so much from a single toy hammer. Jang Won said with satisfaction, "Good spirit, you keep blocking me without running away. Are you all ready to go to heaven?" After this commotion, they eventually had to call the representative's office. Branch manager Kim Jang is here with a hammer, causing a ruckus. Screams continued to be heard over the phone. The man in the representative's office, filled with rage, thought to himself that Kim Jang Won was not someone who could be dealt with by money. To attack here with a hammer. If it becomes known to the public, the Ares Guild will lose face. What should I do? Should I request support from the headquarters? No, I can't. The more serious the problem at the Korean branch becomes, the more my abilities will be questioned. While Gu Chun-won was still in confusion, Jang Won kicked open the door and burst in, laughing heartily. The branch manager had a bewildered expression, but Jang Won greeted him first. "Long time no see, how have you been?" As soon as he saw Jang Won, his face turned pale. Jang Won raised his hammer high and said, "Let's hit you first, then talk, kid." He fell backward, hitting his back against a bookshelf. "It hasn't been long since we talked about compensation and you're sending me a gift. Do you not want to live?" "That's," the branch manager stammered. Even Pandemonium was no match for Kim Jang Won. Not knowing what to do, he immediately got to the point and asked, "Compensation, what do you want to be compensated for?" Jang Won scoffed and said, "You're quick to react. Prepare the compensation. Would about 20 billion won be enough?" The branch manager gnashed his teeth and cursed Jang Won as a madman, but still stammered with his words, "I will try to prepare it." Not stopping there, Jang Won placed the hammer on his head. "I don't know how many more guys you'll send after me, but every time you do, prepare the compensation along with them. Now quickly call an ambulance and take care of your subordinates." After finishing his words, he wiggled his butt and turned back. The remaining branch manager, filled with rage, became even more furious. "Kim Jang-won, I will definitely kill you. If even Pandemonium can't handle him, I need to think of another method. He must disappear. I can't get support from the headquarters, but there's a way. I need to go to China and bring Ron, who is among the top 500 S ranks." Immediately, all information about the hammer rampage was released. 150 Ares Guild hunters were hospitalized after being hit by the hammer. Keyboard warriors debated incessantly, easily guessing who was responsible. On the other hand, Jang Won was lying down reading news about himself. Hansel Hoon transferred a dungeon to Kim Jang Won. Why did this happen? He must have had a weakness exploited. Sihu approached his brother and asked, "Do you know that 47 ambulances came to the Ares building? Even if I don't say anything, you've already seen the news, right? If Ares sues you, you'll go straight to jail. Are you okay?" Jang Won sighed, not seeming to care much. "Sue, my life was threatened, and it was just self-defense. Besides, I hit them with a toy. What's so serious about that?" Sihu felt helpless. "Well, almost no one can do what you do, brother." Suddenly, Jang Won realized he was late for class and his face hardened. "If you're late, you don't get tuition fees. Don't you remember the beginner's lecture requested from Japan a while ago? You didn't do it because it was too troublesome. The tuition fee was 50 million won. Of course, if he received appropriate compensation, he would be motivated to do anything." Climber notification: a new climber has begun climbing the 9th floor. Remaining time 4 hours 12 minutes 30.2 seconds. You are invited. Remaining time 1 hour. He was busy carrying monsters in his hands, and now he had to pay attention to this notification. Another climber had appeared. To make matters worse, the young man was in a tutoring session. The students were busy filming, and the assistant had to urge them to concentrate. "It's nothing special. I'll show you how to catch monsters with your bare hands. Let's go." 1 hour later, Jang Won was summoned again. "Has another climber already arrived?" "I caught the heavenly demon, but my information authority still hasn't increased. Is this a pressure tactic?" Abai explained. "That's your information authority hasn't increased, but it has accumulated. This time I'll give you climber information in advance." This climber didn't come alone, but with many comrades. "Similar to the Grava's monsters I first saw, they're different from those guys. Low-level climbers like the Red Demon brought Grava's monsters. The system summoned monsters to help low-level climbers destroy the world, so the monsters that appear with low-level climbers cannot be called comrades." Jang Won added, asking, "Then is this climber high-level or mid-level?" "Everyone makes mistakes. You and I are no different. What's important is that a mistake is only acceptable if you try to fix it. So when you report to me, use the word mistake. But if you report a mistake that wasn't properly handled or fixed, I will call that failure. I apologize." "No, there's no need to apologize. The failure is that individual. And we, the Ares Guild, have no use for failures. Do you understand me? Are you telling me to take care of them all?" "Yes, make sure you deal with them cleanly. At the same time, reclaim all the Red Demon dungeons that were transferred to me and erase that failure." Hoku has now arrived in front of the Fedo Guild. They said they wanted to see the face of the person making the request directly, and so they demanded I come to this palace. What should I do? I personally eliminated many of them. They were originally enemies of the Ares Guild, and now I have to ask them for a favor. It's a dangerous act, but if I can eliminate Kim Jang Won, I'm willing to pay any price. Hoku decided to go inside. As soon as he entered, someone greeted him, and he became elated. "Kim Jang Won, you're finished now." All the guards at the gate wore horn masks, a characteristic of the Fedo Guild. Sokwu stood there, thinking, "This place, the guild master of this mysterious guild, is called Yang of Fedo." As Parian entered, he was shocked. "A child, this young girl is the Fedo Guild master." "Greetings, young lady. I am Hoku, the Korean branch manager of the Ares Guild. I heard you came to ask the Fedo Guild to eliminate someone." "Ah yes, that's right. What is that person's name?" Sokwu suddenly stiffened and said nothing. Suddenly, I'm reluctant to speak. "Ah no, I can't turn back now anyway, there's no turning back." Sokwu eventually bowed his head and said loudly, "Perhaps you don't know, young lady. Hunter Kim Jang Won is the one who defeated monstrous strength during the Gravas incident in Germany. If you eliminate him for us, I will transfer 20 of the Korean branch's dungeons and 80 billion won to the Fedo Guild." Parian sighed and stood up. "So that's it. If you say so, you want me to eliminate Kim Jang Won. In other words, you want me to kill my master. This foolish fellow has touched fire again." Parian angrily threw a punch on the spot. Sokwu still stared blankly, unable to comprehend the situation. "What on earth is going on? I came here to ask them to kill Kim Jang Won. But why is the guildmaster reacting like this?" "Wait, did she just say master?" Sokwu shouted. "Wait a minute, I have a question. I understand if the Fedo Guild refuses this request, but did you just say that Hunter Kim Jang Won is your master?" "Yes, that's right. May I ask where you and your master met?" "We met inside the tower." Sokwu grasped the problem and began to calculate. "I see, so she's mistaken Kim Jang Won for her master. If so, there's a way to survive," he asked further. Then are you Korean, young lady? No, if not, then Kim Jang-won might not be the master you are looking for. Ho ho, why do you think so? Perhaps you already know, young lady. But there are a total of 158 towers on Earth. These 158 towers are each managed by different regions. The tower built in Korea only summons Koreans, and the 15 towers built in the United States are divided by state. Therefore, if you are Chinese, there's no way you could have met Hunter Kim Jang-won, who was trapped in the Korean tower. Is that what you're trying to say? Sok-woo nodded innocently again and again, and with a thump a fist landed. The branch manager took a second hit. Who told you to faint? I held back to see what kind of trash you were trying to harm my master, but to hear such words in the end. Are you saying I'm mistaken about my master? Sok-woo trembled. Parian grabbed his neck and added, that's right, you're correct. Each tower is managed by a different region. I understand your doubts, but unfortunately I cleared the guide tower in Korea. I was truly resentful back then. Following my foster father's words, I went to Korea and was dragged into the tower, but luckily, I met my master. Sok-woo was still stubborn. But there's no guarantee that your master is Kim Jang-won, is there? Parian's anger intensified, and she became even more furious. You deny my master to the very end, but you seem to know one thing but not the other. To deny my master is to deny me. Every aspect of me now follows my master's will. My attire, my long hair down to my back, the mark on my back, and even my name, Parian. You dare to completely deny me. You truly are like a worm. Don't even dream of a peaceful death. You tried to kill my master, and now you deny my master and me while trying to save yourself. I will personally show you how grave your sin is. Meanwhile, in Abby's room. How about this TV? Isn't it more enjoyable than sitting blankly at the desk? Abi seemed quite excited. At first it was just fascinating, but the more she used it, the more she liked it. You can watch any movie you want by pressing a button. Now Abby's attitude changed to pleading with Jang-won. Guardian Nim, can't I have that like a game? A game, I've seen TV before, but I want to try a game once, can't I? Perhaps you can't create such things. There's only the system and the Guardian next to me. I can't create anything else. I don't have that authority. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he pressed a button with a thump and immediately created a PC and a game set. Abi cried with joy and hugged him. Thank you so much, I can finally do what I want. Suddenly, the young man felt something was wrong. Wait a minute, I'm not even married yet, so why do I feel like I have a daughter? There's something I need to tell you. I might be mistaken, but it's truly an unexplainable matter, so I must tell you. Whatever he heard, Jang-won returned home with a blank expression, answering no one's questions. He recalled Abby's words, climbers can also exist on the 9th floor where guardians live, but it was still just a guess, not a certainty, before the new guardian left the tower. Gravas appeared 3 times. Originally, when a boss died, it would disappear with it, but 2 of the 3 rifts didn't disappear. I can't be certain, but there's reason to be wary. As planned, 3 days later, Jang-won was scheduled to go to Germany again, and his siblings also begged to come along, using the excuse that they wanted to sightsee. Speaking of the ruins of Germany, Seon optimistically believed that if there were mages who could use magic circles, the city could recover quickly, and construction that would take 10 years could be done in 1. But the problem was the number of dead and injured. Jang-won wondered, then even if monsters appear and a Gravas incident occurs, no city is completely devastated. If there are mages, there's no need to worry. Then why is everyone going to Germany to play? There are many beautiful places, but the day after you receive your award in Germany is the day the auction is held. Jang didn't understand. What kind of ridiculous event is this? Seon said he would explain everything later. In short, the auction hosted by the International Association would be held in Germany this time. And even if LPIC was destroyed, the schedule wouldn't change. Then everyone is going to that auction house. Surely you're not saying they want to teleport there instantly, without needing to fly to participate in the auction, are you? Seeing his siblings clear their throats, he seemed to have hit a nerve. But the young man was quite relaxed. If you want to do that, it's fine. Sok-woo was very happy. Oh really? The International Hunter Association only uses carefully selected items, so if you go, big brother, there will be interesting items. Jang-won began to think about the Hunter Association. In his view, the association judged that the presence of Gravas depended on its rank. If Abby's doubt was correct, there were currently 2 climbers on the 9th floor, and if he checked them one by one since they weren't allowed to ascend through Information Authority, he would be able to find out the truth. However, doing so would be a bit troublesome. Furthermore, Jang-won had something to do. He had to become stronger than anyone else. After battles, it was clear that he had become stronger than before, but they were all mid-level climbers. What if a high-level climber appeared? Thorough preparation was definitely needed. 3 days passed surprisingly quickly, and the auction began with the sound of a gavel. The group arrived at the German International Hunter Association. Hong-gu's assistant was burning the dungeon ownership and management transfer documents. Seon Ji-yu had gone to meet the Fedo Guildmaster. It had been an hour since he received a call from the Fedo Guild, and he still hadn't returned. Something had definitely happened. It seems he was captured by the Fedo Guild. I need to escape quickly too. All the evidence has been destroyed, so I just need to gather money and run. Anyway, even if headquarters imposes a fine, it will only be on Seon Ji-yu, and since I'm just his assistant, they won't deal with me. Just as he was about to push open the door and leave, a sword flew from behind and lightly cut his hand. Oh, my apologies. I originally intended to finish it in one blow, but I cut your hand by mistake. Are you a knight? Oh, you know, as a manager, you should know about us. The Hunter Assassins directly under the headquarters Knight Corps. Before they were disbanded, the Knight Corps were extremely powerful individuals who were in the top 40 of the Hunter rankings. The manager was sure he couldn't escape. Why did the Knight Corps come here? Why do you ask that? You know best. He was cut twice more. And without time to scream or beg, he disappeared forever. A traitor to the Ares Guild naturally had to die. After the cleanup, another person opened the door and entered. They wouldn't waste their time on such trivial matters. Seon Ji-yu has been dealt with. Is it over? That fellow was caught by the Fedo Guild. Should we wait until he's released? I don't think we need to wait. An explosion occurred in the Fedo Guild's palace shortly after he entered. It was a terrifying magical force. Then that fellow is dead? Highly likely. If he's not dead, we'll have to deal with him. Shall we go catch the one who received the dungeon transfer rights from him? No, team number 10 will handle it. Not us. What, 4 people to deal with one? Is it that guy? The one who just solved that calamity? Right, that makes sense. The red-haired knight almost innocently and optimistically revealed his name. No matter how strong that guy is, with the artifacts the guildmaster gave us, we can handle him. Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was covered. Speak carefully, number 8. Don't you know our names are secret? You're too sensitive. Anyway, we don't have anything to do anymore, do we? It seemed the hunt had begun. Many people arrived early for the auction. Hoku, still in his legendary tracksuit, hesitated, wondering when Jang-won would ever change his clothes. The young man even innocently said, "Why does everyone else say the same thing? You have to mock me." Sihu hesitated. "It's fine if it's a private space, but isn't it a bit strange to wear this in public? What? You wear a tracksuit everywhere and you think you look cool and young. Everything is covered, so what's the problem?" His brother no longer had the energy to speak. "Sai, just leave him be. Everyone's probably used to that look by now." Even when he went up to receive an award in this attire, there were no articles about his clothing. It was surprising that there were no S-grade items in this auction. It's not easy to come across such items anyway. Jang-won was surprised to hear the word S. He had the S-grade crystal of monstrous strength hidden in his pants pocket. This time he had obtained an information window about monstrous strength. Monstrous strength S-grade crystal. No skills. Insufficient information authority. Monstrous strength was born in the form of a small monster. She received no help whatsoever. She lived by devouring monsters in underground dungeons. Ultimately, she hunted all the monsters and absorbed their essence. Jang-won was quite curious about the skills section. Absolutely no skills. The young man was annoyed. When will I be able to see this entire information window? There are too few weapons I can use. And the attribute section also says insufficient information authority. Jang-won opened another section. Meanwhile, the auction was still bustling. 1 billion won. This bidder offered 1 billion won. Any higher bids? Yatagarasu's jade is sold to bidder number 32. Jang-won sat without any excitement or anticipation. I thought it would be fun. Is it okay if I explain the item description however I want? The auction continued. This auction item was Aslan's Great Spear. Starting bid 3 billion won. Aslan's Great Spear, S-grade, no sub-skills, extreme speed, shadow shift. Insufficient information authority. This is a perfect replica of Aslan's spear, who built an empire with a single spear. Although it's a replica, its abilities are insufficient information authority. Aslan, who focused solely on the spear his entire life, insufficient information authority, and the techniques he primarily used were insufficient information authority, having learned insufficient information authority that matched the empire's philosophy. This is really annoying. Insufficient information authority again, so it can't be properly explained. Feeling too frustrated, the young man decided to step out for a while. Call me when the auction is over. Night had already fallen. As soon as he stepped outside, police officers searching with flashlights were suddenly sniped and all fell down. Jang recognized the unusual situation and managed to avoid their surprise attack. What's happening again? A hooded group scoffed and asked, Are you Kim Jang-won? From now on the 4 of us knights will kill you. We are all ranked in the top 30 of the World Hunter Rankings S-class. Appearing suddenly and boasting again, Jang was utterly fed up. He slammed a brick into their faces. Why is it always the same? Just fight if you're going to fight. Stop babbling. It'll be less annoying if I just kick you noisy ones away. The young man smiled wickedly, and they were startled and terrified. This situation was truly like life's a joke. Meanwhile, the assistant reported to the head of the Ares Guild. So is Ho's Seon Ji-yu not dead yet? According to report 5, that's correct. Tell 5, if he makes another mistake, don't come back here. So what happened to that guy? An ambush is underway now, so he's probably fighting, but will he really be okay? The opponent is a hunter who cleanly dealt with calamities twice. Are you doubting the capabilities of the Knight Corps? The Knight Corps dispatched to deal with Kim Jang-won are numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10. Then it's fine. I don't expect those 4 to be able to deal with Kim Jang-won anyway. What I'm doing is just an experiment, to see if that guy can withstand my artifacts. As expected, with just a few light attacks, Jang-won knocked down all 4 knights. Meanwhile, this masked figure emitting a purple aura was observing the situation. How's the situation? Currently 2 climbers have been stopped. Who are the climbers who ascended to the 9th floor? They are the heavenly demon and monstrous strength of the night parade of 100 demons. Ho ho, you can consider those two as mere pawns of the climbers. Don't worry about them. Who's the next climber? It seems they haven't been decided yet. Really, an unexpected interference has appeared. How interesting. I look forward to the next incident. After what happened last night, Jang Won returned with a large bundle. When Sihu asked what it was, he replied, "It was loot. You're still naive. Yesterday's auction." After the auction ended, when we went outside, I saw you standing in the middle of a pile of corpses. It was truly chilling. You know what, brother? Luckily the CCTV recorded everything that happened before that. Do you know the identities of those strangers? What would I know? I was interrogating them myself. Who would have thought someone would bite their tongue and commit suicide? Besides, how did the CCTV record that? There must have been some kind of perception-altering magic. But after they bit their tongues and died, why did you smash their heads, brother? Jang Won stammered slightly, trying to hide the truth. I was in the middle of a fight. How was I supposed to control my strength? Sihu looked at him calmly and directly. From my perspective, it seems you intentionally killed them, didn't you? Jang Won was actually surprised by the connection between the items and those people. So I had to do a little experiment. It's common to break things during experiments. Anyway, the origin of those strangers would be unknowable. Even with their faces or perception-altering magic, we wouldn't find anything special. They must have deleted all records before becoming murder hunters. After finishing his questions, Sihu said he would go buy souvenirs before returning to Korea, though he didn't know who they were for as soon as his younger brother left. Jang opened the bundle again. Skill. Information Authority activated. Asa Hang's Belgrade S-grade. No additional skills. Hyper-acceleration. Acceleration. Due to Information Authority, the truth was revealed. Faker F-173. S-grade. Hyper-acceleration. Acceleration. No Information Authority. Copy. No Information Authority. New window. F-119, F-151, F-12, F-199. All the artifacts of the strangers had such names. Burr meant fake swindler. It was even ambiguous to call them maze artifacts. Moreover, their names and descriptions were strange. Could they be artificial artifacts? Jang Won carefully examined them. Could that be possible? No production information or related data was visible. Something seemed off. He recalled what had happened last night. Last night, the strangers were much stronger than any hunters I had met. They knew where I was and prepared their attack in advance. If so, there were only two possibilities. First, they were affiliated with the Ares Guild, or second, they were mercenaries. But since he had no other enemies apart from the Ares Guild, there was no need to wonder who the culprits were. But if that's the case, what on earth is this? In the end, digging too deep was pointless. The origin of these artifacts isn't important. What's important is who sent them. Could that Ono guy still be out of his mind after taking a hit from my hammer? This time I won't just let it slide. He went back to the office, causing a ruckus, looking for that damn Ono. The staff informed him that the branch manager was not currently in. Then they were all beaten within an inch of their lives. Jang Won was even more surprised. Who wouldn't know that? You can tell just by looking at his office. Where is he now? As Jang Won raised his fist, they stammered again, reluctant to speak. I'll tell you, the branch manager has been absent for 4 days without disclosing his destination. We don't know his exact whereabouts. The branch manager went to meet the Fedo Guild in Beijing, China. Jang Won sneered, slightly surprised. Damn it, that night at Sihu's house. Sihu, do you know anything about the Fedo Guild? Why do you ask? Well, the Fedo Guild has occupied almost all dungeons in China. Jang Won was startled to hear that. What? I heard they only owned about 50 last time, but it seems they've occupied everything lately. Is it that simple? Of course not. You might think they unilaterally occupied them, but there were originally many differences. In China, strength alone isn't enough. Jang Won sighed. In the end, everything was seized. It's clearly a case of the strong preying on the weak. Actually, Chinese law wasn't originally like that. At first, all dungeons in China were state-owned. Dungeon transfer procedures were also much more complicated. Why did it change now? It was probably 3 or 4 years ago. It suddenly changed like that. Rumor has it that the owner of the Fedo Guild is behind the law revision. It fits perfectly. Immediately after the law revision, the Fedo Guild appeared and expanded its influence. The owner of the Fedo Guild was a prominent figure in China even before that. But it was truly unbelievable. Jang Won paused for a few seconds. My disciple and I haven't talked outside before. He recalled his conversation with that child. How dare you talk back after finding out who I am? Shut up from today. You are my disciple, so show some respect. What is this? You need to climb quickly with your comrades to survive. Quiet, master, save me. No, oh, who dares do this to my disciple? You are my proud and precious disciple. I will never let you die. Now go, I've taught you everything I can. I haven't learned anything from you yet, master. You no longer need my teachings. You're no longer timid like before. You won't force unwanted things on anyone, and you won't let anyone order you around, right? The moment they were preparing to part, the female disciple Parian sobbed, Now go, and don't forget what I told you when you go outside. Nothing can be above you. Only one person can be above you, and that's me. Everyone else must be beneath you. Thinking back now, I really said some absurd things back then. Who would say such things to a child? At the time I thought they were really cool and praiseworthy words, but now I see I was just frustrated and spouting nonsense. That's why I can't even remember everything I said now. Seeing his brother's face stiffen, Sihu guessed what he was thinking again. Jang Won asked again, startled, Is there anything else besides that? No, it's not that. There are rumors of it being a special guild like a kingdom. Beyond that I don't know either. I don't have the luxury of time to look into overseas guild situations. After finishing his words, Jang Won stood up again and said he would go to China. Specifically, the place he wanted to go was Beijing. In the Fedo Guild Palace in Beijing, China, Parian couldn't sleep even in her comfortable bed. 4 years had passed, but the memory was still vivid. Climbing the tower was a turning point for me. For the first time I learned that there were things that couldn't be bought with money. I realized I was miserably weak. In my most desperate moment, I met my master. Following my father's political upbringing, I lived like an emotionless puppet since childhood. To me, emotions were things that could be bought with money. Unlike my despicable father who didn't even consider me his daughter, my master taught me how to stand on my own in this world. My master is the one who saved my life. Now in China there is no force that can stop the Fedo Guild. I'll soon be able to bring my master here. It won't be long, master. Please wait a little longer. In a hotel in Beijing, China, information was delivered to 2 knights. HSE's assistant has been dealt with. Numbers 4, 7, 9 and 10 failed. Numbers 8 and 5 have taken over the mission. What is this? You're telling us to stop the guy who stabbed 4 knights to death? You must be kidding. Who says so? Don't cause trouble. Trouble? How can you be so calm? I'm a bit shocked too, but there's a way. The Knight Corps must prioritize the mission. If we kill him, we can remain in Beijing. Number 8 was very excited to hear that. This is a good method. But why were we told to stop Kim Jang? Meanwhile, the head of the Aries Guild was still racking his brain, analyzing the situation. He's too strong and has no weaknesses. It's truly strange. Initially we only needed to send numbers 1 to 3. The Aries Knight Corps has a total of 10 members numbered in order of strength. However, the lowest numbered members aren't necessarily weak. Each possesses enchanted artifacts, making combat variables unpredictable. Yet he killed 4 knights alone. Numbers 8 and 5 were discussing not to move when the ground suddenly shook. Number 8 was thrown hard against the wall. You're the ones who dealt with Jomi, aren't you? Who are you? Why are you? Don't blame me. Since you dealt with Jomi, whom the master himself intended to kill, I have no choice but to send you off. The next day, in the Orang Guild's second basement training room, Relzone was pleading. If you don't want to go, you don't have to, brother. I want to, but everyone has a past they don't want to talk about, don't they? After my parents died when I was 10, I focused on making a living, and dreams were a pipe dream. But then the tower appeared. It doesn't matter if I couldn't leave the tower while playing this game. But my disciple is dominating all of China. Every time I reread it, it's shocking news. Let's not think about it anymore. I just need to catch Harang Jiyu and run. Yes, that's what I'll do. Why is Sihu worried? But brother, last time when it was an emergency in Europe, crossing borders with a magic circle was allowed. But isn't this illegal overseas stay? I'm not going sightseeing. I just need to catch Harang Jiyu and come back. No, that's not the problem. What kind of trouble are you going to cause this time? Before his sister could even finish speaking, the young man stepped into the magic circle. Xian felt uneasy. Jang Won resolves everything too well now, but I don't think it will work this time. Anya was screaming, finding it too difficult. Suddenly, Jang Won had to go to the Fedo Guild, so she had to work through the night. Jang Won arrived in an instant, and just by looking at the place one could tell how magnificent it was, in front of the Fedo Guild Palace on the outskirts of Beijing. After reading the inscription on the castle, "Only heaven is above me," Jang Won realized his disciple had completely lost her mind. This was exactly what he had said. Nothing can be above you, only one person can be above you, and that's me. Everyone else must be beneath you. While he was still dumbfounded and speechless, soldiers blocked him. Where are you going? State your identity. It was an emergency, so he couldn't stay like this. The young man charged straight ahead, but was stopped again. He leapt into the castle in one go. First, I'll destroy all these damn things, and then I'll deal with Ano. As soon as he leapt into the castle, an emergency bell rang, and an order was given to summon the soldiers. Jang Won thought these people were a little different, but this was clearly his style. After dodging their attacks, he was surprised to find that even their combat techniques were his own. However, the techniques they used were a bit clumsy. From their movements to their martial arts, everything was Jang Won's. Could his disciple have taught them this way? Jang Won showcased some basic movements with a joyful expression. No, that's not how you use it. You use it like this. With a single explosive sound, all the soldiers were sent flying. The young man thought that if he controlled his strength to this extent, not so many hunters would die. Just then, a familiar voice was heard. Master. He turned around and saw those eyes. Instinctively, he saw the martial arts techniques, posture, and above all, the arrogant gaze looking at him. Master, is it really you? It's been a long time, disciple. Jang Won decided to take the artifact to Abby's room. I'm not sure, but this doesn't seem to be an artifact. Artifacts are made on different floors, aren't they? The system uses elements like legend or victory to grade them, adds additional skills, and then puts them into the maze, making them artifacts. Yunwu Jang Won added, asking, so if I take an item and throw it to another floor, will anything change on that floor? It's difficult to explain in detail, because all items taken will be destroyed. To become a climber and ascend the tower, you must destroy all items you brought before that. He took out a glowing ring. Then what is this? I thought it was a fake when I saw it. It could have been created by a climber. Jang Won was startled. Could Aries and the climbers be related? Abai had previously informed him that 2 climbers existed. With this, perhaps I can find clues about the climbers while looking for the Aries Guild. After looking around the room, the young man, annoyed by Abby's extremely messy appearance, changed the subject. Everything from food to books and game consoles was scattered haphazardly. The young man imagined and pressed a button, and everything returned to its place. Before she could even thank him, she turned around and the game console was gone. "I'm confiscating it until I return," Abai screamed and threw a fit. "What, HMPH? No, I'll be good. I'll clean the house, throw away the ice cream wrappers and clean up everything I've eaten. Please give it back." Jang Won was very pleased with the fact that he was so authoritative. In the Fedo Guild in China, someone secretly infiltrated through the roof. Came here with the purpose of rescuing 2 knights from prison and eliminating Ano. Before he could do anything, Parian appeared from behind. "Found the rat. Are you also affiliated with the Aries Guild?" The man, completely unaware of Parian's presence, was startled. She was intensely furious. "It doesn't matter whether you're affiliated or not right now, just endure it. I need to vent my anger." The huge explosion that echoed in the middle of the night suggested what the man's end was like. Jang Won couldn't rest and had a throbbing headache. He didn't know the children could send him distress messages. It was truly too difficult to soothe these children. As soon as he opened his eyes, 2 people were standing in front of him. "What's wrong?" As soon as they saw Jang Won, they were overjoyed and said, "Oh, you're finally back?" Jang Won suddenly looked at his watch and remembered that Sihu had left early today for a shoot. Another team member scoffed and said, "No need to worry about them. No one was here when we arrived." Jang Won was momentarily puzzled, but then declared, "Why are you here?" "Well, it doesn't matter if I know or don't know. Anyway, I'll just kill everyone who comes." All 3 broke through the window, went outside and confronted him. S-Rank 8, Solbing charged first, and another person helped him attack Jang Won. As they swung their swords, Jang Won lightly grabbed a sword. "Haha, I'll give it back." He raised the sword high, intending to throw it again. But in the blink of an eye, the sword was gone. One person appeared from behind, taking that opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Jang Won activated skill, Information Authority, Sonic Speed, SST grade, Additional Agility skill, Return. If it falls into someone else's hands, it immediately returns to its owner. Due to Information Authority, the truth was revealed. VRF 137, SST grade. Now he understood why the sword had disappeared from his hands. Countless papers scattered in the sky and instantly transformed into spheres. The one flying down holding a book was the leader of the mage hunters. He was the strongest mage. As Jang Won continued to scoff, the mage hunter became quite annoyed. "Are you still laughing?" "Why wouldn't I be? Indeed, you are utterly arrogant." Jang Won dodged, surprised that this guy was much faster than the previous ones, but they would still be slower than him. As Jang Won pushed him away, he was attacked again. The surroundings were filled with blurry dust. Number 8, Solbing, seized the opportunity to ambush him from behind. They helped each other to provoke Jang Won to madness. Jang Won felt that these techniques were not yet being used proficiently. When the 2 turned their heads to look around, Jang Won appeared behind them, saying, "Peekaboo." Surprised? "This is what's called Yi Hung Wan Wi." The young man delivered a finishing blow to them. Yi Hung Wan Wi is a technique for instantly moving to a different location, but the recent attack was unsuccessful. The mage hunter gasped and scoffed. "Do you think I came without any preparation? Ridiculous. Let's see how formidable you truly are." In fact, Jang Won was also slightly exhausted. Because he had used too much magic too quickly, his meridians were chaotic. They attacked Jang Won simultaneously again. One of them blasted a magic window, obstructing Jang Won's movements, while the other restrained him, preventing him from approaching the other. They truly deserved to die. At this point, he needed to buy some time. The Yi Hung Wan Wi skill would only be usable again after a short while. With time seemingly stopped, the mage hunter was bewildered. "What on earth is that guy doing? Is it a trap? Surely not. All right, if you don't dodge, I'll pierce you directly." An explosion erupted and the other person thought everything was over. But life was not like a dream. Jang Won suddenly reappeared. "Oh, perfect. Shall I tell you an interesting story? Do you want to hear it? My endurance rank is SC." The young man simply blew him away. The powerful hand relentlessly drove into the mage hunter's face. "Have you ever had a thrilling experience, or haven't you had the chance yet? Now I'll let you taste it." The fight didn't last long, but its aftermath was immense. Sihun, who had just returned, was traumatized by the sight of his home in ruins. He had lost his home in a single night. Jang Won innocently patted his shoulder, comforting him. "It's not Big Brother's fault." "Who said it was Big Brother's fault? It's just that I don't know when I'll be able to clean all this up." Just then his younger sister Ron came in, laughing loudly. "The house looks like a dump." Sihun sighed helplessly. "Hey, did you come here to mock me? At least this incident was handled well, right? I heard the government and the Hunter Association will compensate us. And there were no deaths or injuries, were there?" "Yeah, that's right. But look at this." His sister was very excited, saying that the apartment on the first floor of the tower had reached number 1 on the real-time search rankings. People's reactions also seemed not bad. The core problem now was that Jang Won, wanting to avoid reporters, had given them Sihun's phone number, even dumping all their questions on Sihun. Thanks to that, Sihun's phone was in chaos with 192 missed calls and 423 messages. Sihun couldn't help but burst into tears. "It hasn't even been a month since I changed my phone number." Only Jang Won still had boundless energy. "Hey, don't worry too much. Big Brother, where's your conscience?" He seemed to be thinking of using the magic circle again. Jang Won threw an item to Sihun, telling him to catch it. Si-hoon and Son went to Guyi and returned. Si-hoon realized this was an astounding ET-grade artifact and was very surprised, suddenly feeling a surge of power. Big brother, leave everything to me. Indeed, matter determined consciousness. Jang Won went to find the magic circle. He recalled how the one who had tried to assassinate him had finally told the truth after numerous pleas. First, the person who ordered his death was Emton Bran, the owner of Ares. Second, he had a secret mark in his basement. Now Jang Won had secured all the evidence. The young man turned to Anya and asked, "Are you all right?" "Ah yes." "Then let's start right away." In front of the Ares Guild headquarters, the young man threw his phone to Anya, telling her to catch it. Anya was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. That was given by Se-yeon. "Keep it safe." Suddenly, Anya, who had been full of fatigue, regained her vitality and was fully activated. In the blink of an eye, the young man arrived. But this place was dark and gloomy. "Where am I? Did Anya betray me?" Just then, Emton Bran appeared. "So you finally arrived. Nice to meet you, Emton Bran." "Oh, you know me, as expected. The news is useful," he replied. "Of course I do. You sent people to assassinate me multiple times, so what are you going to do? They all failed, didn't they? The Night Corps were just bait. The important thing is that I figured you out, for example, that you are the guardian of the 9th floor." Jang Won looked him straight in the face but couldn't confirm his information authority. Could he be a climber? "I thought something was strange, but for the owner of the Ares Guild to be a climber," Jang Won said loudly. "In that case, it's fortunate. I can take care of all the troublesome matters at once." Indeed, it was the kind of statement one would expect from someone who could stop 2 climbers. "Do you know why I changed the transfer location and brought you here?" "Why? You're overly confident, just like those 2 guys, aren't you?" "You're wrong. It's because there's a trap here." Jang Won thought, "This madman is too kind. He's directly telling me there's a trap." He threw a punch, but it hit a barrier. This was different from low-level magic. Then Jang Won was also thrown outside. His face looked blankly upwards. Countless weapons floated in the air. Emton Bran scoffed and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am one who always pursues logic and the core. To the powerless I am a true existence, and to the powerful I am no different from a demon. To the powerless I grant power they could never obtain. Others call me the Destroyer, but I am also known as the Duplicator, the Faker." He pushed the weapons towards Jang Won, who barely managed to dodge. Since he couldn't approach such things, he had no choice but to use Yi Hung Won Wi. If he had such a barrier, excessive attacks would only drain his stamina. Therefore Jang Won decided to go all out from the start. He activated his power and used Asura Flame Strike. It took a little time, but this was the moment. He charged forward, challenging him. "Endure it if you can." Activating Hegemon's monstrous god kick, Jang Won attacked once more, and his face was still blank. Is he just going to keep kicking with his slipper? But while he was excited, Emton Bran blocked him. Quite impressive, to unleash this much magic in just a few seconds. He resolutely pushed Jang Won back, and Jang Won couldn't summon magic. Emton Bran declared, "It's useless. Your magic is frozen. I've been observing you for a long time. I've always been looking for the guardian of this floor. From observing your battle with the Night Corps, I learned that most of your techniques require mana." Jang Won replied, exhausted. "You talk too much." Emton Bran continued to speak arrogantly. "Don't you know what situation you're in? You won't be able to use any techniques now." Jang Won replied excitedly, "Neither can you, can you?" "That's right. I can't use mana either, but I can utilize my artifacts." Jang Won tried to test it, but realized he couldn't even use transformation magic like Skana. But then he attacked his body, injuring Jang Won. "Don't try to resist me. You're overestimating your endurance too much. All my items are S grade or higher." At this moment, Jang Won was extremely flustered. "What should I do? There seems to be no escape route." He was convinced there must be a device somewhere that froze mana and tried to find it. He finally discovered that there was a barrier, but it wasn't so powerful that he couldn't overcome it, so it wasn't important. Jang Won made a firm decision and charged forward. An intense light pushed him back. Only his slipper was the one thing that allowed him to maintain his balance. At ultra-high speed, Jang Won charged again. This morning he had read many interesting things from Flash Warrior Volume 51. He decided to test it. He couldn't use mana, but he could still use his techniques. The young man activated Thunder Lightning God Kick. He did it, the barrier collapsed. The next time Emton Bran tried to stop him, Jang Won kept spinning and snatched his weapon. Emton Bran couldn't help but admire him. "Even though I witnessed it before, I can't help but be surprised. You broke through my barrier without using mana. I never thought you'd reach this level, so I will show you some respect and demonstrate my techniques. This is the Holy Sword of Hero Askurin. Do you know what's interesting about this sword? It can borrow techniques from other weapons. There's a legend that this hero always fought alongside his comrades. If you use this sword, you can do this. Acceleration. Hyper-acceleration skills activated. Second acceleration, double acceleration, apex. Double apex, spiral, single strike. Single apex, double attack, extreme power amplification. Explosion, flame. Extreme explosion, highest flame. Toxic double combo. Silver blade, yin blade, mysterious blade. The moment he began to act, Jang Won could see the movements but couldn't dodge. This damn thing froze mana. Jang Won blocked the powerful attack. Emton Bran continued to raise his weapons high. Ice attribute Aragon Mace, Fire attribute Eclipse Divine Spear, Poison attribute Poisonous Spider Dagger. Jang Won unfortunately vomited blood. Now for the finishing blow. This is the only weapon I haven't yet created. But I possess the original Gigantomachia, the colossal sword. Farewell, Kim Jang Won. The moment the sword's tip was about to pierce him, a dazzling light erupted. After the light faded, Jang Won's figure, covered in ash and having shed his coat, appeared before them. Ho ho, you're still alive, as expected. Your endurance surpasses my predictions, Jang Won said. Let me ask you one thing. Empton Brand seemed contemptuous. You're like a lamb on the verge of death, so I'll listen to your last words. Why are you trying to kill me? Because killing you is the easiest way to destroy this floor. Why do you keep climbing the tower? The reason we climb the tower is to sit on the throne. The throne is that reason not enough? Let's end this now. Jang Won thought of the S-grade artifact. The fatal attack just now wasn't merely a scratch. Haha. The power of this damn thing. What are you laughing at? Are you struggling because you're about to die? Ah yes, let's end this now. Even in this critical situation, Jang Won still mocked him. And what, my butt? Do you know why I stalled for time? You've enjoyed the advantage of using your items, so now it's my turn to use my authority. At this, Empton Brand's face looked like he'd eaten something sour. My word, that's mana, but the mana freeze hasn't disappeared. No, that's not Kim Jang Won's mana. Jang Won burst out laughing. Hey, thanks for the information and thanks for showing me how you fight. Well then, see you next time, you damn bastard. With a loud explosion, flames erupted. All that remained were endless curses. Damn it, you bastard. Jang Won returned to Abby's room in the blink of an eye. His entire body was racked with extreme pain. He pressed an operation button, making it impossible for him to find his coordinates. Empton Brand seemed to be raging mad. I can't find his coordinates. I need to find him before he recovers. Suddenly, Empton Brand discovered a mana trail floating in the air. The transfer ability connected coordinates with other coordinates and bypassed space. The mana trail was used for that. He guessed that the mana trail should have disappeared when the transfer process ended. If it was still present, it meant Jang Won had escaped to another space. After a long period of thought, he prided himself on his intelligence and talent. This isn't something just anyone would notice. Now I can find him. Abai and Jang Won were on the first floor of the guide tower. Jang Won's injuries were treated using mana, but they were still very severe. Abai stood there thinking, it would be great to have a potion or a healing artifact. Unfortunately, I only have a first aid kit. Tower climbers can duplicate artifacts and freeze mana. It's truly the worst situation. The Guardian can only remain here for 20 more minutes. Still filled with worry, he raised his head and declared, it's over. Really? Training? What kind of training? Abai looked even more worried and unnatural. Is he really alright? Is he still going to continue? Wouldn't it be better to use the time to strategize? Jang Won stroked his head and said it would be fine. This time it will definitely be different. Jang Won teleported back to Empton Brand's location. Kim Jang Won, welcome. Jang Won laughed like a fool at his words, and Empton Brand's face was filled with question marks. I'm sorry you've returned so confidently, yet you don't know that a tomb awaits you. It's truly amusing. At this, Empton Brand provoked him to madness. How dare you deceive me? If you want to die that quickly, I'll grant your wish. Only Jang Won knew that he had practiced countless martial arts inside the tower. Most were images he had imagined from novels. What he had cultivated was not martial arts after all, but Tasaji Sul. It was similar to a concept from wuxia novels. They were also called Yu Sul. Ultimately, he couldn't learn that technique, so he stopped training. The reason was that although he had countless masters, there was no one he could ask questions. But over the past 6 hours, he had gained enlightenment within the system room. Jang Won ceaselessly performed everything described in the books, recalling his battles with the heavenly demon and monstrous strength. Their contrasting fighting styles helped him approach the principles of Tasaji Sul. At this moment, Jang Won tested it on the spot. Empton Brand still fell backward, eyes wide and blank. He thought to himself, bewildered, what on earth is happening? That guy hasn't changed at all. His injuries are still there and he has no artifacts, but is this really the same guy that first fought 6 hours ago? I wanted to mock him before killing him, but now I can't. I need to deal with Kim Jang Won right now. Jang Won's face wore an expression that said, come at me, and he extended one hand. Do you think you can block this with one hand, you foolish bastard? The moment his sword's tip touched, Jang Won blocked it with one hand. Jang Won even twisted Empton Brand's arm with one hand. He screamed, and Jang Won found it noisy. Clenching his fist, he used Hegemon's 100 extremity fist. He sent him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Jang Won delivered another divine fist strike, and then another. He continued to attack, thinking Empton Brand had been flattened into the ground, but he regained his posture and stood up again. Damn it. No mana? Is that some kind of ability? Gigantomachia had the ability to drain power from other weapons. Empton began to provoke him. Do you think you can overcome this? Jang Won chuckled excitedly. Seeing that he had too many toys, Empton Brand, feeling he couldn't withstand this power, aimed to finish him in a single strike. Jang Won stood there and blocked the sword's crushing force with just one hand. Then, as if it were nothing, he lifted it with one hand, surprising Empton Brand and sending him tumbling backward. Mana? No, that energy is mine. Jang Won flew at him, thrusting his face close and provoked him. Yes, it's yours. I'll give it back to you. The first technique, Tasaji Sul, was activated. Sky Reincarnation. Empton Brand couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Everything seemed to be reversing. This is truly absurd. Jang Won decided to deliver a finishing blow to completely eliminate Empton Brand. A notification appeared from the system. Hidden tower climber eliminated. Location: New York, USA. Faker Hasu Bun successfully eliminated. Information authority upgraded. Your information authority is now mid-low level. After the fierce battle, Jang Won collected a bag. It was on his body but didn't disappear. Hasubun subspace. Rank SC, no subspace skill. Stored items 015. Designate item to store in subspace. This meant it could hold anything. The sword was sucked inside, and the currently stored item 115 was the Colossal Sword Gigantomachia. Colossal Sword Gigantomachia. Rank ST Power Control Collective Power Skill. Information Authority, Guardian of the Third Floor, a treasure used by the three kings of giants. This sword can destroy mountains and cleave the sky with a single strike. If used by giants, insufficient Information Authority prevents efficient use of its power. Jang Won sighed. This is a bit stingy. Why doesn't it let me put everything inside? Wouldn't that be better? It was time to return, but his clothes were all torn, his phone was gone, and he didn't even know where he was. While he was in a state of confusion, his subordinate suddenly entered and reported, "Your Excellency, time is up." In this morning's meeting, seeing him standing there blankly and even grinning slyly, the man rushed forward and Jang Won mercilessly beat him. "I'm a bit tired right now, so I'll go easy on you. Let's start with you taking off all your clothes and handing me your phone." 3 days later at the Korean Hunter Association headquarters, reporters buzzed with activity. Take pictures, write articles, prepare data. They fiercely asked each other if the rumors were true that Kim Yun-woo would expose the culprit behind the assassination attempt at Hunter Kim Si-hoo's house. No one knew what he would say this time. A moment later, Kim Yun-woo appeared on the podium, and reporters immediately shouted, "Ah, there he is, he's here. Get back to your places." Everyone scrambled to press their camera buttons, eager not to miss a single hot piece of news. Kim Yun-woo looked down at the reporters rushing like predators and said faintly, "I will leave immediately after I've said what I need to say. As far as I know, you are all aware that several intruders broke into Hunter Kim Si-hoo's house and attempted to assassinate me." Kim Yun-woo raised his phone and confidently declared, "I know the person behind all of this." Following this, Kim Yun-woo played a recording file from his phone. A clear voice echoed, "The person who ordered your assassination is Empton Bran." All the reporters were flustered and looked at each other. "Unbelievable, Empton Bran, isn't he the former president of Ares?" Kim Yun-woo smiled, raised his phone and said, "You might think this is a fabricated story, but surveillance camera footage was recorded, and we have plenty of additional evidence." Kim Yun-woo gave a challenging smile, looked directly at the reporters and clearly stated, "I hope Ares provides a prompt explanation for everything. We will listen to what they have to say." 3 days later, reporters gathered in front of Kim Yun-woo's house on Gangdong Street, shouting competitively and asking, "Hunter Kim Yun-woo, there's information that an Ares Korea branch official has disappeared. Is this related to you? Netizens are currently very shocked by the situation. Please issue an official statement." Lee Seo-dong, seeing Kim Yun-woo's body heavily wrapped in bandages, asked in a trembling voice, "So as you said, are we currently inside the tower and Earth is the 9th floor? Han Sel-hoon thought for a moment and then sighed. "It's not that I don't trust you, but this story is just too hard to believe." Rel Yun also nodded and said, "Me too, I can't believe it. But you're also playing the role of a guardian protecting the floor from climbers?" Kim Yun-woo reclined on the sofa and said cheerfully, "What's the big deal? Everyone just needs to say, 'Ah, I understand,' and then let it go in one ear and out the other." Lee Seo-dong hastily replied, "We roughly understand though." Seeing everyone with incredulous expressions and sighing deeply, Jang Won also felt a pang of regret. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It's quite shocking, but they'll find out eventually." Kim Si-hoo lowered his head and sighed briefly, no longer surprised by his brother's erratic movements blocking rifts here and there. Kim Yun-woo bristled at his words and shouted, "Hey, what do you mean by erratic movements?" Lee Seo-dong looked at Kim Yun-woo with curious eyes and asked, "So when you went out you were going to stop the climbers?" Kim Yun-woo immediately shook his head and replied, "No, I went to give those monsters a good thrashing." Han Sel-hoon scanned the information about Ares eyes wide and asked, "Ares still looks fine though." Kim Yun-woo replied languidly, "I'm not interested in guilds, what's important is that the former president of Ares is a climber. Thanks to that, it's hitting 2 birds with 1 stone." At this news, Kim Si-hoo, Rel Yun and Han Sel-hoon's eyes widened and they looked at him with incomprehension. Kim Yun-woo was excitedly explaining the situation to everyone, but suddenly the noise from the reporters became even more exaggerated than before. Kim Yun-woo couldn't take it anymore. Annoyed, he swore, "Ah, seriously, those reporters are too noisy. I need to step out for a bit." Kim Si-hoo heard that and said, "But your body is still injured, brother. Should I go instead?" Kim Yun-woo confidently removed his bandages, put on his jacket and said cheerfully, "Don't worry, I'm fully recovered." As Kim Yun-woo came out, reporters stirred again. "Ooh, he's out, Hunter Kim Yun-woo, we." But before Kim Yun-woo could even speak, he was startled by the sound of a car. In front of Kim Yun-woo was a long, luxurious limousine, and bodyguards in demon masks surrounded the reporters. A luxurious red carpet was laid out beneath his feet, and a girl in front of Kim Yun-woo politely bowed to greet him. Parian bowed her head and said with a bright smile, "Master, your disciple has arrived." Kim Yun-woo, speechless and flustered, stammered a question. "Disciple?" Kim Yun-woo screamed inwardly. "Why is this child here?" After Kim Yun-woo and Parian went inside, the 3 people remaining in the house all looked at each other with expressions that said, "What on earth is this?" Kim Yun-woo looked at Parian and called out, "Hey, disciple." Parian meekly knelt, and behind her stood 3 or 4 men in demon masks with very serious expressions. Parian replied, "Yes, master." Kim Yun-woo looked at the men in demon masks and asked curiously, "Who are they?" Parian smiled and replied, "They are personal bodyguards your disciple prepared for you, master." Kim Yun-woo sighed and said, "They're an eyesore, tell them to leave." Parian immediately replied, "Yes, master." Soon after, the men in demon masks vanished in an instant. Han Sel-hoon approached Kim Yun-woo and asked with an incredulous look, "Is that person Dragon Golden, the leader?" Kim Yun-woo, surprised, asked back, "Dragon Golden," Kim Si-hoo carefully explained. "That's the nickname of someone ranked 5th among S-class hunters worldwide." Hearing this, Kim Yun-woo stared in shock at his continuously nodding disciple. "What?" Kim Yun-woo thought inwardly, utterly unable to believe it. "My disciple is ranked 5th in the world. When I taught this child, I taught her by imitating my own movements, so I shouldn't have taught her anything more than superficial, useless martial arts." Seeing Parian's innocent face and large red eyes, Kim Yun-woo truly wondered, how on earth did this child become so strong? Suddenly, Parian hit her head on the floor with a thump and shouted loudly, "Master, I apologize." Kim Yun-woo, startled, said, "What?" Following this, Parian closed her eyes tightly and continued to shout. This useless disciple failed to keep her promise to Master. Kim Yun-woo stammered a question. "What?" Immediately after, Parian gushed out words, "Master said that no one can be above me." Hearing this, Kim Yun-woo opened his mouth wide in embarrassment and shouted, "Be quiet right now." But Parian didn't understand the meaning and still rushed forward, crying out, I'm sorry, I'm a useless disciple. Master is my heaven-like master." Kim Yun-woo, judging that words wouldn't work, immediately raised his hand and slapped Parian squarely on the head, making her shriek. Kim Yun-woo admonished her, "Don't make me say more." Unlike a typical reaction, Parian, upon being hit, looked at Kim Yun-woo with large, clear eyes full of affection. Following this, Parian wriggled flirtatiously and whispered, "Please forgive this humble disciple." Kim Yun-woo couldn't bring himself to look at her directly, covering his head and shouting, "Ah, my dark history." At this moment, Kim Si-hoo cautiously called out to his brother. Kim Yun-woo, losing patience, quickly replied, "Why?" Kim Si-hoo stammered softly, Parian," but before he could say more, Parian seemed to transform into a demon, exuding a thick, murderous aura and grinding her teeth. "How dare you call me by the name Master gave me?" Kim Si-hoo, terrified, broke out in a cold sweat and thought in shock, "Her voice seems to echo in my head." As Han Sel-hoon and Lee Seo-dong left the apartment, Kim Si-hoo asked, "What's your relationship with Dragon Golden, brother?" Kim Yun-woo calmly replied, "That child is my disciple." Kim Yun-woo gently stroked Parian's head and affectionately nagged her. "You two don't go around telling people you're going to kill them." Parian, at this, meekly replied, "I apologize," like a cat. Kim Si-hoo, feeling his worldview had been overturned, asked again in confusion, "The world's 5th-ranked person is your disciple?" Kim Yun-woo calmly replied, "Yeah." At this moment, the reporters' voices started to be heard again. Kim Yun-woo felt a throbbing headache and became annoyed. "Why are those guys outside so noisy?" Parian heard that and excitedly volunteered, "Your disciple will go and deal with them." With a cat-like face, she said, clenching her fists and smiling excitedly, "Now I'll kill everyone outside." But Kim Yun-woo quickly shouted, "Don't talk like that." Parian lowered her eyes and asked softly, a little sadly, "Can I do that?" Kim Yun-woo turned back and asked, "What do you think?" Suddenly, a notification appeared on Kim Yun-woo's phone. Kim Yun-woo had received a message. Seeing it, Kim Yun-woo meaningfully curled the corners of his mouth. Kim Si-hoo, seeing his brother stand up as if to go somewhere, asked curiously, "Brother, where are you going?" Kim Yun-woo replied languidly, "I'm just going to Seongnam Street for a bit." Following this, Kim Yun-woo bared his teeth and said with a cheerful laugh, "Those Aries bastards sent a reply." A moment later, Kim Yun-woo arrived at the cafe and a man was already waiting there. As soon as Kim Yun-woo sat down, he crossed his arms and said with a smile, "You're here. You said you wanted to talk to the person directly involved, didn't you? So speak." Shuard, the deputy manager of Aries, found it difficult to even swallow after hearing Kim Yun-woo's words. Terrified, Shuard frowned and with a throbbing headache thought inwardly, "Damn it, why do I have to clean up this mess after the president disappeared?" More importantly, the document this man presented at the press conference implied that the guildmaster had also disappeared along with Knight number 6. He likely took down the guildmaster. He was not someone I could contend with in any case. This issue was escalating the conflict, so it had to be resolved as quickly as possible. After much deliberation, Shuard honestly asked, "So what do you want?" Kim Yun-woo immediately replied, "Shouldn't you be telling me that?" Shuard took a step back and offered conditions. "We will do our best to meet Hunter Kim's demands." Hearing that, Kim Yun-woo immediately said, "Then hand over all your dungeons and get out of Korea." Shuard heard that, slammed the table and complained loudly, "That's truly an outrageous demand." Kim Yun-woo curled the corners of his mouth, shrugged and asked, "Why outrageous? If I demand more, you'll be completely destroyed." Kim Yun-woo laughed brightly and provoked him. "You should know how many suspicious things you've done behind my back. Thanks to your friends, I know everything." Seeing Shuard unable to move, it was proven that Kim Yun-woo's words were correct. Kim Yun-woo said triumphantly, "I merely said that, but you guys have something to hide, don't you?" Kim Yun-woo, knowing it was time to reel in the net, looked at Shuard with a perfect smile and proposed conditions. "All right, you've also put a lot of effort into acquiring those dungeons, so I'll cut you some slack. Just 40. Hand over 40 of the dungeons you own to me." Shuard heard that and instantly knew he was finished. This former Aries is truly doomed now. After the agreement was concluded, leaving the pained Shuard behind, Kim Yun-woo walked out, smiling brightly and humming a tune. At this moment, Parian and the men in demon masks all knelt and prostrated themselves. Parian politely asked, "Master, has everything been resolved?" Kim Yun-woo said with a dissatisfied expression, "Didn't I tell you not to bring those guys with you?" Immediately, the men in demon masks vanished. Parian meekly said, "I apologize, Master." Suddenly, Parian discovered something and touched Kim Yun-woo's body. At this, Kim Yun-woo also said, "Don't do that again, let's go home now." Kim Yun-woo, seeing Parian hide her hand behind her back, asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Parian replied, "Nothing." As Kim Yun-woo headed to the car, Parian looked back at Seward, who was clutching his head in pain. Parian, seeing Kim Yun-woo happily entering the limousine, clenched her hand and crushed the wiretap. Parian quietly commanded, "Masked Legion, assemble." At this, desperate screams echoed from within a secluded building. Seward was overwhelmed by a flow of dark power. He struggled and cried out, "Save me, I want to live." Suddenly, the dark power slammed Seward directly into the wall, inflicting immense pain. A man in white clothes and a demon mask stepped forward and said, "You are nothing." Seward, terrified, stammered a question. Why is Fedo Guild's special unit here?" The man in white clothes swung his sword and said, "Don't blame us, you brought this upon yourself." Seward was terrified. "I didn't do anything," but the blade ruthlessly continued to pierce Seward, painfully bringing him down. The voice of the man in white clothes echoed calmly, "Remember this, we don't care what you do, but if you anger that person again, wherever you hide we will find you again." Suddenly, Abby's angry voice echoed, "Sir, you're truly selfish." Abai wrapped her arms around herself and complained, "It's too cold here." Kim Yun-woo scratched his head, looked at his phone and asked, "Then why didn't you call me?" Abai immediately explained, "I was restricted." Kim Yun-woo said in surprise, "Restricted?" Abai sat down, covered herself with a blanket and said, "When God enters the system room I can't contact you for 5 days. Kim Yun-woo suddenly approached Abai, smiled and asked, "Anyway, weren't any skills upgraded this time?" Abby's eyes widened and she said, "Oh yes, open your system screen please." After Kim Hyun-woo opened the system panel, he glanced at the stats, clicked his tongue and said, "Agility stats increased. Wasn't that already announced? Is there anything else besides that?" Abai happily replied, "Character personality display has been upgraded." Kim Hyun-woo recalled the system screen that had clearly appeared at that time and sighed, "Oh, that skill, it's really useful." Abai then explained, "Before it looked extremely simple, but now it will change into more understandable content." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-woo excitedly asked, "And what else?" But the AI coldly said, "For other features to be upgraded, your information authority level must be above average." Hearing this, all the vitality drained from Kim Hyun-woo. His body went limp as he fell back onto the chair, sighing and lamenting, "How can I level up if things keep going like this?" Seeing this, Abai consoled him, Ma, perhaps the tower climbers will be able to answer that." Kim Hyun-woo asked curiously, "How can that be?" Abai then said, "There are people called reclimbers who reclimb after reaching the top, though I don't understand why." Kim Hyun-woo then laughed and said, "You're saying that because they've already climbed it, they'll know information about the tower, right?" Kim Hyun-woo thought to himself, "Faker, that guy, everything is for the highest position. He said that, but I didn't understand what he meant. Next time I meet those reclimbers I'll have to interrogate them." After getting all the information, Kim Hyun-woo prepared to stand up and said, "All right, I'm off then." But Abai waved her hand to stop him. "Guardian, wait." Abby's eyes sparkled and she mimed pressing game buttons, then demanded, "You have to make me a PlayStation before you go." Kim Hyun-woo's smile froze. In the end, Abai won and successfully got the game console she had longed for. As for Kim Hyun-woo, he could only slink away with a hole in his wallet. A few days later in Hanam City, Gyeonggi Province, looking at the building being hurriedly constructed, Kim Hyun-woo curiously asked, "What is this?" Parian bowed respectfully and replied, "It's a mansion exclusively for you, master." Kim Hyun-woo was stunned, stammering, This is a house?" Kim Si-hun quickly pulled out his phone to look it up. "Is there a place like this in Hanam too?" After seeing the results, Kim Si-hun was also speechless, horrified. "Is this the land that was supposed to be reserved for the new city?" Kim Hyun-woo anxiously asked his disciple. "How much money did you pour into this?" Parian gently replied, "It's not much compared to what I received from you." Kim Hyun-woo sighed helplessly, inwardly horrified. "How much is it in the end?" Seeing Parian's attitude towards him, Kim Hyun-woo wanted to curse. "What the hell, what's going on? Why is she suddenly so nice to me?" Parian then asked, "Would you like to see inside?" Kim Hyun-woo nodded and replied, "All right." But inwardly he was still suspicious. Isn't she acting like she has another plan or a hidden personality? At this moment, Parian's eyes widened as she looked at Kim Hyun-woo and called out, "Master." The system immediately displayed her personality as extremely loyal. And the target was precisely Kim Hyun-woo, truly beyond doubt. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-woo stammered, "Disciple, could it be?" Facing Parian's affectionate gaze, Kim Hyun-woo boldly asked, "Are you a pervert?" This left both Kim Si-hun and Parian so stunned they froze on the spot. Then Kim Si-hun reacted, screaming, "Hyun-woo, are you crazy?" After returning to the apartment, Kim Hyun-woo scratched his head, recalling his younger brother's scolding. "Kim Si-hun, what are you saying to a child?" he reluctantly thought to himself. "She's not that young." Kim Hyun-woo watched Parian approaching and asked, "Hey disciple, aren't you going back to China?" Parian felt very hurt upon hearing this, bowed her head, bit her lip and stammered, "Could it be that I'm bothering you, master?" Kim Hyun-woo hastily waved his hands and replied, No, it's not that, but you're a guild master." Parian hearing this smiled happily again and said sincerely, "My place is by your side, master." Kim Hyun-woo felt a headache coming on and after a moment managed to squeeze out a few sentences. "All right, you can go now, don't linger outside and just do your work." Parian quickly replied, "Yes, master." After seeing Parian go out, Kim Si-hun looked at Kim Hyun-woo and asked, "Yun, did something happen between you and the Dragon Emperor?" Kim Hyun-woo lazily put his feet on the chair and said, "What's up?" Kim Si-hun spoke while imitating Parian's overly affectionate manner. She talks like someone very profound to her disciple. "I'm so grateful." With a wide grin, Kim Hyun-woo was also speechless, so he just said, "Just pretend you don't see it." Kim Si-hun sat down and immediately asked, So Yun, when are you planning to go to America? Kim Hyunwoo was surprised. Why go there? Kim Si-hun then said. Didn't you get the message? The news says that the International Hunter Association has an invitation for you. Kim Hyunwoo was quite surprised. What? Suddenly like this? Kim Si-hun replied, probably because of that World S-rank evaluation. At this moment, Kim Hyunwoo searched his memory and then gasped. Ah, that thing where you get paid just for registering? Kim Si-hun sighed and said, I don't understand why you remember it that way, but that's it. Kim Hyunwoo made trumpeting sounds with his mouth, mimed throwing money with both hands and said arrogantly, Do I even need to go? Your brother is rich now. Kim Si-hun crossed his arms and smiled, replying, It's better to go. Anyway, raising your rank on the world leaderboard is quite an honor. That means you're in the top 1 of the world. Kim Hyunwoo heard that, clicked his tongue and said, Alright, I'll go then. I don't have anything else to do anyway. A few days later, Kim Hyunwoo and his group arrived in America. Looking at the magnificent facility in front of him, Kim Hyunwoo exclaimed, It's so big, does all of this belong to the International Hunter Association? Parian replied, Yes, master. Then Parian turned to boast, Master, I can also build a park as big as this. Kim Hyunwoo waved his hand, That's too big. Suddenly, Kim Si-hun saw the newcomer and greeted him. Long time no see, Mr. Liam. Senator Liam approached and shook Kim Si-hun's hand, greeting him. It has been a while, hasn't it? Hunter Kim Si-hun. Then he joyfully exclaimed, Oh, Hunter Kim Hyunwoo. Kim Si-hun then introduced Senator Liam to Kim Hyunwoo. Yun, this is a member of the Supreme Council, Senator Liam Lo. Senator Liam smiled politely and replied, Please call me Liam. Senator Liam proactively shook Kim Hyunwoo's hand and complimented, I've seen your excellent performance. Kim Hyunwoo also happily said, Oh, but before he could finish, Mr. Liam ignored him, walked up to Parian, extended his hand and said, It seems the Dragon Emperor has also arrived. But in response he only received a soulless gaze and terrifying silence. Kim Si-hun then spoke up to break the atmosphere. So Senator, did you specially come to pick us up? Senator Liam smiled and replied, Yes, I'm a big admirer of Hunter Kim Hyunwoo. First of all, has Hunter Kim Hyunwoo come to re-evaluate his rank? Kim Hyunwoo immediately smiled and said, Besides that reason, I wouldn't be here for anything else. Senator Liam laughed heartily. Please follow me, I'll lead the way. Then the group entered a room. Senator Liam introduced, This is the S-rank evaluation room. Kim Hyunwoo looked around curiously and asked, This place? Senator Liam pointed to the pedestal where a 5-colored orb was glowing and said, When you place your hand on that orb it will compare you to the recorded information of other hunters and rank you. Kim Hyunwoo said a bit flatly, A bit boring, isn't it? I thought there would be a test or something. Hearing that, Mr. Liam just chuckled and replied, Well, the simpler the better, right? Kim Hyunwoo glanced at the orb and slowly placed his hand on it. The orb flashed and the people outside waited in breathless silence. Suddenly a notification panel appeared before Kim Hyunwoo. After reading the information, Kim Hyunwoo's face showed, what the hell is this? After eliminating the monsters, Lee Seo-dong happily said, Everyone did great. The others also casually replied, Good work, guild leader. Lee Seo-dong wiped away sweat and muttered to herself, Phew, it seems monsters are getting stronger lately. No, it's like they're getting smarter. Thinking this, Lee Seo-dong chuckled, Well, I guess I'm just imagining things. Then she pulled out her phone to check the news. Seeing the latest news about the International Hunter Association, Lee Seo-dong felt a little uneasy. Didn't Hyunwoo Oppa go there? I wonder what kind of trouble he'll cause now. Lee Seo-dong sighed and said, Si-hun went along too, but he's as good as not being there, recalling a few days ago. Lee Seo-dong asked in surprise, You want to postpone the labyrinth exploration by 2 weeks? Kim Si-hun nodded while looking at documents. Yeah, Sukagun-hung also agreed, we can rest for a while. Lee Seo-dong smiled and asked, Hey, you're planning to follow Hyunwoo Oppa, aren't you? Kim Si-hun was startled when he was hit where it hurt and stammered in return, So you're not going? Lee Seo-dong smiled and said, Not really. Then she stood up. Alright, this meeting is adjourned. Suddenly Kim Si-hun's voice rang out. Wait a minute. Kim Si-hun trembled, awkwardly speaking softly, I have something to ask you. Lee Seo-dong was curious. What is it? Kim Si-hun looked at Lee Seo-dong, who was waiting with wide eyes, and stammered, What kind of fruit do girls like? Upon hearing this, Lee Seo-dong's jaw dropped, her eyes widened like O's, and she froze completely. Meanwhile at Ares, Gu Chun-wong's situation was quite bad. He sat dejected amidst piles of papers. Head aching, he thought Ares' stock price plummeted after Brand's death and all his artifacts disappeared with him. Then Gu Chun-wong trembled, thinking the biggest problem here is... Suddenly, Gu Chun-wong jumped up, flipped the table and screamed, That damn Kim Hyunwoo, 40, are you kidding me, bastard? At this moment the door to Gu Chun-wong's office suddenly opened. Gu Chun-wong frowned, annoyed, and shouted, Didn't I say not to let anyone in? Then Gu Chun-wong suddenly froze, confused, and asked, Mr. Mason, what? Mr. Mason, a high-ranking member of the International Hunter Association Council, smiled and replied, Long time no see, Gu Chun-wong. Gu Chun-wong then asked Mason, What brings you here, sir? Mason raised his hand and said, Brand, I have some connection with him. Hearing that, Gu Chun-wong was startled. Wow, those two are quite close. Mason looked around the room and sighed. It looks like things aren't going well here. Gu Chun-wong stammered, I apologize. Then Mason said, Don't worry, I'll support you. This quite astonished Gu Chun-wong, who immediately asked, Really? Really? But why would you help me? Mason then explained, I'm not helping you. The person I'm helping is Emton. How would he feel if he came back and saw his guild had collapsed? Mason patted Gu Chun-wong's shoulder and said with a fake smile, So what I mean is you just need to do what I tell you. Returning to our protagonist Kim Hyunwoo, He was still looking at the notification panel with a completely bewildered expression. Seeing the 4 words undetermined appear on the screen, Kim Hyunwoo was furious, yelling, "What is this? Why is it like this?" Senator Liam in the back thought suspiciously to himself. Mr. Liam nervously said, "Something like this has never happened before." Kim Si-hun then stepped forward and raised his hand, saying, "Brother, let me try." As soon as Kim Si-hun placed his hand, the screen immediately showed the number 172. Kim Si-hun's face darkened and he said painfully, "My rank dropped," Kim Hyunwoo exclaimed. "Well, really, it's not broken, so why is it like this?" Mr. Liam also worried. "I've never seen it like this before." Only Parian, who had been calm and silent until now, spoke up. "What a bunch of lowlifes." Then Parian loudly declared, "My master is heaven. It's clearly obvious that master is number." But before she could finish, Kim Hyunwoo's shout cut her off. "Quiet." The veins on Kim Hyunwoo's face bulged as he irritably looked at Liam and said, "So I came all this way for nothing?" Senator Liam quickly smiled gently and said, "Please calm down, the party will begin in a moment." Kim Hyunwoo was curious. "A party?" Mr. Liam then explained. "Today is the International Hunter Association's anniversary celebration. I promise you'll eat and drink your fill there. Is that all right?" Seeing Kim Hyunwoo say nothing, Mr. Liam sighed, thinking to himself, "What to do? I'm sure this will work." A short while later the party began. Looking at the plates of food that were sparkling clean as if new, Senator Liam smiled at Kim Hyunwoo, rubbing his full belly in satisfaction and saying, "Ho ho ho, I see you really enjoyed the food." Parian, standing beside him, continuously jotted down notes, delightedly listing her master's favorite dishes as bra. Mr. Liam smiled and asked, "Hunter Kim Hyunwoo, do you have—" But before he could finish, a rude voice rang out, "Oh, look who's here." Both Kim Hyunwoo and Senator Liam were startled and turned to look. Only Parian was captivated and didn't notice. "It's the world's S-rank number 3 tank, a real rock," Senator Liam then said. "I don't have time to see you now." Tank heard that and scoffed. "An old man like you wants to see me, ha ha ha." This conversation made everyone pay attention and chatter amongst themselves. Kim Hyunwoo really disliked this giant tank's attitude and he said provocatively, "He's too loud, my ears are about to fall off." Kim Si-hun, standing beside him, warned, "You'd best not get involved with him." Kim Hyunwoo asked curiously, "Why not?" Kim Si-hun then explained, "He's famously brutal, abuses his hunter authority, and openly commits illegal acts. It's said that he should be classified as a killer hunter for what he does, but there's no evidence." Suddenly, Tank squinted his eyes at Kim Hyunwoo and said with amusement, "Ho, you look familiar. Aren't you the guy who caused a commotion everywhere just by stopping a calamity?" Tank walked up to Kim Hyunwoo and provoked him. "You'd best know your place." Tank lightly tapped Kim Hyunwoo's shoulder and said, "I'm very good at dealing with guys like you." Kim Hyunwoo smiled back, lightly flicked Tank's finger away and replied, "I'm the one who should be saying that." Tank was furious at being scorned. He shouted loudly, "Yeah, it seems you need a punch to know your place." Then he clenched his fist and swung it straight at Kim Hyunwoo. Senator Liam anxiously tried to stop them. Stop if you fight here." At this moment, Kim Hyunwoo quickly ducked to dodge Tank's blow, then he smiled slyly and said, "You're the one who needs to know your place." Kim Hyunwoo swung his arm and landed a king's power punch straight on Tank, sending him flying far away, crashing straight into the wall. Seeing the wall crack and dust billow, Kim Hyunwoo licked his lips, scratched his head and said, "Did I hit him too hard?" Tank quickly recovered, jumped up and cursed, "Son of a bitch." Seeing Tank get up so quickly, Kim Si-hun was a little surprised, thinking, "I heard he's a true immortal genius, indestructible." At this moment, Tank picked up a giant fragment of rock and quickly hurled it straight at Kim Hyunwoo. Kim Hyunwoo smiled brightly, excited, then agilely raised his hand and casually shattered the rock unexpectedly. Tank used this opportunity to lunge behind Kim Hyunwoo, then shouted, "Die!" and swung his fist straight at Kim Hyunwoo, sending him flying several meters away. Everyone, seeing the terrifying fight, panicked and ran in all directions, screaming, "A run!" Senator Liam watched the fight, quite worried about Kim Hyunwoo, and felt uneasy inwardly. "He's being overwhelmed. I need to stop them. Otherwise Mason's power will only grow stronger." Tank looked at the scattered debris and said arrogantly, "Do you get it now? Guys like you are no match for me." Liam rushed over and said, "Wait, you have to stop." But before he could finish speaking, Kim Hyunwoo's arrogant voice rang out and his absurd laugh startled Liam. Kim Hyunwoo calmly stood up, dusted off his pants and said, "Feels like a mosquito bite. Are you done playing? Now it's my turn." As soon as he spoke, Kim Hyunwoo had already lunged toward Tank's frightened eyes. He swiftly threw a punch, sending Tank flying far away. Tank staggered to his feet and cursed, but Kim Hyunwoo was already flying behind him. He calmly cracked his knuckles, threatening, "Can you withstand this attack? You're the perfect punching bag for me to test my techniques." Kim Hyunwoo then continuously unleashed a first, second and third strike on Tank, and his miserable screams were captured directly in the sight of Kim Si-hun, Liam and professional cameraman Myeon. Kim Si-hun watched Tank's body being continuously pummeled and was deeply impressed. Big brother is hitting him like that, yet he's holding out for quite a long time. Liam, standing behind, was already terrified. Finally, Tank's entire body crashed to the ground with a thud. Kim Hyunwoo stepped on his body with his foot, wiped his sweat and looked very cool. Suddenly, the handsome Kim Hyunwoo remembered, "Oh wait, this guy was ranked 3rd in the world, wasn't he?" Then Kim Hyunwoo looked at the 3 people, Kim Si-hun, Senator Liam and Myeon, who were gazing at him with extreme adoration, and said, "So since I beat this guy, am I 3rd now?" The god of martial arts with sharp red eyes said firmly, "I will reach the top to meet master again." The god of martial arts, world S-rank number 1. The scene changes and news pops up on a phone that Kim Hyunwoo defeated Tank. Reldong held her phone, reading the news and smiling a little worriedly. I wanted Big Brother to leave a slight impression, but this, Suk asked while eating. Are you worried about Yunwoo? He'll be fine, he's very strong, isn't he? Reldong lowered her head with a worried expression and replied, yes, but I'm worried that the worst-case scenario will become a disaster. Suk pondered deeply. Right, especially with him. And he recalled Kim Yunwoo's arrogant and impudent past self. He swept away all the scum in the hunter world too easily. He recalled everything that had just happened, ate deliciously, and laughed refreshingly. He was someone everyone wanted by their side. Reldong asked blankly, oh Suk Oppa, did you hear anything from Kim Si-hoon Oppa? He asked in surprise. Why, she replied, I think Oppa has a girlfriend. The scene changes and Kim Si-hoon was holding a red gift box, smiling with surprise and romantic satisfaction. Just then, someone from the room asked, who is it? And he was startled, quickly putting the gift box into a large bag. Liam opened the door and asked warmly, do you like this place? From a distance, Kim Si-hoon saw them standing and talking. Liam said, I apologize for what happened yesterday. Perian replied, you're welcome, it's fine. The scene then shifted to policemen looking bewildered being transported to the hospital on stretchers. Among the crowd, people talked amongst themselves. The party was cancelled after that incident and Tank went for emergency treatment. The most noticeable person was Mr. Yunwoo. He gazed blankly at the people around him and their murmuring, and Liam invited him to stay at a 5-star hotel. Liam asked Hunter Kim Yunwoo, if you don't mind, could we talk for a moment? Yunwoo asked blankly, you're not busy either, are you? He then turned to his disciple Perian and said, alright, I'll be back. Disciple, stay here. She glared at him with angry eyes and replied, yes. She slammed the door shut and entered, suppressing her anger. Only Kim Si-hoon and she remained in the room, and an awkward silence fell. He awkwardly glanced at her, thinking of a way to approach her. It would be nice to sit closer, but I don't think that'll happen. I thought she was an open person because she always smiles when she's next to brother Yunwoo, and he carefully asked Perian. When she turned around, he thought, what should I say? Her favorite subject is, but instead he asked her how she and Yunwoo met, and she wore a satisfied expression. Perian still replied coldly, alright, I'll tell you, but there's a condition. He asked blankly, what is it? She replied shyly, what does master like? Kim Si-hoon said, isn't that what brother Yunwoo likes? Right after coming out of the tower, big brother liked food, and then he asked about money. After saying that, she left with his mouth agape. Alright, I understand, I'll drop by here for a moment. And he left, slamming the door shut, leaving Kim Si-hoon blank-faced. He murmured softly, it's making a faint crunching sound. Inside the room, Yunwoo was drinking tea with Liam. Liam calmly asked, I wonder how you find the tea. Yunwoo replied leisurely, it's fine, Liam, let's get straight to the point. He was deliciously eating biscuits. Liam smiled, you're frank good. And Liam immediately got to the point and asked, you must know Mason, he's one of the high-ranking committee members of the association. He's also one of the leading hunters, backed by the Mia government. Even among the top 10 he has the support of numbers 1, 3, and 6. He's very calm. But now we need a new card on our side. He clenched his fist as he spoke. I hope you will stand on my side. Yunwoo returned to the room with a thoughtful expression, looking exhausted. He had returned. He handed the bag of biscuits in his hand to Kim Si-hoon. He looked up blankly and asked why his brother had come so early. He replied, yeah. Yunwoo looked at the bag of fruit next to the chair and asked, I've been curious since earlier, what's that? Kim Si-hoon calmly equivocated, just a souvenir. His brother asked again, but it looks like a gift. Who are you giving it to? He replied shyly, to someone. And then he moved on to another matter and asked, but what did you talk about with Liam, brother? His brother replied, he said I didn't need to do anything. He froze at Yunwoo's answer. Liam conceded that much, and my brother is the world's 5th-rank master. He even brought down Ares, the world's best guild, a weapon in itself. Yunwoo wore a blank expression, as if he couldn't understand what he was thinking. It must be because of the rumor that my brother is on that person's side. Thanks to my brother's reputation, not even Mason would dare touch Liam. My brother seems to have helped them a lot even without participating in their affairs. Kim Si-hoon asked what proposal he made, but Yunwoo replied perfunctorily, I don't really know, but he said it was fine. Yunwoo laughed loudly. Besides, he said I could use the transfer gate anytime I wanted. He never told me that before. He asked again. He said it was fine. That's a bit strange. His brother replied cheerfully, yeah. He said if Big Brother wanted, he could even go to the top 50 party happening in 2 weeks via the transfer gate. Kim Si-hoon listened and said, that's not bad. The scene changes to the former Ares headquarters office. Mason was in discussions with Cog, the vice president of former Ares. Has the problem been resolved? Cog replied, yes, the beast has calmed down. It's all thanks to the president, Mason said, pleased. Really good. Cog thought, what is he trying to do? And I don't know why he's helping me. Seeing Mason's affectionate gaze, he thought that the story about Mason was just an excuse. No, this is enough. My suspicions will only be poisonous. I must protect what I have. Mason looked at Cog's thoughtful face and asked, you seem to be deep in thought. He snapped out of it and replied, I apologize. There are still many problems to resolve. Mason put his hand into his jacket's inner pocket and comforted him. It's fine, I have something for you. Cog reached out his hand, received the mysterious item and asked, this is, Mason said with a sinister expression, listen carefully to what I say from now on. If you help me, you'll be able to control the guild members outside the Washington statue. Outside, it was a stormy night in front of a hospital. In Tank's hospital room, he rose with a pained expression. Damn it, lightning flashed, revealing Mason standing in a corner of the room. He's finally awake, he hastily said. Mason calmly approached the hospital bed, saying as he walked, I told you to be careful of Kim Yunwoo. Tank said angrily. What the hell is that damn bastard? A pain that pierced even his adamantine body surged through him. I'm sure that guy uses a technique similar to the god of martial arts. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. That guy uses a technique similar to mine? The two looked back blankly, and there stood the god of martial arts whom Tank had mentioned. God of martial arts remained calm for a long time. Mason asked, now that you're here, does that mean it's complete? He replied, yes. Mason smiled with a satisfied expression. Good. Now that the god of martial arts is ready, it's our turn. 2 weeks later, time passed in a room in front of a bustling skyscraper. Liam drew back the curtains and looked outside with an expectant face. Kim Yunwoo really doesn't seem to be coming. A voice continued his words. Are you still waiting for him? AA ran up, opened the door and left. If he hasn't come yet, it means he's not interested. AA, World S rank number 4 Master Swordsman. Gel, World S rank number 7 Spirit Master replied quietly and calmly. Usually, one would leave a letter or a note to make contact, wouldn't they? Liam still peered through the gap in the curtains. He's a bit different. He clearly thinks this method is necessary. Another sound echoed, drawing everyone's attention. It's time to go out now, Senator Liam said. Let's go. In the luxurious party hall, everyone was impeccably dressed in suits. Liam held a wine glass and looked at the group of high-ranking officials. The high-ranking officials, as always, maintained an ambiguous attitude. Perhaps it was because they were from different countries. Riley said coldly, everyone is busy forming connections. Liam was busy conversing with a guest. The man said, I heard the party hall was shattered 2 weeks ago, but it seems to have been restored as good as new. Liam chuckled it off. It's all thanks to the mage hunters. Before he could finish speaking, AA cried out in terror as if he had seen something. Hey Liam, look over there. There's a group, including the god of martial arts, Riley suddenly said. Why is he here? He doesn't show his face at the association, does he? Not since he entered the top 5. Liam thought it was strange. Something ominous is happening. The god of martial arts asked loudly. Are all the hunters gathered? A guest in a white suit asked. Have you seen everyone who has already arrived? Moreover, I thought the god of martial arts wouldn't come. The god of martial arts said mysteriously that there was no reason to wait any longer, and then he grabbed the face of the guest in the white suit and broke his neck. As countless people watched in horror, the god of martial arts' face was cold with a few drops of blood, and Liam was terrified. The scene changes to a high-rise building square where Reldong asked, Brother, why aren't you doing this somewhere else? Yunwoo replied. Why? She replied loudly. You seem to have forgotten that this is my guild, brother. He chuckled lightly. But there's no one here, is there? She immediately replied. Of course, that's because I restricted entry to this place. The mage Anya asked in a hurry. Really? Then do we have to move it somewhere else? If we change the location, do we have to start all over again? Yunwoo calmly turned back and said, Yeah, so what? She crawled out heavily with a dejected face. I don't like working overnight. Yunwoo scratched his head, comforting her. It's okay to rest a bit and take your time. The mage Anya was extremely exhausted, but after finishing all the work she had to draw the magic circle. If this magic circle had to be redrawn, it would require an additional 2 weeks of work, Reldong said. Then you can draw it at work in the morning. I can assign you other tasks, the mage Anya with unexpected joy. Really? And bowed to Yunwoo. I will do my best, guild leader. Reldong asked her brother, but brother, did you decide to agree to Liam's proposal? Yunwoo replied. Yeah, it would be very convenient if I could go anywhere with the magic circle, Reldong worried. I don't think that's for leisure. Isn't it for dangerous situations? Yunwoo replied. I'm always busy, so I can go easily. If I'm late and someone gets hurt, I'd feel really bad. Just as Yunwoo was about to ask the mage Anya, Hey, how long will it take? A knocking sound on the door was heard, along with a desperate voice. Save me, is anyone there? Please save me, someone rescue me. As everyone was surprised, Lee Seodong remembered and said, Oh right, that guy Big Brother caught. I forgot he was still trapped here. She ran to the door where the cries for help were coming from and awkwardly opened it. Get out! As the man poked his head out and shouted, Light! She slammed the door shut. Yunwoo asked blankly, Why did you close it again? She chuckled lightly. I was a little surprised. When Yunwoo quietly opened the door, the man had weakened and fallen to the ground. Please, I'll tell you everything. Just save me. Let me see some light. Yunwoo thought, he hasn't been imprisoned for even a month, yet this torture seems too excessive for him. Yunwoo asked with a cold, meaningful smile. So you're going to tell me everything, aren't you? The scene shifts to Liam's party. The scene was truly chaotic. Everything was shattered and blood splattered. People were lying on the ground and screams of "Save me, run" could be heard. Hunters were attacking the officials and guests attending the party. The battle was truly fierce and terrifying. Liam shouted, Everyone quickly run this way, along with the survivors. S-rank hunters among the top 50 in the world were brutally murdered. Everything happened in less than 5 minutes. How could this be? Liam thought. Just then, from behind him, Tank with angry eyes said loudly, I warned you, and attacked Liam. At that moment, AA blocked Tank's attack with his swordsmanship, sending him tumbling backward. This crazy bastard. Meanwhile, Riley was also casting her magic and fighting the villains, and she shouted, Liam, run. At the same time, AA took a blow and fell. Liam shouted, Why are you doing this? The god of martial arts killed countless people and replied coldly, Because it's necessary for the end of the world. Liam was afraid. What are you talking about? Just then, Yunwoo and his disciple entered and witnessed this terrifying scene. What is this? He gazed at the god of martial arts with furious, murderous eyes. He said blankly, Why is this place a ruin? He approached Liam, sneering, and said, why didn't you explain the situation to me? Liam cried and stammered. You? A voice rang out. Are you the guy, the one who defeated Tank? Kim Yun-woo said in a cold voice. Who are you? He put on his hood and calmly introduced himself. I am the god of martial arts. Kim Yun-woo asked the girl. Who is it? The disciple smiled and said, he's S-rank #1 master. Kim Yun-woo gave an awkward laugh. That guy with the ridiculous name, the god of martial arts, said proudly. Welcome. I must eliminate you. Kim Yun-woo said with a puzzled expression. What is that guy talking about? Do we know each other? The god of martial arts stammered in reply. No, I just need to kill you to climb the tower. Kim Yun-woo said blankly. What? The god of martial arts powerfully attacked Kim Yun-woo. Kim Yun-woo said as if unable to understand. To climb the tower? He sneered, a corner of his mouth curling up. You're a climber, aren't you? System notification, information authority skill. Name Shin Chu No, age 33, gender male, status excellent, stats strength 5, agility 55, stamina 5, endurance 55, HP 55. Fortunately, the memory reconstruction technique was equipped with a unique skill. According to the information I received, he was not yet a climber. The god of martial arts said arrogantly, I am not yet a climber, but I will soon become one. I must leave this place and reach my destination, therefore you must die. I must kill you here. His fist grazed Kim Yun-woo's face. Kim Yun-woo, bewildered, yelled, You madman. Kim Yun-woo tumbled from his attack. He cursed at him angrily. Damn it, he caught up to me. The god of martial arts said coldly. I heard you also learned martial arts, so why don't we have a match? Kim Yun-woo was sent flying by his punch. His disciple saw him and tried to rush forward, but a sticky, grotesque man blocked her. He said to her with a vulgar attitude, Come here and play with me. The girl looked at him with murderous eyes. Kim Yun-woo rose in fury and counterattacked. He couldn't stop him with his current strength. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, You said you weren't a climber. This overwhelming sensation is no different from a climber's. Damn it, in that case I'll go all out from the start, the god of martial arts scoffed. It would be quite embarrassing if you ran away. Kim Yun-woo smiled confidently. Unexpectedly, his mana continued to increase. 2 weeks of research had not been in vain. Asura Flame Strike was not very effective. Although very powerful, it also consumed a lot of time. But if he could incapacitate the enemy, it would be a different story. Although he couldn't use the 10 steps of annihilation to temporarily amplify the mana around his body, 1 step out of 10 would be enough. He felt drawn to divine mana. He loudly shouted, Asura Flame Strike. The god of martial arts calmly absorbed his life force. He wore a triumphant expression. Kim Yun-woo thought to himself, Damn it, with Asura Flame Strike that guy should have already fallen. The god of martial arts said coldly. For a guy like you, this is a rather disappointing outcome. Kim Yun-woo was relentlessly beaten by the god of martial arts attacks. His technique was like a drunken man's, and the god of martial arts was displeased, feeling as if Kim Yun-woo's movements were mocking martial arts. Kim Yun-woo, angered, said, So what, does it affect you? The god of martial arts said contemptuously, Your martial arts lack precision. Your mana flows merely along your veins. It's just mana discharge, not a proper method. That's your limit. I have trained in martial arts for hundreds of years. Don't think you can defeat me. Kim Yun-woo scoffed contemptuously. What hundreds of years? You're not human. System notification, confirmation, information authority skill. Name Shin Chu No, age 33, gender male, status excellent, stats strength 5, agility 55, stamina 5, endurance 55, HP 55. Luck. He thought it would be difficult for them to reach world rank 1. It must be due to this skill, the memory reconstruction skill, a unique skill, the god of martial arts said triumphantly. Of course I am a normal human, but my skill allows for infinite training time, enabling me to practice all kinds of martial arts. That is why I can break free from this transient, mundane existence. Kim Yun-woo cursed in anger. Damn it, that's truly absurd, the god of martial arts scoffed. Then I will show a deluded fool like you the true meaning of martial arts. The true meaning of martial arts is to kill you. Rajang Chen made Kim Yun-woo vomit blood, and the god of martial arts continued to unleash techniques such as Namryangik, Yunwangik, Hyol Punkwan, Akryangkwan, Qianryangbo, and Gukwangsheng. He looked at Kim Yun-woo with murderous eyes and said, Your endurance is quite impressive. Kim Yun-woo thought to himself, He's too strong. It's a good thing I'm the one facing this destructive power and not someone else. Anyone else would probably be dead by now. Should I escape quickly like last time? But if I do, his next target will be my disciple. The god of martial arts looked coldly at Kim Yun-woo. Kim Yun-woo thought to himself, If I don't use that skill, I'll die, but my body can't stop him. System notification. You have endured all ultimate attacks. Endurance has increased, the god of martial arts said nonchalantly. I have to admit you are very strong, but now I will end this. Baiyunyang Jang was used on Kim Yun-woo and he used stealth to baffle the god of martial arts. He's gone. Kim Yun-woo appeared behind him and said with a laugh. Surprised, the god of martial arts said triumphantly. Hey, watch me use my demonic fist. This time, the god of martial arts cursed in anger at Kim Yun-woo's attack. Damn it, how can this be? His insane mana is gone. It's not for enhancement. There must be another reason, but how? Kim Yun-woo exploded in rage. I'll give you back what I received, Namryangik Yunwangik Gukwangsheng. The god of martial arts was bewildered. How could this be? Kim Yun-woo scoffed. Did you really think I was defeated? Didn't you know you were being observed? I focused my mana into my eyes and observed how you use mana. It was very easy to learn. It was extremely delicate and rhythmic. I'm talking about your martial arts, he thought to himself. The price will be very high, but if I don't do this, there's no chance of winning. the god of martial arts said displeased. Nonsense, you just watched and learned those techniques, Kim Yun-woo thought to himself. It's natural for him to ask that. There's a huge difference between watching and doing, but with all the experience I've accumulated plus an enormous consumption of mana, moreover thanks to my wide and sturdy meridians, I achieved something that seemed impossible, he said to him with a confident smile. Then how about I test what I've learned in the ruins? The two looked at each other. Liam thought to himself, this is a very big problem. The other hunters weren't doing anything and Parian was only 5th. She couldn't face the 3rd and 6th ranked simultaneously. Tank said triumphantly. In the end, she's just a little girl, isn't she? Parian said displeased. Get lost, he laughed bewildered. So what are you going to do? What do you expect to see from that damn bastard's corpse? Parian said with a confident voice. I wanted to see my wonderful master, but it seems that won't happen. If you survive, you'll only bother master, so I will kill you here. He was bewildered. What? She stomped on one of them and Tank was so surprised he was flustered. I thought she would be inferior to us, Parian said in a cold voice. You prepare yourself to. You have committed countless evil deeds. Tank gritted his teeth and said in a chilling voice, you will die the most painful death. Kim Yun-woo attacked him confidently. He was beaten by Kim Yun-woo, fell to the ground and could no longer resist. He cursed at Kim Yun-woo. Damn you, you're getting stronger and stronger. Is this talent? This is not something an ordinary person can do. Not even a genius can do that. Only the greatest martial arts master can, therefore I, the god of martial arts, will counterattack you with all my might. Watch me. A beam of light enveloped him, and Kim Yun-woo retreated. After a fierce battle, a strong wind blew, and Kim Yun-woo barely managed to block it with his hand. A moment later, when he raised his head and looked ahead, he was greatly surprised. Kim Yun-woo was passionately tormenting the god of martial arts, who decided to transform into a true monster with all his might. He was indeed a descendant of a demon. Kim Yun-woo staggered to his feet. He said in a contemptuous tone, where is such a deformed climber? The god of martial arts, insulted, could not suppress his rage. You won't be able to do anything to me anymore. Kim Yun-woo scoffed. Is that so? Red energy was erupting from his body. He put his hands in his pants pockets and slowly approached him. He said coolly, I can do the same. Kim Yun-woo wiped his nose with one hand and said with a crooked smile, you're not the only one with martial art skills. He then calmly said, I still remember the martial art used by the heavenly demon. I won that time, but I couldn't imitate his technique. Now I understand the principles of martial arts. Kim Yun-woo moved slowly. It was like the thunder god. As soon as he spoke, he mimicked the skill, and his surroundings were enveloped in countless bolts of lightning. Round 2 began. Parian quickly defeated her opponent with overwhelming power. The opponent, still enraged, cursed loudly. Damn bitch, how can this be? Even at these words, Parian showed no reaction. As she remained silent, the heavily beaten man continued to rage. Kim Yun-woo, the god of martial arts, and now even you, why are my skills nothing compared to yours? Before he could finish speaking, Parian's foot landed on his face. Eventually, Tank also lost consciousness. Parian nonchalantly touched her cheek with her hand and slowly scoffed, truly foolish, it's not a skill problem, but a martial arts problem. After dealing with him, she looked out through the broken hole from earlier and softly called out Master with an expectant face. At this time, the battle between Kim Yun-woo and the god of martial arts was fiercely underway. Kim Yun-woo continued to overwhelm the god of martial arts, but he stubbornly endured as before, and their skills seemed almost equal. Two immense powers clashed, creating enormous vibrations. Both of them were sent flying far away. Kim Yun-woo struggled to his feet, his body weakened by the enormous mana consumption. He felt a pain as if his entire body was being torn apart. The god of martial arts on his side also had his own thoughts. He worried to himself, at this rate I can't win. Kim Yun-woo weakly raised his hand, emitting a faint aura. He worriedly thought, it's no good, my mana consumption is too severe, I'll be exhausted soon. The god of martial arts on his side had another thought. He seemed not to have lost any strength at all. The two stared at each other for a long time, and Kim Yun-woo decided, I have no choice, this guy is no pushover either. The god of martial arts also thought, I have no choice. As soon as they thought this, the two rushed forward to fight again, meeting each other's eyes with a sneer. There was no more time to waste. As Kim Yun-woo prepared to attack, he suddenly paused. The god of martial arts unleashed his power, creating a black circular spiritual energy with overwhelming force, and Kim Yun-woo was terrified and shocked. He continued to evade, saying in a flustered voice, wait, that's purple spirit. Below his feet, black spiritual energy continuously enveloped him. The god of martial arts coolly still concentrated his power, maintaining a sphere above his head. He said playfully, it seems you know quite a lot about it. Kim Yun-woo, sweating profusely, pointed at it with his finger and said, what are you doing now? That's not martial arts. Who gathers mana in one place like that? If you do that, how is it any different from me earlier? The god of martial arts said displeased, it doesn't matter, I will do anything to deal with you. Now, in the center of his chest there was a bottomless black hole from which dark magic poured out. Realizing the opportunity, the god of martial arts loudly shouted the technique Ghost Annihilation. A powerful dark force poured directly towards Kim Yun-woo. The god of martial arts thought that since he had used this technique he would surely win. But he was struck squarely in the face, his eyes wide in horror at what was about to happen. What? That terrifying magic was blocked by the lightning Kim Yun-woo used? The god of martial arts exclaimed in shock. How can this be? Kim Yun-woo smiled brightly and casually dispelled all the magic. The god of martial arts, dumbfounded, still unable to believe it, asked again, you blocked my purple spirit with lightning? Kim Yun-woo said triumphantly to him, hey, you taught me earlier, so now I'll teach you again. Kim Yun-woo said that since he had improved it he should try to block it. The god of martial arts, without time to react, stammered out a few flustered words. This is Kim Yun-woo then combined Thunder God Rebirth and Lightning, creating a force of immense power. He hurled it directly at the god of martial arts, and the sky of one area lit up brightly, followed by an enormous explosion. After the explosion swept through, the god of martial arts was no longer visible. A moment later, Kim Yun-woo appeared coolly with both hands in his pants pockets, and the system frantically displayed notifications. You have defeated Cheon-mu, who called himself the god of martial arts, from Grimber's provisional list. Another notification continued to appear. Cheon-mu's rank has been reset. Information authority has changed from low to mid-low. Current information authority is intermediate. You will be invited to the system after a certain period of time. Remaining time 3 days 3 hours 8 minutes 12 seconds. Kim Yun-woo was so exhausted from excessive mana consumption that he could barely breathe. He quickly sank to the ground and simultaneously an item appeared on the surface. With sweat beading on his face he seemed to be deep in thought. Finally he reached out and picked up the item. This is, the system continued to notify. Cheon-mu's origin is incomplete. Grade 5, no skills. Cheon-mu's training secret, known by the name God of Martial Arts. To follow his first master he became a climber due to insufficient information authority. He could learn countless martial arts from creations, and finally called himself the God of Martial Arts. As he was only on the provisional climber list he had to wager the power of the labyrinth to climb the tower. Labyrinth occupancy 0. Kim Yun-woo looked suspiciously at the item in his hand, thinking to himself, provisional list. Labyrinth occupancy, what the hell is that? While he was still wondering, he suddenly heard a voice shouting, Master! He raised his head and saw Parian running towards him. Kim Yun-woo smiled in relief, then relaxed and lay down on the ground. It was really tough, but in the end I won. The atmosphere became quiet. Parian watched her master resting on the ground. At this time, in a secret base, a mysterious man was preparing to report Min's death to the designer. The tower designer asked again in disbelief, both the hidden climber and the provisional climber have been defeated? The mysterious man nodded and replied, that's correct. The designer rubbed his chin, pleased. Truly impressive. His eyes sharpened, and he then scoffed coldly. And he continued, I have thought about this problem before. It is the role of crisis. All living beings do not evolve easily. Do you consider the current life system on all floors stable? Only when disaster strikes do they struggle for survival. And through that struggle for survival they gradually develop. The mysterious man sitting opposite raised a question. Are you saying he is the crisis for the climbers? The designer nodded. Highly likely. Has he ever met a high-level climber? The mysterious man quickly replied. Not at all. The one on the provisional list almost defeated him, but ultimately died before officially becoming a climber. The mysterious man paused for a moment, then added his own conjecture. But the Guardian will never meet a high-level climber. That's because the old gods who ruled the constellations are hidden on the 8th floor, the designer also agreed. Then you are correct. At this time, Kim Yun-woo was still lying stretched out on the ground resting and wearing a satisfied smile, but the designer's voice concluded that he would soon die. A day later in the Guardian's office people were constantly whispering, did you see the news? The whole world is in an uproar. One person approached excitedly and asked, what happened at the top 50 party? Hong Jin frowned and said to them, that's right, I heard it was a complete massacre. But no one was interested in her words, only in the battle. Did you see the battle video? It was truly amazing. The person opposite also replied with interest. Wasn't our guild leader really cool too? At these words, Hong Jin was speechless. Their murmuring continuously echoed before her. Now his name will echo throughout the world. He's truly amazing. A massacre occurred at the top 50 hunter party. Out of 42 participants, 33 people died. Among the 9 survivors, 4 could no longer participate in hunter activities due to severe lasting damage. Hong Jin held her phone, reading the main news articles one by one. Various countries had not yet officially concluded on the incident. They would have to thoroughly investigate the mastermind behind all of this. The people who had been cheering and delighted earlier said, I'm so happy to be part of this guild. Kim Yun-woo has no equal. Hong Jin lamented, it seems people aren't interested in that matter. At this moment a voice was heard, which was public opinion manipulation. Hong Jin was startled to hear that. It was Sakaren, she continued to speak, looking at the computer screen. Because most of the top 50 hunters had been eliminated. This would make people uneasy, therefore they glorified a star to distract people's attention. Hong Jin nodded in agreement. She added, if the guildmaster knew this fact she wouldn't stand by. Anya urged that they should not tell him this fact. Meanwhile in America, Reldong was very worried and asked the person in front of her, how are your injuries? Kim Yun-woo was meticulously bandaged all over his body and one arm was broken. He smiled and replied, you're asking if I'm okay even after seeing me like this? Ron gently replied, I'm asking out of courtesy. She continued, even after receiving treatment from a mage with healing abilities your condition is still like this, so Sihu Oppa has reason to worry. Kim Yun-woo seemed only interested in his own results, saying, HMPH I still won though. Lee Seodong sighed, still worried. She quickly went out the door. I'll go finish the paperwork Oppa. Kim Yun-woo weakly waved his hand, alright? After Lee Seo-dong left, he too had to grimace in pain. He raised his mummified bandaged hand high. After staring at it for a moment, he sighed, lamenting, the after effects are definitely not light. Kim Yun-woo remembered the battle then, thinking to himself, still, this is fortunate. An ordinary person would have immediately fallen into an energy rampage. Kim Yun-woo lay stretched out on the bed thinking, it's really embarrassing. I tried to act instinctively, but I couldn't grasp all the techniques I used. I guess I need to read more books. It would be great if I could learn from someone. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he was startled. Maybe that will help. Kim Yun-woo pulled out an item he had picked up earlier and asked, do you know how to use this? In ARB's space, 2 days later, his assistant Abai said, isn't this Cheonmu's origin, owned by a person named Muon? Kim Yun-woo pointed at the system board and continued, Labyrinth Stone, right? I want to know how to complete this. I need to find out. His assistant Abai seemed to be calculating with her hands, and countless screens appeared before her. After a moment, the girl opened her eyes and said, there's one clue, and slowly explained, Guardian Nim, I think you need to go to a labyrinth dungeon. I don't know if the labyrinth stone is a monster's mana stone or something else, but since climbers have to pass through dungeons to move to the next floor, you'll find the answer there. Kim Yun-woo rubbed his chin in agreement. All right. Suddenly, Kim Yun-woo discovered something and jumped up, asking, that's right, didn't I get a new skill? His assistant Abai pointed at him and replied, yes, open your status window. He quickly opened his status window. Name Kim Yun-woo, 9th floor guardian, age 24, gender male, status, very good, stats, strength 5, agility 5, endurance 55, health 5, stamina A, luck B, skills, information authority, intermediate, psychology access. Kim Yun-woo breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, most of my stats went up. He wondered if psychology was a new skill. How do I use it? Abai replied, twice a day. As long as you have access to the opponent's information, you can read their thoughts. Kim Yun-woo frowned, thinking to himself, I guess I won't be able to use this skill against climbers. Still, it's better than nothing. His assistant Abai joyfully announced, the system notifications you receive are also almost perfect now. It will now tell you the climber's time and location. At this moment, countless videotapes, CDs, and game consoles were placed on the table. His assistant Abai looked at them and remembered that she had something else to say. Kim Yun-woo noticed her gaze and teasingly asked, do you want a game console? His assistant Abai replied, flustered, I don't always play games. Only games? Kim Yun-woo asked. Then what is it? Abby's expression became serious. This is something I recently found out. No, to be precise, it's just a guess. At this moment in the hospital, Myeon continuously called Kim Yun-woo master in her thoughts, and Kim Yun-woo, who read it with his new skill, spat out the water he was drinking. Myeon quickly stood up looking worried and asked, Master, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine, just choked a little. Outside, Myeon quietly bowed her head. Yes, but a bad thought popped into her mind. Is Master really okay? His body doesn't seem to have fully recovered yet. Aren't there professional healers or artifacts in the Fedo Guild? Aren't there even artifacts? Anyway, since Master's body is injured, I can touch it. Kim Yun-woo read this and his face reddened, turning his head away. I saw something I shouldn't have seen, Myeon continued to ask. Where did Seo-dong go? Did she go to do paperwork? She said Master would be discharged soon, so she went to another place using the magic circle. Myeon still looked up at him with a worried face. Master, are you really okay? A crowd has gathered downstairs and Master will surely be uncomfortable. Kim Si-hoon heard that and looked out the window, seeing many people gathered below. Who is it? Our reporters? Myeon said coldly, if Master permits, I will kill them all. He quickly put on his slippers, got out of bed and slowly said, there's no need for that. No matter what I do, they'll keep chasing me. It's better to hold a press conference. Kim Yun-woo decided to go down. At this moment, reporters rushed at him, clamoring for an interview. Hunter Kim Yun-woo, Hunter Kim Yun-woo, could you tell us, Hunter Kim Yun-woo, Mr. Kim Yun-woo? They continuously pushed him, making him very uncomfortable. He barely managed to persuade them to calm down. Everyone please calm down. Someone seized this opportunity to ask. Hunter Kim Yun-woo, when you met at the party, too tired, he wildly waved his hand and shouted, everyone shut up, let me pass. He also roughly elbowed the chest of a reporter standing nearby. Kim Yun-woo was annoyed. Move, clear the way. A man standing nearby took his picture with malicious intent. He thought to himself, I knew Kim Yun-woo was rude, but to this extent. This person was special correspondent Z. Michael. Z glared at him with cunning eyes. He seemed to ignore the reporters. I'll show them what reporters can do. After a brief silence, Kim Yun-woo casually picked his ear and indifferently said, I'm not feeling well, so your questions. Before he could finish, someone raised their voice. Mr. Kim Yun-woo, John ceaselessly asked, there's a rumor that you used the party massacre to kill hunters you wanted to kill, is that true? Everyone paused at this malicious question. Kim Yun-woo put both hands in his pants pockets and annoyed. I haven't said anything, but the reporter John continuously attacked him. Then can we take that as confirmation of the rumor? Kim Yun-woo didn't answer but chuckled as if amused. This made reporter John scoff. He thought John liked that expression of his. This is what you get daring to ignore a reporter. Then Kim Yun-woo suddenly shouted loudly, Hey, move! John seemed flustered too. Kim Yun-woo said in a sarcastic tone, You're close, didn't you hear me? At this moment someone approached and whispered softly in his ear, Internet? Where's the internet? Yes. Kim Yun-woo emphasized what he had just said. 30 seconds, if that guy doesn't disappear, there will be no interview today. John gritted his teeth in anger. What? Myeon, standing far away, could no longer watch. She quickly ordered her subordinates to deal with him. Myeon watched Kim Yun-woo safely from afar. A moment later, inside a building. This morning, the news of Kim Yun-woo's interview quickly became the main headline. The rude question John threw at Kim Yun-woo silenced the press conference, and Kim Yun-woo, unlike his usual self, very politely asked John to leave. The person couldn't help but repeat the word politely in surprise. Kim Si-hoon also read the article and was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Yun-woo hung, polite, unimaginable. He must have changed. Kim Yun-woo's voice was heard. Si-hoon, you're back. Kim Yun-woo replied, pleased. Oh Hung, how have you been? I've been well. Kim Yun-woo placed his hand on the sofa and quickly got to the point. By the way, I'm going to a dungeon soon. Kim Si-hoon was very surprised to hear that. Hung is going to a dungeon? You haven't been fighting for money lately. Are you going to find artifacts? Kim Yun-woo leaned back on the sofa and replied, no, I have a few things to check. Kim Yun-woo directly suggested, I'd like your guild to come with me. Kim Si-hoon was surprised by this. What? Why not Hung's guild? Kim Yun-woo said, I don't have a map. Without that, it will be difficult to get through the dungeon. Kim Si-hoon heard that and thought it made sense. That's right, if there's no place to rest and I don't know where the monsters are, getting lost would be a disaster, he continued. We can leave next week. At this moment, Myeon was already sitting next to Kim Yun-woo. He smiled, stroked her head and continued, all right, let me know the location a day before we leave. Myeon sat blankly, her face red. Kim Yun-woo looked up at her again. Suddenly his second disciple Han Rin came to mind. Kim Yun-woo's eyes became worried. He wondered, is that child okay? The two people's story continued. Han Rin stood with Kim Yun-woo. When I was trapped in the tower, I tried teaching a disciple and staging my disappearance, but it ultimately failed. After that, I gave up the hiding style, but that child asked me to be her teacher first. Han Rin placed her hand on her chest and seriously said, teacher, please accept me as your disciple. In another scene, Han Rin and he faced difficulties. The story continued. That child was rebellious, so I didn't teach her real martial arts, but since she wanted to become stronger, I still trained her. Here, rebellious describes children who are caught in a grand delusion, boasting about themselves and convincing themselves that they possess transcendent wisdom or hidden power. Doing so can also be helpful. Back to reality, skipping the past story and continuing the conversation, Kim Yun-woo patted Kim Si-hoon's shoulder and said, haha, good news is no news, so that child must be fine. Kim Si-hoon held his phone, looked up and thought, Hung's mind must have flown somewhere else again. Kim Si-hoon suddenly got a notification on his phone. Kim Si-hoon looked down and it was a notification about a new article. Kim Si-hoon was surprised to see it. This article was about John Michael. The information stated, Demon reporter John Michael disappeared after being demoted from lead reporter. Kim Si-hoon thought, isn't that the suspicious reporter? John Michael's image popped into Kim Si-hoon's head. Kim Si-hoon asked himself, that guy disappeared? Kim Si-hoon looked up and saw Kim Yun-woo stroking the girl's head. Kim Si-hoon thought Hung shouldn't be doing something like that. The girl seemed very pleased, feeling the warmth of his hand. The girl looked shy yet happy and very cute. Kim Si-hoon read the article and thought. His face darkened and he was afraid that he would be the next to disappear. Kim Si-hoon, without knowing what he was thinking, cringed in fear and clutched his phone tightly. A brief silence fell. Kim Si-hoon thought, I guess I should get along well with Hung. On the other hand, at the Korean Aries headquarters, a skyscraper with countless rooms reaching to the sky stood tall. It was truly a massive headquarters. A voice was heard. Mr. Kim Yun-woo has arrived. In a small office within the Aries headquarters, a young man in a suit stood quietly, heard the news, and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, CW pulled at his tie, thinking, there's not much time left. I can't let Kim Yun-woo take 40 of the dungeons, he worried, thinking of Mason. He couldn't ask Mason for help either. CW imagined the hunters. That massacre incident shook the whole world. The culprits were hunters on Mason's side. He recalled Mason standing before the gaze of countless people. CW continued to think, whether Mason is involved or not, it will be hard to avoid everyone's attention. Another image came to mind. It was Liam. He thought, furthermore, because of that, Liam gained a lot of political power. CW was brought back to reality from his deep thoughts by a sound. Cog turned around. Kim Yun-woo was calmly opening the door and entering. He smiled and said, wow, it's been a long time. In front of CW, who was dressed very formally, he looked like someone who had climbed up from the bottom of society. Cog and Kim Yun-woo sat together in chairs and talked in the room. He said, I want to hear your answer. CW sighed in relief before speaking. Right now I need to persuade him somehow and minimize the losses. CW began to speak. You. Wait, he ignored Cog's words, raised his hand and smiled. I don't want to talk for long. CW seriously replied, you don't want to talk for long with me either, do you? Right? So let's keep it simple. He didn't want to talk for long and wanted to get straight to the point. Kim Yun-woo pointed directly at C. Alright, from now on your answers are only yes or no, understood? CW, angered by his attitude, stood up, slammed the table and loudly said, how dare you? Kim Yun-woo still sat with his legs crossed, hands extended to his sides and smiled. It's not that big of a deal. It's a reasonable number anyway, just 40. Everything will be as if nothing happened. CW gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, this son of a bitch. As CW said this, another voice suddenly entered the room. It wasn't either of their voices. Please save me. It turned out he was playing a recording. The voice continued to echo. I'll tell you everything. Please just let me see some light, please. He looked at the device. The voice coming from the device conveyed many emotions. Please don't lock me in there. Don't lock me in the warehouse. I don't want to go in there. I don't want to. The voice was very miserable. Kim Yun-woo turned back to CW and said, you recognize that voice too, don't you? As soon as CW heard the recording, his body stiffened. The image of a young man flashed in his mind. CW was speechless. He was startled. Number 6. He placed the device on the table and said, "Alright, think about it. You can't escape, you bastard. And to make it clear, let me give you a small piece of advice," he said loudly. "If you refuse my demand," he continued seriously, "Aries will become even more miserable." CW heard that, trembled, and broke out in a sweat, falling silent. He continued, "Then I'll ask you one more time." He firmly placed his hand on the table and said, "Do you want to see the end of that?" CW shuddered at his words and couldn't say anything. CW placed his hands on his knees, trying to calm his uneasy mind, and replied, "No." Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched mansion in Hanam City, the young lady looked out the window, lost in thought and appearing at ease. Myeon's subordinate knelt and reported that all other forces had been eliminated. Myeon's subordinate continued, "We have completely taken over all the surrounding dungeons." The young lady turned her face and said, "Good, well done." Myeon's subordinate looked at Myeon and thought. Myeon was smiling brightly. Just a few months ago she never showed her emotions, but now Myeon was expressing her emotions. Myeon looked very happy and delighted. Myeon's subordinate thought she was like a completely different person. The young lady said, "Was that reporter bastard completely dealt with?" Then a horned man appeared from a corner. Batman said, "I apologize." A third party intervened. Myeon heard that, turned around, and asked, "Who was it?" Judging by the signs of resistance, he seemed to have been abducted. By the time we went to look, he was already gone. Myeon's eyes grew even more displeased than before. She said, "Shouldn't you know who did it?" Myeon's subordinate approached and showed her a device. Myeon didn't understand the text on the device and asked, "What is this?" Myeon's subordinate replied, "This is the only clue. This mark was drawn on the table." Myeon's subordinate continued, "It's as if they want you to know." Myeon rested her chin on her hand and thought, "How strange. I'll have to look into it." The young lady waved her hand, giving a command, and the horned man replied, "As you command." The young lady continued to Myeon's subordinate, "You may leave now too." Myeon's subordinate replied, "Understood. But may I ask one thing? How long will you be away?" The young lady brushed back her hair and said casually, "When Master comes to China we will go too. Until then I entrust you with the guild's management." Myeon's subordinate was unexpectedly silent. Myeon's subordinate blushed, feeling awkward, and thought, "She acknowledged me, Myeon, a person who trusted no one." Myeon's subordinate bowed, thinking, "She trusts me again?" He replied, "I will do my best." Myeon was still amused, feeling shy about her happiness. "Master, Kim Si-hoon said he isn't living in the house Myeon made for him." Kim Yeon-woo replied, "Here is more comfortable." Kim Si-hoon turned around and asked about the negotiations with Aries. He said, leaning back in his chair, "It's going smoothly. The issue with the Aries Guild will be over in 2 weeks. Before that I have a few things to take care of." CW said that since things had come to this he would use a mental penetration technique of over 40. CW thought he had no choice but to install it in the dungeon as Mason had instructed. He scrolled through his phone thinking, "I thought he would hesitate, but I didn't know he was also involved with Mason." He held up his phone and smiled. "If I just stand by and watch this happen, it would be rude." In a different region, an A-grade dungeon in Wujung district. Footsteps echoed through the monster underground passage. They were the footsteps of 2 skeletons moving strangely. The 2 skeletons could still move normally. And Uhun, who was hiding, was startled and covered his mouth with both hands. The 2 skeletons passed him by, and he trembled all over, unable to scream. Seo Yun appeared. He was Seo Hyun from the Ares operations office. Sok-hoon seemed to have a stealth skill. "I don't need to worry about the monsters, but I don't want to be alone in here." Sok-hoon held a black orb and thought, "But if I just follow CW Nim's instructions, I can be promoted to an operations executive." Uhun sat down and began to dig into the ground. "He told me to bury this in the sand, right?" As he was acting, a strange foot appeared before him. Uhun was startled. He looked up and saw him. He still smiled genially and said, "Hello?" CW leaned against the door, terrified as if he had seen a ghost. The atmosphere around CW also grew heavy, and he felt anxious inwardly. "What on earth is going on?" An excited voice echoed from the middle of the room. "Well, you're a bit late." Kim Yeon-woo was already waiting in the room. He was amusingly sitting on the back of CW's secretary, who was miserably crying due to a lump on his head from a punch. Next to them, Kim Yeon-woo's first cute disciple, Myeon, was waiting with one hand on her hip. Kim Yeon-woo cheerfully waved and greeted. "Has it already been 6 hours?" The unfortunate secretary, disguised as a desk, was crying in agony. "Guild leader Nim, please save me." CW bit his lip and sweated, but didn't have the courage to try anything forceful. His head was spinning, his mouth was dry, and his legs were completely cold. Kim Yeon-woo said sweetly, "Since you're already here, why don't we chat for a bit?" Those words made CW even more fearful, causing him to back away, with only a sliver of hope left in his heart. "Where are the guards?" CW, backing away near the door, bumped into a large, heavily built body and stopped. Turning his head, CW was once again chilled to the bone. Behind him stood 2 strange figures, completely covered and masked, with only their mouths visible. Kim Yeon-woo had already approached. He leaned close to CW's face, smiled, and said in an enticing voice, "Hey, you're dead. You can't escape, my friend." At these words, CW sobbed uncontrollably, and with a thud, blood splattered, followed by screams. CW rolled on the floor, continuously screaming loudly. Arg ah, as he screamed, making the entire room echo as if he had never screamed before. Kim Yun-woo had to cover his ears because of the noise. He's screaming too loudly. He sighed and said calmly, I'll go easy, so stop screaming. Upon hearing that, CW suddenly fell silent. He hastily covered his small mouth to prevent any sound, but his face was still full of fear. Ah! Kim Yun-woo smiled with satisfaction, raising an eyebrow slightly. He lamented with a mischievous look. If I look like this, people will think I'm a bad guy. CW's secretary crawled on the floor, looking at Kim Yun-woo with a displeased expression. Of course he is. Seeing Kim Yun-woo sitting in front of him, CW couldn't help but wonder inwardly, where on earth did he get this information? Kim Yun-woo spoke as if he had read CW's mind. You're wondering how I know, right? He startled CW. Kim Yun-woo sighed, looking at CW, who was groveling and kneeling before him. He said sarcastically, You all start begging for forgiveness as soon as you know you're going to die. You're all the same. Myeon stood there, continuously nodding at her master's words. Suddenly Kim Yun-woo was holding a large palm-sized stone. Shall I tell you why I know? He forcefully threw the stone at CW's head. It's because every single one of you in your guild is the same. CW, literally hit by the stone, felt dizzy. His face turned purple and he cried out, Ah! Kim Yun-woo picked up the stone again, shook it up and down and smiled with his lips curled up. Now tell me everything you know. Otherwise, CW, still clutching his head from the pain he had just endured, continued to stomp his feet and wail. Ah! Flames blazed in Kim Yun-woo's hand and he growled in an angry voice. Otherwise, CW sensed danger, covered his head in fear and looked up. Kim Yun-woo threatened, How about I smash your head with a stone? Shall I try it? He grinned, raised the stone to shoulder height, his face full of cunning. CW couldn't withstand this immense pressure and finally opened his mouth. And time rewound to the past. Before that, CW of Aries held a small spherical object in his hand. He told me to bury this in the dungeon. So Kim Yun-woo would take it. Inside the room, CW was talking to a white-haired man. Judging by how he was addressed, the man seemed to be a very powerful figure. What is that? CW continued to question the man who was looking out the window. He turned his head, smiled mischievously and said, It's a detonator. CW stiffened and continued to listen carefully to Mason's explanation. Do you know what a monster surge is? CW looked at the table and continued his explanation. Yes, in the early days when the tower first appeared, it was a disaster. Our understanding of the tower was still very limited. At that time, only a few hunters managed the tower. News articles poured out continuously, and of course there were unconquerable dungeons at that time. If the monsters inside a dungeon aren't dealt with within a set time, they escape and destroy everything. The monsters will chase and attack people. That is a monster surge. Under the moonlight, the sinister Mason was satisfied with the answer he had just heard. Good, you know it very well. I plan to create a monster surge. These words made CW look nervously at the orb in his hand. Mason extended his hand and further explained his wicked plan. After that, he will be blamed worldwide for neglecting his duties. Then we can reclaim the dungeons. A perfect plan. Mason's calculating face turned towards CW. If everything goes smoothly, I will help you reorganize the guild. Returning to the original room, CW was groveling and kneeling before him. Everything happened like that. Hearing that story, Myeon became suspicious. How strange. She approached CW, revealing her slender back with a skull emblem, and pressed him. Why is Mason acting according to that person's plan? The time you're talking about is when Mason and Master had no connection, so there was no need to go to such lengths just to get rid of Master. As she spoke, she exuded a murderous aura and stared chillingly. Unless you're lying. CW hunched over slightly, his face pale, and stammered, I think so too. Kim Yun-woo rested his chin on his hand and said, So Mason was just pretending to help me while planning something else behind my back? He covered his face with a suspicious expression. No way, he even accepted that. Meanwhile in Washington, liquor bottles and a chessboard were scattered on a table like a battlefield. Mason held 2 large explosive orbs in his hand and sighed. Damn it, it ended up like this after all. He sipped red wine, feeling depressed as he thought about the god of martial arts' failure. He was an important step in destroying the 9th floor. In the dark room, light shone on Mason's face. The light cut across one of his eyes, making his calculating face even sharper. Did I underestimate the situation too much? Mason fell into thought again. The image of Earth in space appeared. When I first came to the 9th floor, I thought this was a floor I could easily leave. The image of Earth gradually shattered. This clearly showed his disappointment. After that, meeting Faker Hasubun, we were convinced that we were ready to gradually destroy this world. Low-level climbers didn't have enough power to destroy the world on their own. The plan proceeded smoothly without any issues. And now only the final stage remained. Using Ares, we could monopolize all the dungeons worldwide. It was meticulously planned. He had already clearly positioned his chess pieces. What he had successfully obtained through his own power was the god of martial arts and the other hunters under his command. Now, if the detonators are installed in the guild's dungeons and the god of martial arts massacre begins at the right time, the 9th floor will be finished. On the chessboard, Mason moved his chess pieces, removing his opponent's pieces as if flaunting his victory. But ever since Guardian Kim Yun-woo left the tower and opened the door, if I just waited, all the climbers who had already ascended would die. Hasubun's symbolic chess piece was beheaded, but what he left behind still remained. Although that assistant was quite cunning, he wasn't very intelligent. I didn't pay much attention to him because I thought everything would be fine if I just kept manipulating him. Kim Yun-woo's appearance shattered all the potential figures Mason had and destroyed his plans. And when the god of martial arts was defeated by that guardian, Mason, thinking inwardly, trembled with rage and smashed the wine glass in his hand. Damn it, what did the wine glass do? Mason stared blankly at his wine-stained hand and snorted, HMPH. Then he wiped his hand with a towel and looked up at the chessboard. It's fine, I still have other plans. He decided to utilize the secretly established organizations. These organizations were merely pawns for Mason to sacrifice. After finding the god of martial arts, I paid him a lot of attention, thinking that if I didn't supervise him, the plan would collapse. Upon checking, I realized he had developed on his own. He had become incredibly strong. As a result, large barrels full of explosive orbs were placed in front of Mason. He exclaimed with satisfaction, "Haha, excellent." As he was rejoicing, a voice came from somewhere. "You look happy." Mason was still very pleased and didn't notice anything strange. "That's right." Oh, before he could finish speaking, he was startled and turned his head towards where the voice came from. And Kim Yun-woo was standing there nonchalantly. Mason said loudly, his voice full of surprise, "Gee, get out, Kim Yun-woo." Kim Yun-woo merely showed him an arrogant smile. Wow, he walked forward. How is it that he always reaches the right conclusion in matters related to deduction? How is it that he always reaches the right conclusion in matters related to deduction? Mason, in fear, sprang up from his seat and retreated a few steps. Abby's deductions came to mind. Guardian. Perhaps this Mason person is a climber hidden on the 9th floor. Time returned to when Abai was conversing in a cozy living room. I looked it up on the internet and in the news. There was no evidence of Mason's existence before the first rift appeared. That cute face analyzed seriously. After that, he suddenly appeared and started getting involved in suspicious affairs. Furthermore, he had a secret relationship with the god of martial arts. She logically analyzed her suspicions. How could the god of martial arts, someone who isn't a guardian or a climber, know the truth about this world? Who told him? Kim Yun-woo also listened to those words and thought deeply. Abai said worriedly. This is just my conjecture. Her face was clearly full of excitement, but she still said, "If you think I'm wrong, don't go looking for him." A voice interrupted their entire conversation. "Your body hasn't fully recovered yet." Returning to the room with Mason, Kim Yun-woo chuckled slightly and stretched his neck. "It's not bad to wait a long time and deal with you myself." Mason nervously turned his head and looked at the prepared explosive orbs. Kim Yun-woo continued, "You brought all the evidence here." He was almost dead but still trembling somewhat. "How did you get in here?" Kim Yun-woo smiled slightly and said, "You don't need to know." System notification, information authority skill. Above Mason's head, the red words unverifiable appeared, and his face was filled with unease. Mason gritted his teeth and stared at Kim Yun-woo. "He really is." Without wasting time, Kim Yun-woo gathered his inherent power, charged directly at Mason and attacked. The entire room flashed dazzlingly, and Kim Yun-woo's fierce voice followed. "You rat, run away quickly." CW, hit by Yun-woo's attack, screamed in pain. "Arg," he cried, flying straight up. Before he could even react, Yun-woo leapt to his rear. Mason smiled mischievously and struck CW from behind, and CW couldn't retaliate. CW, hit by Yun-woo's attack, fell hard to the ground. As soon as he painfully hit the floor, CW turned back to Yun-woo with an angry face and hurled insults. Before he could finish speaking, Yun-woo struck CW's face again. CW screamed in pain. Arg. At this, Yun-woo exuded a murderous aura and said, "Hey Mason," Yun-woo said with a proud, amused smile. "Let's finish this quickly." Mason half turned his face, furrowing his brow, and looked at Yun-woo with eyes full of resentment. Suddenly Mason scoffed and shouted, "Stop!" Just as Yun-woo was about to cleanly finish off Mason with Thunder God twin strikes, his entire body suddenly froze. His foot, suspended in midair, eerily halted. Yun-woo, with a bewildered expression as if unable to comprehend what was happening, said, "Oh, I can't move my body." While Yun-woo was confused about what was happening, Mason stood up with a murderous look on his face. With a HMPH, Yun-woo collapsed. Mason looked at Yun-woo again. Mason suddenly exploded, yelling, "You damn bastard," and charged at Yun-woo with a kick. Yun-woo was lying there, fallen but in the same posture as before, motionless on the ground. Yun-woo's face still bore an expression of not understanding what was happening. "What on earth is going on? My body is stiff as a rock right now." Mason approached Yun-woo and said, "You fool, did you really break into my home without any preparation?" Mason took out a book and said, "Do you think everyone will just stand by and let you win?" Suddenly, several beams of light shot straight towards Mason's body. He chuckled and said, "I intended to leave you to the others, but it seems I have to step in after all. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the voice of all people." At this moment, Mason was wearing a different outfit, and his surroundings were brightly illuminated. He spread his arms and chuckled sinisterly, saying, "And this place is a restricted zone I've painstakingly created over many years. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to defeat me here." Hearing Mason's words, Yun-woo felt a slight pang of worry, thinking, "This is bad. So you can only use your power within this zone?" Mason laughed and replied, "That's right." Yun-woo thought killing the Guardian was extremely important to him. Ron is almost invincible in this zone, but outside it he would be extremely weak. Moreover, no matter how large this restricted zone was, it had a limit of a 200-unit radius. However, he had decided to enter this place of his own accord. Suddenly, Ron cornered Yun-woo against the stairs and asked, "Do you have any last words?" Yun-woo said, "I'll ask just one thing." Ron, with a bewildered expression, furrowed his brow and asked, "Huh?" Yunwoo looked at Mason and asked, "How many climbers are there right now?" Mason, hearing Yunwoo's question, chuckled in bewilderment, thinking, "How ridiculous, is he really that desperate?" After that, Mason answered Yunwoo's question, "Are you asking such a question when you're about to die? I'm sorry, but I can't answer that, because new climbers are always appearing even at this very moment." Hearing Mason's reply, Yunwoo frowned in anger, thinking, "He knows nothing," he thought. Yunwoo then asked, "Then I'll ask one last thing. Do you know anything about reclimbers?" Mason thought for a moment and then said, "They are those who have fallen from the throne. They are those who lost their power and were expelled, climbing the tower to reclaim what they've lost. Simply put, they are the old gods." Yunwoo was slightly surprised by Mason's answer and said suspiciously, "Old gods?" Mason, as if he no longer wished to answer, said impatiently, "The conversation ends here. This is enough for someone who's about to die. In fact, this is far too much for someone who's about to die." After finishing his words, Yunwoo exploded with power, shot to his feet and said, "Right?" Mason, seeing Yunwoo stand up, was extremely shocked and terrified, saying, "How can you move?" Mason retreated, saying, "That's impossible in this restricted zone." "How?" While Mason rapidly flipped through the book in extreme shock, Yunwoo said, "Of course, I already knew all your moves." Yunwoo chuckled as he approached Mason, saying, "You and your so-called Ron can go to hell. This is merely about controlling mana." Yunwoo frowned in anger and said, "Damn it." He then extended his hand and fired magic waves at Yunwoo. "Don't move, hold your breath, commit suicide," he commanded. But all failed. Yunwoo used a technique to prevent the magic waves from penetrating his body. Mason saw that and was extremely terrified. Yunwoo looked at his hand, thinking, "My battle with Min truly helped. I don't know the name of this technique, but I was able to easily remove penetrating mana from the flow of ki. He used this technique when blocking the Asura flame strike. I still lack experience." After that, Yunwoo leapt high, concentrating his power, and said, "Now it's my turn." Yunwoo unleashed the Asura flame strike, delivering a blow to Mason and creating a massive explosion. After finishing the attack, Yunwoo chuckled and said, "He's nothing special." Suddenly, Yunwoo exclaimed in horror, What is this? I don't feel any presence." Before Yunwoo there was only massive chaos. Mason's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Yunwoo said he definitely escaped. Cough, gasp. Mason was sitting in a chair at this moment, covered in wounds. Mason said, "If I hadn't used teleportation I would have died. The wounds on my body are very severe, but this much is acceptable." Mason sat in the middle of the room with bodyguards on both sides. He thought, the plan started with an underground organization in Mexico, but now it has become a secret organization that has swallowed up all of Europe. As long as this organization is in my hands, I can start over, Mason thought with a smile. Suddenly a voice was heard. "So you were here." Mason looked towards the source of the voice and chuckled, saying, "A long time no see." Footsteps approached Mason. A girl with purple hair entered with bodyguards. That girl was Hane Rin. Hane Rin smiled and looked at Ron. Dawn broke and the sunlight shone on the houses, directly illuminating the bright glass windows of the skyscrapers. In the heart of Seoul there was the most prominent building, the International Hunter Association headquarters. Senator Liam held his phone, looking bewildered at a 33-second recording file. "This isn't urgent or rushed at all," Kim Yunwoo said nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders and telling the senator to listen first. Liam Lo, hearing Yunwoo's words, fell into thought and played the file. His eyes focused on the content of the recording file, and a clear unease flickered across his face, and familiar voice flowed from the recording file. "Considering the god of martial arts' failure." Upon hearing this, the senator's face turned ashen, and he was aghast. His eyes were wide open and cold sweat dripped all over his body. What on earth could have happened to terrify even such a high-ranking senator? The recording file wasn't over yet, and the voice within continued to play. "To destroy the 9th floor." As the content progressed, Liam Lo anxiously shouted questions at Kim Yunwoo. This voice contrasted with his expression. While Liam was in a state of confusion, Yunwoo gave a light smile, a mix of arrogance and contempt on his lips. He still hadn't answered Liam's question, and Liam had no choice but to keep listening to the recording file. Within it, the one who held the upper hand introduced himself. "I am Ron. Isn't this the person Kim Yunwoo's subordinate eliminated?" The senator clearly understood the content of this conversation, and wishing to confirm his suspicions, asked Yunwoo again, "Is this truly real?" To confirm it for the senator, he closed his eyes and lightly nodded, agreeing with his words. Senator Liam, after clearly grasping the situation, fell into thought. He propped himself up on the table with his hands lost in thought. This truth about Mason was quite shocking. He clasped his hands together and thought, considering that Ron Satan was eliminated so easily. An ingenious idea popped into the senator's head. "With this, we can surpass Mason's faction in the Hunter Association." He envisioned a scheme. He would hand this recording file over to his subordinates, and the scene played out in his mind. Even if Mason is criticized, he is still very flexible in the political arena, so it won't be easy. However, this recording file is powerful enough to completely ruin him. Someone who commits evil deeds and tries to evade responsibility. He already held a powerful weapon in his hand. Liam returned to his conversation with Kim Yunwoo. He knew Yunwoo had a purpose in handing this over so easily. So he asked first, "You brought this to me, surely with a request, didn't you?" How straightforward, for someone who knows everything like our senator. Kim Yunwoo happily stated what he wanted. "I'm very glad you understood quickly. It's nothing much, I just want you to manipulate the media a bit. Am I putting it too simply? It wasn't just me who found this hard to believe." Even Liam Lo, who held the highest power, heard it and was bewildered and aghast. The media, he said nonchalantly. That's right. I no longer wish to be bothered by reporters. Kim Yun-woo leaned back in his chair, waved his hand dismissively, and thought that the condition he proposed was too beneficial for him. This is a mutually beneficial condition. You will be able to easily make Mason lose power and I will be more comfortable. Liam, realizing there was no downside to his request, agreed but still had a slight worry. All right, if this is posted anonymously, they will surely try to hide it by all means, but if I as a senator take the lead it will be a different story. Is he taking advantage and asking for more? But our Kim Yun-woo agreed. All right, let's decide on that. Having achieved his objective, our Kim Yun-woo ended the conversation. He pulled his chair back and left. I'll be going now. Liam LS still had more to say and stopped him. Wait a moment, he stated what he was requesting. May I ask a few questions? Kim Yun-woo was slightly surprised by his words and turned his eyes to him. The senator asked what he was curious about. I heard in the news just before you arrived that there was a massive mana explosion in Mason's garden this morning. The scene before them was completely ruined, with nothing left. Liam without hesitation stated his thoughts and asked him for confirmation. Did you kill Mason? It was unclear what was right or what would satisfy both of them. Kim Yun-woo scratched his head, slightly disheartened, and fell into thought. Not yet after all. These words meant it's not the time yet, not that he didn't kill him. Senator, someday Mason will die by our protagonist's hand. There was clearly a reason why he didn't kill him, Yun-woo told Liam. Mion and I looked around the area, but we couldn't find any trace of him. He definitely seems to have escaped. He replayed thoughts about past villains. Kim Yun-woo recalled that climbers often disappear after death, but he hadn't received any notification. It was slightly displeasing. Yun-woo clicked his tongue in displeasure. Tisk, I thought seriously. But such an expression came out. Kim Yun-woo pouted and blamed himself. From now on I shouldn't get involved in such political matters, but I have to find that rat again. Damn it, it's too bothersome. Since I've already started, I have to finish it. Giving up halfway without responsibility isn't something a true man does, for the greater cause of defeating his enemy. Kim Yun-woo wanted to ask Senator Liam Lowe with a professional smile. I need to find Mason. Before he could even finish speaking, a strange purple-green light suddenly appeared before his eyes. It obstructed his vision, startling and bewildering him. The scene shifted to Kim Yun-woo's second disciple, Han A-rin. She stepped past the corpses strewn on the ground, a bizarre smile spreading across her face. Han A-rin approached Ron and asked him, You look tired. Sitting in a high-backed chair, he clutched the wound on his chest and said, I have a few problems to deal with. When he said that, she asked suspiciously, Problems? He got straight to the point. Kim Yun-woo is a damn nuisance getting in the way of our plans. Han A-rin was startled as soon as she heard that. The name he had just mentioned was her master. Upon realizing he had ill intentions towards her master, she narrowed her eyes sharply and glanced at him. She nonchalantly and innocently asked again, Oh, is that so? Ron, thinking she was on his side, complained to her. Because of him, our secret plan has been slightly delayed. Han A-rin followed him, stepping up the stairs, and said, That's truly unfortunate. Unaware that Han A-rin was on Kim Yun-woo's side, he said confidently, Don't worry. Thanks to you becoming my right hand, the organization has developed like this. My conquering this world is no longer a problem. The plan is good, but unfortunately, you're not the protagonist. Suddenly, Han A-rin retorted, That's not true. Ron was slightly flustered, his face stiffened, cold sweat broke out, and he looked bewildered with a question mark. With a thud, blood splattered, and a sharp sword pierced Ron's chest from behind the chair, shocking him and making his eyes drop. Perhaps he never dreamed such a thing would happen to him. His face still seemed unable to comprehend the situation. But then Han A-rin's face slowly appeared from behind the chair and she smiled eerily. Meanwhile Ron, having been stabbed in the chest, screamed in pain as all the blood vessels in his eyes burst. Arg, the tragedy of a life lived with unwavering will but misguided beliefs. Han A-rin stepped forward and scoffed at him in a mocking tone. How utterly foolish. It's truly regrettable that you're too idiotic to believe what's happening right before your eyes. Ron looked at her with hateful eyes, his body weakened from blood loss, trembling all over, and a whimpering sound like a discarded dog escaped his lips. Arg, he turned his eyes elsewhere. He was looking for a way to survive. Should someone like him die so meaninglessly? He scanned the subordinates below him like a hawk, and Ron reached out, pleading for rescue. People, what are you doing? He still loudly commanded his subordinates. Grab that bitch, however. The subordinates who heard his command still stood like statues. Perhaps they no longer wished to remain his subordinates, and all had sworn allegiance to Han A-rin. Ron, witnessing everyone betray him in an instant before his eyes, couldn't suppress the injustice in his heart, and was unable to say anything. He could only grit his teeth and accept his fate. Arg, Han A-rin didn't mock him until the very last moment. Why are you so shocked? Even with the knife in him, he still found the strength to grab her collar and demand, How could you betray me? How would you know it was just your bad luck? Despite his desperate expression, she calmly detached his hand from her collar. Then, as if trying to put him in a difficult position, retorted, What are you talking about? Han A-rin, with an overwhelming presence, placed one hand on her hip and pointed straight at his face with the other, making the meaning of his recent words clear. It seems you don't understand what betrayal is. Are you implying that you and I were on the same side? Inside the spacious building, beneath a magnificent chandelier, Han A-rin's dignified voice resounded. It's true that I received a lot of support from you at first. I had no intention of using you. Displeasure was evident on her face. She complained that everything had happened because of him, and now he had to pay the price. Even until recently, I couldn't believe your words. Do you have no pride at all? This fellow needs to learn a lot, like an old fox from Namgang. It's a pity for a human who doesn't know the shame of life. Han Rin spoke as if pouring out her long-held anger. I built this organization from scratch and you dare call me your right hand? Do you really think I should offer Illumity to a guy like you? How could he refute such perfectly accurate words? Ron could now only clutch his wound and grit his teeth like a ferocious dog. Han Rin taught him word by word what etiquette was. Then you have foolishly deluded yourself. The leader of Illumity has already been decided. As colorful light streamed through the glass window, Han Rin extended her hand to meet the light and arrogantly reminded him, wasn't this organization created as a gift for that person from the very beginning? Ron, upon hearing those words, seemed extremely surprised and said, what? It was a speed neither fast nor slow. Han Rin slowly drew the sword that had just pierced him and said, should I tell you why you have to die? This foolish fellow wouldn't understand even if I told him. Han Rin, who had been slowly drawing the sword, suddenly yanked it out hard, and with it, a long streak of blood splattered between the chair. Ron coughed up blood in agony and collapsed. Holding the blood-stained red sword, she turned back and warned him in a fierce voice as he lay dying, you are not the master of Illumity. Did you really think I would stand by while you dared to harm my master? Ron now hung his head motionless, and it was unclear whether he had actually lost consciousness or was preparing an escape plan. Han Rin ordered the people assimilated to her to dispose of him and the chair, but there was something strange about him. The hand resting on the chair suddenly moved rapidly. He hadn't escaped. It was because his body was a cream bed, which meant it disappeared upon death. In an instant Ron vanished, and Han Rin's eyes widened in surprise. He was gone. Witnessing this transformation, Han Rin immediately thought of the night parade of 100 demons and the heavenly demon. She concluded that he was indeed one of them. Her hand lightly touched the two-horned skull on her shoulder. It was like an auxiliary tool. Han Rin fell into deep thought. Master, whatever battles you may face. As she touched the skull, she smiled, closed her eyes and vowed to herself and to Kim Yun-woo, I will help my master no matter the cost. The scene returns to our Kim Yun-woo. A giant system window displayed the message. A hidden climber has been found and eliminated. Location, Mexico City. Climber Ron Grand Abai successfully apprehended. Kim Yun-woo's assistant Abai pointed to the screen with her finger and concluded, undoubtedly Romasa has died. Our Kim Yun-woo found this fact hard to believe. He asked Abai again, really, when I was sitting with Liam something seemed wrong. Abai explained that it was because his information authority rank had increased. Still not fully understanding the situation, Yun-woo rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. What happened? I didn't even know my disciple surprised me. What an unfortunate turn of events. He thought that Ron had been defeated by his own technique, and only the after effects of the attack remained. Was he hit before? But the timing was too strange. He thought it absurd considering it from every angle, or was he killed by someone else? Did he die while escaping with severe injuries? He was outwardly clean and white, but his brain was quite wrinkled. The more he thought, the more disappointed he became. He decided not to care about the reason. The enemy was defeated after all. He relaxed and leaned back in his chair. I'll leave it be. Knowing why he died wouldn't help much anyway. It's enough that the job is done. To ensure his understanding, he asked Abai suspiciously. There are no more hidden climbers now, right? Abai replied uncertainly. I think so. Hearing the answer he wanted, Yun-woo felt relieved. Good, now I know there's nothing more to do here. Had Abai told him to leave? Kim Yun-woo hastily made an excuse. Well, I have a few things to take care of. He grinned excitedly and approached Abai. Why, do you want a few more game CDs? Perhaps his words struck a nerve as she stammered in denial. No, not at all. She denied it, but her actions were completely different. She pulled Yun-woo's hand forward and he followed, puzzled. Abai pointed to the modern equipment on the computer screen, stating her wish. Look at this. Yun-woo was astonished by her request and exclaimed, equipment. Now, realizing he was about to refuse, she tried to persuade him with shining, expectant eyes. This is the latest model. If I have this, I can do my work more efficiently. Faced with her expectant gaze, he couldn't refuse. He reluctantly agreed. All right, fine. After the conversation, he walked out of the old door in his three-striped slippers. The iron door slowly opened. Mion was waiting outside. She bowed politely. Master, you were here. Kim Yun-woo, seeing his disciple waiting, asked in a louder voice, how are the others? She replied that everyone was ready. Finally, the two got into a white car. As the car began to move, Kim Yun-woo lowered his voice. All right then. Kim Yun-woo stroked the head of the Fedo Guildmaster sitting next to him. As he stroked her head, her face turned red with embarrassment. He ordered them to depart. They arrived at the labyrinth dungeon. She looked up at him, worried about any shortcomings in the plan, and asked, Master, will it be all right if the others aren't ready? It's fine, but others will say so. Kim Yun-woo alone could overwhelm them. Unable to understand the meaning of his words, Mion lowered her voice, blushing, and covered her face. They're not needed. Only the disciple is needed. How could I avoid such whispering, young lady? Hearing him say that, Mion was so ecstatic that she covered her cheeks with both hands and acted cute. Master, why do you say such things? What else is there to say, young lady? The meaning is that I want to borrow power, not what the young lady thinks. Amidst widespread misunderstanding, the young disciple was still deeply in love. Kim Yun-woo, sitting next to her, was still checking information on his phone, deep in thought. Hot articles about Ron's death were continuously appearing on his phone. Breaking news, the truth behind the Hunter massacre. Mason is the mastermind. Breaking news, God of Martial Arts Mason massacre. God of Martial Arts Mason invited Kim Yun-woo for assassination. Former Ares Guildmaster Mason is. High-ranking officials say, I have no connection with him. Reading this new article, our Kim Yun-woo scoffed. Less than half a day had passed, and as expected, Liam handled it quickly and cleanly. Satisfied with Liam's work, he put his phone in his pocket, no longer needing to worry about this issue. Holding a piece of cloth in his hand, a new mission alert appeared on the system screen. Akon's origin incomplete, labyrinth stone level 0. He resolved to conquer all of this. A small ugly gulfin charged at Kim Yun-woo. It charged like a moth to a flame, completely disregarding its life or strategy. Due to its stupid head, it was hit by Kim Yun-woo's face and painfully collapsed. The power of Kim Yun-woo's fist was evident. White smoke still rose from his fist, and he clearly showed boredom towards this too-weak group. Tisk, he wasn't complaining about strong enemies, but about their sheer numbers. It would take too long. Why are there so many? He thought he had already defeated all the Gulfin swarm, but Mion next to him said, Master, more are coming. I'll handle them. He still had his hands in his pants pockets, but now he spoke to her with clear excitement. No need. As soon as he spoke, his hands moved like a phantom, and the surroundings seemed to conjure magic with a red aura. The technique he had just used was Hegemon Annihilation Fist, possessing widespread pressure and immense power, scattering the swarm everywhere. The swarm flew like young chicks. Team members far away witnessed the entire process of him quickly defeating the enemies. Han Sel-hoon couldn't help but admire. Wow, he's really strong. Lee Seo-dong also agreed. Yes, I know, but it's still surprising. Kim Si-hoo said nothing, lost in his own thoughts. If Si-yeon and I combined forces, the three of us could have defeated that many enemies, but it wouldn't have been this easy. His pathetic appearance, wearing sports shorts and three-striped slippers, yawning, was no different from a street thug. But Kim Si-hoo felt complete respect before his power. Is this the gap between us and brother? Suddenly, an excited voice called him. Si-hoo hung. He turned to the voice. The excited person was Park Ga-moon. He had just filmed Kim Yun-woo defeating the Gulfin swarm. He thanked Si-hoo with an ecstatic face for bringing him along. Thanks for making me a porter. He was live streaming the battle. Good, the live stream is going well. Massive views, amazing. Along with it, numerous noisy comments appeared, giving Kim Yun-woo the nickname Mr. Kim. Kim Si-hoo was surprised watching the live stream. Hung is really famous too. As he watched the live stream carefully, the master of the battle spoke. Hey, come up. Kim Si-hoo, startled to hear Kim Yun-woo call him, replied. Oh, we're still on the 14th floor. But his system showed a mission complete notification. Labyrinth stone level 100 complete. Yeah, we achieved our goal. Kim Yun-woo clenched his fists and trembled. To think that just killing monsters increases my level, it's this easy. What was I worried about? After completing the mission, he showed concern for everyone. Anyway, it doesn't matter what we do here. Everyone will be fine, right? As expected. When asked if they were fine, they looked bewildered and replied, huh? They worriedly asked again, wanting to confirm if it was okay for the two of them to go up without a map, or if they knew how to read maps. Surely someone who only knew strength like Kim Yun-woo wouldn't be good at such things. He looked at his disciple, seemingly waiting for an answer, but she turned her face and said something else. Anyway, it couldn't be avoided. Kim Yun-woo said confidently, Disciple. She replied with a sulky face, Yes, master. Not wanting to trouble Mion further, he forced a smile and said, It's fine, leave it. She sighed in relief, Yes, master. Park Ga-moon was quicker than expected. He volunteered to guide them. I can go with you two, I can read maps. He looked shabby but was quite quick. But Kim Yun-woo didn't need him and wasn't interested. But if you leave now, you won't get your salary, will you? Small money wasn't important to him. What he pursued was money, he said excitedly. Anyway, I can earn money from live streaming. Good, he bravely shouted. All right, follow me. Meanwhile, in Arin's castle, a bucket of cold water was poured on John Michael's face. He woke from a coma, revived by the cold water. John Michael, seeing himself tied to a cold iron chair, panicked and shouted, Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? A subordinate with orange hair tied back replied mockingly. Who knows? I don't know either. Maybe you made our master angry. Who wouldn't get angry hearing that? It was always the reason in action movies. Han A-rin appeared from behind the closed prison door. The subordinate noticed her presence and turned. No need for further circumlocution. Han A-rin with an angry face rolled up both sleeves and went straight to the point. Are you the one who troubled my master? You can't escape, you bastard, to Cantus. He was very flustered hearing her words. Cold sweat poured all over his body. John Michael still didn't know exactly who she was referring to. Master. For some reason he panicked even more, stammering. Trouble? What do you mean? Hunter Kim Yun-woo, you mean? Wow, was he showing temporary intelligence? She said nothing, probably confirming his words, and Han A-rin approached a series of control buttons. She smiled industriously, but with a slightly dangerous aura. When she pressed the red button on that row, a powerful current passed through the iron chair, and John Michael was electrocuted, his entire body paralyzed. She warned, Now do you know? He screamed in pain from the electrocution. Ah! John Michael cried and laughed, trembling and begging Han A-rin, Please stop, save me. I don't know. He thought he didn't know, but did he think he was innocent? Han A-rin, loving her master, pursued him relentlessly. Don't know, he agreed to save his life. Yes, I really don't know, she had only asked to confirm. Han A-rin already knew everything. She used her right hand to cover his mouth. Her face was serious, and she said to John Michael in a sharp voice, Do you know that articles about master are very strictly controlled? As soon as John Michael heard this, he seemed to realize something. Ah, now I get it, but it was already too late. He wasn't the protagonist of the story anyway. Looking at the small logo on Han A-rin's collar, it was a very familiar drawing to him. He remembered it from before. Before, when John Michael was drinking water from a machine, he chatted with a person next to him. Hey, isn't something strange? The person next to him was slightly curious when he said that. What do you mean? John Michael expressed his thoughts. I mean, Kim Yun-woo, isn't everything about him too heroic? 'Cause he's a hero. Are you jealous? The office worker next to him stated his opinion without hesitation. It's easy to understand. He's the one who caught the god of martial arts who started the massacre, right? His words seemed correct but couldn't completely obscure his doubts. But it seems everything about him is covered up. John Michael posed a series of long-held questions. How can there be no conspiracy articles or rumors about him? Don't reporters want to write something different and get famous? Before he could finish, the office worker cut him off. Don't dig too deep, John Michael asked suspiciously, when he was reprimanded. The office worker told him to just do what everyone else was doing. Simple stories about Kim Yun-woo were getting more views than scandals about him. As if to warn John Michael in advance, the man patted his shoulder. Making a fuss won't help. Don't be foolish. If he didn't understand even after saying that much, there was nothing to do. But John Michael didn't understand. He was curious when he received such a warning. He firmly grabbed the man's hand and asked, "Hey, why?" Before he could speak, a familiar eye tattoo appeared behind the man's neck. He asked him, did you have that tattoo before? Worried that he would find something out, he hastily covered the tattoo with his hand and made an excuse. I just got it recently. Returning from the flashback to reality, John Michael still saw a familiar sight before him. Han A-rin, with her sleeves rolled up, asked him with a dangerous smile, "Now do you remember? Remembering won't help anyway." But saying that was to give him a chance to make an excuse before his death. He was now extremely afraid. Seeing Han A-rin's hand approaching him, his face was covered in tears and snot, and he couldn't believe everything happened so quickly. How is the information control level like this? She grabbed his head and began to apply physical laws to him, while giving him an electronic lesson. She simultaneously delivered her last words. "Isn't that a disciple's duty?" John Michael screamed, going mad from her magic electricity. He was like a puppy who had lost its mother. I think Han A-rin was sacrificing too much for her master. I hope Kim Yun-woo doesn't betray her heart. As he was completely eliminated, the scene shifted to Kim Yun-woo's location, and a new notification appeared on his system window. Labyrinth Stone level 100 complete. Labyrinth Stone level is full, therefore you can only use the Heavenly Demon's sword ability once. Seeing the reward given by the system, he grinned. The smile reaching his ears showed how happy he was. Holding the large sword in his hand, Kim Yun-woo said in a determined voice, "All right, the system gave me a choice. Should I use the power of the Heavenly Demon's sword, Yison?" Kim Yun-woo excitedly told Mion. "Disciple, I have a few places to go, so please manage the dungeons well," she asked him, curious about where he wanted to go. He didn't clearly state what it was, only subtly revealing that he had to meet a few people. Yison still floated in the system window. Just by his expression, she could tell what he would choose. As he clicked on an option, Kim Yun-woo was instantly teleported to an unfamiliar place. It was night, the sky was full of stars, and the atmosphere was very ancient. After looking around and assessing the situation, Kim Yun-woo admired his hands. "It's much more detailed than I thought. I think I can bring equipment." A moment later, Kim Yun-woo was surprised by a shadow in front of his eyes. But where did that guy come from? It seemed to have just brushed past him. He turned his face and looked around. He couldn't say anything, nor did he know what expression to make. With a firm face, that familiar back with long tied hair was not a woman but a man from ancient times. He held the exact same sword that had just been in his hand. Before he could grasp the situation, he turned and looked at him. This face was unmistakable. It was the Heavenly Demon. The familiar name Kim Yun-woo had been searching for day and night. Heavenly Demon of the Night Parade of 100 Demons. On the 8th floor, the dragon with its last ounce of strength spread its still undamaged wings and flew. It barely held on with its injured head. The dragon closed its eyes in pain, then struggled to open them again and said, "Is that all you can do?" The feather on the Monkey King's head fluttered. The Monkey King sat cross-legged in midair, laughing arrogantly as he replied, "I thought you were the guardian of this floor." Scratching his head, the Monkey King smiled with a satisfied expression. "Heh." The dragon gritted its teeth and glared, saying, "Who are you? I can't believe there's such power in your half-human, half-beast body." Goku leapt around on a sharp rock. "The guardians around here are truly foolish to judge others by their appearance." The Monkey King raised his hand and a glowing spiraling ribbon appeared in midair. The Monkey King closed his eyes, smiled slightly and said, "Shrug, I'll show you how special I am, you foolish fellow." And the ribbons merged to become the Monkey King's staff. The Monkey King said, "Look closely, you foolish lizard god, I am no ordinary being." The Monkey King spun his staff behind him, smiling triumphantly. "I am the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, who stirred up chaos in heaven." Kim Yun-woo stood behind the Heavenly Demon watching him. Suddenly the Heavenly Demon was startled and turned around. "How did you get here?" Kim Yun-woo stood blankly. He smiled firmly and thought to himself, "How he recognized me." I clearly confirmed that Yison's skill was to return to the past, to travel to the past and learn martial arts from its owner. Abai had confirmed it. But seeing his reaction, the Heavenly Demon calmly asked, "How did you get into this dimensional rotation?" He asked in surprise. "What dimensional rotation?" The Heavenly Demon calmly replied. "Are you dead too?" Yun-woo yelled. How could I die? The heavenly demon lowered his head and replied indifferently. If you weren't dead, you wouldn't be able to enter here. Yunwoo yelled in annoyance. Hey, what's it to you? Let me in. The heavenly demon turned his head without intending to reply. He thought in annoyance he ignored me, and he closed his eyes, calming himself, and thought, alright, let's calm down. Let's analyze the situation. First, I used Yisun's power to return to the past to meet the heavenly demon. They shouldn't have known each other, but he recognized me. He was suspicious. Moreover, before that, the system notified that the effect of Yisun had decreased. He continued to think, what did I see? Yunwoo scratched his head. What exactly is going on? I came to learn martial arts and the heavenly demon can teach me. He thought and clasped his hand, saying, hey, teach me some martial arts. The heavenly demon glared at him and said, are you mocking me? And the heavenly demon turned away and he stood blankly. He didn't give up and followed him. I asked you to teach me martial arts, the heavenly demon replied coldly. Stop following me now, he said angrily. Teach me. The heavenly demon still replied loudly without hesitation. Get lost. He bit his lip in anger and sneered, thinking to himself, calm down, I need to calm down. Who would want to teach their skills? He pouted and gritted his teeth, smiling pleadingly. Then could you at least show me some basic techniques? The heavenly demon still didn't move and replied coldly, shut up. His face hardened, looking very shocked. The last thread of his patience snapped. He yelled, what did you say, you son of a bitch? The heavenly demon turned and repeated coldly, I said get lost. Didn't you say something like 10-second master before? Go use your mana somewhere else. Yunwoo yelled upon hearing that. Bullshit, Yunwoo smiled, clenching his fist. A large red mana circle spread out from behind him, and he said arrogantly, then do you want a taste of bullshit? The heavenly demon stood there blankly watching. His attitude still seemed indifferent and he said nonchalantly, your crazy mana is still the same. No, it seems a little improved, Yunwoo said in annoyance, seeing the heavenly demon's indifferent attitude. You seem quite relaxed even though you're the one who lost before. Is it okay to lose again? Yunwoo yelled. The heavenly demon grinned and slowly descended the stairs. As he walked, he said, no, that won't happen. As if to draw his sword, the heavenly demon continued, because you won't be able to kill me. Yunwoo, full of confidence, smiled brightly and charged at the heavenly demon. Punching, he yelled at the heavenly demon, you can check if I can. With a powerful attack, the heavenly demon was pushed back slightly, but as soon as he stopped, he easily blocked his attack with one hand. The heavenly demon turned his other hand and said, I've become much faster than before. And then he pushed him away with the hand that was blocking, and Yunwoo was sent flying hard backward. Dust billowed everywhere from the strong impact. Yunwoo clutched his stomach, gasping, and thought to himself, I couldn't see him. The heavenly demon thought to himself, he's become faster than before and I've become stronger than before, and he swung his arm, provoking him. Shall we go again? As fast as lightning, Yunwoo charged, and again his attack was blocked by the heavenly demon with one hand. He quickly attacked with his other hand, but the heavenly demon easily dodged it and even grabbed his other hand. He lowered his head and frowned. He kicked with all his might and yelled, how can it be so different from before? The heavenly demon suddenly released both his hands and leaned his body to dodge his kick. Yunwoo gritted his teeth in anger and thought to himself, I could beat him before. The heavenly demon spoke as if he had read Yunwoo's mind. Isn't it obvious? I have a restricted zone. He heard that and asked curiously, restricted? The heavenly demon replied, that's right, when we fought I was a climber. I couldn't use my full power, because that power was sealed. How much do you know about climbers, guardian of the 9th floor? How do you think climbers are ranked, based on individual strength? Wrong. It's based on their achievements. It doesn't matter if they are heroes who saved the world or villains who destroyed it. It's not classified as good or evil, right or wrong. The tower merely ranks climbers based on their achievements. Yunwoo rubbed his shoulder and asked, so when a climber reaches an intermediate level, their power is restricted? The heavenly demon said with a slightly surprised face, I thought you were foolish, but you understand quite quickly. The heavenly demon grabbed his sword, looked up at the sky and said thoughtfully, my combat ability is equivalent to a high-level climber, but within the tower it's restricted because my achievements are lacking, just like when we fought. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly demon drew his sword. Shall we stop the small talk now? You said you wanted to learn martial arts, didn't you? Then I'll show you. It's getting a bit boring now. Yunwoo took a defensive stance and thought to himself, too sudden. The heavenly demon extended his sword and continued, if you can kill me, that is. Yunwoo extended his hand without hesitation and replied, of course. I thought you had changed your mind. Yunwoo smiled, clenched his fist and said, if I kill you I can't learn martial arts, so I'll just beat you up a lot. The heavenly demon calmly replied, don't worry. Bring everything you have, because even if you die here, you won't really die. Yunwoo asked curiously, what do you mean? The heavenly demon raised his sword and said, you'll need more experience if you want to learn. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly demon swung his sword and moved with lightning speed. His attack sent Yunwoo flying and blood splattered. He muttered this is. Before he could grasp the situation, he was cut by the sword and stood there blankly. I died for the first time. That was Yunwoo's last conscious thought. Night sky in front of a high-rise apartment. Kim Si-hoon asked if Yunwoo had gone missing after encountering the heavenly demon. Michian replied unpleasantly, that's right, there were only 2 people in the room, but an unpleasant atmosphere flowed. Si-hoon thought, what's happening again? She's not ordinary, but it would be better if she told me first. Miri was angry, seeing him stare at her like an abandoned dog. What are you looking at? Sehun turned his face and walked away. Sadly, he thought, she's always like this when Yunwoo isn't here. It's better to avoid her. Suddenly, two horned men in skull masks appeared on the ceiling, startling him. As soon as they spotted him, the two quickly fled. Kim Sehun cried inwardly. How many times has this happened? I can't even rest comfortably in my own home. I need to go back as soon as the house repairs are done. With cold eyes, Miri stared at a brown bag tied to a chair. From inside the bag, a voice only she could hear echoed. All right, I hear your voice. A mysterious yellow light emanated from around the bag. Miri thought blankly. Strange, only I can hear this voice. It's not magic, but it's still suspicious. If this isn't Master's item, as she thought, a voice came from inside the bag to Miri's ear. I can grasp my power more strongly. Little girl, don't you want power? Miri didn't understand what was happening. What are you talking about? Who are you? As she looked at the mysterious bag. A girl inside the bag was covering her mouth with her hand, licking her lips with her tongue, and continuously emitting a mysterious yellow light. She chuckled and told Michian, you don't need to be so wary of me, and continued, because I can't do anything without your permission. Following that, she sat comfortably cross-legged in the infinite space inside the bag. Yellow light swirled around her and gentle ripples spread beneath her feet. She introduced herself. I am the master of all monsters, the monstrous strength of the night parade of 100 demons. In a certain forest, stars twinkled densely in the night sky. Suddenly, something fell to the ground at an unobservable speed. A foot landed heavily on the grass with a long dragging sound. Yunwoo tried to swing his fist at the heavenly demon, but he quickly blocked his attack with a very nonchalant face. Following that, he turned his arm and grabbed his shoulder. Finally, he pulled him with all his might, making him bend over and raised his knee to his face. It happened in the blink of an eye, but he blocked his knee with his hand. After that, the heavenly demon struck a pose, straightened his body, then turned his knee with his hand, making Yunwoo's body spin once in the air, causing him to groan in pain. Immediately after, he looked at him with a triumphant and mocking expression, drew his sword, tilted his head, and declared, I warned you, didn't I? Your attacks are too basic. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade was drawn, emitting a dazzling light. His body was still spinning in the air, and he was instantly cut by the sharp sword without time to react. Immediately after, his body hit the ground roughly with a loud thud. At the same time, blood began to gush from his stomach. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but choke and groan in pain, angrily cursing. Damn it, hell. After that, Yunwoo sprang to his feet. His face was full of rage and the wound on his stomach was still healing itself. He yelled, stop, and looked at him again, cursing, you damn bastard. Finally, unable to bear it, he frowned, pointed at him with his finger and recklessly yelled. The wound on his stomach was still healing itself. You said you'd give me advice while teaching me martial arts. And you said I wouldn't die in this strange world, didn't you? But do you know how many times you've killed me? He questioned him. Hearing that, the heavenly demon, still holding his sword calmly, replied to Yunwoo. Around 99 times perhaps. Hearing him still nonchalant, he became even more annoyed, fuming and yelling to correct him. No, it's 100 times. Hearing this, he threw his head back, closed his eyes, smiled with satisfaction, and provocatively murmured, I'm quite satisfied too. Following that, he brazenly asked him, I've vented enough, so why don't you fight back? Seeing his contemptuous attitude, Yunwoo clenched his fists and hardened his face. His whole body trembled with anger, and he gritted his teeth, cursing at the heavenly demon. Stop messing around, you damn bastard. After that, he asked provocatively again, Hey Yunwoo, do you still want to fight me? Hearing this, his clenched hand suddenly paused. Following that, he reminded him again, you know by now. The heavenly demon cut him off and then declared resolutely, you won't be able to defeat me. Hearing this, Yunwoo's face frowned and he fell silent, unable to refute because what he said was too true. Following that, he looked at his fierce face and the terrible stats above his head. Seeing 100 defeats, 100 losses in his serious eyes, Yunwoo finally accepted the fact that the heavenly demon was currently very strong. After that, he thought of the night parade of 100 demons and added, he's not someone who would give up martial arts. And Yunwoo thought of Faker's image and added, even if he's cornered, he didn't even have any obvious weaknesses or special skills. The images of those three shattered like mirror fragments in his mind, and Yunwoo finally accepted inwardly, I have no way to defeat him. Returning to reality, Yunwoo plopped down on the ground, then immediately stood up again. With a battle-hungry face he said, don't jump to conclusions so easily. And then he pointed at the heavenly demon and said, just because I win this fight doesn't mean I'll keep winning. The heavenly demon shook his head in displeasure. More nonsense again. Yunwoo took an attacking stance and said with a determined face, we'll find out soon enough. Following that, Yunwoo closed his eyes and composed himself. Inwardly, he reminded himself focus. At the same time, sweat continuously streamed down his face. Following that, he continuously urged himself amidst the sound of his sweat flowing, focus on only one thing. More sweat gathered in his mind. After that, he urged himself to attack one more time. He paused slightly and thought. At this moment, a huge drop of water surrounded him in his mind, making a flowing sound, and small ripples flowed down. Inwardly, he identified his target, the heavenly demon, and yelled. Returning to reality, he leaped up and ran at full speed towards the heavenly demon with infinite power. The heavenly demon coldly said, annoying, drew his sword and counterattacked. The sound of the sword cutting Yunwoo's stomach and pieces appearing was heard with a tisk, but it immediately returned to its original state. The heavenly demon stood there blankly watching this scene. He's different from just now. As soon as he died, he immediately rushed forward. He sliced Yunwoo multiple times. The attacks continued. 10 times, 104 times, 120 times, 150 times, 200 times, 300 times, 500 times, 700 times. The heavenly demon attacked Yunwu with all his might, but Yunwu retaliated fiercely, saying, "Don't think such techniques can defeat me. You can't perform movements by increasing mana in that way," Yunwu scoffed. "Not only are you foolish, but you're also inept at martial arts. That's not martial arts. It's truly foolish to flaunt martial arts in front of me." Yunwu clenched his fist tightly and said, "Die. Death and mockery cannot stop me." And a series of images from the past flashed by. In them he was always bullied, always faced life's hardships, always endured pain alone, and was always the target of harsh words from others. He trained, entered the tower, and fought cold-blooded enemies to become who he is today. Yunwu, with bloodshot eyes, resolutely declared, "I will never give up." Suddenly an explosion echoed in the serene space of the mountaintop night sky. The two explosions were caused by Yunwu. He launched attacks towards the ground. The heavenly demon thought he was crazier than expected. In the serene space among lush trees under a night sky full of twinkling stars deep within the heavenly demon's mind. This is an illusory space. It is where those who failed to climb the tower reside until their next opportunity comes. Here no one truly dies and no one ceases to be. It is a place where the concepts of life and death do not exist. There is a rule that no one but the master of this place can enter, yet somehow this fellow managed to enter. Yunwu's words, uttered by the one he had repeatedly killed, were utterly preposterous to him. The heavenly demon stared blankly at Yunwu, thinking. He didn't know if he was insane or not, but he accepted his demand and added an absurd condition. From the start, he had no intention of teaching martial arts to that damn fellow. He was bored and only intended to play a trick on him with his trivial request. Indeed, from the beginning the heavenly demon continuously struck down Yunwu with his swordsmanship. He still felt satisfaction every time he killed him. When he looked into Yunwu's eyes, the heavenly demon noticed that Yunwu's eyes, which had always been full of mockery and defiance, were now also tinged with surprise. But it was truly annoying. He clearly felt annoyed when he sensed that Yunwu, despite being killed multiple times, showed no sign of surrender and instead wanted to fight even more. The heavenly demon was still grappling with an inner conflict, and from that point on he began to unleash all his power on him. 200 times, he quite enjoyed watching him die without enduring even a single attack, and for the 400th time the heavenly demon triumphantly struck down Yunwu. He scoffed at him, as he couldn't last even 3 seconds. The rocks were shattered once again. For the 700th time he struck down Yunwu. It was quite a satisfying experience to destroy his most powerful attack. For the 1000th time Yunwu fell before the heavenly demon's blade. He completely shattered the martial arts Yunwu had accumulated. He was certain that when everything Yunwu had built up was negated, he would not be able to rise again. But he rose again. The heavenly demon was astonished by Yunwu's tenacity. Despite being defeated thousands of times, he still rose to fight. The heavenly demon's hand gripping his sword tightened even further. He continued to attack Yunwu in a fit of rage. This unpleasant feeling weighed heavily on his chest. He can't even withstand a few of my attacks, so why is this so unpleasant? The heavenly demon's eyes were filled with hatred and rage towards Yunwu, and he gazed at him with resolute eyes. He was still grappling with thoughts of his doubt, posing questions to himself. And only after killing him 200 more times did he finally realize what this feeling was. It was a feeling he had experienced a very long time ago. A feeling he had felt only once since becoming a climber. That very feeling, though very small, it was clearly a sense of danger. Is it because he never gives up? Thinking this, he continued to fight Yunwu, defeating him multiple times. The surrounding environment was also affected by this battle. Damn it, the heavenly demon thought, gritting his teeth. Don't make me laugh. I will trample you so you can never rise again. The heavenly demon began his attack, but became so absorbed in his thoughts that he attacked too early, revealing a weakness. I was too hasty. Seizing the opportunity, Yunwu quickly punched the heavenly demon in the face, knocking him backward. Yunwu triumphantly said, "Exactly 295 times. What did I tell you? Nothing lasts forever." The heavenly demon, having been defeated once by Yunwu, frowned with a face full of rage. The scene changed to a fiery red hell where the Monkey King was waiting for something when a voice came from behind. "Is it all done?" It was Ram's voice. The Monkey King stood up and asked, "Why are you so late?" Ram immediately replied. "Stop nagging," the Monkey King said, annoyed. "Put yourself in my shoes, you'd nag too. It's already been 3 months since I split that lizard god's head." As he spoke, the Monkey King pointed to the dead lizard god behind him. The Monkey King immediately asked, "Your being here means your work is done, right?" Ram continued, "Of course," the Monkey King said blankly. "Then what about your other brothers, Pikesing and Taebongdu?" As soon as he finished speaking, the two arrived. "We're a bit late." Ram turned and asked them if they had tidied up carefully. The two immediately replied, "We've completely tidied up the west. The east is the same." The Monkey King lightly shook his head and chuckled. "How ridiculous. You who have ascended to the throne took 5 months just to destroy a single star's region." Ram and the other two said angrily, "Hey, you're recorded at a high rank because all your achievements are known. But we three are only recognized as the 3 demon kings of the east of Satan. It is said that the 3 demon kings of the east of Satan could swallow 100,000 soldiers with a single bite. You swept everything away with your tusks and trunk, trampling legendary monsters, and you swept through a kingdom, devouring its king, high-ranking officials, and its people. Their achievements alone could have made them mid-level climbers." The Monkey King lightly chuckled upon hearing that. just making excuses. Suddenly, the rock beneath his feet moved and cracked, and a tall tower that seemed to pierce the sky appeared before the Monkey King's eyes. He leapt down. Alright, let's make a plan before climbing the tower. Ram sighed, looking down. Hasn't it always been like that? The Monkey King extended his hand and opened a mysterious purple, endlessly rotating transfer portal. I will go south. Ram, take the north, Pixing the east, Taebong the west. Before leaving, the Monkey King reminded everyone, the most important thing is to finish everything within 2 months this time. I still have things to do, and then he vanished into thin air. The scene changed to a high-rise building. The phone in the room suddenly rang. It was the administrator's assistant calling. Team leader Kim Si-hoon received the call. Hello? Before he could speak, a voice echoed from the other end of the line. Hunter Kim Si-hoo, this is an emergency. Where's Hunter Kim Yun-woo right now? He asked blankly. What's wrong? Then a disaster alarm blared from the other end of the line. A disaster will strike Korea within 3 hours. We need Hunter Kim Yun-woo's help. Miri, who had been sitting with her head bowed, suddenly stood up and looked at the sword inside the glass display case with frightened eyes. The scene returns to Yun-woo and the Heavenly Demon's fierce battle, which continued relentlessly. In this space, the two men fought each other day and night. Time was measured by the endless number of battles between the two. Neither gave way, attacking each other ruthlessly. Yun-woo kicked the Heavenly Demon, but he withdrew his leg and instead threw a punch that seemed to pierce the sky. He laughed triumphantly and said, "That kick was a feint, you damn bastard." The battle continued. Let's keep going. The Heavenly Demon lightly chuckled, thinking that madman must have already died 5,000 times. Yun-woo still said triumphantly, "Who told you to hang around with a madman?" The Heavenly Demon suddenly thought, feeling uneasy. What on earth is he? How can he fight like this? Yun-woo wildly threw a punch imbued with red power at the Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon thought, I've killed him 5,000 times. 5,000 times. Could anyone fight a battle where they're defeated 5,000 times without a single rest? Moreover, all his efforts have been for naught, so he should be in despair. Even when I started using the Thunder God's ultimate skill from the 300th death, after being defeated, Yun-woo fell to the ground, reached out and grabbed the Heavenly Demon's collar, startling him. The Heavenly Demon looked into Yun-woo's eyes and thought, his eyes are still resolute even in such a situation. Yun-woo still said arrogantly, "It seems I've got you again." The Heavenly Demon lightly chuckled, taking Yun-woo's hand. "You truly are a mad dog," Yun-woo still said resolutely. "Thanks for the compliment." And the battle continued, and the Heavenly Demon fell into thought once more. The sense of danger I felt had long since vanished. The feeling I have now is truly astonishing, as he recalled battles with other players, how he had risen from a street beggar to a position dominating the heavens, and the myriad types of people he had met while climbing the tower. He had never encountered anyone like Kim Yun-woo. To describe this person, he was someone with an indomitable will. From wandering swordsmen to those who considered themselves the strongest in the world, all their wills shattered upon meeting me, because I had broken the swordsmanship they had cultivated. But what about Kim Yun-woo? He knew he had no chance when he came to me. If I killed him 1,000 times, he would return for the 1,001st time and challenge me again. I broke everything he had built up, but he still kept rising. In Kim Yun-woo's intensely belligerent and resolute eyes, the Heavenly Demon once again thought that he seemed to have no concept of surrender. Therefore I felt astonished not by the Heavenly Demon but by the human Kim Yun-woo. The battle continued. As Yun-woo activated his technique, the Heavenly Demon looked at him and said, "That is a crude Yi Hung Wan Wi. The technique only looks similar." He easily dodged Yun-woo's technique. To use Yi Hung Wan Wi, 3 steps are required. Yun-woo realized something and continued to fight, using his techniques to try and defeat the Heavenly Demon, but he received his criticism. Martial arts are not techniques meant to look flashy. You must look at it from its essence. That is not how you use foot techniques, the Heavenly Demon said. Stop dreaming and focus on the 3 fundamental elements. The Thunder God's ultimate skill is starkly different from all other martial arts. You can merely replicate it by watching, but obtaining its true power is not that simple. The Heavenly Demon explained the technique while fighting Yun-woo. What's important is not creating lightning, but for lightning to naturally exist within your mana. 8,000-second death. The Heavenly Demon continued to speak and the battle did not cease. If lightning is within your mana, you must give it form. That will become your fundamental form in any situation. Yun-woo, despite hearing the teachings about the technique, was defeated for the 8,423rd time. After this failure, Yun-woo suddenly wondered how many times he had died. It doesn't matter. I don't know anymore either. Every step I take is different from before. This is the power of martial arts. He looked at his hands and continued to fight using the techniques he had learned, but still failed. Now break the form you have created. From now on, the techniques and ki within your body will follow every movement. 11th death. The Heavenly Demon stood on a high vantage point looking down at Kim Yun-woo. 14,000th death. The Heavenly Demon said, "The flow of mana must pass through all the acupoints within your body to naturally create lightning, and countless other techniques are used to sustain the Thunder God's extremely powerful ultimate skill. With precise amounts of mana alone," Yun-woo still maintained a resolute gaze. "Perfect." The Heavenly Demon looked down coldly. "Now it's the final stage. You've learned the form of the Thunder God's ultimate skill, and you've broken it. All that remains is for you to create your own martial arts." Yun-woo clenched his fist tightly, thinking of the past. Before, I would have yelled, "What are you talking about?" His previous masters were merely virtual beings, and his martial arts techniques had stalled. because he had no way to find answers to his questions, but now he understood it all. Yunwoo's shining eyes told everything. Despite suffering countless defeats, the two continued to fight amidst flashes as bright as lightning. The scene changed to the International Hunter Association Control Center in the USA. Gray-haired girl spoke into the microphone. Civilian evacuation levels are truly chaotic. Senator Liam walked over and asked, "How much time is left?" The man behind him replied, "Approximately 10 minutes. Flashback to 31 hours ago. When the disaster occurred in America, we weren't worried at all, because we had Hunter Kim Yunwoo. But a few hours later, disasters also occurred in Thailand and Mexico, and finally a disaster occurred in Korea as well." Liam looked at a map filled with blinking red dots of warning. "There is only one Hunter Kim Yunwoo, but there are 4 disasters. What are the situations in those countries?" The gray-haired man replied anxiously, "Thailand and Mexico have mobilized most of their domestic and international guilds and invited S-rank hunters. On our side, Jelly Hunter and most of the guilds are preparing for the disaster." Liam covered his eyes in fear and told everyone, "That's right, we've set our priorities first. Although we're worried that a disaster has occurred in Korea, it's where Hunter Kim Yunwoo is, so there shouldn't be a problem. We can't contact him, but it'll be fine. As long as he hasn't left Earth, he can fight for humanity." The scene changed to Kim Yunwoo's house, and Kim Si-hoon was worried. "Yunwoo Hung is not here right now. It's as if he's vanished from the face of the earth." Christian B and Reldong were worried. "We must keep this a secret from everyone as it could cause chaos, but it's been a month since he disappeared. We can't keep waiting for him when we don't know when he'll return," Kim Si-hoon resolutely said. "We must face this disaster ourselves," and he turned to Yunwoo's disciple. "What are you going to do, Miri?" Miri calmly looked at the 3 people. Kim Yunwoo 1424th death, 1424th death. The death count would continue to increase because he would not allow himself to be killed by the heavenly demon even one more time. A ray of light enveloped Kim Yunwoo, and the heavenly demon said with a surprised expression, "To think he has already reached that level." It was no longer just a concentration of massive mana energy. The concept of avatar reflection was in his black wings, and the concept of boundary was embodied in that black sphere. Even I, revered as the thunder god, was pushed back by the flame ultimate skill. Despite him having died 10,000 times, the two looked at each other with murderous eyes. The heavenly demon said coldly, "Why don't you kill me?" Yunwoo stammered. "A disciple doesn't kill his master, does he?" Kim Yunwoo burst into laughter. The heavenly demon said, annoyed, "Are you mocking me, you mad son of a bitch? When did I ever accept you as my disciple?" Yunwoo laughed loudly. "Oh my," the heavenly demon said coldly, "once your business here is done, get lost immediately. You're bothering me, and I can't rest." Yunwoo laughed foolishly. "Even if you didn't say it, I'd leave." Yunwoo slowly walked away, provoking his master. "Hey, thanks, you really are a dog like master." "A dog," the heavenly demon chuckled faintly. "This damn fellow, still a disciple even after death, not bad." To Montana City, Montana, USA. At the training camp, Riley nervously gave orders. "They've appeared. Explosive attack." The entire sky exploded, and the hunters watched the flames nervously. Riley said with a resolute gaze, "Quite a fiery welcome." The Monkey King smiled sinisterly and said, "I was planning to create clones to sweep everything away, but I've changed my mind." Riley made a call. "As expected, it's ineffective against the disaster. Everyone return to your positions. Continue with Plan B." The Monkey King laughed triumphantly. "Since it's come to this, I'll have to deal with you all myself. Let's start by eliminating the weak ones first." His Rui Jingu Bang transformed greatly. Another disaster occurred in Thailand. The entire city was ablaze, and Daebong emerged from the debris. He said nonchalantly, "This year I look quite shabby." Then a voice was heard. "My goodness, who are you?" Daebong said, bewildered. "What are you saying?" Yunwoo growled. "You saw me, yet you approached me." "Daebong, you turned this place into ruins. Are you crazy?" Daebong growled. "I'll play with you, and when I get bored I'll grant you a special death," he roared, spitting fire, and Yunwoo's figure was obscured by the flames. Yunwoo joked. "What is this one with a ridiculous name saying, 'You're a Grimber, aren't you?'" Daebong roared, burning nonsense. Yunwoo snapped his fingers, curling his lips. A notification rang out. "You have successfully eliminated Daebong, one of the 3 demon kings of Satan's East. Location Bangkok, Thailand. You have successfully eliminated Grimber Daebong. Hyo Jo. Information authority has increased. Your current information authority is intermediate." He was startled. "Thailand? What? Why am I in Thailand?" "In Korea, in Weipung province, Seo Eon was struck down by a pile of debris. Sukagun also lay unconscious there." Ramasaha said arrogantly, "Do you think your attack can even scratch my skin?" Michian landed a powerful punch on him, he said with satisfaction. "Unlike the others, you're quite interesting. But now I'm bored. Now look at me." Michian couldn't hold on and screamed. Yunwoo arrogantly approached Abai. He asked her, "So you're telling me that Grimbers are appearing all over the world and running rampant?" Abby's eyes widened and she said, "That's right, this started quite a while ago." Yunwoo asked, lost in thought, 4 Grimbers can appear at once? Before that, minnows of the night parade of 100 demons also appeared with countless subordinates." Abai shook her head. "No, that child cannot do that. Unless it's an extreme coincidence," Yunwoo asked. "And what's the situation now?" Abby's eyes widened and she said, "They likely have one leader. I told you before, didn't I? It means that slumber can bring others along based on their achievements. One of those 4 is probably the leader." Yunwoo leaned close to Abai, asking curiously, "So this guy is bringing along 3 other climbers?" Abai replied, "If they're high-level climbers, they can. Their power is equivalent to a disaster." Yunwoo thought silently. I came to ask why I appeared in Thailand, but now that's probably not important, he asked. If I defeat the leader, will the others disappear too? Abai replied. I think so, he asked Abai again. Then where is the leader now? She pointed to the map and said, I think they're here. In America. He thought to himself, perhaps the easiest way is to defeat the leader. Then the others will disappear too. But a notification rang out. One Grimber has arrived on the 9th floor. Remaining time 0.0.0. Location Montana, USA. One Grimber has arrived on the 9th floor. Remaining time 0.0.0. Location Mexico City. One Grimber has arrived on the 9th floor. Remaining time 0.0.0. Location Gyeonggi, Korea. If I go to America, what will happen to the people in Korea? Even if Miriam is there, that child can't contend with a Grimber. What should I do? A light flashed in his mind. He imagined Miriam being hit from a distance. Miri cursed unpleasantly. Damn it, Yunwoo heard that and said, where is Yunwoo Hung now? Miri asked herself. What was I just thinking? I vowed to myself that I would protect Korea, but I'm relying on him. This isn't his fault in the first place. Everything is because I'm too weak. Damn it, I can't die here. It hurts too much, my martial arts aren't working. All my confidence comes from what Master taught me. Master said early on, the Emperor's martial arts are extremely powerful. If they can't contend with other enemies, it's merely because they are too young and weak, she thought to herself. I never thought of myself as strong. The only strong person in this world is Master. Everyone weaker than me is ordinary. This way of thinking made me weak. I looked up to power but merely stood in place. I never thought I needed to work harder. Ramasaha curled his lips and said arrogantly, shall I end this now? Consider it an honor. I will show you the achievements of sweeping away hundreds of thousands of armies. A loud cry went out, and Ramasaha with all his might made Miriam's eyes widen. A voice was heard. It seems you need help, don't you? Miri was bewildered. She thought to herself, this is a voice I heard before. The voice continued to echo, then I will help you. All you have to do is accept my power. Michian screamed unpleasantly. I refuse. Master said there's no power without a price. The voice echoed arrogantly. Then are you afraid to pay the price and refuse my power? Very well then. Then a ray of light enveloped Miriam and she had no time to react. She screamed, what? The mysterious figure growled. This time there will be no price. Feel my power. The ruler of all demons and the leader of the night parade of 100 demons. My power, the divine chaos of the night parade of 100 demons. Power flowed into the girl and she became full of vitality. She satisfyingly silenced Ramasaha. Ramasaha growled. He thought to himself, why can't my mouth open? What is this mana around here? Michian curled her lips in contempt. What are you anyway? It's too late. I'll swallow all this mana too. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Ramasaha stammered unpleasantly. I can't move my body, the mysterious figure said nonchalantly. Truly amusing, you boast of your meager achievements, she asked, bewildered. What did you say? As she took her 6th step, the mysterious figure said coldly, if my achievements were widely known, someone like you wouldn't have a chance to defeat me, even if they were widely known. Why? Because I am like you. Do you think you're the only Grimber whose achievements are hardly known? As she took her 7th step, she said confidently, if all my achievements were known, I would introduce myself by a different name. 8 steps, 9 steps, I wouldn't be called the divine chaos of the night parade of 100 demons. 10 steps, the invincible 10 steps of annihilation, but I would be the monarch of all monsters. In the ruined Mexico City, Baeksong stood blankly, asking himself with an unpleasant face, why can't I move? He suddenly heard a voice. Quite magnificent, isn't it? He asked coldly. You're that voice. What did you do to me? Hanerin's eyes widened and she laughed loudly. It was just a small experiment. Recently I've gained many very useful skills. Heh. Baeksong was furious. His face flushed and he cursed through gritted teeth. You crazy bastard, Hanerin said nonchalantly. I don't want to hear such words from a monster who destroyed the whole city. Anyway, it's fine. Thank you for being my test subject and for killing those who tried to kill me. Baeksong screamed in anger. What kind of monster are you? She said with satisfaction. I don't think that's your concern right now. Shall we get to the point now? World Rank 4 Darkwing. This is an experiment to test the loyalty of spirits, understood? In the hospital, Seo Eon was admitted unconscious. A moment later, when Seo Eon woke up, Hansel Sukagun asked worriedly, Eon, are you awake? Sukagun was startled. Sukagun Oppa. She got up painfully flustered. A hospital, what happened? Sukagun said, lost in thought. I don't know either. The Grimber that appeared in Korea seems to have been dealt with. And they said Sehun carried us here. Seo Eon screamed in panic. What? She called him angrily and scolded him. Sukagun laughed loudly. Just let it be. He probably had a reason. On the other hand, Yunwoo, displeased with having been thrown, punched the wall hard and frowned unpleasantly. Damn it, the only thing I can do is run. He encountered one of them on the city wall. The two stared at each other with wide eyes. Yunwoo asked bewildered, who are you? In the blazing fire of Montana, Ogong sat in the deep night, lost in thought. Is there something out there? I thought I would only need about 300 clones to clear the 9th floor, because they were all low-level Grimbers, but half of the clones were immediately destroyed. As expected, Yunwoo smiled and said, you're the main body, aren't you? Ogong was startled, turned around, and was hit by a punch, sending him flying far away. Ogong also charged in anger. Take my attack. Ogong pushed Yunwoo hard down from the city wall. Ogong didn't let go of him and said, wait. He enlarged his Ruyi staff. As the Ruyi staff grew, Yunwoo, terrified, fled. He jumped to another building inside. Ogong smiled brightly and said, you're quite interesting. Tell me your name, Yunwoo laughed foolishly. I'm just a zookeeper. Someone who keeps beasts like you in a zoo, Ogong laughed loudly. You're out of your mind, Yanwu laughed loudly. Quite exciting, it's my first time catching a monkey. System notification. You have eliminated a Grimber. Location, Gangdu, Korea. You have successfully eliminated Grimber Ramasaha. System notification. You have eliminated a Grimber. Location, Mexico City. You have successfully eliminated Grimber Baeksong, he thought with satisfaction. I don't know why the other climbers died, but now I need to test the results of my training. Ogong used his divine powers frantically. The Ruyi staff grew longer. Ruyi staff shrank. Yanwu stared at Ogong with crazy eyes. Ogong confidently used his divine powers to enlarge his Ruyi staff. Look at me, he struck down with a single blow, causing the entire city to explode and burn. Ogong said contemptuously. You have nothing, yet you jump into a fight. Before he could finish speaking, Yanwu grabbed Ogong's ankle from the debris and Ogong screamed, Arg! Yanwu grabbed his ankle, spun him like a top and threw him to the ground. Yanwu curled his lips and smiled with satisfaction. I didn't trick you, did I? Ogong gnashed his teeth in anger. Yanwu said confidently, you're a high-level climber, yet this is all you've got, you only talk big. Shall we start again? Ogong arrogantly got up, cursed, and swung his staff at Yanwu. Yanwu teased him, making him angry. Damn it, he thought to himself. What kind of monster is this? Where did such a monster come from? I've never encountered such danger while climbing the tower. Besides, my achievement as Sun Wukong is widely known, so I should have climbed the tower more easily. Yanwu smiled with satisfaction. No need to be so quiet, are you afraid? That guy's power shouldn't appear on the 9th floor, he said unpleasantly. It's useless to say anything, it's a waste to use this technique on the 9th floor, but I'll show you. He opened his achievement and unsealed it. Look at the true power of the one who shook the heavens. Look at the true power of the handsome Monkey King. A brilliant light enveloped Ogong and Ogong attacked loudly. Yanwu scoffed from below. Friend, shouldn't we make up? Ogong was furious like fire. What? Yanwu said contemptuously. I can do that technique too. All the agents were looking at the sky where Yanwu was fighting and Liam watched him fight carefully in the fierce battle. Ogong always used classic techniques and Yanwu confidently focused on the fight. Ogong lost his composure and said, I need to hit him fatally. Yanwu smiled with satisfaction. Do you think you can do anything to me? Ogong heard that and became even more furious, gnashing his teeth and glaring at Yanwu. Really? Yanwu said nonchalantly. If you only focus on lightning, how will you block my attack? Ogong was hit by Yanwu and flew into the air, gnashing his teeth in anger. Yanwu said to him, Now it's too late, look at me, Asura flame strike. Ogong screamed unpleasantly. This mono wave, it's too powerful, I can't block it. This damn bastard, he thought to himself. Nonsense, how can I lose to a mere 9th floor resident? Yanwu laughed loudly. You're not bad for a monkey either. Ogong screamed, How dare you, no one can despise me. Handsome Monkey King, fine, even if I can't climb the tower anymore, you'll have to drag me down. Ogong glared at Yanwu with murderous eyes. Yanwu laughed gleefully. Truly amazing, so many monkeys, Ogong said loudly. This is your end, I will kill you, Yanwu observed carefully and smiled with satisfaction. Ogong said as if his blood was boiling, This is your end. The 18 lightning fatalities exploded and thousands of them burst forth. The street couldn't see Yanwu and Ogong wondered if he had already disappeared. The flames grew larger and Yanwu walked out confidently. His aura made Ogong angry. What? How can this be? Yanwu thought to himself. The true secret is that the existence of reconstruction must not be external but internal. The limit is not about pouring everything you have. When you can completely master that focus through precise balance and calculation, you can absorb it. Look at me. Annihilation strike. He absorbed all his power and he died on the spot. The street became desolate ruins. A notification rang out. You have eliminated a Grimber. Location, Billings 5, Montana, USA. Information authority has been upgraded from intermediate to mid-high. Your current information authority is mid-high. You have successfully eliminated the handsome Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Information authority has accumulated. Information authority has been upgraded from intermediate to mid-high. Your current information authority is mid-high. Yanwu laughed with joy. His hands and feet were still fine and his mana was circulating normally. Good, this time I intended to defeat a few climbers without getting too injured, but every time after a battle I had to recover for 2 to 3 days. The training with Qianmu worked very well. He praised himself and said confidently, Truly amazing. Notification. Ruyi staff grade 55, no skills. Unseal, rebound, information authority. This is the weapon used by the handsome Monkey King, Sun Wukong. This is the weapon Sun Wukong obtained when he needed a weapon for himself while stirring up chaos in the Heavenly Palace. It was once the Dingai Shenzhen, but when Sun Wukong met the old writer, it became a weapon. It can extend and shrink and grow in size according to the user's will and is almost infinite. When the old writer is satisfied, it can temporarily awaken as the Ruyi Jingu Bang. At that time, all abilities increase and the user can borrow power from the main body, handsome Monkey King. Yanwu held the Ruyi staff and laughed loudly. I'll read the notifications later. Now I need to go somewhere where I can contact everyone. He walked cheerfully. A moment later he suddenly realized the International Hunter Association building was near here, wasn't it? He shouted loudly. Grow longer, Ruyi staff. The Ruyi staff took him to a large building. 2 tall buildings stood side by side and the entire exterior of the building was covered in shining glass. This was the headquarters of the World Hunter Federation. The protagonist's voice echoed, Thanks for the loan. I'll wear it well. Kim Yun-woo smiled brightly, one hand in his pocket and with the other admired his new sports outfit, consisting of a black jacket and black pants with 2 white circles on the right arm and right leg. Hyunwoo still liked the outfit and continuously praised it, saying, "This design isn't bad either." The senator beside him was still surprised by this young man. Senator Liam's expression remained blank as he recalled the moment Hyunwoo fought Oh-gong. He was completely fine after that battle, and he was even a climber. The senator was startled to see Hyunwoo appear strangely in the sky floating on a staff. What was more shocking was when he learned he was a climber. Hyunwoo asked, "So all the climbers have disappeared and there wasn't much damage in Korea, right?" The senator replied awkwardly, "Yes, not as much as in other countries." The senator asked curiously, "But I have one question." Hyunwoo wondered what the senator would ask. On his phone, a post from the account hashtag had appeared 9 minutes ago. Kim Hyunwoo stopped a genius. Click here for details. The official clip will be uploaded in a few hours, but we believe the disaster was found and stopped. I witnessed all the truth and wrote it here. What's the conclusion? Korean brain PSO right. Besides Mexico, it's still unknown who stopped the disaster. Kim Si-hoon had just read the SNS post and looked at Hyunwoo, who was lying with his head on Miri's lap. Her face holding the phone was slightly red and frozen, unsure what to do. At the hospital, Reldong came to examine Hyunwoo. Mirion's face was flushed due to confusing and inexplicable emotions. Si-hoon ignored Miri's presence and asked Hyunwoo, "They said you were transferred to Thailand. How did you get there?" Hyunwoo replied as if it were obvious. "I swam there," Si-hoon asked as if unable to believe what he heard. "What? You swam? What do you mean?" Hyunwoo looked up nonchalantly and replied, "I did a triathlon, minus the bike." "No, you're crazy." Si-hoon's eyes were still full of doubt as if he didn't believe Hyunwoo's words. A woman in a hospital gown was walking towards the door and various sounds could be heard from behind. "Hyunwoo, you said you trained with the heavenly demon, right? With a sword?" "Yeah, that's right." The beautiful Seo Dong, still holding her IV drip, vigorously approached where her friends were talking. She approached near the door with her wheeled IV stand. "May I come in?" A voice was heard. Seo Dong looked into the room. Si-hoon suddenly stood heavily. "Huh?" She heard Si-hoon's words. "He's too exhausted." She didn't know what to say. She recalled a moment in the past. She called out Kim Si-hoon's name loudly. "Why did you disappear on your own yesterday? I was worried about you." She hit Si-hoon hard on his body and said. He leaned into the blow, apologizing. Si-hoon slightly bowed his head with a disappointed expression. "I was just angry at myself for being too weak. Is the angel the reason? You're rated as very strong. He's a climber." Seo Dong worried about her friend. Si-hoon denied it. "No, it's not just the angel." Si-hoon stood there recalling Miri with sharp horns and the Dragon Emperor. Seo Dong still felt a slight fear recalling the skull tattoo, long horns and sharp fangs from that time. "I was truly shocked, but seeing them move, it's really astonishing. Last time I told myself that Hyunwoo would be pushed out of the rankings and ignored that fact, but after experiencing everything my thoughts have changed." Si-hoon powerlessly recalled Hyunwoo, hands in his pants pockets, yawning and wearing slippers. Si-hoon looked at his own hands and said, "I have to protect my precious ones with my own hands." He clenched his fist, determined. "That's why I need to become stronger." Seo Dong was somewhat relieved. She poked Si-hoon and teased, "Why, you seem too nervous." He replied, flustered, "Oh, not really." Returning to the present despite Si-hoon's somewhat gloomy appearance, she believed he would act soon after everything he had been through. She respected him greatly. He had grown. Inside the room, Si-hoon was sitting on a chair opposite the sofa and Hyunwoo was lying with his head on Miri's lap. In Si-hoon's mind, the image of the heavenly demon in black attire holding a great sword appeared. The heavenly demon calmly said, "Only if you can kill me." Si-hoon thought to himself, did the heavenly demon really teach him properly? Hyunwoo began to speak. "You won't be able to move for a while, will you? I'll help you with a few things." Si-hoon smiled broadly and said, "Thanks, Hyunwoo." At the same time, Seo Dong walked in and shouted, "Oppa Kim Si-hoon, they said I can be discharged tomorrow." "Really? That's good. How strong have you become since returning from the virtual space? Have your average stats changed?" Si-hoon asked. Hyunwoo scratched his head and stood up. "Who knows? I haven't checked the stats window yet." Miri looked at Hyunwoo with a flushed face. Status window, name Kim Hyunwoo, 9th floor guardian, age 118, gender male, status very good, stats, strength S, agility S, stamina C, health SS, HP S, mana S, luck B, skills. Hyunwoo glanced at it and inwardly said, "Not much has changed." Suddenly, as if realizing something, Hyunwoo was startled and shouted, "What is this?" He pressed the red switch and the room completely transformed. A TV, speakers, a table and chairs appeared before Hyunwoo and Abai. She cried out in joy. "Oppa," he smiled and asked, satisfied. Abai was very happy. "Yes, my information authority has increased and the room has expanded. I can make a game room." Her dream had come true. Hyunwoo poked her and teased, "You're happier now than when you defeated the climber," Abai said shyly. "Of course not." Hyunwoo had a triumphant and satisfied expression. He seriously asked, "But why am I 118 years old after returning from the virtual space?" Abai replied, I think I know the reason. It was because the stats window calculated time in the virtual space, but only 1 month had passed in the real outside world. There was a time difference between the tower and the virtual space. Abai raised her finger and explained excitedly. She explained, "It seems 1 day here is 1 year there." "Yeah, probably," Hyunwoo asked again. "Is that okay?" Abai laughed. The only way to explain why the guardian suddenly aged is that he was emotionally shocked. He thought to himself, "I spent 100 years in there. I'm 118, that's ridiculous." He plopped down and thought the tower guide was the same. "I've experienced it. Yes, I'm not an old man." He reaffirmed it to himself. Abai suddenly exclaimed as if remembering something. Oh right, speaking of which, did you find anything in the tower guide? I want to talk about the tower guide's creator, he asked in surprise. Oh, the tower guide's creator is the creator. Abai was certain. Hyunu asked bewildered. Really, then the creator is? He still didn't understand. Abai replied in surprise. That's what I'm trying to say. The creator is the creator. Hyunu placed his hand on Abby's head and growled. That's it. Abai was flustered. I tried to get all the Guardians' information. He took his hand off Abby's head and said, it's fine, it's my fault for expecting too much. Abai, changing from surprise to anger, became agitated by Hyunu's words. She slammed the table and shouted loudly, 5 days. Hyunu was startled by Abby's reaction. Hyunu stared blankly at Abai. No, just give me 3 days. I think I can find out where the creator is. She clenched both hands and said resolutely, of course I can't guarantee 100, but please trust me. I'll trust you. Hyunu smiled. Miri, 21 years old, good condition. Hyunu asked, Jackie Io's essence you mentioned. You borrowed her power, right? He was holding a small brown pouch. His disciple replied, yes, master. Hyunu seriously looked at the bowed Mirion, a successor, I could call her that. The power of some climbers seems to remain on the 9th floor in Korea and in Mexico. He recalled Abby's words and thought to himself, the power I felt in Korea was probably Jackie Io's, but in Mexico, there's a successor. A notification window appeared. You have found and defeated a hidden climber. Location, Mexico City. You have successfully defeated Sword King Gon. Oh right. Mason died in Mexico. He connected the events. This is related to his death. He nervously looked at his bowed disciple. She thought to herself, Master will be angry that I used it without permission. Hyunu smiled slightly, stroked Miri's head and consoled her. It's all right, disciple. Her eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected it. He praised her. Perhaps everyone would have died without you, right? You did very well. She looked up at her master and smiled broadly, her cheeks slightly flushed, casting aside all her worries. Thank you, master. Skyscrapers visible from afar at the World Hunter Federation headquarters. Blue and white buildings. I apologize. But Liam, in a gray suit, arms crossed, hands on the table, asked worriedly, could you repeat that? Stroking his white mustache, he said mockingly, you still don't understand what I'm saying. In Ruibang, Montana, a fat middle-aged man in a suit sat with his legs crossed, boasting as if he were Senator Athleport of Montana. According to reports on Athleport's activities, attitude, and treatment of the populace, the senator had no skills or connections, only a lot of money. Rumor had it he had a hobby of collecting rare statues, but it was not expected that he would want Ruibang. Liam sat opposite the table trying to persuade him. Hunter Kim Hyunu stopped the disaster in Montana. Athleport frowned disapprovingly and interrupted. Are you saying our guild didn't participate in stopping the disaster? He continued before Liam could finish speaking. I want to speak with Hunter Kim Hyunu alone. As was his habit, he closed his eyes, stroked his beard, and nonchalantly demanded, I'll take care of the rest. The senator was so worried he was sweating profusely. That was the problem. Suddenly, the wooden door opened. What's this fun conversation without me? A rude voice echoed. Liam stood up and shouted, You. Hyunu shuffled forward in his slippers. Could you repeat that? Hyunu bent down, looked at Athley, and smiled broadly. What are you trying to do with my Ruibang? He fell backward in terror upon seeing Hyunu. You are Hunter Kim Hyunu. A few seconds later, he calmly confirmed. He glanced at him coldly and thought to himself, I left the Hunter Association to learn how to speak. That was a process for their development. He recalled the conversation. He cheerfully handed his weapon to Liam, who understood its meaning. Liam stood with his hands on the table and said, No, I am Senator Athleport of Montana. As he was introducing himself, Kim Hyunu raised his hand to cut him off. I've heard all the rumors about you. Basically, I stopped the disaster, but you also inflicted damage and handled the damage I caused, he replied cheerfully. Hearing his words, he asked with satisfaction, So you agree to hand over Ruibang to us? He raised the corner of his mouth in a scoffing smile and complimented, Good perception. He asked curiously, But what if I don't want to hand it over? Then I won't be sitting here anymore either. At this moment, Liam no longer interfered, covering his face with his hands and calling 911 as if exhausted. I'm screwed. Kim Hyunu gave a friendly smile, and a few seconds later, screams that shook the entire building were heard. Damn it, this damn bastard, damn it. You're the bad guy, you. He screamed in pain and raged. Damn it, you damn bastard, do you think you can do this to me and get away with it? He looked at him calmly. You'll never be a hunter again. Before he could finish speaking, he hit him on the head one more time. With that attack, he lost consciousness and smoke rose from his head. He replied nonchalantly, hands in his pockets, I've earned enough not to need to be a hunter anymore. Senator Liam stood there blankly, unable to do anything. He understood the senator's worry, turned around and said, don't worry, I didn't kill him. Liam asked powerlessly, How do you plan to resolve this? Kim Hyunu smiled slyly and said, Don't worry about that. Just return Ruibang. The next day, in the underground parking lot, a man in a suit walked towards his car holding documents. As he got into the car, the blonde-haired man immediately asked, Even, what did the investigator say? Even recalled. He wanted to spread bad rumors about Kim Hyunu in the media. He repeated Athleport's command, If you don't have it, make it up. You guys need to use your heads, he shouted angrily. He asked interestingly, He's really amusing. Did you think of anything? The brown-haired middle-aged man replied gruffly, Should I take care of him? Athleport, he said curiously. Oh, you decided so quickly. You served him for 10 years, even was a little sad. I didn't get anything from him, even calculated the gains and losses. Of course, compared to what I've gained here. He glanced at him, then smiled as if he understood all his intentions. Everything for master. A purple-haired girl had her back turned, and on her left shoulder was a deer-head-shaped shoulder guard. Thorny purple roses surrounded her. Our organization Nalumati in Hanam, green plants and high mountains surrounded Kim Si-hoon. He looked at the piece of cloth in his hand and asked, "Is this the origin of heaven?" Kim Hyunu gently explained, "Yes, if you put it against the heavenly demon's sword the system window will open." He smiled, clutching the piece of cloth tightly and said, "Thank you." Suddenly he looked to his right and saw Sakar Anya drawing a magic circle beside him. He shouted, "Ah, you really look tired. You have dark circles under your eyes and your face is pale." Kim Si-hoon gently reminded her, "You said you were going to Mexico, didn't you? Don't wander around recklessly there. They're recovering now, all right." Kim Hyunu looked at his disciple and said, "It's all right, there are a few things I need to check." He briefly explained about the successor. The appearance of successors was no longer rare. Miriam widened her eyes at the intense gaze, tilted her head and looked at her master in bewilderment. But the problem was their unpredictability. Climbers had the mission of climbing the tower. At this moment a tall gray tower appeared, and on the left monsters with swords were ascending with wicked smiles, while on the right people with shields were descending seriously. The guardian blocked it, and Kim Hyunu said to himself, "Both have their own roles, but not the successor." All sorts of monsters appeared through the gap in the door. They each had different goals. One used a magic circle, another successor tried to protect their own floor, and was considered a guardian. A tall, strong, long-haired man with a brimmed hat. Another successor became a climber, or lazily propped their chin and read a book or did nothing. A muscular man, his face serious, fists clenched. Or they used their power to overturn the world. In any case it wasn't necessarily bad. Such thoughts rose like smoke from the bag in his hand. "I trust you." Miri imagined Hyunu looking at her passionately and saying that. Those words were like an arrow piercing her heart, and she collapsed to the ground in ecstasy. He nonchalantly turned his back and walked away. "Wait for me until I return." She touched her cheek, blushing as she replied. "Yes?" he asked Si-hoon worriedly. "Are you going in right away?" Kim Si-hoon clenched his fist and replied firmly, "Yes." He was surrounded by a purple light. "Tell Ma my words." He pointed his finger before leaving, saying defiantly, "I'm using the martial arts he taught me. It's very, very useful." He appeared in another location. Under his feet there was nothing but dust and shattered stones. He looked around. Mexico City was filled with broken stones and mages were rebuilding the city. His father put his hand on his forehead, looking left and right, and said, "There's nothing here. How can I find traces of the successor?" At that moment a man in a black suit appeared beside him. He looked at him, surprised and faintly. He placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head and said respectfully, "I was waiting for you, Mr. Kim Yun-woo." He put his hands in his pants pockets and looked at him confusedly, as if unable to understand what was happening. The eye-patterned badge sparkling on his jacket said nonchalantly, "Please guide me to meet my master." A sound came from the system. Kim Si-hoon held swords in both hands. "Do you want to use the heavenly demon's origin on the heavenly demon's sword?" Kim Si-hoon looked at the sword in his hand with surprise and curiosity. "Oh," Kim Si-hoon sighed, looking at the surrounding scenery of a simple colored house. "It hasn't been long since I rebuilt this apartment, and I'm living like this again." He winced, remembering the previous advice. He pressed the text that appeared before him. Yun-woo told him not to pick a fight. He also said his personality was really strange. Even someone like Yun-woo said that, so was he worse than Yun-woo? As he pressed the text, a blue light suddenly shone straight at Kim Si-hoon. He flinched in surprise. As the light disappeared, the scenery before his eyes also began to change. The previous room had transformed into a landscape surrounded by towering rocks. Kim Si-hoon looked around, surprised by everything before his eyes. Kim Si-hoon still didn't know where he was. All he saw was lush trees. "This is..." Kim Si-hoon's eyes widened and he was terrified by the sound coming from behind him. "Who the hell are you?" A man in mysterious black attire was sitting before his eyes, looking at Kim Si-hoon. It was the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon looked at him with a thoughtful expression. Kim Si-hoon instinctively staggered backward and thought, "It really is the heavenly demon. What should I say? Should I say Yun-woo sent me here?" Kim Si-hoon's face was drenched in sweat and he kept thinking, "No, I came here to become independent from Yun-woo. I need to state my true reason." Kim Si-hoon turned around, clasped his hands together, looked at the heavenly demon and said, "I came here to learn martial arts from you." The heavenly demon began to get annoyed. "Where the hell do guys like you keep crawling out from?" The heavenly demon stood up and said his final words. The heavenly demon glared at him. Kim Si-hoon hastily cut him off. "Wait." Kim Si-hoon was still terrified, his hands still clasped together as before. "There's nothing going on with Mr. Kim Yun-woo, is there? Right?" He had an ominous premonition. The heavenly demon clenched his hand and forcefully struck the pillar before him, almost shattering it. The heavenly demon, angered, was enveloped in fierce flames. "Damn it, I just came back from hibernation and you're trying to annoy me again?" Kim Si-hoon looked at the heavenly demon and stepped back in fear. Kim Si-hoon flinched and remembered. "I'm sorry, Yun-woo Hung, I won't be able to convey your words to him." The heavenly demon shouted, "Get lost." Kim Si-hoon looked at the heavenly demon in surprise. "What?" The heavenly demon turned and walked away, saying, "You won't learn it to the end anyway." Kim Si-hoon flinched at the heavenly demon's words. Recalling his previous image, Kim Si-hoon shouted, "Please just teach me once." Kim Si-hoon looked at the heavenly demon, placed his hand on his chest and said, "I need to become stronger because I have something to protect." Kim Si-hoon continued to speak, pointing his finger at the heavenly demon. "If you keep refusing me, I'll follow you around and bother you until you agree." The heavenly demon glared at Kim Si-hoon and gnashed his teeth. Seeing your pathetic behavior, I know you're that madman's friend. If you want to learn so badly, I'll show you how I treated that damn bastard. Kim Si-hoon continued, then try to defeat me. The heavenly demon used his power and lunged at Kim Si-hoon, saying, then I will teach you my martial arts. A loud noise erupted and the surroundings became even more filled with smoke. Kim Si-hoon fell asleep on the spot and a message appeared in the system window. Kim Si-hoon has died. First time. In another scene, the surroundings were filled with various shapes of rocks. Kim Yun-woo looked at the person opposite him in surprise. What did you say, master? David bowed his head and replied, yes, that's right. Kim Yun-woo looked at him with a triumphant expression. What if I refuse? Then I'll go receive new orders from master. David continued to speak. Kim Yun-woo was puzzled. Then who exactly is this master? You should go find out yourself. David spoke. Kim Yun-woo began to think seriously. So he means he won't reveal any information here. Now he doesn't think he can defeat me. Kim Yun-woo looked at David before his eyes. But above all, the master he mentioned is probably the person he spoke of. He was guided. Kim Yun-woo instinctively exclaimed upon seeing the door with intricate patterns. What is this? David gestured towards the elevator and introduced it. This is the elevator connected to our headquarters. Kim Yun-woo looked at the scenery inside the elevator and thought, did they really decorate the elevator with diamonds? The diamond-decorated elevator was transparent, allowing a view of the outside scenery, and it seemed a lot of investment had gone into it. As the elevator doors opened, 2 rows of people lined up before Kim Yun-woo, greeting him and surprising him. Kim Yun-woo exclaimed in confusion, what is this? A voice echoed. We've been waiting for a long time. It was the striking purple-haired girl, Han A-rin. Han A-rin smiled as she looked at Kim Yun-woo. Master. Kim Yun-woo flinched instinctively. I had 2 disciples. One was Miriam, and the other returned to an image from the past. We're doomed. Kim Yun-woo lifted his mask and looked towards where the voice came from. With our current strength, we can't escape the tower. Who knows, maybe we'll level up. So instead of demons, let's kill humans. One person holding a sword pointed it at Han A-rin and said, I'm sorry, Han A-rin. Han A-rin, seeing the traitor before her eyes, was angered. Suddenly, the mysteriously masked Kim Yun-woo appeared. He sent the 2 flying into the sky with one hand, surprising Han A-rin. Han A-rin looked on with an admiring expression. This girl, Han A-rin, actually, my relationship with her is quite strange. She's more like a comrade than a disciple. Returning to the present, Kim Yun-woo looked up and thought, anyway, I trained her like Miriam. At first she didn't seem like a comrade, but during our time together in the tower she gradually became more like one. The 2 walked along the road, each carrying a large log, laughing and talking, and then she left the tower after spending a year and a half with me. Han A-rin, surrounded by a bright purple light, smiled. I will prepare everything master needs. After saying her last words, so you're the one who killed Mason? Kim Yun-woo, holding a glass of water, sat on the throne and asked Han A-rin. Han A-rin looked at Kim Yun-woo, smiled and explained, I should have killed him before he could even lay a finger on master, but I wasn't strong enough then. But why did you build such a castle underground? Kim Yun-woo remained confused. Didn't master say it would be quite interesting to have a castle underground? Kim Yun-woo instinctively pointed to himself in surprise. Me, Han A-rin excitedly continued to explain. Besides that, I've prepared everything else master wanted. Master, first, I have 14 acres of land in America. I've built villas in all European countries. I've also prepared casinos and enough money for a lifetime. And Kim Yun-woo, drinking water, said, when did I ever say I wanted such things? After finishing his words, Kim Yun-woo instinctively remembered. Past images kept coming to mind. Master, what do you want to do after leaving the tower? Han A-rin asked. Seeing Kim Yun-woo sleeping with his hand as a pillow, Kim Yun-woo replied cheerfully, I think I'll have a lot to do. Stretching his hand towards the sky, Kim Yun-woo continued to speak. I want to sleep all day. I want to live comfortably without working. I want to live like a millionaire. Got it. Then you want to earn a lot of money? Han A-rin asked, looking at him. That's right, I want to travel like the silver spoons without working. I want to party all night in a private mansion. It would be even better if it's underground, like a castle or something. Understood. Anything else? Kim Yun-woo continued. I wanted to gamble in Las Vegas at a casino, and what else was there? Kim Yun-woo flinched after remembering and spat out all the water he was drinking. No way. She couldn't have realized all those ridiculous dreams I spoke of back then, could she? Han A-rin handed Kim Yun-woo a handkerchief. Kim Yun-woo took the handkerchief. Mind reading. Han A-rin clasped her hands together and looked at him excitedly. I've prepared everything master wanted. Following that, thousands of shouts of master echoed in his ears. Kim Yun-woo thought to himself, is she crazy? Han A-rin continued to repeat the 2 words master with a sinister smile, and this action made Kim Yun-woo break out in a cold sweat. Han A-rin's information appeared in the system window. Age 24, female, status extremely excited. And her stats: strength, agility, endurance, health, mana, luck, personality. Extremely loyal. Special skills cannot be viewed due to insufficient information. Authority. Kim Yun-woo thought to himself, her stats are similar to Miriam's. Successor. At this moment, Kim Yun-woo told her that he had become a successor thanks to the book he obtained after eliminating Mason. Then what are you going to do now? Han A-rin paused for about 5 seconds. Yes, he said. How are you going to use that power you have? The core of the matter was here. This girl could either become a guardian or a climber. Kim Yun-woo dramatically thought, of course, if I use the psychology skill, she won't act contrary to my words. but he couldn't completely trust the system. If she becomes a climber I will. At this moment, Han A-rin replied, how will I use this power? My power is for master, so I will only use it for master. Kim Yun-woo also agreed. Ah right, he continued to ask. Then are you the one who eliminated that player? Han A-rin replied, yes, he was the perfect target for me to test the successor's power. Kim Yun-woo continued to ask. Then did you only use your newly acquired power? Han A-rin replied. No, I also used my exclusive cross-cultivation technique. This new power was quite weak in terms of potency. Kim Yun-woo smiled slyly. She must have had a hard time taking him down, right, considering she left the city in such a mess. Han A-rin also laughed. It wasn't that difficult, master. I purposely took my time taking him down. These words shook Kim Yun-woo's worldview. Ah, Han A-rin said. Master said last time that if you only had money you'd buy up the whole city, right? So you could do whatever you wanted. Now there's enough money. She said it so easily that it seemed he could even play SL with this city, just as master wished. Kim Yun-woo flinched at Han A-rin's enthusiasm. He thought she was even worse than early Miriam. What is this? At this moment, Han A-rin had a lump on her head. Kim Yun-woo asked her why they were only meeting again now. Han A-rin cut him off. I wanted to meet master after I had obtained everything master wanted. Kim Yun-woo asked again, and it's also thanks to you that I haven't been caught up in all those conspiracy theories and bad rumors, right? Han A-rin replied, I controlled everything. Kim Yun-woo looked at her as if she was from Mars. Just as I thought, her thinking is completely abnormal. Why are all my disciples like this even though I'm so normal? Is he really normal? Birds of a feather flocked together. After that, Kim Yun-woo walked away. Now that the work is done, I'm going back. Han A-rin was disappointed. Going back, and what about the things I've prepared? Kim Yun-woo hastily said as if fleeing. I'll see them later. Han A-rin replied, understood. Then I'll see you off. Kim Yun-woo agreed. Sure, please do. Inwardly, she's not clinging to me. In another scene, Kim Yun-woo said again, why are you following me? Han A-rin replied, because the only place I can belong is by master's side. Forever brothers. Kim Yun-woo asked, then what about your organization? Han A-rin said, I trained them so they can operate on their own even without me. This scene was very familiar to him. Miriam, deja vu or what? Anyway, there was no harm in taking her with him at this moment. Kim Yun-woo said, you need to stick close to me. We need to be in the center of the magic circle. Han A-rin was delighted. Yes, Kim Yun-woo began to walk. Anya said she improved the magic circle. Now I can use it with Mana even without her. It's really convenient. At that moment from Hanum, hey, can you hear me? Miriam received a call from Hong Jin from the other end of the phone. She's not pretending not to hear me again, is she? Miriam replied, I'm thinking. She thought to herself, Master allowed me to have the crystal, but I can't decide that easily. I don't know what she's up to. Miriam asked, so what was your proposal? It turned out the other end of the phone was the night parade of 100 demons. She said, you're purposely trying to exhaust me, aren't you, kid? First, you have to share all your senses with me. Second, when you meet the Demon King, you have to hand over control of your body to me. Given that, is there any room for reconsideration on the contract? A dull joke. The night parade of 100 demons was angered. Mary replied nonchalantly, maybe all of it. The night parade of 100 demons shouted, don't talk nonsense, Mary said. There's no harm in being careful, right? For example, if I share my senses with you, it's no different from you being able to check my body whenever you want, is it? The night parade of 100 demons became even more angered. That's impossible, didn't I already tell you? Once the contract is signed, the conditions are absolute. Mary felt jaded by life. If that's the case, it makes me even more suspicious. These conditions aren't bad for me. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared. Miriam jumped for joy. Master, she was as happy as a child greeting her mother. Before she could finish speaking, Miri was disappointed. She said, Master, what kind of guy did you bring? He's even linking arms with you. Miri was completely traumatized. Kim Yun-woo asked, what, were you waiting for me? Miri stammered, Master, who is that woman next to you? Kim Yun-woo asked, why is she holding my arm? Han A-rin said naturally, Master told me to do so. I told you to stay close. Kim Yun-woo replied, I don't think I said that. Miriam, who was standing nearby, was on the verge of exploding. Get away from Master now. At this moment, Kim Yun-woo opened his mouth. All right, since everyone is here, let me introduce you. This is my first disciple, Miriam. And this is my second disciple, Han A-rin, Miriam asked in a trembling voice. Second, when Han A-rin asked, Master, does that mean that child is also your disciple? Miriam was even more flustered. Master, Han A-rin was calm. Why is she acting like that? Miriam, at a loss for words, said, oh well, I didn't know Master had another disciple. Han A-rin saw through Miriam's weakness. She leaned on Kim Yun-woo's shoulder, and Kim Yun-woo pushed her away, saying, Hey, I told you to stop. Han A-rin replied, I'm just expressing how happy I am to see Master after a long time. Isn't it baffling? Miriam was in extreme shock. Her soul was floating in the air, unable to return. So Miriam decided to seek help from Hyakki Yagyo. Hyakki Yagyo replied, what did you say? When Miriam said, I'll accept your offer, Hyakki Yagyo was surprised and fell over. Why did she suddenly change her mind? Miriam replied with fervent determination, I just thought I would have to use this power someday. A moment later in his room, Kim Yun-woo was speechless at the sight. It's so messy. Yes, you found it, Abai innocently asked. Yes, what did I find? The very next moment she was startled by Kim Yun-woo's manipulation. No, I found it. You're talking about the creator, right? Kim Yun-woo replied. Then the first piece of information, Abai knelt before his inherent power. First, I'm sorry, but I couldn't find the creator's current location. No matter how much I tried, the information was locked due to insufficient authority. But I found another clue, Kim Yun-woo asked excitedly. Another clue, Abai replied. It's to purchase the premium package. Oh, I'm sorry. I found the location of an artifact. It might lead the way to the creator. As Lee Seo-dong was about to open the door and enter the room, a sudden commotion erupted from inside. You insignificant thing, how dare you? Lee Seo-dong broke out in a cold sweat the moment she heard the commotion. I can't believe it, she thought to herself. The documents are inside, but I absolutely do not want to go in now, surely just a few days ago. Reldong called him. Arms crossed, Kim Yun-woo casually said, "Go." Then asked them, "What are the two of you doing?" In front of them a fierce battle was unfolding between Miriam and Han A-rin. The young girl loudly declared, "I am Master's first disciple." Kim Yun-woo calmly explained, "They're just arguing." Meanwhile, Han A-rin raised one eyebrow slightly and arrogantly replied, "So what, you shorty?" The moment she finished speaking, the two plunged into a fight, sending rocks flying everywhere. Simultaneously, a loud explosion echoed throughout the entire area. Reldong was greatly surprised by this sight. This is a duel. What kind of argument is this? As Miriam leapt high and kicked towards Han A-rin, she quickly used the book in her hand to easily block the young girl's kick. Miriam, still shocked by Han A-rin's defense, growled, "Stop," but her opponent didn't reply and merely wore a mocking smile. This made Miriam groan in anger. Han A-rin without a word suddenly raised her fist and punched Miriam in the eye. At the sudden attack, the young girl cried out in great pain and quickly covered her eye with her hand. Reldong asked, "Why aren't you stopping them?" Kim Yun-woo laughed and replied, "They don't listen to me." Hearing him say that, she immediately, bewildered, advised him, "Then at least do something. Something might happen." Miriam continued to use her techniques, asking loudly, "Where did a thing like you crawl out from?" Han A-rin quickly blocked the young girl's attack with her hand, then laughed spiritedly and replied, "A thing like me is best suited for Master." Seeing things escalating too much, Kim Yun-woo said, "Enough." Miriam charged forward loudly, proclaiming, "Master is mine." Han A-rin quickly rushed forward and loudly shouted, "Shut up, you shorty." Unable to bear it any longer, Kim Yun-woo suddenly leapt down, punched each of their heads once, and then with extreme irritation shouted, "Stop." Han A-rin quickly rubbed her head and loudly argued, "But Master, you gave us permission to argue." He looked at the broken railing and loudly retorted, "Is this an argument?" After finishing his words, Kim Yun-woo again looked at the ground which the two fighters had dented and was speechless, thinking, "Good heavens, they're both like cats and dogs." After some thought, Kim Yun-woo pointed to the inside of the house and solemnly suggested, "Go inside and reflect until I return." Miriam replied, "Yes." Han A-rin added, bored, "All right." As she passed, Lee Seo-dong was very curious. She quickly asked, "By the way, Oppa, who is that woman?" She was no less than the Dragon Emperor in her successor form. Kim Yun-woo calmly replied, "She's my second disciple." Hearing this, Lee Seo-dong exclaimed, "What?" Thinking she hadn't heard him correctly, Kim Yun-woo repeated, "She's my second disciple." Shocked by this cruel reality, Lee Seo-dong could only shed tears, crying out inwardly, "He has another disciple. If yet another meddler causes trouble, I won't be able to handle it." She looked at the chaotic situation and the two fighters with trembling eyes, speechless. "If they fight, I won't be able to stop them either." At this moment, Han A-rin crossed her arms and loudly said arrogantly, "This." Miriam immediately retorted, "You." Ron cried out inwardly once more, "Where are you, Yun-woo?" At the same time, he kept scratching his ear as if someone was calling his name, feeling an itch. Abai quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Kim Yun-woo calmly replied, "My ear is too itchy." After scratching his ear, he smiled brightly and said, "All right, I'm fine." Then asked, "Where is the artifact that provides clues to the creator?" Abai frowned and solemnly replied, "It's on the 835th floor." He asked, "Where on earth is the 835th floor?" She replied, "I also only recently found out," after which Abai added an explanation. "From the 1st to the 9th floor, the structure is the same and relatively similar. Basically, all of them have civilizations and races, but the structure is different." She opened a virtual space to explain. For example, the 8th floor consists of multidimensional spaces. The 1st and 3rd floors also have civilizations, but their scale is relatively smaller than other floors. Kim Yun-woo crossed his arms pretending to know and said, breaking out in a cold sweat, "I roughly understand, it's probably like that." Although he said that in reality he understood nothing, Kim Yun-woo immediately dismissed that thought and smiled, asking, "Abai, that's not the important question, is it? Can I go to the 8th floor?" She replied, "If you wish, you can go straight to the 8th floor, however." Abai added, "But to find the way there, you have to go inside the artifact." Having said this, she quickly unfolded a list which contained blind man's compass, hand of time, giant's heart, giant's eye, giant's teeth. Kim Yun-woo asked suspiciously, "There are 5 of them." Abai broke out in a cold sweat as he asked, but reassured him, "But you'll find them quickly." Reviewing the documents in her hand, she continued, "The locations of 2 are already known, and the remaining 3 are all owned by one person. See." After speaking, she showed him. Kim Yun-woo looked at it and wore a scoffing smile. After that, he quickly stood up and said firmly, "All right, I'll be back later." At this moment, he suddenly looked at the documents beside him. Kim Yun-woo muttered to himself, "It won't take long." Simultaneously, Miriam asked, somewhat curious, "What's that on your shoulder?" Han A-rin arrogantly retorted, "You mean the mask?" After that, she scoffed and lightly showed off, "Master gave it to me." As soon as Miriam heard this, she immediately stood up and loudly argued, "What? That's ridiculous. Master handled that mask very carefully." Hane-rin exclaimed. Oh, after that she smiled and asked, have you ever received a gift? Miriam loudly boasted. Master taught me martial arts. Hane-rin winked and replied, really, that's amazing. You can keep learning from Master and remain a disciple forever. Miriam clenched her fists and burning with rage threatened, I'll kill you. Just as the two were about to fight again, someone suddenly reprimanded, I told you two to reflect, you're fighting again. Seeing Kim Yun-woo, both of them called out, Master, Master. He suddenly frowned and inwardly blamed himself. I shouldn't have brought Hane-rin. I thought they would get along well because their personalities are so similar, but I was wrong. After thinking to himself, he cleared his throat once and said, well, it's all right. I have something for you two to do. Hearing him say that, the two were very surprised. Miriam quickly glanced at Hane-rin, then loudly and darkly said, Command us, Master. Kim Yun-woo glanced at the young girl Hane-rin, adding, What should I do, Master? Kim Yun-woo immediately assigned tasks. Miriam, go to Hong Kong and bring back the blind man's compass, and Hane-rin, go to Mexico and find the artifact called Hand of Time. Hane-rin smiled and asked, Do you need anything else? He replied, No, but added, But you have to bring it back without causing any trouble, okay? She replied firmly, I will do that. Just then, in Montana, an old man angrily retorted loudly, How can this be? He yelled into the phone as if the speaker would fall off. I told you I'd pay any amount of money, the person on the other end of the phone replied awkwardly. No matter how much money, it's not possible. Athleport, hearing this, became extremely angry and loudly argued, What? The director of America's largest broadcasting station is telling me no. Person on the other end of the phone replied in a low voice, I'm truly sorry. They added in a low voice, and honestly, it's best not to get involved with him. When the person finished speaking, he slammed the phone hard on the floor and loudly cursed, Damn it. After that, he covered his face with his hands and vented his frustration. Everything they say is nonsense. It's ridiculous that no one can touch that damn hunter. Why? The secretary suddenly said. Senator, you have a visitor, Athley asked in surprise. What are you talking about? I didn't have any appointments today, he replied. I forgot to tell you, it's not someone with a prior appointment. The secretary added with a sly smile. It's a unilateral notification. He frowned unpleasantly. What is that fellow talking about? The moment Athley finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly erupted, filled with dust, dirt, and wind. Seeing the large hole in the wall, Athley was extremely terrified and loudly exclaimed, What? Suddenly, someone entered and unpleasantly reprimanded. Shut up, you'll make my ears fall off. He looked at someone and mouth agape and terrified shouted, You! It was Kim Yun-woo. As he arrogantly appeared before his eyes, he used his power to make a large hole in the wall, then stared directly at Athley, the Montana state senator. Startled by this sight, he pointed at Kim Yun-woo and loudly yelled in a trembling voice, What on earth are you doing? How dare you destroy my house? Kim Yun-woo replied in a low voice, What am I doing? Then he calmly said, According to my investigation, you've been committing all sorts of garbage acts. You can't fool me. For example, bribing a construction worker to manipulate auction results. Hearing this, Athley stiffened and couldn't move, sweating profusely. He yelled as if provoked, What on earth are you talking about? I'll sue you for trespassing. And, before Alex Port could finish speaking, Kim Yun-woo continued to attack him fatally. The official newspaper for hunters. Art carelessly recoiled in terror. Kim Yun-woo continued in a mocking tone, ARC News Channel, Western American Media, Owen Central. He looked at the paper in his hand and slightly curled the corner of his mouth, then as if pitiful said, Damn it, I'm too lazy to read all this CIT. After that he openly asked, You seem to have done nothing but call these people all week. After speaking, Kim Yun-woo threw the paper on the table in front of Athley and, Manipulating the media is fun, isn't it? Athleport asked Kim Yun-woo in a trembling voice, How did you know? Kim Yun-woo said nothing, merely smiling brightly. Athleport looked to the side and loudly reprimanded his secretary, Don't tell me you did the same thing to me as you did to Evan. The secretary smiled slyly and said in a low voice to Athleport, You should have treated me well from the start. Athleport's face reddened with anger, and he gritted his teeth. He overturned the table, sending everything flying, then pointed directly at his secretary and loudly cursed, You son of a bitch. The secretary bowed his head and carefully handed a pile of documents to Kim Yun-woo, saying, This is a list of gangs he hired to harm you, Mr. Kim Yun-woo. He calmly said, Let's see. Did you also hire gangs to attack me? Did you want to act like the Ares gang? Athleport stood blankly, his eyes wide, and could only utter one word. Fear consumed Athleport. His face turned pale and red and tears welled up in his eyes. Inwardly he worried, I'm in big trouble, it's all over now, that damn bastard is going to kill me. Kim Yun-woo brought Athleport out of his confusion. He said, HMPH, honestly I want to expose all these documents everywhere and deal with you. Athley listened to his every word, his face pale and sank to the floor. He added, But that would be too devilish. Kim Yun-woo sat at the same level as Athleport and said in a softer tone, So let's negotiate a bit now. He added in a low voice, I heard you're collecting artifacts like crazy, right? Looking at the glass display case filled with all sorts of items, Kim Yun-woo continued, If you hand over your giant's collection artifacts which you've collected for 10 years, I'll keep this matter a secret until you die. He gave Athleport a bright smile. How about it? Isn't this solution too gentle? The scenery changed to a magnificent mansion. Ancient architecture appeared before their eyes, and stained glass windows were dyed golden by the sunlight, creating a mysterious and splendid scene. Jo-yan was known as a master of essence refining in the newspapers. He was confident that he would bow to no one. The next moment Jo-yan appeared with an awkward smile. He reluctantly said, Sweat poured like rain and he clasped his hands together. He bowed to Miriam and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Rong, may I ask why you have come here?" Miriam looked at him and clearly stated her demand. "Hand over the blind man's compass to me." Choyan asked again. She said. Michian hit the table once and a sound then came from her mouth, startling and cutting him off. Choyan had a smiling face, but it was already too terrified and bloodless. He immediately agreed, clasping both hands tightly. "Understood, I'll prepare it as quickly as possible." "Just give me 3 days." Michian immediately cut him off. 3 hours? Choyan asked suspiciously again. Yes. Michian arrogantly sat in the chair with her legs crossed and demanded in a calm voice, "Bring it to me within 3 hours." Choyan tried to say more, but the artifact is in a villa on an island, so we can't. The surroundings were suddenly illuminated with burning hatred. Demonic horns sprouted from her hips and her face changed eerily. Seeing this horrifying sight, Choyan no longer delayed and immediately said loudly, "I'll bring it myself." Michian leaned back in her chair and said to the back, "Number 1, follow him and help him." The subordinate immediately received the order and replied loudly, "Understood." An image of Han A Rin suddenly popped into Michian's mind. She said arrogantly, "Don't worry, master, I'll bring it within 3 hours." Michian was angry and thought to herself, "I have to get it before that kid no matter what." Currently, the compass was already in Abby's hand. Blind Man's Compass, Grade 5, Additional Skill. Information Authority Find. A blind man made this artifact for his comrade, allowing him to see through everything. The Blind Man's Compass allows the user to find the location of any desired place. However, as the tower's floors were destroyed, its power was lost and it could not function accurately. Abai could not hide her surprise and asked suspiciously, "So master collected all of this in 2 days? I thought it would take at least a week." Kim Yun-woo sat comfortably in his chair and said, "Everything went quite smoothly." He happily thought to himself, Han A-rin brought it in less than an hour, and so did Michian. Michian stared at Han A-rin with jealousy. Kim Yun-woo asked Abai, "Anyway, isn't it good to have all of this?" Abai immediately asserted, "That's right, now all that's left is to combine all of this." Kim Yun-woo was surprised by Abby's ability and asked loudly, "What? You can even make artifacts?" Abai busily worked on the machine system and replied to Kim Yun-woo, "If they were one from the beginning, it might be possible." In the dark room, only the mysterious blue light from the machine system dimly illuminated. She put the blind man's compass into the equipment. A series of beeping sounds indicated that the activation process was underway. Abai focused and continued with other tasks. Kim Yun-woo merely watched with wide eyes. Abai turned on the switch, disregarding her surroundings. The originally quiet compass suddenly started working again. The needle danced incessantly, emitting a sparkling light. It aimed directly at Kim Yun-woo's eyes, making him cover his eyes with his hand. After a few manipulations, the blind man's compass debuted in a new form. A heart-shaped compass with 2 gears, one large and one small, and an emerald eye added. A notification appeared in the system for the blind man's compass. Completed form. Grade 55 Additional Skills. Pathfinding, Search, Detection, Information Authority. A blind man made this artifact for his comrade, allowing him to see through everything. The blind man's compass allows the user to find the location of any desired place. However, as the tower's floors were destroyed, its power was lost and it could not function accurately. It can find any location the user desires and detect nearby dangers. Kim Yun-woo rejoiced, holding the compass in his hand and cheering. "The appearance and description have changed," Abai replied boastfully. "That's the true power of the blind man's compass." She sniffed at her own skill. Kim Yun-woo was captivated by the compass and asked Abai impatiently, "So now I can go to the 835th floor?" Abai sat on the floor and replied to Kim Yun-woo, "Yes, Guardian, if you use your power in the labyrinth, the compass will guide you." Kim Yun-woo said excitedly, "Good, very good." The background changed to deep within the labyrinth, and Kim Yun-woo arrived wearing his legendary slippers. He yawned widely. "Wow, there are skeletons everywhere, dead bodies strewn all over, and they're wearing iron armor." Kim Yun-woo glanced at the compass. A thin beam of light like a thread guided the way ahead. He licked his lips, growing increasingly impatient, and said, "How much deeper do I have to go?" Kim Yun-woo looked around and muttered in a low voice, "There's no light here, so I don't know how many days have passed and I'm out of food." He paused while speaking. No, forget about food. The problem was that Kim Yun-woo suddenly remembered the moment he had instructed his 2 disciples at home. "You 2 stay here, you need to protect this place in case anything happens." Han A-rin quickly recommended herself, pleading with him in an eager voice. "Then master should take me with him." Michian frowned at Han A-rin as soon as she heard that. She shouted, "What?" Han A-rin put her hand on her cheek and said to Michian in a provocative voice, "My fellow disciple is master's first disciple, so you can protect this place alone, right?" Michian also retorted loudly without backing down, "You know nothing, fellow disciple. The only one who can help our master is me, master's first disciple." Neither side backed down, directly provoking each other, completely ignoring their surroundings. Han A-rin continued with a contemptuous laugh, "Didn't master say we needed to protect this place? Then you should be a guard dog. What I mean is, you have to protect this place." Michian stared at Han A-rin with wide eyes and said in a sarcastic voice, "I want to tear your mouth right now, shall I do it?" From a distance, Kim Yun-woo merely gritted his teeth and endured. Kim Yun-woo stomped his foot and returned to reality. He thought to himself, "Now those 2 might be bickering and tearing up the city. Suddenly a fairy rushed in and interrupted his train of thought. It screamed, "Ah!" and numerous fairies rushed forward and surrounded Kim Yun-woo. He immediately gave them a taste of his powerful fist. With one swing they flew over 100 meters. Kim Yun-woo rubbed his chin with his hand, wiping away sweat and thought. Fortunately, after I told them to stop fighting, they started using honorifics with each other. But they only changed their titles, nothing else changed. The fairies lay dead at his feet, their tongues sticking out. Kim Yun-woo examined the fairy corpse in his hand and muttered in a low voice. Come to think of it, the monsters seem to be getting weaker and weaker. Suddenly, he flashed a cunning smile. That means he tightly gripped the blind man's compass and walked in the direction of the mysterious light. With a bright smile on his face, he shouted, "I'm almost at the exit of the labyrinth." Bright morning sunlight illuminated the apartment buildings, and a fresh voice rang out, "Hello, Hunter Lee Seo-dong." From the other side, "Hello," Anya replied. Hunter Lee Seo-dong was holding 2 freshly bought coffees. She quickly said to Anya, "I was going to see Oppo off before he went to the labyrinth, but he left?" Anya looked at Lee Seo-dong and replied calmly, "Yes, he did." Lee Seo-dong, looking disappointed, handed the 2 coffees to Anya. "He told me to contact him before he left." "Gosh, he's still the same. Ms. Anya, could you drink some coffee?" Lee Seo-dong, sensing something was off, widened her eyes and stared at Anya, asking confusedly. Anya avoided Lee Seo-dong's gaze. She quietly spun her straw and Ron focused on the sword next to him. "Excuse me." Anya hesitated and continued. I have one question," Lee Seo-dong encouraged her. "Yes, go ahead and ask." Anya replied hesitantly. She asked in a low voice, Do you know when Hunter Kim Si-hoon will return?" As soon as Anya finished speaking, Reldong froze blankly, widening her eyes and staring at her friend. Anya's question was truly too obscure. In the Atlantean Empire, Sector 53, 8th floor, screams echoed everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly an axe whizzed by, its blade dripping with blood. At this moment the old man holding the axe looked down slightly, smiling triumphantly. "Damn it, this is boring." He was none other than the top climber Preda. At Preda's feet lay numerous fallen soldiers, and one man barely held on, continuously gasping for breath and trying to control his breathing. He couldn't help but groan. He was none other than Swinroth, a master of swordsmanship and the lord of the Atlantean Empire. Swinroth looked at Preda before him, thinking powerlessly to himself, "He's truly a monster." Swinroth thought he was the craziest person he had ever met. After that, Swinroth turned around and encouraged his comrades. "Cavalry Unit 1, don't give up." A few soldiers barely tried to get up. Winroth said loudly, "If we fall, the Empire will." Before he could finish speaking, a blade slashed past, causing a massive explosion. Rocks flew everywhere. Silas was speechless at the sudden attack. The soldiers who were hit by the attack merely groaned in pain. All of them vomited blood. Slothos was terrified by the horrifying sight before him. Preda growled. "I'm not done playing yet," he said with a crazy laugh. "I'll show you the achievements I've accomplished as the last survivor of Predagati." A ray of light appeared in the sky. Preda was shouting, "I am the ghost of Glon." Suddenly a voice interrupted Bretta, shouting, "Enlarge the Rui Jingu Bang." At this moment Preda, with a bloodthirsty face, was about to swing his axe, intending to kill all the soldiers. With a mad laugh, suddenly a gigantic metal pillar plunged into the ground. Preda's scream echoed throughout the entire area. Willith stood blankly, holding his sword, and fell backward. What? The young man in a tracksuit gasped for breath. He was Kim Yun-woo. He looked up at the light in the sky at where the staff had landed and cursed. "Gosh, I didn't know the exit was in the sky." Kim Yun-woo looked blankly at the system and asked confusedly, "Did the notification just say I killed a climber? And what on earth is the Atlantean Empire?" Winroth and his soldiers merely stood blankly at the sight that had just occurred, their mouths wide open, their jaws almost hitting the ground. Kim Yun-woo retracted the Rui Jingu Bang and said excitedly, "I have to keep going." The Rui Jingu Bang immediately returned to Kim Yun-woo's palm. He looked at the bottle with a satisfied expression and said, "I think I've arrived." Someone called him. Kim Yun-woo looked blankly to his side. Swinroth approached with a very surprised face, hesitantly asking who Kim Yun-woo was. Behind Swinroth was a limping soldier clutching his injured arm. Elsewhere the sound of weapons clashing echoed. Kim Si-hoon, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth with an angry face. Kim Si-hoon was hit by an attack and flew far away, unconsciously groaning. At this moment a pair of feet approached Kim Si-hoon, and an annoyed voice said, "You've died 1,000 times." The heavenly demon looked down at Kim Si-hoon with contemptuous eyes as if he were a zombie. Kim Si-hoon, spitting blood from his mouth, merely groaned, staring at the heavenly demon with angry eyes. Kim Si-hoon leaned on his wooden sword with trembling hands and got up. He recalled the moments of his first death that had given him determination. With a strong desire to become stronger in this land where he could not die, he trained resolutely. Kim Si-hoon thought sadly, "I listened to Yun Woo-hung's words and endured everything. And I swung my sword and defeated the heavenly demon, but how many times was that?" Kim Si-hoon asked powerlessly. At this moment the expectation had vanished from his face, replaced by fatigue and frustration. Questions arose in Kim Si-hoon's mind. "Why do I need a sword? Why do I need to become stronger?" Kim Si-hoon barely managed to hold himself up, then powerlessly knelt on the ground and replied, "I don't know anymore." The heavenly demon frowned and said to Kim Si-hoon, "Give up. You've died over 1,000 times, but you haven't even attacked me once." The gloomy Kim Si-hoon raised his head and looked at the heavenly demon with a sad face. The heavenly demon spoke mercilessly to Kim Si-hoon. You have no chance after that, he continued cruelly. Go back. Kim Si-hoon immediately darkened, his eyes filled with disappointment. Kim Si-hoon recalled his shining memories of striving even when exhausted to save his team members. Memories of working hard and encouraging others. Recalling those days, Kim Si-hoon couldn't help but punch himself in the face, shouting snap out of it in his head. The heavenly demon stood blankly for a moment, seeing Kim Si-hoon's strange behavior. Kim Si-hoon wiped away the bloody nosebleed and exhaled heavily. Phew, after that, Kim Si-hoon stood up, calmly wiped his nose and looked at the heavenly demon with a resolute expression, saying, I will never leave until I learn martial arts from you, the heavenly demon said, annoyed. Are you crazy? You're just like that person you know. All right, if Kim Si-hoon wants to keep training, the heavenly demon will gladly oblige. The heavenly demon and Kim Si-hoon quickly took their fighting stances and the wind swirled around them. The heavenly demon said provocatively, Come and fight me again. Meanwhile, Reldong was coolly drinking an iced Americano. She brushed back her hair and asked Anya, How's the dungeon management? Anya replied shyly, Everything is going well, thank you for your help. Anya smiled happily and continued, Although our staff is small compared to the number of dungeons with joint management, it's less of a problem now, and we've learned a lot from you too. Ron pointed to the left and asked, What are those buildings next to the building? As far as I know, the buildings next to it were newly built villas, but they rebuilt new buildings and they're really tall, Anya replied. The building on the left is the Korean branch of the Royal Guild. She immediately thought of Miriam. After a brief hesitation, Anya continued, And I heard the building on the right is owned by a newly formed guild, but can a newly formed guild build such a large building? Lee Seodong looked up at the ceiling and nodded. And in a place with two strong guilds, as if realizing something, she suddenly exclaimed. Reldong recalled the scene of Kim Yun-woo's two disciples, Miriam and Han A-rin, fighting fiercely. After a long fight, Han A-rin left in anger. Reldong unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. No way, Anya, seeing her acting strangely, asked. What's wrong? Lee Seodong politely replied. Oh no, it's just something else. In the opulent palace on the 8th floor, the magnificent Atlantean Empire appeared before their eyes, and the surroundings were dazzling with golden armor. Even the stairs were delicately carved. The maid said softly, Please come this way. Kim Yun-woo followed the maid, looking around the palace with a bewildered expression. He recalled the moment he met Swinroth. He praised Kim Yun-woo. The Orb of Truth is the kingdom's treasure, but since you protected this empire, I will report it to the king. Kim Yun-woo was excited to hear that. Currently he felt fortunate that he had found the location of the ancient artifact quite easily. At this moment, two maids opened a large door and announced the arrival of Kim Yun-woo, the hero of the empire. Behind the door, an old king sat majestically on his throne next to the king. Swinroth stood respectfully with his head bowed. Swinroth's face was filled with tension. The king shouted as soon as he saw Kim Yun-woo. Is it you? Did you defeat the monster that was harming the empire? The king asked Kim Yun-woo. The king continued, I called other guards besides Lord Swinroth. I invited you here. Kim Yun-woo rolled his eyes and looked up. He felt uncomfortable. Kim Yun-woo pondered whether he should show respect to the dignified king. No, forget it. I don't know how to start. He looked at the king and smiled slightly. The king smiled outwardly with pleasure, but thought inwardly, How rude, the king said in a sweet voice. First, I want to thank you. You saved the empire from the doom it faced because of that monster. Therefore, I will hold a week-long feast to celebrate this occasion. The king's words passed Kim Yun-woo's ears like wind. His mind was currently full of thoughts of Miri and Han A-rin, and he replied casually, Yes, thank you. Kim Yun-woo added, But I want something else, the king said softly. Of course, I heard you desire the Orb of Truth. Then the king lowered his voice and said, Unfortunately, we cannot give it to you. Kim Yun-woo felt the atmosphere become extremely tense upon hearing that. After processing what he had just heard, Kim Yun-woo's face contorted in anger. What did you say? He asked. The king still spoke gently. Your achievements are commendable, however. The Orb of Truth can be said to be the guardian deity of the empire, and even my royal guards oppose it. Swinroth turned away, unable to meet Kim Yun-woo's eyes. The king continued, But if you solve the problems happening in our kingdom, everything will change. Kim Yun-woo, hearing those words, covered his head in confusion at the unreasonableness. What did you say? He shouted. His mind was filled with countless thoughts. I don't have time for that. Kim Yun-woo, extremely irritated at this moment, gritted his teeth and stared at the king. He thought he had to return quickly. Seeing Swinroth's face tightly shut in fear and tension, Kim Yun-woo grew suspicious. Wait, the atmosphere is strange right now. Kim Yun-woo immediately activated the system and used a skill. After reading the content of the notification board, Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened in surprise. Following that, he slammed his fist to the ground and the floor shattered with immense force. The content on the system board was as follows. It's not bad to entrust this young man with the Eastern Manjiti tribe. If he returns alive, I will give him the status to decide the fate of this empire. If he refuses, I will find a way to kill him with the Orb of Truth. This was the king's true intention. Kim Yun-woo glared at the king with angry eyes, gritting his teeth and growling. Is this old man crazy? In this world, there are mythical creatures. They were chosen by the heavens and lived for hundreds of years. They store divine energy in their bodies and possess intelligence equal to or even greater than humans. Furthermore, a furry tail appeared in the darkness of the night. The owner of the tail murmured, Oh, it was a Gumiho. She was marveling in front of a transfer portal. This fox had lived for over 1800 years and become a mythical being. Her name was Kumi. She was currently in front of the transfer portal, feeling both excitement and anxiety. Kumi said, Now it's the 9th floor. If I take the throne I can achieve my goal. After speaking, Kumi reached out her hand towards the portal. As soon as Kumi touched it, the transfer portal reacted by emitting violent streaks of electricity, startling Kumi and making her recoil. Kumi hastily pulled her hand back, extremely surprised, and screamed, What is this immense mana? She looked at her trembling hand, sweating and stammering, not just once, many times. Swallowing to suppress her fear, Kumi vowed to herself, but for the throne. After speaking, she immediately leapt into the transfer portal. On the other side of the portal, Kumi heard explosions and screams echoing continuously in the night. Miri and Hane-rin were in the middle of a fierce battle, sparks flying. One was a magic user, the other a physical combatant. One swore, "Damn it," while the other retorted, "What, you shorty?" Kumi stood in the middle eating popcorn and drinking tea, watching. Kumi was shocked and speechless at the sight. As soon as I set foot on a new floor I meet such a difficult challenge. Hane-rin laughed maniacally. She shouted loudly, "I'll catch that climber, so go hide," Miri screamed with an enraged face. "Don't be ridiculous, you damn bastard. Don't you think I know you're trying to flirt with Master?" The two disciples rushed each other again, and the surroundings were covered in dust. Kumi covered her face with her hands and struggled to stand on the ground. She lowered her hands, looked at the sight before her, and kept screaming internally, "What is this? I knew this place was too much for me, so I need to escape quickly." For some reason, as Kumi turned to flee, she tripped and fell, the young fox screaming, "Arg!" Thud. Hearing Kumi fall, the two disciples stopped grabbing each other's hair, turned around with extremely bewildered expressions. Kumiho's face turned pale at the sight of the two disciples, and she trembled in fear, saying, "Ah." The two disciples glared at each other upon seeing Kumiho's 9 tails. In the blink of an eye, Miri and Hane-rin rushed Kumiho like two mad dogs. The two pushed each other, shouting, "Mine, you're mine." Kumiho screamed and fled on all fours. In the palace, Kim Yun-woo shouted in surprise, "What did you say?" Even after Kim Yun-woo insulted him by calling him an old man and crazy, the king smiled and the room fell silent. After regaining his composure a few seconds later, the king stammered, "How dare you?" Kim Yun-woo picked his ear and asked nonchalantly, "Did I say something wrong?" The king trembled with rage at this moment. Kim Yun-woo, seeing this, still said nonchalantly, "I feel like kicking you because of 3 reasons that make me laugh." He seemed to have said too much and stopped speaking, afraid of ruining his image or swearing. Kim Yun-woo regained his composure and continued, "First, I dealt with the climber who threatened this empire, even the entire continent." Kim Yun-woo looked at the king as if mocking him and sneered, "But you shamelessly try to use me for personal gain. Don't you know I can read other people's minds?" The king still stubbornly denied it, shouting, "You unreasonable." Kim Yun-woo walked up the stairs towards the king, speaking softly. "Second, you tried to hold me back by boasting about useless rewards." Suddenly a sword blocked his path, preventing him from advancing further. As Swinroth protected him, the king still made excuses. At middle-age, status is most important," Kim Yun-woo said calmly. "Perhaps it's a very valuable reward for people on your floor." He placed his hand on the sword, pushed it down, and then broke it, laughing disdainfully, "But I'm not from here." "Fool!" Swinroth broke out in a cold sweat, seeing Kim Yun-woo break his sword with bare hands. Kim Yun-woo finished softly, and finally, the king moaned in fear. He pulled Swinroth to stand in front of him. Swinroth struggled to maintain his composure and warned, "Mr. Kim Yun-woo, we are very grateful for your help, but please stop this rude behavior." Fear welled up in Swinroth's heart. Kim Yun-woo pouted his lips and shook his head. "Perhaps you misunderstood a few things since we're talking to each other." A black orb appeared behind Kim Yun-woo and hundreds of lightning bolts crackled around it. Staring directly at the king, Kim Yun-woo asked arrogantly, "Do you think you are in a position to negotiate with me?" A moment later, under the bright moonlight, Kim Yun-woo held the crystal ball, admiring it and praising, "It really sparkles." The orb's information appeared in the system. Orb of Truth, grade 55, no additional skills. Information authority, time until next use, 28 days, 11 hours, 23 minutes, 31 seconds. This purple crystal ball is an artifact secretly created by a wizard who realized it had information authority and could uncover the truth and block the system. This orb will tell the user anything they desire in exchange for the user's mana. However, its cooldown varies depending on the level of information. After sufficiently admiring the orb, Kim Yun-woo glanced at Swinroth behind him with annoyance. Kim Yun-woo said softly, "I told you there's no need to see me off." Swinroth remained silent, unable to meet Kim Yun-woo's eyes. Kim Yun-woo asked calmly, "Are you still watching me?" Swinroth sighed, awkwardly saying, "No, sir." Swinroth bowed 90 degrees and said, "I just wanted to apologize for upsetting you. You are our hero." Kim Yun-woo scratched his head awkwardly and refused, "It's fine, it's not my fault." Kim Yun-woo turned and put his hands in his pants pockets. "Time to go, goodbye." He threw a military ration pack to Swinroth, saying, "Take this." Swinroth looked at Kim Yun-woo bewildered. He smiled brightly and pointed at the pack, continuing, "It'll be delicious." Kim Yun-woo, holding the magic weapon, commanded the Ruyi Jingu Bang to enlarge. The Ruyi Jingu Bang immediately shot straight up into the sky. Swinroth, startled, covered his face with his hand as the Ruyi Jingu Bang shrank. Swinroth looked up at the moon and said hesitantly, I hope he's well." Then he looked down at the pack, confused. "What is this?" The pack read, "Military emergency rations." Elsewhere, a voice asked annoyedly, "Do you know anything about this?" Kim Yun-woo really surprised me, the heavenly demon asked coldly. "What about you?" He pointed his sword at Kim Si-hoon's neck, who lay on the ground completely exhausted. The heavenly demon said with irritation, "Despite dying many times just like him since entering here, what have you learned?" The heavenly demon continued cruelly, "Your progress is so minimal it can't even be called progress." As soon as Kim Si-hoon heard that, he reacted, lifted his head and stammered, "Anyway, I mean I'm progressing, right?" The heavenly demon frowned upon hearing that. Kim Si-hoon leaned on his staff, sweating all over, and asked with an awkward smile, "If I die about 100,000 more times, can I reach his level?" The heavenly demon, seeing him, smiled intriguingly. He approached and said nonchalantly, "Martial arts don't suit you. No matter how well you endure, you're just a fool. But don't worry," the heavenly demon continued. "There are some martial arts in this world that are very well suited for fools like you." Kim Si-hoon's eyes sparkled again upon hearing that. He smiled happily and said, "Yes." The heavenly demon raised his sword and said, "I won't teach you martial arts. Instead." The heavenly demon took a fighting stance and said seriously, "I will teach you techniques." Then the heavenly demon lowered his voice and looked directly at Kim Si-hoon, saying, "Before I started climbing the tower and before I used the name heavenly demon, I met a person, a fool. But that made him strong." Faint smoke rose around the heavenly demon, and a giant black shadow appeared behind him. The heavenly demon said seriously, "I will show you the first technique of the divine light sword." In a dark cave, footsteps and heavy breathing echoed. There were sparkling crystal clusters on the rock walls. A male wizard shone a light and looked back, saying, "They're coming, quickly prepare." Behind him, a girl in a training suit with bear paws was breathing heavily. The male wizard said worriedly to the girl with the bear paws, "Skeletal spirits are opponents even I, a 32nd S rank, am wary of. Warn everyone to use everything they have to defend, otherwise we will die." The male wizard shouted loudly. The girl suddenly paused as if realizing something. She put her hand on the male wizard's shoulder and said hesitantly, "Something strange," the male wizard asked, extremely anxious. "What?" The girl pointed ahead and said with a confused face, "I don't know if monsters can show expressions, but no matter how I look at it, they're afraid." The skeletal spirits were dragging their feet, some holding various objects, and all of them were screaming and running forward like moths to a flame. "Monsters can show expressions like that," the male wizard shouted. He looked at them in surprise, his face full of sweat. "No way." Thinking this far, he turned back in a panic and warned, "Something stronger than the skeletal spirits is chasing them. Gather, we need to escape quickly." As soon as the male wizard finished speaking, a ray of light flashed past a skeletal spirit. Its body was split in two. The male wizard froze. His head swelled up like a balloon at this moment, and a voice was heard, "Enlarge the Ruyi Jingu Bang." Immediately a giant object flew past with a gust of wind. The male wizard and the girl bent down and covered their faces with their hands. The male wizard looked up at the sky and stammered, What?" A man tilted his head and laughed. "Hey," the girl shouted, "it's a human." Retracting the Ruyi Jingu Bang, the man said, "Well then." He leapt in delight and shouted loudly, "Finally, I'm back on the 9th floor." At his feet was a crying skeletal spirit, and it was Kim Yun-woo. The sun slowly rose and the first rays of sunlight gently filtered through the leaves, bathing the villa in a golden glow. Kim Yun-woo licked his lips slightly and murmured, "Hongjin, 2 weeks have passed already." Miri and Han A-rin next to him glared at each other. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Kim Yun-woo cheerfully turned and asked Miri, "You said you wanted to give me something, what is it?" Miri replied, startled, "Ah, master, please accept it." A glowing orb was presented to him. The system sent a notification at this moment. Gumiho's divine power orb, no additional skills, power increase. Rest, absorb, detoxify, depth, exchange, low healing. Information authority. The Gumiho's divine power orb is an ancient artifact where the Gumiho separated her power for magic training and placed it inside the orb. This orb becomes half of the Gumiho's separate power. As long as the orb is not broken, the owner can regenerate half of her power forever. Yun-woo was startled, his voice trembling. So you mean?" His gaze turned to Kumiho, who was tied up in front of him, whimpering painfully. Yun-woo observed quietly, thinking, "That was a climber?" As if reading Yun-woo's mind, Han A-rin and Miri pushed each other, vying for credit. "That's right, master, I caught her myself." "Honey, you should tell the truth." "I caught her." Yun-woo was annoyed and probed slightly. "How did the two of you catch her?" Han A-rin and Miri squabbled like two cats. Me, Yun-woo powerlessly covered his head. Miri explained. Miri, hearing that, became extremely smug, looking down on Han A-rin as she replied, "Yes, master." After speaking, the group headed to the villa to rest for a while. Yun-woo relaxed on a chair, checking his phone. "So the World Hunter Association asked for help and both of them went and caught her?" Miriam quickly continued, "That's right, although there was some damage along the way." Before she could even finish speaking, Yun-woo's face hardened and he raised his voice, cutting her off. "Some damage?" He held out his phone to the two girls. The popular news board featured the faces of the two disciples, and the content was as follows. The Dragon Emperor's terror in Malaysia. Hunters declare war on the Dragon Emperor. Accused of causing a night of terror. The two were flustered, glanced at each other, and were speechless. Yun-woo, seeing them, temporarily let it slide and turned his gaze to the uninvited guest, opening his mouth. "All right, no big damage anyway, but why are the two of you keeping her alive?" As her name was called, the Gumiho instinctively turned its head. Yun-woo, without giving his two disciples a chance to speak, coldly commanded, "Now deal with that woman." At this moment, the Gumiho, after struggling for a long time, finally loosened the rope tied around its mouth and cried out, wailing, "Please spare me. I'm completely out of strength right now. Without that divine orb, I can't do anything." Yun-woo froze with a bewildered expression. Is this climber really begging for her life? She bowed her head, shedding tears and whimpering, pleading, "I'm just a fox with many tails and only a little magic now." Yun-woo tightly gripped the orb in his hand and looked at the Gumiho with wavering eyes. It seemed she was telling the truth. At this moment, a notification rang out from the system. The Gumiho has lost almost all its power, having lost the divine orb. Feeling a slight pang of sympathy, Yunwoo asked for his two disciples' opinions. Then what if we spare her one more time? The two nodded with benevolent expressions and replied, yes, that's fine. And Hane Ren, looking tired, slightly closed her eyes and tattled, Miriam interfered when I was about to kill that fox. Miriam, glaring angrily, shouted loudly, what are you talking about? You're the one who interfered. The two fought each other. You kicked her, I'm sure you touched her first. Feeling helpless at the childishness of his two disciples, Yunwoo sighed and exclaimed, stop it. Casually, a thought crossed Yunwoo's mind and he cautiously said, don't tell me the reason you two couldn't kill her was because you both wanted to kill her first. Having their true intentions exposed, the two blushed and turned away, unable to look each other in the eye. Yunwoo thought to himself, both are certainly special individuals, but they're acting like children. After thinking, he slightly squatted in front of the Gumiho and spoke softly, all right anyway. The Gumiho replied, terrified, yes, it's me, he said coldly. If you want to live, tell me everything you know about the tower. The Gumiho cautiously trembled and said, it's too vague. I don't know exactly what you want to know. Seeing the person in front of him being uncooperative, Yunwoo clenched his fist and extended it menacingly. The Gumiho screamed in terror, no, it's not that I don't want to tell you. After much crying and pleading, the Gumiho finally confessed, all right, I understand. I just need to tell you everything from beginning to end, right? 2 hours passed, and only Yunwoo and the Gumiho remained on the rooftop. The two disciples, continuing their argument, were chased away. After telling everything, she finally finished, speaking quietly, that's everything I know. Yunwoo reviewed the useful information she had given him, apart from what he already knew. After thinking, he subtly asked, so climbers want to climb this tower to gain more achievements, right? Is that correct? The Gumiho nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. The one who reaches the top of the tower will be recognized by the owner, can sit on the throne and obtain all the achievements they desire. Yunwoo asked suspiciously, what exactly are those achievements? The Gumiho patiently explained, simply put, it allows you to possess all the power you desire. Upon hearing this, he thought to himself, if those bad guys can climb the tower, they will surely use that power for nefarious purposes. He spoke softly. Clever. Why do they do that? Go through all those terrible things, climb the tower just to get that power, the Gumiho said quietly. Achievements aren't just power, they're more like wishes, for example. Do you know goblins? Yunwoo nodded. They are the weakest class of low-ranking monsters, the Gumiho then continued. If a goblin monster obtains an achievement and becomes a sword god, surprised by this information, Yunwoo exclaimed, but it would be able to use the sword god's power. No, it's more than that. Obtaining someone's achievement is like taking everything from that person, the Gumiho said loudly. From the sword god's power to their birth date, thoughts, habits, all their memories, everyone they met, you can obtain everything, and that goblin doesn't just gain the sword god's power, it becomes the sword god itself. Upon hearing this, Yunwoo was slightly stunned. Oh wow, if one could obtain the heavenly demon's achievement without going through all those hardships, it would truly be worth desperately wishing for. At this moment, the Gumiho's voice grew fainter. She faintly whimpered, and with glistening eyes and a whimpering voice she looked at him, pleading, since I've told you everything, you'll spare my life, won't you? I haven't done anything bad since I came here. He laughed loudly and said, let's see, I'll reconsider. The Gumiho exclaimed in surprise. What? Yunwoo's low voice, mixed with a hint of mockery, slowly echoed, how about it? Shall I kill you quietly? Upon hearing those words, she quickly shook her head. No, that's not a good idea. After much persuasion, Yunwoo finally agreed to spare the young girl's life. She cried out with joy. Well, I'm so glad to be alive. Her exclamation echoed throughout the entire villa. Night slowly fell, covering the entire room in deep darkness, and Mason sat motionless in the quiet space like a solitary ghost. He chuckled sinisterly and subtly asked the person opposite him, are you absolutely sure? The man in black clothes, his face hidden in the darkness, said hoarsely, yes, there's a possibility he will soon learn the truth. In the breathtakingly quiet space, Mason's sinister chuckle and low voice echoed, interesting. A deathly aura lingered. The mysterious man in black clothes, enraged, hit the table and stood up abruptly. It's not interesting at all. If this continues, that strange fellow will eventually climb the tower, even though he's not a climber. If he climbs this tower, we will realize his attitude was too aggressive just now. The man in black immediately bowed his head, slightly averted his eyes and showed a regretful attitude. He said softly, I apologize. Mason subtly scanned the other person's entire body, then suddenly laughed coldly and replied, all right, there's some truth to what you say. Damn it, I want to see how far that strange fellow can go. Mason's cold voice faintly echoed, and Yunwoo's bright face vaguely appeared in his mind, one conqueror destroying another. On this side, Abai held the newly captured orb in her arms, and the mysterious light emanating from the orb enveloped her face. After observing it closely for a long time, she nodded, confirming, that's right, this is the orb of truth I told you about. Once its cooldown is over, we'll know its owner. After speaking, she handed it back to Yunwoo. He stammered slightly, but if that's the case, wouldn't it be easier to just ask the orb directly who dragged me into the training tower? Abai was startled, her eyes wide, and exclaimed, ah, that's right, ha. He gently stroked the orb with a serious face and spoke softly, of course I already planned to negotiate with that person. At this moment, the system board appeared. Storable items 415, Rui Staff, Gumiho's Divine Orb, Orb of Truth. Yunwoo thought for a moment, then asked, I have a question. Can I spare a climber? Surprised by his sudden question, she widened her eyes and said, why do you ask that? He replied coldly, because the two of them were fighting each other and couldn't kill her. Speechless at his thought, she picked up a small piece of cake, put it in her mouth, and fell into thought. Actually, I know that a climber appeared. Once my information authority increases, I'll be able to detect the monolevels on the 9th floor to some extent. Yunwoo tilted his head and asked with a curious expression, "What, so you already knew that the climber was spared?" Frozen by his question, she hastily stood up in embarrassment and rechecked the system board. She replied cautiously, No, that's not actually the case. At first, the climber's energy was very powerful, but by the end of the battle it had become too small to be almost undetectable." Yunwoo, eating ice cream with a bewildered look, said, "Without a divine orb and being merely a low-ranking climber, there won't be any problem keeping her alive." Seeming to slightly disagree, Abai suggested, "But since we don't know what might happen, how about we leave a mark on her?" Yunwoo exclaimed in surprise. "A mark?" Abai nodded. "Yes, my recent research has shown that there are many artifacts on the 9th floor that could be useful if combined." Yunwoo vaguely guessed. "Is that mark an artifact?" Abai imagined cheerfully. "Yes, like the chain of the moon." She pursed her lips and demanded, "What do I need to do to make that?" "I'll need about 5 artifacts." Yunwoo, leaning his head back tiredly, exclaimed. Again, realizing the anguish in his heart, she quickly picked up her tablet, presented it to him, and said, "It's not difficult. Recently one person has possessed the artifacts." She brought the screen in front of him and subtly introduced. "This person." Yunwoo leisurely fixed his gaze on the tablet and comfortably licked his ice cream. Casually he spoke softly, An article headline appeared. Senator P visited an artifact auction before his term. Senator P, injured in a gas explosion, was discharged this week. While he was away, the heavenly demon sat in the shade of a tree, leaning back with a somewhat thoughtful expression. He looked at the person opposite him and spoke softly, "You're finally useful too." Kim Si-hoon, sweating profusely, replied slightly awkwardly, "Thanks to you, master." The heavenly demon coldly turned his body, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over his disciple. He said hoarsely, "I, your master, have never had a weak disciple like you. Now disappear. There's nothing more to teach you." Though outwardly cold, deep down, Kim Si-hoon knew his master was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Even when acting strictly, he always secretly worried about him. Thinking this far, he slightly smiled, looking at his master's back. His master's black hair fluttered in the wind, and the gentle moonlight softly illuminated his lean shoulders. Seeing this, his heart was filled with gratitude, and he hastily clasped his hands together and sincerely bowed in thanks. "Thank you for everything, master." After speaking, he slightly closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and summoned his power. Powerful energy swirled. Without giving the heavenly demon a chance to reply, Kim Si-hoon hastily used teleportation magic, and then vanished into the darkness. When the heavenly demon turned his head, a bright light flashed and disappeared. Si-hoon vanished. The heavenly demon quietly turned his head and continued walking, a slight smile gracing his lips. The second fellow is more polite than the first," he recalled his disciple, satisfied. On this side, a bright light flashed. Si-hoon appeared by a small stream. After just using teleportation magic, he slowly opened his eyes and surveyed the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, he discovered 2 corpses lying on the cold ground beneath his feet. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" In front, a tall red-haired monster growled, "Ka." He looked at Kim Si-hoon with interest and said loudly, "Another one has come to die." It was none other than the legendary climber Gugu. Si-hoon cried out in confusion, "What the hell? I just got out. How can I immediately run into a situation like this?" Without further hesitation, the red-haired monster jumped and charged towards Si-hoon, saying with a joyful voice, "Be happy that you will be killed by me." The monster's roar echoed loudly, and Si-hoon anxiously surveyed his surroundings, lost in thought. "I've just returned from the illusory dimensional space and have no weapon." Suddenly, a bright light shot up from the ground, shining directly into Si-hoon's eyes. At this moment, he slightly looked down and discovered a large sword stuck in the ground right beside him. In the urgent situation, without time to think further, he bravely drew the sword and swung it straight. Casually, the image of his strict and dignified master vividly appeared in his mind. At that moment, every word of his master vividly echoed in his ears. He was a fool, but that made him strong. His master's voice slowly echoed, because he had no talent for swordsmanship from birth. He was abandoned by his family and couldn't learn martial arts. But he didn't give up, and even knowing he had no talent, he practiced martial arts. In fact, it couldn't even be called martial arts, because he only practiced one technique. Since he had never learned any other techniques, he only practiced that one technique for over 50 years. That technique was probably the only one he learned before being abandoned by his family. And that, he felt his heart tighten here. Images in his memory flashed by like a fast-forwarded video, then suddenly stopped, pulling him back to reality. Si-hoon took a deep breath and quickly composed himself. He seriously clenched his fist, extended it forward and cut straight down, faintly exclaiming, "Divine light sword, first technique." A ray of light flashed and Gugu, surprised, opened his mouth wide. Si-hoon said hoarsely, "Transcendent attack." Before he could even finish speaking, the blade in his hand extended and cut straight through the opponent, just as his master had told him. That person, abandoned by his family, practiced only one technique repeatedly and finally earned the title one-strike dominator in the martial arts world. And the sword Si-hoon had just struck was the same technique learned by that predecessor. Truly a divine skill. With just one attack, he completely defeated his opponent. At this moment, a notification rang out from Kim Si-hoon's system. Notification: climber successfully eliminated. Location: this dream demon Gugu successfully eliminated. Information authority accumulated. Current information authority is mid-high. On this side, Kim Yun-woo also received a similar notification. He was so surprised he couldn't believe his eyes. He rechecked the system board and hastily exclaimed, HMPH what? Kim Yun-woo scratched his head and sighed softly. I used every method to get here, and he died, he thought to himself, bewildered. My disciple wouldn't do such a thing. Who would dare to get ahead of me and steal his credit? Suddenly a noisy and boisterous crowd surged from behind with people pushing each other and pleading with those in front. Please answer us. The chaos at this moment broke his train of thought. Curious, he turned his head and looked back. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, Hunter Kim Si-hoon, he exclaimed in surprise. Kim Si-hoon? Yun-woo jumped with joy. Wow, why are there so many people? He was annoyed. Yun-woo, seeing too many people around, chose to jump down, pushing through the crowd to where Si-hoon was standing. Si-hoon, bewildered, looked up at the sky and saw a shadow in the air calling his name, Si-hoon. He was startled, his eyes wide. Yun-woo, as fast as lightning, Yun-woo jumped to the ground and urgently asked, Si-hoon, when did you get out? Before he could even finish speaking, Yun-woo was astonished by the sight before his eyes. Opening his mouth wide, You did this, Yun-woo's light voice echoed. Si-hoon scratched his head and awkwardly admitted. After their reunion, Yun-woo and Si-hoon returned to the villa to rest. Yun-woo seemed to have many things he wanted to ask him. The two talked from morning till night, and Yun-woo's low voice suddenly broke the quiet atmosphere. So after you died 10,000 times, he stopped killing you and only taught you martial arts? Si-hoon held a cup of coffee and savored it. When was the last time I had coffee? He quietly replied to Yun-woo. Yes, I think he spent more time teaching me than killing me. Yun-woo was slightly surprised and speechless at this news. Damn it, Yun-woo, bewildered, asked again. What? Yun-woo tightly gripped the water bottle and said, He only killed me. It was as if flames erupted in his heart and he could barely contain himself. He complained unpleasantly, This bastard is discriminating. Feeling the atmosphere become slightly tense, Si-hoon smiled faintly and intentionally changed the direction of the conversation. Yun-woo, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Aren't you curious about anything else? Yun-woo glanced at Si-hoon with a sulky expression and grumbled. No, what happened between you and that bastard is obvious. Ron thought to himself, Phil, I'll go again this time. Suddenly remembering something, Yun-woo wiped his hands and asked Si-hoon, wait, did you deliver my message? What did he say? Si-hoon inadvertently let out a small aw. Si-hoon looked away a little flustered. He muttered, scratching his head. Recalling his master's displeased expression, Si-hoon hesitated as he delivered the reply. He said, Sim, you told me to go alone. Yun-woo's face instantly darkened from its excited expression. The initial excitement vanished, replaced by rage. Infuriated, he hastily picked up his sword and muttered a small curse. This son of a bitch. Then he summoned the system. On the screen a message appeared. Do you want to use the troll's origin and heavenly demon's sword? No, switch to labyrinth stone. Seeing the flames burning too fiercely within Yun-woo, Si-hoon carefully added to quell his irritation. But he liked it very much. I think he was just too shy. Upon hearing this, the heavenly demon's frowning face suddenly popped into Yun-woo's mind. Trembling with fear, he yelled, That troll Ma? Imagining the heavenly demon's awkward expression when he said, Sim, you told me to go alone, he cowered and exclaimed, he looked so shy that his face turned red. Damn it, is he even Taesung? After erasing all these irreverent thoughts from his head, Yun-woo regained his composure and lay comfortably on the sofa with a pillow, muttering, All right, let's stop with that nonsense. Si-hoon slowly picked up his coffee cup, took a sip, and then smiled at the person lying on the sofa. Yun-woo lay on the sofa for a moment, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. Si-hoon's voice suddenly broke the quiet atmosphere. And Yun-woo, I'm really curious about this. He looked at the Gumiho with interest and muttered, What is that? Yun-woo replied in a cold voice. That's a climber. The Gumiho cried out in pain and pleaded with the two men, but no one paid any attention. Si-hoon nonchalantly replied, I see. Realizing something was wrong, Si-hoon, startled, leaned closer to him and shouted in his ear, A climber? Why didn't you kill her? It's dangerous. Upon hearing this, the Gumiho trembled in fear and cried out, No, please spare me. Yun-woo no longer hesitated and jokingly suggested, Fox stew. The Gumiho clamped her mouth shut, seemingly wronged, and couldn't say a word. Si-hoon was also surprised, thinking Yun-woo's joke was too much. The space instantly became eerily quiet. At this moment, Si-hoon carefully asked, Why did you capture the climber? Yun-woo nonchalantly replied, I caught her because I wanted to keep a fox as a pet. Si-hoon stared at him with a displeased expression, astonished. Noticing him, Yun-woo lowered his voice and quickly explained, It's a joke. She's an informant. She seems to know something, so I'm going to use her. Si-hoon frowned, feeling something was amiss and was slightly suspicious. But wouldn't she escape if you let her loose? Yun-woo gave a wry smile and replied, She's lost all her power. On one side, the Gumiho leaned weakly against the wall, weeping feebly and grumbling to herself, My legs are killing me. Yun-woo paused in thought, then said, And I don't intend to keep her bound forever. Si-hoon asked in surprise, Then what will you do? Suddenly a loud noise came from outside. The peaceful door suddenly burst open. Miriam and Hane-rin were pushing each other, vying to go first, neither giving way. Their voices echoed loudly. I'm back, master, I'm back. Yun-woo happily waved and greeted them. You're back? Si-hoon on this side was very surprised. He stared at the two girls and asked, Who's the one on the left? Yun-woo smiled and said, I guess you haven't met her, have you? That's Hane-rin, my second disciple. Hearing her name called, Hane-rin inadvertently flinched in surprise. Si-hoon, startled, opened his mouth wide. You have two disciples? Elsewhere in the pouring rain, a dilapidated temple appeared faintly. Inside, a mysterious young man stood silently. He reached out his hand, letting cold raindrops fall onto his palm. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Suddenly he clenched his rain-soaked hand and gazed into the distance with resolute eyes. Noticing someone appear behind him, he muttered, "What is it?" The man in black slowly approached and said in a low voice, "We didn't capture you to stop you from using your achievements here." Jaeon Guchil irritatingly replied with arrogance, "What's wrong with that? Is it wrong for me to properly climb the tower and receive the achievement of the Blue Dragon?" Feeling helpless at Guchil's arrogance, the mysterious man in black still patiently persuaded, "You must descend to the 9th floor. There's a strange fellow there that you need to take care of." "A strange fellow? I have to take care of him now?" Jaeon Guchil's low voice mingled with the sound of the rain. The man in black next to him softly added, "If you successfully resolve this issue, that person said he would grant you another achievement." Upon hearing this, Jaeon Guchil turned back in surprise, an unconscious smile spreading across his lips. He muttered, "Oh really?" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand high into the sky as if a god was summoning lightning. Immediately, lightning poured down from the sky and concentrated in his palm. His voice faintly echoed in the quiet sky. "Then tell him." He confidently curled his lips and turned his body. The soft moonlight illuminated his face, revealing every contour clearly. He was once called an ascetic or a recluse, but due to his karma he had transformed into a demon. He smiled, confidently curling his lips. "I'll take care of this quickly and climb back up." Elsewhere, as the sun slowly rose over the hills, a loud noise echoed within the villa. This Gumiho, seeing the sleeping Gumiho, Yunwoo involuntarily admired. "She looks quite comfortable." Suddenly remembering something, he reached out his hand to her body, rummaging through her and whispered softly, "I left a mark on her before. Did she dislike it?" After searching for a long time, a necklace finally appeared. Yunwoo stared blankly, thinking to himself, "Has this Gumiho already gotten used to it?" This necklace was a possession seal created through the cooperation of Miriam, Hane Rin and Abai. At this moment a lock-shaped seal suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. The system notification was as follows. Possession seal grade 5, no additional skills, interference, control, mind reading, information authority. The possession seal was created by the Emperor to control matters related to trust. The physical freedom of the sealed person is entirely in the hands of the sealer. The sealer can control the actions of the sealed person or read their mind. Startled, he stared blankly at the seal and thought, "Matters related to trust, it looks like I'm catching a slave." Unconsciously looking at the Gumiho, he felt a little pity. "Alright, it's good for me anyway since I'm using it. Shall I try it once?" At this moment his mind-reading ability suddenly activated. He could vaguely read the thoughts of the Gumiho before him. "Ah, it's comfortable, it's the best, it's warm. I slept so well, slept well." She stretched comfortably, feeling every cell in her body regenerate. She softly said, "This life is so good." Then she rolled over and fell asleep again. Yunwoo stared blankly at her. He vaguely wondered why she was climbing the tower. All the other climbers seemed to have fought until their last breath. She was satisfied even without obtaining achievements or anything else. He rested his chin in his hand, vaguely pondering the Gumiho's reason for climbing the tower. After thinking for a long time, he concluded, "I'll have to ask her someday. Not today." Suddenly a loud beeping sound from the door broke the quiet space and Yunwoo, startled, turned around. Reldong slowly opened the door. Her eyes widened when she saw Yunwoo. "You're here. Didn't you say you were going somewhere today?" Yunwoo gently replied. "I was going to, but why are you here?" She awkwardly said. "Why, of course I came to learn magic." "Ah no, to learn sorcery." At this moment Lee Seodong suddenly discovered the familiar figure in front and cheerfully greeted, "Kumi, good morning." Quickly woken up by the noisy sound, the Gumiho opened her eyes wide and looked around the room. As soon as she spotted the familiar figure before her, she instantly sobered up. Her body transformed into that of a young girl in an instant. She cheered with joy, "Hello, Ms. Seodong." The two ran towards each other happily and started talking. Lee Seodong softly said, "Please take care of me again today." The Gumiho nodded readily and accepted. Yes. After speaking, the two went to the sofa to talk. "Let's put aside the 5-stage technique I taught you yesterday for a moment. We're going to learn the rules of heaven and earth and lightning." We should start with the basics." Or should we start with the heart of the earth for the 5-stage technique first?" Ron listened carefully as the Gumiho taught. Seeing this sight, Yunwoo powerlessly muttered, "They're already in their own world." It seemed Sihun was stimulated by learning martial arts from the heavenly demon. Seodong also began to learn magic from the Gumiho. It was unclear how they were progressing, but since he understood nothing, Dong always learned quickly. She would do well. At this moment a new notification appeared in the system. Orb of Truth, cooldown ended. Time until next use 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Yunwoo delightfully hummed, "It's finally over." He softly exclaimed, "Let's go." A dazzling light appeared. Abai sat up straight, her eyes sparkling, and exclaimed when she saw Yunwoo enter, "You're here." He said in surprise, "Amazing, didn't you go out to play today?" Abai softly replied, "Today is an important day, so I focused very hard on finding it." Hearing this, Yunwoo said with interest, "Oh, reliable, aren't we?" Abai also asked, "Where's the Orb of Truth?" Yunwoo happily replied, "Here." Abai received the orb from Yunwoo, placed it on a stand and said, "Then shall we start now?" Abai stared blankly at the orb. Her eyes seemed captivated by the swirling within the orb and her fingers moved as if caressing its smooth surface. Her lips softly recited a mysterious incantation. Yunwoo's eyes widened in surprise. "This language is new to me. Did she find and learn it? Suddenly, a dazzling flash exploded from the orb, and Yunwoo, startled, covered his eyes with his hand. At this moment, a system notification rang out that the hidden power of the ancient artifact had been unleashed. The orb's effect increased by 500, and its cooldown increased by 100. He exclaimed in surprise. What? Abai wiped her sweat and tiredly added, "This is the true way to use the Orb of Truth. If you speak the exact language said in the orb, you can maximize its effect." Yunwoo asked curiously. "Did you find a lot more information, Authority?" Abai nodded in agreement. "Yes, most of the locked information seems to be open now. I'll be able to know the rest of the information if I unlock it." Yunwoo inadvertently burst out laughing. "What, it's like the internet?" At this moment, a system notification suddenly rang out. From now on, anything the Orb of Truth hears will be considered a question to be answered. The two stared blankly at each other. Yunwoo stared blankly at the orb with a slightly fearful expression. Abai, startled, clamped her mouth shut and couldn't say a word. At this moment the orb began to glow. Beyond the orb, images of his future self slowly appeared. A voice within echoed, "This damn bastard who trapped me in the training tower?" Yunwoo clenched his fists and stared blankly at the orb, extremely enraged. A moment later the images slowly disappeared. The orb returned to its original sparkling state. Yunwoo and Abai stared blankly at each other again. Yunwoo angrily slammed his hand on the orb. Irritated, he yelled, "Why isn't it working?" Abai, startled, quickly blocked it with her hand. "Ah, you can't hit it." "Still the same," Yunwoo stubbornly growled. "Machines work when you hit them." Abai yelled tiredly and helplessly. "It's not a machine." The two bickered for a moment. Yunwoo, enraged, picked up the orb and was about to throw it when Abai grabbed him. He shouted in irritation, "I put all my effort into getting this thing and now it's ignoring me. Or who trapped me? Answer me." Suddenly a strange light appeared, covering the entire space. Yunwoo's body stiffened, and he looked around the entire room muttering, "H-ha." The entire room was covered in purple light. Not understanding what was happening, he yelled, What's going on?" Unconsciously realizing that Abai was gone, Yunwoo began looking everywhere from this point. "Where's Abai?" Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed, "We won't be able to talk for long." With a suspicious expression, Yunwoo hastily scanned the room, trying to find the source of the voice. Before he could even compose himself, a black shadow appeared before his eyes. Yunwoo asked suspiciously, "Is that a person?" "No, something strange." He suspiciously asked again, "Who are you, and what is this space?" He calmly replied, "I am the creator." Yunwoo's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Wait a minute." Before he could say anything more, the mysterious man quickly cut him off. "It's difficult to explain in detail right now, so I will only deliver the necessary information. Find the created tower and come find me. Then I will tell you the truth about everything you are experiencing." The low voice steadily echoed. Yunwoo could no longer bear it and irritably yelled, "Why don't you just tell me here?" The low voice growled once more. Kim Yunwoo. His name echoed coldly and clearly in the darkness, sending chills down his spine. Yunwoo's body unconsciously stiffened as if frozen in midair. The voice continued to echo, "I am the one who trapped you in this tower. Come find me, guardian." As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow slowly faded and disappeared into thin air. Yunwoo, bewildered, exclaimed, "Hey, stop!" However, worried that he would escape, he reached out to grab him and shouted loudly, "Wait, guardian," but it was too late. His hand swished through empty air and his mouth softly murmured the three words, "Guardian." At this moment the strange light disappeared and the room returned to its original state. Abai next to him asked worriedly, "Are you alright?" Yunwoo, suspicious, grabbed her hand and softly called out, "Abai." As soon as the assistant instinctively felt her neck being grabbed, she was ready for a reflexive action. "What are you trying to do?" When Yunwoo asked that, Abai, startled, quickly let go of his hand. She replied in a flustered manner, "Ah, that's because you weren't waking up. You suddenly lost consciousness and I thought you were going to die." Kim Yunwoo scratched his head, his face bewildered. "I lost consciousness?" Abai explained what had just happened again. "Yes, you suddenly dropped your head onto the table." Kim Yunwoo listened to her words and fell into deep thought. He thought to himself, "It seems only my consciousness was pulled there." Kim Yunwoo questioned the creator's words. What did he mean by the truth about everything I'm experiencing? Who exactly is that strange fellow? Looking at the mysterious purple orb in front of him, Kim Yunwoo hesitated for a moment whether to use it again. At that moment the system displayed a cooldown of 6,399 years, 364 hours, 23 minutes and 55 seconds. Kim Yunwoo couldn't hold back a curse. Damn it, damn it." Abai looked at Kim Yunwoo's dark expression with curiosity. "Don't you know the answer yet? Why do you look so pale?" Kim Yunwoo sighed and replied, "I have even more work to do now." After that he sat alone on the sofa. A-Rin sat neatly on the sofa and continued to speak. "And we have new problems to solve." Kim Yunwoo clenched his fist and thought to himself, "But fortunately now I know exactly what I need to do. No matter what, I have to find the guy who trapped me here. That's my top priority, isn't it?" He vowed inwardly, "Just you wait." Kim Yunwoo suddenly became assertive, curling his lips and showing his white teeth, smiling like a model in an advertisement. His determined heart was full. "Whatever the truth is, you have to die." After that, Kim Yunwoo asked, "Abai, can you find the tower created by the creator?" Abai replied, "It's locked. But I'll find a way." Seeing Abby's efforts to help him, Kim Yunwoo gently stroked her head and quietly said, "If you find any useful information, call me right away, okay?" After speaking, Kim Yun-woo turned and walked away, not forgetting to say goodbye. I have to go now. Suddenly Abai was startled and called out loudly, "Wait, Guardian." Kim Yun-woo asked in surprise. Did you find something?" Abai replied in a fluster. "No, that's not the problem right now." Then she quickly said, "You have to go quickly." Kim Yun-woo was bewildered and understood nothing. Abai quickly explained. "Someone has climbed the tower and claimed the throne. He is one of the conquerors, and is heading to the 9th floor. Originally, those who trained to be monks or hermits or those who trained to be mages usually had to follow the laws of nature and avoid killing. At this moment, Jeon Guchil floated above the city, enjoying the cool wind blowing through his hair. However, there were also rude people like him. Jeon Guchil muttered, "Come to think of it, I came down here without even knowing what kind of strange guy he is." After that, he sighed and curling his lips said, "It can't be helped," before he could even finish speaking. Jeon Guchil immediately cast his skill, and dark clouds instantly covered the entire city. He said in a low voice, "It's a bit annoying, but I have to kill them." The rain began to pour down heavily, and the entire city was enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere. Everyone hastily sought shelter. Damn this rain coming at a time like this. Suddenly a powerful flash flickered in the air, striking down from the sky, causing a massive explosion with smoke and flames filling the air. Everyone screamed in chaos, what the hell is going on? Fire, help. The flames spread rapidly everywhere. Everyone rushed to find shelter. Run this way. Call the fire department quickly. At this moment Guchil smiled with satisfaction. He was a person who had climbed the tower without undergoing the ascetic process. That madman had performed various heretical methods to become a dark monk. Jeon Guchil. This name always appeared with people's suffering. After a moment everyone was bewildered, asking each other, "Hey, did you see that video on YouTube? The news too?" Everyone updated the situation in surprise. "He's crazy," some girls asked worriedly. "What are the hunters doing?" Their phone screens were not showing Shopee sale live streams, but threatening videos of Jeon Guchil. He curled his lips and said in a low voice, "I'll give you 1 hour, don't make things harder, come find me." Strange fellow. After speaking, Jeon Guchil waved his hand back and forth, adding a stylish flourish to his threat. At this moment the screen displayed a notification that the live stream had ended. Netizens were once again in chaos. "Damn, is this real? Not CGI, it's real for sure. It happened in my neighborhood," hunters cursed in annoyance. "Damn it, what the hell did that guy do? Did he mock us?" some people said to each other. "Look, it's on the news too, it seems serious." According to the news, the Hunter Association seemed to have been destroyed from the beginning. A user named Princess Luna asked worriedly, "What should we do now? They're all at home hitting their keyboards, acting like they're going to war. It's crazy. It seems there are many casualties." Some people said Hunter Kim Yun-woo should deal with this person. In other words, are the high-ranking hunters showing off again? At the same time, those in the center were equally worried. "We received information about Hunter Kim Yun-woo from Hunter Kim Si-hoon." Someone quickly asked again, "What did he say?" His subordinate reported the situation. "He's on his way here." The senator sighed in relief upon hearing that. Liam thought to himself with worry, the International Hunter Association can't solve any problems. If there were no hunters, would we be this incompetent? He turned around and said in a low voice, "Sometimes I wonder." Looking up at the screen, Liam continued solemnly, "This world should have disappeared a long time ago. Perhaps our lives wouldn't exist now. Hunter Kim Yun-woo is struggling to support this world. The world which should have disappeared long ago continues to survive." At this moment a shout was heard. "Senator." After that, the diamond said, "No, forget what I just said. I said something inappropriate for my position. What I mean is the monsters appeared, and the hunters who stopped them, Kim Yun-woo, are all very interesting." Looking up at the screen, the senator fell into confused thought again. After that, he said in a low voice, "I'll bet all my joy, Hunter Kim Yun-woo." At the same time, Jeon Guchil yawned loudly. He sat leisurely on the flames, swinging his legs. 1 hour is too long. It's only been 10 minutes and I'm already bored. After that, Jeon Guchil curled his lips with a sinister and evil expression. "Should I just end it now?" Suddenly something caught his attention. A powerful vortex appeared in front of Guchil. He wondered, "What is it? Something is approaching me at an astonishing speed." Jeon Guchil laughed. A staff was flying towards Jeon Guchil. He said with interest, "Found you. You're the strange guy." At the same time, Kim Yun-woo appeared assertively in slippers and a tracksuit. He quietly raised his hand to block the rain and gave a sinister smile. After that, Kim Yun-woo kicked the staff to gain momentum and charged at Guchil, shouting, "Don't pick fights recklessly anymore." As his fist was about to land on his face, Jeon Guchil merely curled his lips in a sneer and then smoothly dodged Kim Yun-woo's attack. Jeon Guchil said in a low voice, "I am a mage who rides clouds and parts winds. This is short-range magic." At this moment, Kim Yun-woo quickly grabbed the staff and supported himself in the air, and even though no one tickled him, he showed his teeth and laughed. Interesting. After that, Kim Yun-woo took out his weapon, and a dazzling light filled the entire space. The giant Dao was 100 times bigger than his body. Jeon Guchil's eyes widened in surprise. That's not a size that can be avoided with short-range magic. Without giving the opponent a chance to compose himself, Kim Yun-woo showed his teeth, charged forward and hurled a few more insults. "Fool!" His giant Dao struck down with a powerful blow that shook heaven and earth. After a moment, thick smoke billowed. Kim Yun-woo in his slippers dipped his feet into a puddle and looked around wondering, "Is it not over yet? Where is he?" At this moment, Jeon Guchil's voice was heard. "If power like yours exists on the 9th floor, I understand why you're called a strange guy." He approached leisurely and continued, "I understand why you're called a strange guy." Jaeon Guchil curled his lips in a sneer. Kim Yun-woo asked again in surprise, "What, the strange guy you just mentioned?" Jaeon Guchil pointed directly at his face and questioned, "Where did you get that power?" After that, Jaeon Guchil continued to talk to himself like an autistic person. "Interesting topic, worth investigating. It's too much of a waste to kill you. I think it would be better if you kept living. After that, I'll tear you to pieces. I didn't expect much when I came down here, but it's surprising." Kim Yun-woo tried to interject a few words, but his words continued. "I'll wait, he's too annoying right now." Kim Yun-woo shouted loudly, "Damn it, isn't that guy from a mental hospital? Damn it, I have a question." Jaeon Guchil replied leisurely in a provocative tone, "Alright, you're impatient too. I heard that strange guys all have weaknesses." Kim Yun-woo was extremely displeased. What the hell is that madman talking about? Truly a climber. But his reply was just an emotionless smile. Jaeon Guchil retorted again, "Alright, you have a really foul mouth. You're a damn bastard." Kim Yun-woo asked angrily, "What did you just say?" After that, he said firmly, "Just one look and I can tell you're a defeated fool." Jaeon Guchil still smiled and endured. He clenched his trembling fist. What do you know to judge?" After that, Jaeon Guchil lost his composure and, pointing directly at the opponent's face, cursed, "Damn it, you son of a bitch, what did you just say?" Kim Yun-woo was startled by that sight. Guchil curled his lips in a sneer and continued, "This damn lawbreaker, do you know you just crossed the line? Do you think I'm an easy person just because I speak gently? Haven't you read classical literature?" Kim Yun-woo scratched his head, not understanding anything, and asked, "What nonsense is this guy talking about?" After that, he replied confidently, "I don't read such nonsense." Jaeon Guchil scoffed upon hearing that. How pathetic. Kim Yun-woo also didn't back down and calmly said, "What, I'm not even a hunter, I've been working since I was a kid." Upon hearing that, Jaeon Guchil was surprised. What do your parents do?" Kim Yun-woo replied calmly, "My parents passed away a long time ago." Jaeon Guchil suddenly stiffened. Without saying anything more, Kim Yun-woo charged forward in anger and shouted loudly, "You should pick your opponents carefully, you damn bastard." His attack caused a powerful explosion. Stones flew everywhere. Jaeon Guchil had just been sent flying but immediately sprang up and said in a rough voice, "Since becoming a Taoist, I've never met such an interesting opponent as you." He gritted his teeth in anger and clenched his fist. "I won't let you die easily." He feared no one. Kim Yun-woo charged assertively at the opponent. "Since you destroyed this city, you won't die easily." His attack slammed Jaeon Guchil hard to the ground. He closed his eyes in pain, gripping his weapon tightly with his hand. As Jaeon Guchil was about to get up to counterattack, Kim Yun-woo flexibly leaned his body to dodge the attack. Both sides fought fiercely, neither giving way. At this moment their attacks clashed, causing an explosive flash in the air. Suddenly, Jaeon Guchil's figure blurred and moved rapidly. In an instant, Kim Yun-woo was surrounded by 4 Guchils. He was surprised, thinking he was hallucinating, and shouted, "Clone jutsu!" Kim Yun-woo rubbed his chin and thought to himself, he wasn't the only one who used this. At this moment, Jaeon Guchil's clones immediately attacked. Kim Yun-woo exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" The next moment, he was sent flying into the sky in midair. Kim Yun-woo heard a strange voice, and as the Taoist turned his body, he realized he had fallen into a mysterious magic circle. The voice continued to echo in his ears, "You can cast magic with your mind." At this very moment, a blue chain quickly wrapped around Kim Yun-woo's body. It was Odo Gukrian Gong, and Kim Yun-woo couldn't escape no matter how much he struggled. He angrily glared at Jaeon Guchil and shouted loudly, "Damn it, release me!" Suddenly, Jaeon Guchil asked an unrelated question, "Do you like dragons?" At the same time, Jaeon Guchil was leisurely stroking 2 pets. One was an imperial golden dragon, the other a water dragon. Jaeon Guchil said with interest, "Lightning dragon, water dragon, combined wall." After that, he commanded loudly. Kim Yun-woo was lying in pain in the middle of a tense wire, and before he could even regain his senses, Kim Yun-woo screamed in agony. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion occurred and tens of thousands of lightning bolts erupted. Jaeon Guchil, thinking everything was resolved, stroked his head and said in a low voice, I used too much power to deal with that lawbreaker." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. What? How?" Kim Yun-woo was unfazed at this moment. He flew into the air and shouted, "I don't know why you keep showing off lightning to me. Thanks to you, I'm free from that damn chain." After that, he raised his hand with murderous eyes, pointed at Guchil and shouted, "You damn bastard." After that, Kim Yun-woo immediately delivered a kick. Gyokwa Wangoisen Gak. Its power sent Jaeon Guchil flying about 10 meters. He was startled and shouted loudly. After that, another earth-shattering explosion occurred and the entire sky flickered with flashes of light. Kim Yun-woo calmly landed with wings on his back. Suddenly, Jaeon Guchil's clone charged forward, savagely swinging a chain, and shouted loudly, "I'll kill you." Kim Yun-woo calmly asked, "Oh, you can change the size of your clones?" But suddenly, red lightning struck down from the sky and Jaeon Guchil's clone, unaware of anything, charged forward at an immense speed. Thick smoke billowed and stones flew everywhere. The powerful lightning continued to strike. From a high vantage point, Kim Yun-woo calmly watched each lightning bolt and leisurely scoffed, "Those are just clones." At this moment, Jaeon Guchil, realizing the opponent's astonishing skill, couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah!" Before he could even compose himself, Kim Yun-woo quickly attacked from behind. "You don't think similar tricks will work again, do you?" In an instant, Jaeon Guchil was sent flying up to the 9 clouds by Kim Yun-woo's attack and shouted loudly, You. Jaeon Guchil was extremely flustered and thought to himself, "It's impossible. I'm Guchil. How can I be pushed back like this by a lawbreaker?" Guchil immediately made a decision. "Now is not the time to hide my skills." Kim Yun-woo at this moment was satisfied with his hands on his hips, looking up and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey, I guess I overdid it a bit. Suddenly he stiffened and his laughter slowly ceased. Looking at the dropping raindrops, Kim Yun-woo wondered, The rain began to pour down, quickly extinguishing the flames from before. Kim Yun-woo wondered, what now? An uneasy feeling suddenly came over him. No, something's strange. Something's about to happen. Kim Yun-woo cast a skill to assess the situation. Rui Jinggu Bang enlarge. He told himself he had to deal with him as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Yun-woo's face hardened and he stared straight up at the high sky. Seeing the illusions that Jaeon Guchil was wildly brandishing, Yun-woo judged them. What is this? Does he not know those clones are useless? Is he trying to avoid me? At this moment, Jaeon Guchil smiled sinisterly and said in a bizarre voice, there was an Imugi. The Imugi felt as if something was pressing down on it. Yun-woo felt very uncomfortable. What's going on? The strange voice continued to echo. It transformed into a dragon. Yun-woo exerted all his strength to shake off this oppression. No matter what, I have to stop it, Jaeon Guchil continued. That dragon began training for thousands of years. It learned magic for 2,000 years, Yun-woo, resisting, irritably shouted. Damn it, there are too many clones. Jaeon Guchil with one hand cast magic in the sky and gathered achievements for 10,000 years. Yun-woo immediately activated the technique to enlarge the Ruyi staff. No matter how much he struggled, Jaeon Guchil scoffed, seemingly satisfied with his magic. I accumulated divine power for 15,000 years. In total, 35,000 years were spent. Suddenly, Yun-woo was horrified by the situation before his eyes. A moment later, a lightning vortex pierced straight through his body. Yun-woo screamed in pain, and helplessly muttered as he free fell. I can't stop it. I have to attack again. Suddenly, Yun-woo realized the situation was strange. Why am I getting further away? At this moment, he finally understood. I'm not falling. Looking up at the ashen sky, Yun-woo thought it had transformed into a blue dragon. Jaeon Guchil slightly scoffed, seemingly satisfied, and transformed into a monstrous face. Arms extended long like deer antlers and sharpened claws. That was the blue dragon Jiuyi. At this moment, Yun-woo free fell straight to the ground. His staff twirled a few times in the air. And Yun-woo, like a protagonist, landed in a cool pose, sticking out his tongue. Suddenly, Jaeon Guchil rushed forward fiercely. Yun-woo immediately prepared to counterattack. He frowned worriedly, concentrating all his strength on this tense battle. That guy is fast. At this moment, the attacks from both sides collided, causing a powerful flash. With that terrifying force, Yun-woo screamed in surprise. He couldn't believe it. I attacked, but now I'm in danger? Then Jaeon Guchil triumphantly grabbed his hand and said contemptuously, You will not be able to defeat me. Yun-woo screamed in pain, but continued to struggle, sweating profusely. Ridiculous. Does he really think combining those trivial things can turn him into a dragon? Before Yun-woo could elaborate, Jaeon Guchil immediately delivered a fatal blow, sending him flying 9 stories high. Yun-woo flailed in the air, horrified, and spat out a mouthful of blood. That wasn't the end. Jaeon Guchil attacked fiercely from behind with murderous eyes. Yun-woo let his body fall, unable to do anything more. He then crashed hard to the ground, fiercely shaking the surrounding earth and stones. Yun-woo shouted irritably, and he attacked Jaeon Guchil in a fit of rage. Damn bastard, but he easily dodged. Seizing the opponent's moment of surprise, Jaeon Guchil punched Yun-woo in the chest. He was so in pain that his face contorted. Seeing the arrogant Jaeon Guchil before his eyes, Yun-woo was very angry, but he couldn't do anything. He thought, I can't touch him. He has no openings at all. Even though I've developed the Thunder God's ultimate skill to the highest level. At this moment, Yun-woo took a few steps back and took a defensive stance. Continuously attacking in close combat was not a solution. Seeing his exhausted appearance, Jaeon Guchil said arrogantly, 32 times, that's how many times I could have killed you with that attack, he then said in a very annoying tone. But as I said, I won't kill you easily. At this moment, a very powerful blue aura erupted from the 2 horns on Jaeon Guchil's head, he leisurely continued. With the achievement of the blue dragon that commands rain, lightning, and the heavens, Yun-woo then continued, summoning black lightning. You can also create something like this. Immediately, lightning flashed in the ashen sky, and they struck Yun-woo directly, startling him and making him shout, Seeing the situation before him, Yun-woo calmly analyzed, every single raindrop contains lightning. Moreover, it's much more powerful than before. He told himself, I can't let the rain attack anymore. Yun-woo channeled his internal energy and swung his staff at a speed similar to Nobita's bamboo copter, blocking the effects of the lightning rain. Seeing this, Jaeon Guchil scoffed with interest. What a struggle for life, he then continued in a growling voice. Do you think a mere umbrella can block the power of the heavens? At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck Yun-woo directly, causing him pain and making him shout, Yun-woo gnashed his teeth in anger. I'm truly weak, I can't even move my body. My vocal cords are damaged. I can't even use techniques by speaking. Jaeon Guchil sat with crossed legs and smugly mocked Yun-woo. He said arrogantly, Finally, you look like a trampled dog. Yun-woo was just lying on the ground. Seeing that the opponent was still alive, he leisurely continued, Amazing, you're still awake. No, it's interesting that a mercenary like you can withstand the blue dragon's lightning. Yun-woo wondered, mercenary? Before he could say a word, Jaeon Guchil said, Anyway, in gratitude for letting me test this power, I will show you the most astonishing power you can never possess. Yun-woo's eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. Jaeon Guchil immediately activated his technique, Blue Dragon's Revival. A majestic blue dragon was immediately summoned, and a powerful aura covered the entire sky. Against that immense attack, Yunwu barely managed to get up with his weapon and growled to unleash his inherent power. At this moment a flash of light emanated from Yunwu's staff, and a critical voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Truly foolish, Yunwu looked up in surprise. At that moment his surroundings were a desolate wasteland like a desert filled with dust. Yunwu looked around and asked himself, where am I? Where are Jian Guqiel and that dragon? Yunwu checked his physical condition. He was puzzled. My wounds are gone. Am I dead? The Monkey King couldn't stand his ignorant appearance and said, that bastard, the Monkey King asked, casually resting his body on a thin tail. Did you lose to that snake? He then continued. What are you staring at, you bastard? Yunwu turned around and pointed directly at the Monkey King, replying, Is that the same monkey from before? The Monkey King, enraged, revealed himself as the great sage equal to heaven. Yunwu asked, Where is this? No, what happened to me? Like a line from an isekai novel, the Monkey King said. This is the imaginary world within the Ruyi staff. Yunwu was puzzled. Imaginary, like an imaginary world? The Monkey King leisurely replied. It's a little different from that. But he didn't say how it was different. Seeing this, Yunwu immediately asked, You don't know anything either, do you? The Monkey King, enraged, asserted. I do, Yunwu said contemptuously. Then explain it. The Monkey King immediately went berserk and exploded in anger. It's just an imaginary world. Think of it as your consciousness entering my world, Yunwu judged inwardly. He's terrible at explaining. Yunwu plopped down on the ground and immediately asked, So what exactly happened to me? The Monkey King replied, What happened was you were still about to receive a fatal blow from that snake. While you're here only your perception has sped up, Yunwu asked again. Then the time here and the time outside flow at different speeds, right? He then scratched his head, embarrassed, and continued. Then you called me here to lend me power? The Monkey King replied briefly. What? No, the Monkey King had been happily watching the battle, eating bread and drinking tea. It was truly infuriating to see you lose to someone weaker than me. So I called you here to mock you. Yunwu, upon hearing that, couldn't contain his anger. What did you say? He shouted loudly at the Monkey King. Who do you think you are? The Monkey King waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Did you really expect me to help you? He then lightly teased. What did you say earlier? You said I was a monkey and you were a zookeeper, right? Yunwu, upon hearing that, could only pretend not to know. Not stopping there, the Monkey King continued to ramble. After saying such things, how dare you open your mouth to ask for help? Where is that arrogant expression from before? Then the Monkey King said in a low voice, Honestly, I can lend you power. If you kneel and beg, I might take pity on you, the Monkey King triumphantly continued. Anyway, that snake won't be able to withstand even one of my attacks. Yunwu rubbed his chin for a moment, thinking, And he agreed, all right. The Monkey King was very happy as everything was proceeding as expected. Good. Since you begged like that, I have no choice. However, Yunwu replied briefly. I don't need your help, the Monkey King screamed in surprise. What? Yunwu then brought up the past again. You lost to me, didn't you? Borrowing the power of a dead person is useless even if you challenged me first. The Monkey King was very angry as that humiliating past was brought up again. I never lost to you. Yunwu directly poked at the Monkey King's sore spot. You died, didn't you? You didn't even get one chance. You also showed off your achievements, but they had no effect on me, the Monkey King loudly argued. That's because my achievements as the great sage equal to heaven were known. However, Yunwu wouldn't listen to him. But the fact that I killed you doesn't change. He spoke venomously. Normally you'd borrow strength, but who borrows strength from a weakling? The Monkey King, upon hearing that, gnashed his teeth in anger. Hey, seriously, I can kill that damn snake with my own power. Seeing this, Yunwu took advantage of the situation and said, Then show me, whether I really defeated him or not. The Monkey King hesitated for a moment, then plopped down and grabbed his head thinking, Damn it, Yunwu, losing patience, asked, Decide whether you're going to give it or not. The Monkey King was conflicted internally. Yunwu hid his ulterior motives behind a relaxed smile. A moment later, the Monkey King irritably cursed, You cunning bastard, Yunwu replied cheerfully. Thanks for the compliment. At this moment, Jian Guqiel, who was waiting for Yunwu, was like a monster waiting for a superhero to transform. He muttered to himself, satisfied like an autistic person. Indeed, the Blue Dragon's achievement is amazing. Yes, it's an achievement I must kill that bastard to obtain. Suddenly, Jian Guqiel stiffened. Something strange? A moment later, seeing his blue dragon, he asked himself, What? Something feels wrong. A ray of light flashed in the ashen sky. Jian Guqiel exclaimed in horror, This place. In an instant, his pet fell. Jian Guqiel looked on in disbelief. My blue dragon. Towards that powerful lightning, Jian Guqiel was speechless. What on earth is going on? At this moment, a familiar gaze shone, and Yunwu, dressed in the Monkey King's attire, appeared confidently. He laughed, showing his teeth cheerfully, and didn't forget to greet his opponent. Long time no see, kid. In the urgent situation, Yunwu was suddenly pulled into the space within the Ruyi staff by the Monkey King. The Monkey King watched in front of that light, frowning and sighing. I called that guy interesting, but I just called him. I tried to make a beneficial contract, but it seems I failed. The Monkey King sat with crossed legs and continuously cursed Yunwu. Whether he was too brave or fearless, that crazy bastard. The more he thought about it, the Monkey King suddenly burst out laughing maniacally. But that's why I chose him. The Monkey King recalled the things Yunwu had done. He asked himself, Aren't you a rule breaker? The Monkey King's eyes hardened. And if you, Kim Yunwu, are truly a rule breaker? The Monkey King looked around. He then thought this place was too impressive for a dead person. This place is an incomplete space. It was created when I failed to climb the tower. No friends, no subordinates, nothing. Maybe he really can do it. At this moment Yunwu appeared outside, dressed in the great sage equal to heaven's attire. Yunwu said with a very sinister face, "Long time no see, clumsy Taoist." He proudly showed his teeth and laughed at his opponent. Jeon Guchiel, seeing this, asked in confusion, "What is that outfit?" After speaking, Jeon Guchiel quickly swung his sword, grazing Yunwu's body. At this moment Yunwu in his shining attire said smartly, "What, did you think I'd jump in again?" Jeon Guchiel gnashed his teeth in anger. No way." As soon as he finished speaking, Gui hid in the clouds, playing his cunning trick. Yunwu helplessly scratched his head, but he had already received a hint from the Monkey King. "Surpass the clouds, that snakehead's achievement. Ah no, the blue dragon seems very powerful, but it's not as terrible as you see. There must be that trickster's scheme hidden above the clouds." Thanks to the Monkey King's instructions, Yunwu quickly found the location where Jeon Guchiel was using the magic circle. He shouted with joy, "Here!" Jeon Guchiel cursed. "That bastard!" Yunwu didn't hesitate and pulled out the Rui staff. With one strike he quickly destroyed the magic circle Jeon Guchiel had created. He continued to shout, "No!" Jeon Guchiel still boasted confidently, "Do you think you can defeat me just by destroying the magic circle?" Yunwu replied resolutely, as if fearless, "Yes, I think so." After speaking, Yunwu continued to attack his opponent, quickly avenging the grievances he had suffered before. Unlike his previous attacks this time, even when he attacked him, he wasn't struck by lightning. The system displayed information about the golden armor, grade 55, no effect, skill defense. This item is temporarily summoned. Information authority. This armor is an armor the great sage equal to heaven obtained from the Dragon King after wreaking havoc in the Dragon Palace. Although the information authority is insufficient, its power is still intact. The golden armor is said to be able to block attacks of all attributes due to insufficient information authority. Yunwu was filled with excitement at this moment, thinking, "Is this the power you get from equipping a good item?" Jeon Guchiel was beaten and fell to the ground, growling and cursing. "Damn it!" While Jeon Guchiel was still dazed, Yunwu held the Rui staff and struck down from above. He lectured at length, saying, "They say the way to teach a trickster a proper lesson is to spank their bottom with a club." A tremendous force exploded with an astonishing sound. The two young men faced each other, neither backing down, but at this moment Jeon Guchiel seemed to be on the defensive. Kim Yunwu chuckled playfully and said, "Why do you tremble so much every time you use that sword?" At those words, Jeon Guchiel gnashed his teeth in anger but remained silent. Kim Yunwu continued to criticize his opponent. "Do you call this swordsmanship? In fact, his swordsmanship isn't bad. On the contrary, his sword is very fast." Kim Yunwu curled his lips mockingly. "But 32 times it's just hilarious. Do you think you can kill me with that level of skill? I fought a swordsmanship master for over 100 years. If I tried to cut him, I'd be stabbed, and if I tried to stab him, I'd be cut. If I tried to smell the sword, it was already in my heart, and if I followed his sword, everything went dark. So this swordsmanship is nothing compared to the heavenly demons." Jeon Guchiel still remained silent. Seeing this, Kim Yunwu continuously attacked him with words. "Hey, how much leeway have I given you? I could have killed you over 100 times. Jeon Guchiel's body trembled and he lowered his head, uttering 2 words, "Damn it," with his club over his shoulder. Kim Yunwu continued to pour out disparaging remarks. "Oh, what are you thinking so hard about? Where's that chic attitude from before? You're even cursing. Is it because I'm too strong?" At this moment, Jeon Guchiel could no longer bear it and exploded in anger, making a loud noise, and Kim Yunwu was startled and had to dodge. "What?" Jeon Guchiel, in a fit of rage, immediately used the blue dragon's revival to summon rain and lightning. He screamed madly, "I'll kill you, I'll destroy you right now." Kim Yunwu looked up at the sky, slightly flustered. "Oh dear, it's raining again." His fingers, like dragon claws, pointed directly at the sky where black lightning struck, thunder and rain poured down. This was the power of the blue dragon. Kim Yunwu's entire body turned white from the electric shock. But Kim Yunwu showed no fear at all, instead curling his lips in a sneer. Jeon Guchiel also regained his confidence at this moment and sneered, "You won't be able to escape, will you?" But before his blue dragon form could fully materialize, Kim Yunwu utterly crushed him with his Rui staff. After finishing the job, he said triumphantly, "Did you think I'd scream like before? You deployed the blue dragon. Thanks, I gained new killing intent." After speaking, Kim Yunwu attacked him with a black dragon. Jeon Guchiel was completely overwhelmed. "Why can't I move?" He gnashed his teeth, bewildered. "The amount of mana around me is increasing." Kim Yunwu quickly ended the battle. He commanded loudly, "Black Dragon, attack!" Jeon Guchiel, unable to resist, screamed helplessly. "No!" The black dragon quickly approached and bit him, and his body disappeared without a trace, sending him to his ancestors forever. The sky slowly regained its light. At this moment, a notification appeared in the system. "You have successfully eliminated a conqueror from the top of the tower. You have successfully eliminated the hermit Hugum." Jeon Guchiel, your information authority has accumulated. Your current information authority is mid-high. As the battle ended, his attire also slowly disappeared. Kim Yunwu collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He lamented, "It seems the time limit for using the power has ended." Beads of sweat trickled down his face. Kim Yunwu breathed a sigh of relief, holding something he had just picked up in his hand. Kim Yunwu looked up at the sky. Black clouds still lingered, as if the end of the world. He obtained an item, the blue dragon orb. Kim Yunwu said excitedly, "Before I lose consciousness, I need to check the items I got from defeating him." He checked his information authority. But at this moment, the system information surprised him greatly. "What? The blue dragon's achievement, grade effect, skills, all have no information. The Information Authority is a jewel containing the essence of all the Blue Dragon's achievements. The most majestic and noble being among the 4 divine beasts and the leader of dragons, the Blue Dragon is a god who protects the east and possesses the power to control rain, clouds, wind, lightning, and thunder. The Blue Dragon climbed the tower, and at this moment the system continuously displayed notifications of insufficient Information Authority, and Kim Yun-woo was extremely annoyed. Damn it, what is this? All information is hidden and there's not even a hint. He gnashed his teeth, put his hand to his forehead and said helplessly, I'll have to ask Abai. I can't even move my body now. He gazed at the Blue Dragon orb with regret, then without thinking further, stretched out his arms and fell asleep comfortably. He optimistically thought someone would come to rescue him. 3 days later, Han-A-rin finally came to pick him up. She said happily, Master, shall we go straight home? But he asked about the whereabouts of the other girl. Where's Miri? Han-A-rin replied, still excited. She's busy. A few hours ago, Han-A-rin used a slight trick to chase Miriam to another place. Unnie, there are bad rumors about Master in the Asian region. Why are you so bad at controlling the media in this area? Kim Yun-woo said with great sympathy. Anyway, that child is also a guild leader. Speaking of which, I should stop by my guild too. I created it, so I should at least pay a little attention. He thought to himself, it's not just a little attention. What kind of guild leader is this? After speaking, the two quickly got into the car and drove back. Han-A-rin wore a winner's smile. Han-A-rin encouraged herself, thinking inwardly, finally I'm alone with Master. Han-A-rin was happy that the short child wasn't there today, and thought she should enjoy this precious time. She looked ahead, smiling meaningfully. I purposely told the driver to go slowly so now I can talk comfortably with Master. Han-A-rin even indulged in fantasies of power, covering her face and thinking inwardly, perhaps something else might happen after that. But suddenly Kim Yun-woo said, I'll be back in a bit, I need to make a quick stop here. She was startled and screamed in disbelief, What? Master, where are you going? Kim Yun-woo coldly instructed, You just stay in the car and keep going, it'll only take a few minutes. Han-A-rin froze, Wait. Before she could finish speaking, he logged in and completely disappeared. She sat in the car, bewildered and frustrated. Han-A-rin clenched her arms, extremely angry. The driver cluelessly asked, Can I go at the usual speed now? She immediately concocted another scheme and instructed the driver, Don't go straight there, drive around slowly in this area. The driver obediently complied. Understood. Han-A-rin leaned her head back, fantasizing again that she could surely enjoy a date with Master. On this side, Kim Yun-woo quickly took out the Blue Dragon orb and handed it to Abai. He asked nervously, Did you find anything? Abai spun the orb for a moment, then shook her head. No, I should be able to see even a little information beyond my Information Authority. But this, I can't find anything similar at all. Kim Yun-woo had no choice but to pick up the Blue Dragon orb again. He said with regret, I guess it can't be helped now. He asked curiously, Then what about the other issues, about the tower created by the Creator? Abai said as if she knew something. That the tower created by the Creator seems to be on an upper floor. An upper floor tower? Abai took out a screen, placed it in front of him and said, I need to research more, but it seems the Creator made another tower next to the training tower. I don't know its purpose yet. Kim Yun-woo lay stretched out on the sofa and slowly said, So that's why I had to go to the upper floor. Wait, wasn't your research almost finished? Abai took his words and said, The problem is finding its location. Abby's face tightened with tension and she frowned. It's on an upper floor, but I don't know exactly which floor. Hearing her answer, Kim Yun-woo was speechless. Abai, thinking he was slightly dismissing her, held up 2 fingers to regain her honor. If I search more, I'll probably find it. It'll take about 2 to 3 weeks. Kim Yun-woo didn't bother her too much either. Understood, he thought inwardly with a gloomy face. Find the tower created by the Creator and go to the source of the demons to find me. Kim Yun-woo said unpleasantly, That Creator fellow is really not easy. Suddenly his eyes widened and he shouted as if he had remembered something. Wait, he held up his finger and said, I obtained the Blue Dragon's achievement, didn't I? Couldn't I use that to access the source of the demons? Abai nodded. That's right, then I won't need to decipher it. You'll be able to learn the Blue Dragon's achievement. I'll stop by the guild office and then go straight to the labyrinth. Then goodbye. In the car, Han-A-rin saw him return and her face brightened as she said, Back, Master. Kim Yun-woo looked around curiously. Haven't we arrived yet? He felt something very unpleasant and said, Suddenly there's a rose scent in the car. Han-A-rin replied cunningly, Yes, there was a traffic jam, so it took a while. Han-A-rin happily leaned on his shoulder. Kim Yun-woo, who had been single for 24 years, looked at the girl next to him and thought inwardly, she must be in a good mood. 30 minutes later, the car arrived at its destination. He quickly got out. Han-A-rin, still excited, grabbed his arm. Kim Yun-woo, still oblivious, just thought, Does she like cars that much? She had made the driver drive in circles for an hour and a half on a road that usually took only 15 minutes. Finally, I've arrived at the office. Han-A-rin vigorously opened the door. Kim Yun-woo said, I'm here. A shocking sight unfolded before his eyes. Sakar Anya was startled and in a state of panic next to her. Kim Si-hoon stood with lipstick marks all over his face. The two were hugging each other and playing like cats in the room. Kim Yun-woo was very surprised by the sight, but Han-A-rin on the other hand was very amused. He was flustered and was about to say, I'm sorry, I'll come back in 5 minutes, but suddenly paused. Wait, interrogation starts. You two, how long have you been dating? Kim Si-hoon and Anya sat on the sofa trembling. They began to recount to the International Hunter Association what had happened before Kim Yun-woo arrived. What? Quite a long time. Anya said. I comforted him since the last thermostat incident. Anya, guild leader Si-hoon. Kim Yun-woo carefully listened to the touching love story his disciple was telling. He thought inwardly, is this such a serious matter? Why does it feel like an interrogation of criminals? After thinking, he turned to the two and said, why are you two so scared? You haven't committed a crime and there's no problem with hiding your relationship. Anya was extremely flustered at this moment. He continued, and Anya, before, Anya was an assassin mercenary and Si-hoon was my close younger brother, but now she is no longer our enemy. Hearing that, Anya said emotionally, guild leader. Kim Yun-woo awkwardly reminded them of what had just happened. But in an office like this, you two still, hearing those words. The two were so embarrassed they couldn't find a place to hide their faces. He quickly added by way of excuse, no, I'm not saying you two shouldn't do that, but it would be strange if I encountered you two like that again. That's right, stop it. Anya, with a happy face, handed the documents in her hand to Kim Yun-woo and said, guild leader, an invitation has arrived for you. He asked again in surprise, for me, what kind of invitation? He looked at the invitation in his hand bewildered. What is this? It was an invitation for an Addis training uniform model. You know Addis, right? The global sportswear brand. I know. The clothes I'm wearing are Addis, aren't they? He said, flustered. They invited me to be a model. That's a bit uncomfortable, Anya replied. They made a very attractive offer. They said they would give you 15 of the profits generated from the products you advertise. Hearing that, Han A-rin ran up and grabbed his arm. Master. Han A-rin continued, with a very cheerful face, the profits from advertising multinational corporate products are surprisingly huge. It far exceeds the money earned from dungeons. 15 is a very rare offer. She held his hand and kept urging him. You have to do it. No, you must do it. But the two on this side hadn't finished speaking yet, and Anya and Kim Si-hoon imitated their actions again. You have to do it. All right, I understand. A few days later, Kim Yun-woo gave a speech at a product launch event. Therefore, I would like to conclude that I have no further announcements regarding the guild founded in connection with the current issue. Reldong listened carefully to his speech. She looked back at him with a happy face and said playfully, you're working hard. Kim Yun-woo rubbed his eyes and asked with a conceited expression, what do you mean by working hard? Reldong said with regret. I arrived late, he consoled her. You also contributed. After the Guardian Guild defeated the Ares Guild and recovered most of the dungeons that the Ares Guild had monopolized, the Korean Hunter Association began to prosper. Hunters who previously did not have the ability to enter dungeons could now enter by paying a reasonable admission fee. So, small guilds that were unprecedented in Korea began to be established. With the disappearance of the monopoly system, the hunter industry would slowly but surely change, and Kim Yun-woo, Lee Seo-dong and Han Son-woo quickly acted to change their exclusive dungeon management, just like the Guardian Guild. Kim Yun-woo smiled slightly as he looked at his schedule. If there's no unfair competition, managing it this way won't have any problems with profits. While speaking this far, Kim Yun-woo suddenly paused. But his eyes were directed at the black fluffy creature on Lee Seo-dong's body, and he asked, is that the fox? What is it eating? She slowly replied. Oh, it's cat treats, but the fox seems to like it even though it's a canid, she said cheerfully. Isn't it cute? Kim Yun-woo asked curiously. It is cute, but why did you bring it here? Reldong replied honestly. Oh, recently the fox has been teaching me magic. So I came to the Orang Guild training ground with it, he asked worriedly. Is that really okay? It's not only dangerous but also very fast. Lee Seo-dong winked and pointed to a small cage, reassuring him. Don't worry, I put it in here, you can't see it, can you? She added, even if someone sees it, they'll just think it has special fur or something. He broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing that. Kim Yun-woo mumbled, anyway, that child is half human blood, so is it okay to treat her like that? No, I'm just talking to myself. In Jeju Island, the photographer continuously adjusted. Yes, look this way. Good, this time try a rough pose. That's right, just like that. Thank you. Kim Yun-woo frowned and suspiciously asked himself, what is this? They're too kind. The two photographers continuously flattered him. Have some water. Here's a snack too. One person spared no praise. Thank you, you're the best. Kim Yun-woo held a water bottle and drank, but still had a suspicious expression, thinking inwardly, there are people who hire me even though my personality is so eccentric. And there's nothing annoying going on. Oh, there was one thing. After finishing his meal, Kim Yun-woo continued to work, posing as if he was waiting for someone. Yes, perfect, he thought inwardly. I think I need to learn how to be a photo model. On the other side, it seemed someone was looking at him with loving eyes. Okay, now cross your arms and smile slightly. It was as if he had just woken up. Shouldn't a sports apparel advertisement pose be more dynamic? He continued working because he was getting paid. Han A-rin and Miriam stood side by side taking pictures. Neither of them particularly liked the other. Both of them thought, why am I striking this pose? Outwardly, however, they always appeared friendly. Han A-rin and Miriam's eyes sparkled as they met each other's gaze, neither backing down. Work proceeded smoothly at the photo studio. The photographer praised them continuously. Good job, everyone. He even approached Kim Yun-woo and complimented him. You were the best today. Kim Yun-woo said modestly. Don't mention it, I'm just doing my job for the money. Kim Yun-woo grabbed the hoodie he was wearing and asked, but I can wear this again, right? Changing clothes is a bit of a hassle. The photographer also nodded. Yes, it's fine since it was only used for today's shoot. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Yun-woo put his hands in his pockets and leisurely left. Well then, I'm off to rest, see you next time. The photographer watched his retreating back and judged. I heard he was a really bad guy. It doesn't seem like it. At that moment, Kim Yun-woo was very satisfied. It's such a relief when work is done. However, the life suddenly drained from his face. Passing by his two disciples, Kim Yun-woo caught the scent of gunpowder. Miriam said smugly, "Hey, senior disciple, this car only fits 3. So you'll have to take another car." However, Han-A-rin was already seated and replied, "Oh, then what's this seat for? That seat is for you to sit on. Shut up and go quickly." The bickering continued incessantly, but eventually the car quickly drove off. Inside the car, Kim Yun-woo looked out the window and thought, "Tomorrow I'll go to the labyrinth to find the origin of the demon and also test the Blue Dragon's achievement." Even after getting in the car, Han-A-rin and Miri still glared at each other, emanating murderous intent. Kim Yun-woo decided not to take them with him. At that moment, many beautiful photos hung on the walls of the photographer's office. He re-examined the photos with interest, leaning back in his chair and taking a sip of coffee. Oh, the photos turned out really well this time too. The photographer didn't notice a shadow appearing behind him. The shadow slowly approached, holding a massive sword in its hand. At the same time, in the labyrinth on the 14th underground floor, the roars of monsters continuously echoed. Kim Yun-woo shouted loudly, enlarging the Rui Jingu Bang. The staff rapidly enlarged and struck the monsters with immense force. He stretched out his body and delivered a very beautiful attack. Kim Yun-woo smiled triumphantly, but the Monkey King poured cold water on him. "Your staff techniques are truly terrible." Kim Yun-woo stared intently at the Rui Jingu Bang and asked, "Hey, you've always been quiet. Why are you suddenly lecturing me?" The Monkey King replied, "Because we have a contract. For you to properly use my techniques, you must master the Rui Jingu Bang techniques to some extent." Upon hearing that, Kim Yun-woo hesitated slightly. "You're telling me to learn staff techniques? That will take a lot of time." Looking at Kim Yun-woo on the large screen, the Monkey King continued, "I'm not asking you to learn everything. I'm only asking you to learn the basics." Kim Yun-woo asked curiously, "If I learn the basics, can I use them effectively in combat?" "I probably won't need to use them that much," the Monkey King added. "It seems you still don't know a few details. Do you know the principle of borrowing others' achievements?" Kim Yun-woo replied, "The principle of borrowing others' achievements?" The Monkey King looked up, seemingly deep in thought. "Tower climbers don't easily lend their achievements. That's because the borrower won't be able to use the achievement later if they don't meet certain criteria." Kim Yun-woo still didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Upon hearing his question, the Monkey King pursed his lips in disdain. The Monkey King, angered, yelled loud enough to burst his eardrums, "You truly are a fool. For you to use my achievements, you must know how to use a staff, and currently you lack the ability to use it properly." The Monkey King continued loudly, "It's like multiplying 0 by 100 and still getting 0. If you don't meet the criteria, my staff techniques in your hands are useless." Kim Yun-woo, annoyed, dropped the Rui Jingu Bang and covered his ears with both hands. "You noisy monkey, are you being serious?" The Monkey King, angered, yelled, "What a monkey, do you want to die?" However, Kim Yun-woo still spoke with an arrogant attitude. "HMPH, you're just a loser who lost to me. Are you done talking?" The Rui Jingu Bang clattered to the floor. Kim Yun-woo, panting, reluctantly compromised. "All right, you win, you're the best," the Monkey King said triumphantly. "HMPH, you should have said that from the beginning." Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened as he thought to himself, "It's no wonder that guy is going crazy. The great sage's staff techniques are on a completely different level. I never dreamed I could achieve that," he thought again. "Besides, it's not just ordinary staff techniques, it's the Rui Jingu Bang techniques. I should give it a try." In the end, Kim Yun-woo was able to descend to the 15th underground floor. He looked at the Rui Jingu Bang and asked, "But can you always talk to me?" The Monkey King said, "Since we made the contract." Kim Yun-woo was suspicious. "But I didn't see this part in the contract," the Monkey King continuously said. "This is basic. Why can't you see it? All contracts have special conditions." Kim Yun-woo asked, "So there are times when you don't talk to me?" The Monkey King crossed his arms and honestly said from within, "Honestly, every time I talk to you I get annoyed, so I don't want to." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Yun-woo gripped the Rui Jingu Bang as if mad. "What?" At that moment the roars of giant monsters continuously echoed. Kim Yun-woo looked so small, and it wasn't just one but many giant monsters. Kim Yun-woo confirmed again. "So I have to hit them with just the Rui Jingu Bang without using any staff techniques, right?" However, the Monkey King replied calmly, "Go forward and then I will tell you in more detail what you need to do." Kim Yun-woo twirled the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand and struck a cool pose and said excitedly, "Shall we start now?" Meanwhile, in Hanam Palace, Jelong sat on her throne. She stroked the throne, recalling Kim Yun-woo's words, "Don't waste money." That was why Hanam's throne was smaller than usual. She lamented, "The Dragon Emperor's throne is so shabby, how annoying." At that moment, a subordinate beside her bowed and called Jelong. As soon as he finished speaking, he carefully handed over a wrapped bundle of documents. Miri's face flushed as she received it, and she gently commanded, "Everyone out." She carefully undid the seal with her hands. Miri looked inside and was extremely excited. "So cute." Miri lifted her head and became annoyed again. "Don't talk to me." The night parade of 100 demons watched through the mirror and was very amused. "Aren't you overreacting? I told you that you could talk to me normally." Miri quickly explained, "This isn't a normal situation." Upon hearing that, the night parade of 100 demons scratched her head and forced a laugh. The night parade of 100 demons said as if understanding, "Ah, you're shy, then I won't say anything more." Miri composed herself and continued to look at the documents inside. They were photos of Kim Yun-woo taken today. After seeing all of them, she was so excited that she squirmed. Then Miriam looked at Kim Yun-woo's photos and imagined 1001 bloody scenarios, scenes where Kim Yun-woo was smitten with her, grabbing her arm and pulling her closer, or photos of herself sleeping with Kim Yun-woo. There was also a scene of them holding an umbrella on a rainy day, just like in a romantic drama. Miri hugged the bundle of photos to her chest, continuously calling out, "Master." While she was lost in her happiness, Miriam's gaze suddenly stopped and became wary. She asked the approaching person, "Hey, isn't that Hana-rin over there?" Hana-rin entered with a bright smile, and behind her stood men in black clothes silently. Miri was slightly flustered, seeing all the masked warriors stop their movements. Miri, angered, raised her hand, ready to fight. "You're using techniques, what do you mean?" Hana-rin maintained her composure and explained, "Wait, I didn't come here to fight you. If I had, I would have brought all my subordinates." Miri asserted firmly, "Even if you brought them all, you wouldn't be able to defeat me." Hana-rin continued with a cheerful attitude, "I'm just joking, I came because I have something to talk about." Miri asked impatiently, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Hana-rin got straight to the point, related to the photo she was holding. Hana-rin held out a bundle of documents identical to the one Miriam was holding, and from inside she took out photos of Kim Yun-woo. Miri, as if her weakness had been exposed, screamed in flustered surprise, That," Hana-rin calmly replied. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not like you." Hana-rin spoke honestly. "I also requested them from the photographer. If they had given me the photos you're holding, I wouldn't be here. But they refused to give them to me at any cost. They said they were threatened, that if they gave them to anyone else they would be eliminated." Hana-rin held the photos in her hand and stared intently at her opponent with no change in expression. "I think you've already guessed why I'm here, haven't you?" Miri slowly regained her composure and asked, "Surely not." Hana-rin slowly ascended the stairs. "That's right." In Hana-rin's beautiful hands were many photos of Kim Yun-woo. Hana-rin leaned closer to Miriam and asked, "Don't you want these photos?" Miriam froze, flustered. The Monkey King was rewatching the match, his arms crossed in front of the screen, his face suddenly contorted horribly, and the sounds of battle continuously echoed. Thud thud on the screen. Kim Yun-woo skillfully used his staff to completely defeat many opponents, even after his victory. Kim Yun-woo appeared coolly on the screen, striking down his opponent with his staff. The Monkey King praised him seriously. "This fellow handles the staff very well, doesn't he?" He recalled the times he had previously taught Kim Yun-woo not to rely on power. Initially he was a bit clumsy, but as he learned how to use the staff technique's range, he utilized them appropriately, and used footwork to maintain a safe distance from monsters. Compared to other techniques, staff techniques had many variables that needed careful consideration during combat. This is because it is an omnipotent weapon that can be used for both close quarters and long-range combat. The Monkey King continued to analyze in a low voice. "If you grasp it to approach from a distance, it can have an attack range like a spear, and if you grasp it for close combat, it can even match the strike of a sword. A staff can produce countless different effects just by changing how it's held. Therefore, to master and possess the true potential of the staff, one must sacrifice a lot of time." Having said this much, the Monkey King flinched and stopped. However, the image of Kim Yun-woo striking monsters with his staff reappeared, and he used it with such skill that it surprised and impressed the Monkey King. "Even though I only taught him a few basics, he can control the staff almost perfectly according to his will." The Monkey King couldn't help but admire him. Is that what they call a genius? In a dark and remote place, Kim Yun-woo puffed out his chest and stretched his shoulders after a hard day of training. Kim Yun-woo licked his lips, a few drops of sweat on his face, and thought to himself, "Indeed, I'm truly a person with innate talent. If it weren't for the effort I put in fighting that troll ma, it probably would have taken me another 100 years. He recalled the battle with Jeon Guchil, and thought he had probably learned this by confronting him head-on. "Through countless sufferings I realized the importance of each step in combat, but I didn't just learn that. From footwork to reacting to attacks from all directions, the essence of 100 years. That is everything I learned." At this moment, Kim Yun-woo continued excitedly, "While I was getting beaten by that guy. So knowing just a few basics is enough." Piles of monster corpses lay at his feet. Kim Yun-woo confidently thought that these things were like taking a stroll. Kim Yun-woo praised himself, "I'm really good at learning." The Monkey King also acknowledged this fact. "That guy truly is a genius." Kim Yun-woo asked the Monkey King via the screen, "You don't have anything more to nag me about?" "No, that is enough." Kim Yun-woo held the item in his hand with a very intrigued expression. The system displayed the following information. Unfinished Troll's Origin, Grade 5, no adjustment, no skills, information authority. Troll's Secret. A figure revered as the god of martial arts on the 9th floor. He strived to become a tower climber to follow his first master, who was known to have reached the top of the tower with the help of a spellcaster. He underwent training from martial arts masters and eventually gained power befitting the title of god of martial arts. However, as a limited tower climber, to use his techniques he requires the power of the labyrinth instinctively accumulated by tower climbers as they invade the tower's floors. Labyrinth Stone 72. Having read all of this, Kim Yun-woo admired, "With no authority the information is really clear. And now the origin of the demon will be modified into the troll's origin." Kim Yun-woo slung the Rui Jingu Bang over his shoulder and leisurely walked through the night, asking himself, "So I don't need to keep using the Rui Jingu Bang now, right? This much is enough." The Monkey King inside the Rui Jingu Bang asked curiously. Hey, are you thinking of using that for the Blue Dragon's achievement? Kim Yun-woo said triumphantly. But did you know that? The Monkey King inside the Rui Jingu Bang thought deeply. Kim Yun-woo perked up his ears to hear his next words. In my opinion. Kim Yun-woo wrapped a towel around the Blue Dragon orb, but a notification appeared in the system. Cannot use the Aiken's origin for the Blue Dragon's achievement. Kim Yun-woo powerlessly bowed his head and said, See, no matter how hard I try, you won't be able to properly see the Blue Dragon's achievement, he scoffed. It's as if I'm imprisoned. Anyway, I'll have to fill the labyrinth stone. At that moment, someone called out, Guild Leader Kim Yun-woo. Kim Yun-woo turned his head in annoyance and Anya was slightly fearful. You seem to be in a bad mood. Should I come back tomorrow? Kim Yun-woo replied, It's fine. Tell me what's wrong. Anya held out a bundle of documents and said, It's another invitation. He was very surprised to hear that. Again, Anya delivered the good news to him. Yes, the compensation is much better this time, he asked curiously. Is it men's clothing? At that moment, Hane-rin and Miriam stood behind looking very expectant. Anya explained in detail, Yes, the image the company presented suits you very well and they also plan to produce more new products. Upon hearing that, Kim Yun-woo pondered for a moment. It was an attractive offer, then he leaned back on the sofa and said firmly, But I refused. Anya was surprised to hear that. Why? He slowly said, Because there are many other ways to earn money. Hane-rin approached, displeased. She smiled cunningly and said, Master. Hane-rin continuously stroked her hair and smiled brightly like a flower, saying, Isn't taking pictures fun? Kim Yun-woo said again with a displeased expression. Again, Hane-rin put her hand on his shoulder and soothed him. I'm not forcing you, but this invitation comes with many benefits. Kim Yun-woo still replied firmly, No, I don't care. Hane-rin continuously added, They said they'd give us 25 of the profits. That's much more than Adidas. But those things don't sway me. I have enough money. Hane-rin didn't give up and provoked him with all sorts of arguments. Master, weren't you the one who said to earn as much money as possible when you have the chance? She held the contract in her hand and smiled brightly, saying, I think this is a suitable offer for you to invest in. Kim Yun-woo pouted his lips and said nothing. Miriam next to him was also flustered. Then Hane-rin asked, Miriam, what do you think? Miriam, who was asked the question, stammered in surprise. Her face flushed and she looked awkward. Miriam bravely spoke syllable by syllable. I also think it would be good for Master to continue with the commercial shoots. Kim Yun-woo looked at the two girls before him with a hint of suspicion. Both of them agreed, That's a bit strange. He suddenly paused as if something had occurred to him. Wait, they don't get along, do they? These days they haven't fought and have even become closer than before. Kim Yun-woo said suspiciously, You too, perhaps. Before he could finish speaking, the system notification appeared again. You have been invited. The system has invited you. Once the remaining time passes, you will be summoned to the call. Remaining time, 0 days, 0:45 seconds. Kim Yun-woo's face was very flustered. He looked down at the scattered items on the floor. He saw Bai sleeping with her head on the table, drooling continuously from her mouth. Kim Yun-woo looked around the room and said, I think I tidied it up roughly before, but why does it look like a pile of garbage again when I come back? Abai sprang up, wiped the drool from her mouth and hastily made an excuse. I think I forgot to clean because I've been researching day and night recently. Kim Yun-woo asked curiously, Where did these foods come from? Abai innocently looked to the other side and replied, From the refrigerator. If it was made before, it can be produced again endlessly. Kim Yun-woo sat on the sofa and said with a brazen face, Interesting. It doesn't matter anyway. Did you find any information? Abai replied honestly. Yes, it's not complete yet, but I'm certain of this fact. The tower created by the creator is on the 12th floor. The two looked at each other seriously, and Kim Yun-woo looked up and said, The 12th floor is an upper floor, Abai continued. And according to my research, there's only one tower on the 12th floor from the beginning. Kim Yun-woo asked curiously, What do you mean? Abai said, You'll see when you get there. The moment you go up to the 12th floor, you'll see the tower right away. Kim Yun-woo still didn't understand and continued to question Abai. If you say so, but how can I go to the 12th floor? Do I have to use the blind man's compass like last time? Abai was momentarily blank, then looked at Kim Yun-woo's suspicious attitude and asked, What's wrong? Can't you use the compass? Abai pulled her hair and replied, No, I think I can use it. Kim Yun-woo continued to ask, Then what is it? Abai regained her composure and said, The problem is time. Abai slowly provided very important information. It takes about 2 to 3 weeks for a guardian to go from the 8th to the 35th floor. But I don't know if it will be the same when going to other floors. Kim Yun-woo propped his chin and asked, That means the distance between each floor is different, right? Abai bowed her head and nodded. That's right, it could take a few months like last time, or even a few years. Kim Yun-woo was bewildered and incredulous. A few years is a bit too much, isn't it? But if it really takes that long, it'll be a big problem. Hearing that, Abai looked up at him. Kim Yun-woo thought to himself, I have a very important role. I am the guardian and protector of this floor. If I leave this place for too long, the 9th floor will be unprotected during that time. Of course, there's Miriam and Hane-rin on the 9th floor, and they can both probably take down high-ranking climbers anyway. Thinking this far, Kim Yun-woo grew worried. But if a conqueror comes again like last time, my hands are still trembling with fear. The pressure from back then is still vivid in my memory. I couldn't even handle him alone. I can't leave this 9th floor to just the two of them. Abai also observed Kim Yun-woo carefully, seeing his anxious and uneasy demeanor. Then, as if an idea struck her, she exclaimed, "Then shall we find out the exact time or find another way?" Kim Yun-woo vigorously collected himself and asked, "Oh, can you do that?" But Abai poured cold water on his face. "Honestly, no matter how much I try, I don't think I can find it." Kim Yun-woo was enraged and slammed the surrounding objects hard. "Damn creator, you should at least properly tell me how to find him." Abai was also greatly startled. Kim Yun-woo cursed fiercely as if flames were burning like a legend. "Damn it, that damn bastard!" Suddenly, his eyes glinted as if something had just occurred to him. Abai asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" He stammered syllable by syllable. "Some bastard." Then, like a madman, he sprang up and shouted, "I said there's a bastard I can ask." Kim Yun-woo said very happily, "There's one bastard who knows this tower very well." Simultaneously, a pizza with Son Goku printed on it was delivered. Son Goku leisurely sat on a branch and said nonchalantly, "So you want to know how long it takes to go from the 9th floor to the 12th floor? At this moment, Kim Yun-woo looked up at Son Goku from below with expectant eyes. Suddenly, Son Goku asked a meaningless question. "What are you trying to do?" Kim Yun-woo shouted in anger, "Are you deaf? You clearly heard what I said." Son Goku also replied without hesitation, "Do you think I have that much free time? But in fact you're not doing anything." When his weak spot was hit, Son Goku quickly jumped down and continued, "Anyway, I can only give you a little information about the tower." Kim Yun-woo asked anxiously, "What do you mean?" Son Goku slowly continued, "Perhaps you don't know anything at all." He replied very irritably, "I don't know. Who do you think I am that I would know?" Son Goku frowned and said, "There's one restriction." Kim Yun-woo asked curiously, walking closer with his hands in his pants pockets. "A restriction?" Son Goku emphasized, "Are you listening to what I'm saying?" "I'm listening." Son Goku pointed triumphantly and said, "Then on the highest floor of the tower." Son Goku opened his mouth and said something. Kim Yun-woo frowned and couldn't hear anything. "What?" He was greatly surprised looking at the person before him. "What is this?" He clearly said something. "But I can't hear it." Son Goku didn't care about that fact and walked forward saying, "Come here and scribble a few words on the ground with your staff." But it appeared blurry to Kim Yun-woo's eyes. He was very displeased, gnashed his teeth and fumed, "This bastard is writing something but I can't see it." Kim Yun-woo pulled his hair with both hands, flustered. "Strange, it's as if my eyes are refusing to see," he cursed incessantly in anger. "This is terrible, so I can't know anything?" Son Goku said with a brazen face. "No, I can give you some simple information. If it's unimportant information, that is." Kim Yun-woo looked at Son Goku with extremely expectant eyes. But he replied slowly, "Like what you just asked me." He could no longer bear it and was enraged. "Are you making fun of me?" Then Kim Yun-woo rushed forward in anger, trying to hit this monkey. Kim Yun-woo and Son Goku's actions were all captured by the designer's sinister eyes. Overhearing their conversation, he said triumphantly, "I see, so he defeated Guchil. He defeated a conqueror. He even obtained that strange fellow's achievement. Interesting." The designer's lips curled into a sneer and he spread his arms, exclaiming with delight, "Interesting. A fellow who was created as a mere experimental subject has become a strange fellow and even killed the one who completed the experiment," he praised. "Truly a surprising achievement." The mysterious man also broke out in a cold sweat and cautiously asked, "Then are you just going to leave him alone?" The designer slowly continued, "He surpassed my expectations, just like that strange fellow. Now I'm very curious how many achievements he can accumulate on his own. So I'll give him a little more time." Returning to Kim Yun-woo's place, he asked very flustered, "How long will it take?" He lay on the ground and anxiously asked again. Son Goku spread his arms and replied nonchalantly, "I told you thousands of times, 500 days." As this number was emphasized, Kim Yun-woo's mouth opened wide in astonishment, and his face also darkened. He was very flustered. "Over a year? That's ridiculous. It didn't even take a month to go to the 8th floor." Son Goku asserted. "That's right." Son Goku opened his mouth wide and informed him. "And when you complete the mission." It was as if he was intentionally trying to annoy him. Son Goku paused and continued, "You don't need to take the test." Kim Yun-woo asked irritably. "What now?" Son Goku added. "Climbers have to complete missions when they climb the tower, but you don't." Kim Yun-woo seemed to understand something. "That means the mission is to clear the entire floor?" "Yes, but the mission on the 9th floor is?" Kim Yun-woo with a brazen face waited for the information, then exclaimed, "Everything is forbidden." Son Goku laughed, placed both hands on the ground and continued, "Anyway, what I mean is that each floor has different missions." Kim Yun-woo no longer had patience and urged, "Enough, isn't there a faster way? I can't leave the 9th floor empty for over a year." Kim Yun-woo clenched his fist and said firmly, "I have things to protect." Seeing this, Son Goku seemed to feel sympathy and turned his head to Kim Yun-woo to give him one more important piece of information. "Come to think of it, there is one way." Kim Yun-woo was delighted and excited, shaking him and asking eagerly, "Really? What is it?" Seeing Kim Yun-woo continuously pleading with him, Son Goku's lips curled up triumphantly, and he slowly spoke again. "Do you know the Cloud Orb in the Heavenly Horse Corps?" Kim Yun-woo was on the phone with someone. Hane Rin and Miriam were very expectant. He asked Anya about the photo shoot for the president. Kim Yun-woo firmly refused, saying he wasn't interested. Then the two girls looked disappointed and hung up the phone. Kim Yun-woo ate bread while searching for the cloud orb on his phone. He looked at the blue sky image on his phone and thought to himself, "If I have that, I can go to the 12th floor in 5 days." At that moment, Son Goku said, "It's just a guess. If it's true, I have to get the cloud orb no matter what. I have to meet the creator and properly scold him." The more he thought about it, the more assertive Kim Yun-woo became. At this moment he looked back at the excited heads and said, "Ladies, but he paused before finishing his sentence. Seeing the gloomy atmosphere of the two girls, he asked himself, "What is this atmosphere?" After a moment of thought, he realized it was because he had refused the model offer. Then he called Anya. "Hello, Anya." "Yes, President." The two girls, hearing that, sat up straight in curiosity and leaned their ears closer. Kim Yun-woo spoke to Anya on the phone. "Send those documents to my email." Anya asked curiously, "What documents?" He spoke about the exclusive model contract. Han-A-rin and Miriam were excited again upon hearing that. Kim Yun-woo looked at Miriam happily like an arrogant chaebol CEO and called out, "Ladies, master." Kim Yun-woo demanded, "I need an artifact. Can you find it?" Miriam calmly bowed her body and replied, "Whatever master demands, I will find it." Han-A-rin beat her chest and replied confidently, "I'll search the world for it." Kim Yun-woo turned his head with satisfaction. Then another notification came from the system. A new climber has reached the 9th floor, location New Delhi, India. Remaining time 1:48 minutes 12 seconds. Kim Yun-woo shouted in anger. "System again, why do you keep bothering me? I can't do anything because of these trivial things," Miriam said in a small voice from behind. "I will deal with the bastard who dares to disturb master." "Do magical words even work on the system?" With his anger appeased, Kim Yun-woo smiled slyly. "Then I will." At this moment it was dark outside. Surroundings were filled with the aura of death and the cries of small demons echoed continuously. Who would deal with them? It was the climber Orbus. He held a weapon in his hand and continuously slashed down everything that blocked his path. He boasted, "How foolish to block the path of me, Orbus, the 72nd demon of Solomon and the prince of hell." Then Orbus looked at the shining light ahead with satisfaction. "Finally, I've reached the 9th floor. I need to quickly clear this place and move on to the next floor." He was very confident in his current abilities. "No matter how strong the guardian of this floor is, it won't be a problem. I have the power to see the future." Orbus laughed heartily. "I don't have to worry about surprise attacks or being caught off guard." Suddenly, a dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. A small house shimmered brightly. The scenery under the round sunlight was truly beautiful. Kim Yun-woo was comfortably lying on a chair, looking at an iPad. He said happily, "Oh, you're here?" Orbus was briefly surprised, not knowing who he was. Orbus pointed his weapon at Kim Yun-woo and asked curiously, "Who are you?" Kim Yun-woo also boasted, "What do you think? You should know very well who I am." Orbus stared blankly, thinking to himself, "Is this guy crazy? But it doesn't matter. Show me the entertainment you've prepared for me." As Orbus spoke, he unleashed his skill towards Kim Yun-woo and a huge explosion occurred. Kim Yun-woo was surprised and stopped using the iPad in his hand. Orbus smiled, showing his teeth, which looked very terrifying. He continued triumphantly, "Even a strange guardian like you is no problem." After being insulted like that, Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "What did you say?" Then Kim Yun-woo ran towards Orbus with godlike speed. "Are you making fun of me?" Orbus was greatly flustered. Subsequently, Kim Yun-woo used his shining power to shroud the surroundings, making nothing visible. Orbus was sent flying far away by the astonishingly powerful force. He didn't even have time to react, and his teeth were broken, his lips split. Orbus was greatly surprised by the person before him and asked himself, "What's going on? What is this guy?" Kim Yun-woo said with a triumphant winner's face, "Another trivial fellow." Orbus barely managed to get up and said, "Hurry. The power to see the future. I must use all of my future visions." Orbus's eyes suddenly widened as the information appeared. The images of Orbus and Kim Yun-woo fighting in the future were very detailed, but all ended with Orbus dying at Kim Yun-woo's hands. Orbus couldn't believe his eyes. "If I meet him, it will all lead to death." Kim Yun-woo closed his eyes and said wisely, "Enough, the situation has changed now." With a sinister face and an angry smile, he asked his opponent, "Who is the fool?" Back in the office, Kim Yun-woo continuously read interesting news about himself. While he was carefully looking at his phone, the screams of two girls came from outside the door. "Master, master!" Han-A-rin and Miriam entered, fighting over what they held in their hands. "I found it, I found it." "Good." Kim Yun-woo continuously praised the achievements of his two disciples. "Good, very well done." A notification panel appeared. Jandong's necklace, grade 4. No adjustment skill, suction tube. Information authority. This necklace was worn by Jandong, the king of the Zodder kingdom, famous as a great sage who moved mountains. This is an item created by Jandong, who was very fond of smoking. After making the lazy Amugi live underground for a long time, it can transform into a pipe according to the user's Amugi's wish. The pipe can burn tobacco leaves infinitely, and there is no need to add new leaves, and its taste changes according to the user's preference. Kim Yun-woo held the necklace in his hand very delighted and said to his disciples, "I'll be right back." Han-A-rin asked incessantly. "Where are you going?" Miriam bowed her head and replied submissively, "Understood." Kim Yun-woo slowly replied, "It won't take long." Then he combined the two items in his hand. A choice appeared in the system. "Use Troll's origin on Jandong's necklace? Yes, no." Kim Yun-woo quickly selected yes. Miriam, seeing Han-A-rin's surprised expression, thought triumphantly to herself, "Master's methods are still too clumsy." At this moment, Miriam's flushed face appeared on the screen. She whispered, "Master," and opposite her stood Kim Yun-woo. She gazed at Kim Yun-woo's eyes lovingly. In the quiet space, the two slowly brought their lips closer, their faces flushed, almost touching. Reading this far, one person could no longer stand it and threw her phone away. It was Lee Seo-dong. She broke out in a cold sweat, her mouth agape, shouting, "What is this? I was web surfing while I had some time to date Sehun, and I found this, the secret love story of master and disciple." Lee Seodong innocently thought to herself, I thought this was a romance novel, but it's fan fiction, and all the characters are people I know. She bit her lip, her curiosity at its peak. The most surprising thing was that Lee Seodong immediately picked up her phone again. Lee Seodong pressed the phone screen with her finger, wishing, I want to know what happens next. It's just fiction in a novel anyway. Just then, the office door suddenly opened and a man's voice was heard. You're here. Before the man could finish speaking, Lee Seodong was startled and threw her phone towards the door. Fortunately, Kim Si-hoon nimbly dodged and the phone embedded itself in the wall, cracking the surrounding area. Kim Si-hoon, flustered, hastily asked, Did I do something wrong? On the other hand, Kim Yun-woo arrived at the place he was looking for. Around him was nothing but green grass and a serene atmosphere. What is this? There's nothing here. He wondered if he had come to the wrong place, asking himself. Kim Yun-woo quickly opened the system to reconfirm. Exit Jizandong's necklace, yes, no, a choice appeared in the system. Kim Yun-woo hesitated, looking around. Jizandong must be somewhere nearby, right? After thinking, he persistently made noise and caused explosions. Then let's find him, and Kim Yun-woo ran wildly through the vast forest. Kim Yun-woo gnashed his teeth in anger, cursing loudly. A cowardly fool. Looking down, there was nothing but endless green mountains and no one was in sight. He shouted in extreme anger, It's all mountains. Suddenly, Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened. He found a cave and its front was still covered with green trees. Is that the place? After quickly confirming the location, Kim Yun-woo landed gracefully on the ground. Kim Yun-woo stared intently at this place. Speaking few words, he immediately rushed inside. A moment later, Kim Yun-woo arrived and landed safely in front of the cave entrance. He broke out in a cold sweat, looking around. Kim Yun-woo suddenly startled and strode inside. A beam of light illuminated Kim Yun-woo's face. In front of him appeared a massive tree covered in lush vines. Kim Yun-woo was surprised. This place is... Just then another man's voice was heard. Who are you? Following the voice, Kim Yun-woo approached, and there was a man smoking a cigar. His appearance was quite similar to the information Kim Yun-woo had read in the system before. He shouted in surprise, Are you Jizandong? Kim Yun-woo called the man smoking a cigar in front of him Jizandong. Jizandong still kept his eyes closed, simply enjoying inhaling the cigar smoke. He spoke gently. There's someone who knows that news. Who are you? Kim Yun-woo beat his chest and replied honestly, I came here to get the Nimbus cloud left by the Heavenly King. The man still replied indifferently. I see, understood. Kim Yun-woo was speechless at Jizandong's cold attitude. He thought to himself, if he says understood, he should give a proper answer, shouldn't he? Kim Yun-woo anxiously repeated, I came to get the Nimbus cloud. Jizandong also emphasized, I said I understood. Kim Yun-woo, hearing that, had no choice but to suppress his anger and force a wry smile. But seeing him still so composed, Kim Yun-woo could no longer hold back and shouted, You damn bastard. At this moment, Jizandong looked up and asked, So you came here for the Nimbus cloud? He slowly continued speaking. When he paused, Kim Yun-woo became even more annoyed. Jizandong took another puff of his cigar, then looked up at Kim Yun-woo and continued, About the Heavenly King, no, I want to know what he's doing. After I killed him, did senior brother enter the Ruyi staff and make a contract with that person? Yes. Jizandong looked up at the sky and lamented, What a foolish fellow, why did he transfer his soul into such an object, and he keeps trying to climb the tower alone? All my other brothers gave up. Jizandong asked curiously, Where is that Ruyi staff? Kim Yun-woo replied, I don't have it with me right now, he explained. When using the origin of the demon, I can't carry other artifacts. It's truly a shame. Kim Yun-woo asked curiously, What do you mean he's the only one climbing the tower? Jizandong laughed and replied, Oh that. Jizandong slowly said, Hey, do you know about the 7 great sages? Kim Yun-woo, hearing it for the first time, asked back, The 7 great sages? The 7 great sages refer to the 7 demons who became sworn brothers with the Heavenly King, and they all possess power capable of shaking the heavens. They were all incredibly powerful demons, but now, besides that foolish great sage, no one else is climbing the tower. Kim Yun-woo asked curiously, Then what are the others doing? Jizandong slowly said, Naturally, we're living comfortably in this poor cramped space, no need to pay rent either. He was speechless upon hearing that. Kim Yun-woo challenged, Then why aren't you climbing the tower? Jizandong said unpleasantly. Because we realized a very harsh truth, he said, no matter how hard we climb, we'll never be able to reclaim the achievements that were taken from us. And above all, Jizandong stopped abruptly after saying this much. I seem to have said too much. He yawned, It's not good for me to talk like this. Senior brother is also suffering this pain, so I'll stop here. Kim Yun-woo, hearing that, was extremely enraged and gnashed his teeth, thinking to himself, These damn bastards always speak vaguely. He helplessly sighed and said, Now that your curiosity is satisfied, give me the Nimbus cloud. Jizandong snorted and replied, I wonder if you can take it. Kim Yun-woo's mouth fell open in surprise. What do you mean? He quickly explained, Don't misunderstand, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. The Nimbus cloud is certainly here, but I can't give you senior brother's achievement. This tower is a place where one can only use the power of achievements one has obtained oneself. Unless the highest-ranked individual intervenes directly, it's not easy to give achievements to others, Jizandong began to explain in detail. That's because each achievement is made from each individual's unique imprint. Jaeon Guchil could use the Blue Dragon's achievement, but he didn't obtain it so easily himself. Jizandong forced a wry smile and said, There isn't no way, he pointed at Kim Yun-woo and continued. You have to follow exactly what senior brother did to obtain the achievement. Kim Yun-woo, hearing that, was extremely surprised. What? In the Dark Guild office, Han A-rin and Miriam sat facing each other, a map spread out before them. Han A-rin excitedly spoke first. So what do you want to do, she thought to herself. Honestly, I want to build it directly in Mexico City, but recently too many brats have been causing problems, so it's just a waste of time. If possible, I want to kill them all, but that would just complicate things further. But if it's that child, the one who holds all of China in her hands, then it's a different story. Above all, we can make that city a place where only what master desires exists. While Han Rin was lost in thought, Miriam, flustered, spoke half a sentence, then she quickly regained her confidence, crossed her arms and firmly continued. I will build the buildings I want on half of the land. Han Rin nodded slightly. Understood. After reaching a verbal agreement, the two quickly pointed at the map. Then let's divide it in half, and since there's no difference in terrain over there, this is the right way to do it. The two continuously indulged in fantasies. Miriam said, I will build the 10-story arena master always talked about. Han Rin was not to be outdone. I will build the sky swimming pool master desires. Back at Kim Yun-woo's location, Jizandong was explaining to him. It seems you misunderstood me. To be precise, you have to follow the exact steps senior brother took to obtain the Nimbus Cloud. Kim Yun-woo scratched his head and said irritably, Then what do I have to do? Learn senior brother's Nimbus Cloud techniques? He was bewildered upon hearing that. What did you say? Jizandong said again. Learn the techniques? Do you think you can take the Nimbus Cloud that easily? Kim Yun-woo clenched his fists in anger, thinking to himself, that damn great sage only told me to get the Nimbus Cloud. He didn't say I had to learn it. Kim Yun-woo incessantly poured out questions. Then how do I use the Nimbus Cloud techniques? I don't really understand what you're saying. Jizandong raised his muscular arm and said with a laugh. I don't know anything, I'm just strong. Kim Yun-woo pointed at himself, irritably reconfirming, so I have to learn it myself? Yes. Upon his confirmation, Kim Yun-woo was extremely enraged, lost control, and cursed loudly. You son of a bitch. Jizandong forced a wry smile and continued to explain, even if I knew what to do, I couldn't help you. If you don't follow the exact steps to obtain the achievement, everything will be in vain. To give you more information, senior brother found a way to use it alone, without anyone's help. At this moment, Kim Yun-woo quickly composed himself and returned to the main point. So I just need to find a way to use it myself, right? That's right, you'll have to go through all the hardship senior brother endured to be recognized for that achievement. Kim Yun-woo crossed his arms, slumped to the ground and said resolutely, Damn it, I have to go all the way. I've come this far anyway. Jizandong lay down and encouraged him. Then do your best, I'm going to sleep now. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he continued. Oh, and Jizandong pointed to the sky. The Nimbus Cloud is that cloud in the sky. Good luck. Kim Yun-woo looked up in the direction his finger pointed. A cloud, he sighed and frowned. There were so many clouds in the sky that looking at them for a moment made him dizzy. Blue sky and white clouds, golden sun, layered mountain peaks. Suddenly, a massive explosion that shook the sky and Kim Yun-woo's enraged curse echoed. Damn it. Kim Yun-woo opened his information panel and checked all his stats. Then, seeing that his age was 121, he thought irritably. I was 118 when I first came here, but now I'm 121. I've spent 3 years here. Kim Yun-woo gnashed his teeth in anger, feeling awe in his heart. Of course, I didn't expect everything to be easy from the start. Kim Yun-woo took 100 years to learn the Heavenly Demon's Radiant Divine Fist technique. Furthermore, the Nimbus Cloud technique was something Kim Yun-woo had never learned before. At first, Kim Yun-woo tried to imitate Oh Yeon's 5-stage formation technique, but it wasn't very effective. Then Kim Yun-woo tried to stand on the clouds, but even when Kim Yun-woo successfully touched the clouds after transforming into the Thunder God, no matter how carefully he stepped onto the clouds, he eventually failed every time. Kim Yun-woo's body immediately fell to the ground. He thought irritably to himself, I won't be able to ride those clouds. Kim Yun-woo tried to bind the clouds with magic but ultimately failed. Even when Kim Yun-woo increased the density of the clouds with magic, the result was still failure. In the end, what Kim Yun-woo gained was learning how to walk in the air through his own experience. Kim Yun-woo stretched out his body to take a few steps in the air, but the moment he stepped onto the clouds, he immediately fell to the ground. Kim Yun-woo laboriously crawled out of the pile of dirt, painfully rubbed his head, and then irritably asked himself, Damn it, should I ask that great sage? Kim Yun-woo regained his composure, slapped his thigh and said, No, if I want to make that my achievement, I have to do it myself. Kim Yun-woo looked up at the sky, vaguely thinking to himself, but I've tried every method I can, and it seems I'm destined to drift with those clouds. Kim Yun-woo resolutely composed himself and said, There must be a way. On this side, Jizandong sat idly smoking his pipe and gazing at the heavens and the earth. On this side, Kim Yun-woo continuously leaped up and fell to the ground, painfully hitting his body. Kim Yun-woo laboriously crawled out of the pit, cursing loudly, Damn it. Then Yun-woo leaped into the sky again to try riding the Nimbus Cloud again. Jizandong let out a long sigh, watching Kim Yun-woo's diligent attempts. And he thought, he seems to keep failing so far. Is this the 5th time or the 6th? But isn't he landing much better now than when he first fell? Thinking this far, Jizandong collapsed onto a rock and lazily muttered to himself, Damn it, whether he fails or not, it has no effect on me. I gave up hope after that day anyway. Although he said that, Jizandong was still disturbed by Kim Yun-woo, or more precisely by Kim Yun-woo's noises. Watching Kim Yun-woo continuously fail, he thought to himself, but why did senior brother place his hope in him? Senior brother even told him where to get the achievement. Suddenly, Kim Yun-woo threw off his shirt, revealing 8 perfect abs. However, he didn't stop at the shirt, and a moment later he threw off his long pants too, and even Kim Yun-woo's slippers flew off, making Jizandong's eyes widen in surprise. Jizandong thought, what the hell? Jizandong was confused, thinking to himself, is he naked now? Has he finally gone crazy? Kim Yun-woo, wearing only his underwear, raised his hands, lifted his legs high like Superman, and vigorously leapt into the sky to challenge again. Having risen to a great height, Kim Yun-woo slowly stepped onto the clouds, laughed and said excitedly, if this works, it might be possible. Kim Yun-woo recalled the answer he had read in a novel. Kim Yun-woo couldn't remember most of the martial arts described in that book, but he always remembered the famous scenes, no matter how much time passed, and one of the most famous scenes was the protagonist's master saying, when you can lighten your body you can meet me again. So Kim Yun-woo thought the core was to lighten his body, that is, to become weightless. This was a particularly memorable scene for Kim Yun-woo because it was a famous scene where the protagonist left his master after 5 years of training. Kim Yun-woo got a hint from that scene. As he continuously fell, he realized that there was a subtle physical force mixed within the clouds of this empty space. Kim Yun-woo resolutely decided to try. If I can't ride the clouds in my current state, I have to lighten my body. If I use the martial arts I learned from the heavenly demon to lighten my body as much as possible, I'll be able to feel these clouds with my feet. This was the true weightlessness technique. The air walking technique he used earlier was not the correct method. Having finished all his thoughts, Kim Yun-woo began to take his first step onto the clouds. 5 to 10 seconds passed, then 10 to 15 seconds, and Kim Yun-woo continued walking. 20 to 40 seconds passed, and crossing the boundary of the void, Kim Yun-woo turned 40 seconds into 80, walking on clouds. Jisun Daesung, who witnessed this scene, was extremely excited and exclaimed, wow, before he was just floating on clouds with magic, but now he's really walking on clouds. As Kim Yun-woo finally walked comfortably on a large cloud, clouds suddenly flew in and gathered around him. Kim Yun-woo cheered, the clouds are gathering, I finally succeeded. Following this, Kim Yun-woo lay down comfortably on the cloud and rested. Jisun Daesung, seeing Kim Yun-woo descend, approached him with his clothes and cheerfully said, how about putting on your clothes first? Only then did Kim Yun-woo realize he was still naked. Kim Yun-woo licked his lips, feeling a little amused inwardly. He thought taking off his clothes would make him lighter, but he had been naked the whole time. Suddenly, Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in surprise as he saw his age 131 displayed on the information window. I aged again, 10 years, Kim Yun-woo thought blankly. Damn it, so I've been in this awful state for 10 years. Jisun Daesung, seeing Kim Yun-woo remain silent and blank, spoke to him. You seem quite gloomy. Are you alright? Kim Yun-woo frowned, pulled up his clothes and said in a dark voice, nothing's wrong, but where's the somersault cloud? Suddenly, Jisun Daesung handed a ring to Kim Yun-woo and said, here, this ring is the great sage equal to heaven's somersault cloud. It's S-grade with summon and dismiss skills. Kim Yun-woo, still curious, asked again, but why did it suddenly turn into a ring? Jisun Daesung laughed and replied, I don't know either. It suddenly shrank and turned into a ring after you came down. Kim Yun-woo put on the somersault cloud ring and exclaimed, summon. Immediately, a cloud erupted from the ring and flew into the sky. Kim Yun-woo looked at the cloud again and exclaimed, dismiss. Then the somersault cloud shrank back into the ring. Jisun Daesung, seeing Kim Yun-woo testing the somersault cloud, laughed and asked, time to go now, isn't it? Kim Yun-woo turned back and replied with a smile, yes it is. Jisun Daesung held his pipe and said, give my regards to my senior brother. Kim Yun-woo asked doubtfully again, give your regards? Meanwhile, Miriam and Han A-rin were still furiously engaged in a battle of 300 rounds. Han A-rin yelled as she struck, do you really think you can satisfy master with this? Miriam countered, yelling back, but I think this method is much better than yours. Suddenly a thud echoed, startling both Miriam and Han A-rin, who turned around as Kim Yun-woo appeared. Both were delighted and excitedly exclaimed simultaneously, master, master. Suddenly a thud startled Kim Yun-woo, who looked up and asked curiously, why is it so noisy? Kim Yun-woo exclaimed in shock at the chaotic combination before his eyes. What on earth is this? Following this, Kim Yun-woo lowered his voice and gritted his teeth, saying, my disciples know you too. Han A-rin and Miriam were not at all afraid. They quickly smiled and answered loudly, yes master, yes master. Kim Yun-woo could no longer contain himself and shouted loudly, what in the world are you two doing? After settling things with his two disciples, Kim Yun-woo went to meet Sun Wukong to return the somersault cloud. Suddenly Sun Wukong's voice boomed, what, you mean you learned the somersault cloud technique? Kim Yun-woo looked at Sun Wukong with slight bewilderment, his hands in his pockets, and said, so what? Sun Wukong, even more perplexed, asked again, I mean, why did you do that? Kim Yun-woo unpleasantly pointed at Sun Wukong and shouted, you told me to get the somersault cloud. Sun Wukong replied in a flustered manner, but why did you have to learn it? After saying this, Kim Yun-woo and Sun Wukong stared blankly at each other, eyes wide. Then Sun Wukong stammered in confusion, senior brother, didn't I teach you how to get it? Kim Yun-woo replied with a bitter smile, he told me I had to do exactly what you did. After thinking about everything that had just happened, Kim Yun-woo asked again, I mean there was another way to get the somersault cloud? Sun Wukong pursed his lips and cautiously nodded in confirmation. Feeling utterly deceived, Kim Yun-woo unconsciously muttered that name. After that, Kim Yun-woo could no longer hold back. His entire body ablaze with anger, he roared, damn it! Sun Wukong, seeing this sight, casually recalled that time. At that time, senior brother didn't listen to me at all. Sun Wukong continued, senior brother, if you don't want to see that cloud, there's a way to store it. You didn't listen to me at all at that time. Jisun Daesung merely smoked his pipe lazily and replied perfunctorily, Kim Yun-woo thought for a long time, then optimistically said, "But even if there was another way, I still had to learn the somersault cloud technique, didn't I?" Inwardly he felt quite satisfied, thinking, "And I learned a lot while practicing." But Sun Wukong clicked his tongue, turned his head and said, "Nothing." At these words, Kim Yun-woo almost exploded in anger again. Sun Wukong then explained, "I told you before, didn't I? We can share power through a contract." Kim Yun-woo realized with a start, "What? So you could have shared the achievement with me?" Sun Wukong nodded and replied, "That's right. That's why you could ride my somersault cloud." Hearing this, Kim Yun-woo clenched his fists and cursed, "Damn it, what did you just say?" After venting his anger with curses for a long time, Kim Yun-woo sighed, calmed down and looked at the somersault cloud, saying, "Then what should I do with the somersault cloud I brought?" Sun Wukong said that it needed to be upgraded now. Kim Yun-woo asked curiously. Through the labyrinth, Sun Wukong laughed and said, "How can the somersault cloud be used in such a confined space? We need to use a special path." Meanwhile, in another location, two people were present, one practicing with a spear and the other quietly observing. As the spear tip touched the ground, Bingling said coldly, "Why have you sought me out?" The mysterious man, his face hidden, replied, "I have something to tell you." Bingling asked, "Is it from him?" The mysterious man replied, "No." After a brief pause, Bingling tapped his spear and slowly sat down with crossed legs. Immediately, the scenery between the two transformed from an outdoor training ground to a spacious study, and a teacup appeared in Bingling's hand. He then looked at the mysterious man with a meaningful smile. The mysterious man, astonished by all these changes, said, "Northern Heavenly Star Art, it seems to be used correctly." Bingling laughed and said, "Even if they are the last generation, it's been quite a while since I climbed the tower, hasn't it?" Bingling leisurely took a sip of tea and asked, "Then why are you here?" The mysterious man replied coldly, "There is something I need your help with." Bingling asked with a smile, "Interesting, what is it?" Bingling looked at the mysterious man with admiration. "I've never seen you act so impolitely before. What kind of help do you need from me?" The mysterious man quickly said, "Kill that strange fellow on the 9th floor?" Bingling asked curiously. "A strange fellow?" The mysterious man replied, "Yes." Bingling thought for a moment, then said in surprise, "So Uchi truly was defeated?" The mysterious man then explained, "Did you know that? Former Uchi was eliminated by that strange fellow." Bingling closed his eyes and enjoyed the fragrant tea, saying, "In the end, even the desire to become a god couldn't surpass a warrior." Suddenly, Bingling put down his teacup and resolutely said, "I refuse." Turning to where Kim Yun-woo and Sun Wukong were conversing, Kim Yun-woo asked curiously, "A special path?" Sun Wukong nodded and replied, "That's right. There's a path that only conquerors can use. If you take that path, you can reach the 12th floor in one day." Kim Yun-woo, bewildered again, asked, Didn't you say it would take 5 days earlier?" Sun Wukong's eyes widened and he shouted, "That was if I lent you my achievement, but now there's no need for that. You just have to go up without stopping." Kim Yun-woo excitedly clenched his fists and said, "One day I was planning to train my disciples before leaving just in case. Now there's no need for that." Suddenly, Kim Yun-woo seemed to remember something, turned back and asked Sun Wukong, "Wait, you said only conquerors can take that path, right? Can I go too?" Sun Wukong jumped down to the ground and cheerfully said, "Yes, you can go now too. You have a pass, don't you?" Kim Yun-woo asked in surprise, "A pass?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "That's right. The one that appeared after you defeated former Uchi." Kim Yun-woo said, "The Blue Dragon's achievement, you mean?" Sun Wukong also nodded and explained, "That's right. That's something a person can only obtain after becoming a conqueror, and it's proof that you're qualified." After speaking, Sun Wukong excitedly suggested, "Then shall we leave right now?" Kim Yun-woo shook his head and replied, "No, first I need to fill up the labyrinth stone." At these words, Sun Wukong let out a long bored sigh. But Kim Yun-woo, full of confidence, clenched his fists and resolved, "But it'll be over soon. I want to see that guy's face as soon as possible." Returning to Bingling and the mysterious man's conversation, the mysterious man asked, "Why did you refuse me?" Bingling stood up and replied nonchalantly, "I don't want to waste effort on something that isn't his command." After that, Bingling returned to the training ground and continued practicing his spear, no longer paying attention to the mysterious man. The mysterious man thought for a long time, then slowly said, "If you complete this mission, I will grant you a great achievement." At these words, Bingling paused, then turned back with interest and asked, "Really?" After that, Bingling smiled cunningly, left the words, "Don't forget your promise," and immediately disappeared. The mysterious man muttered to himself, "Although the Lord told me not to get involved with that strange fellow recklessly, I must kill him." The martial arts he personally created and left his mark on were considered the best in the world. However, in reality, his achievement was not that astonishing. There were many in the tower who proclaimed themselves the best in the world. After all, this was a place where beings who transcended ordinary human limits resided. However, even after practicing martial arts for a long time, that fellow accumulated fewer achievements than Uchi. Nevertheless, he was a person who wandered in darkness and obtained achievements from the Lord. Since I asked him to do this, there's no need to worry anymore. 3 days later, Kim Yun-woo looked at the vast desert before him and asked if this was the right place. Sun Wukong laughed and said, "Shake that blind man's compass." Kim Yun-woo shook the compass and said, "Like this." Suddenly, a light shot out from the compass's eye and extended straight into the sky. Kim Yun-woo, looking at the light indicated by the compass, asked, "So all I have to do is climb up there?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "That's right." He then urged Yun-woo, "When you go up, make sure to hold the Blue Dragon's achievement tightly and you'll see the path." Kim Yun-woo stepped onto the somersault cloud and cheerfully said, "Let's go." Following this, he took out the Blue Dragon orb and held it in his hand. Kim Yun-woo thought to himself, "Although I'm a little worried about my disciples, Kim Yun-woo recalled bidding farewell to his 2 female disciples at that time and felt relieved inwardly. But it'll be fine, I told them, besides it won't be longer than 5 days. The somersault cloud continued to fly upwards following the beam of light indicated by the compass. Suddenly, the blue dragon orb in Kim Yun-woo's hand shone brightly. Kim Yun-woo instantly disappeared. Kim Yun-woo said in a flustered manner, "What is this?" Following this, Kim Yun-woo appeared inside a gigantic tunnel. He said worriedly, "This place." Sun Wukong then called out, "You've entered, haven't you? This is the path I told you about. If you take this path you'll reach the 12th floor faster." Hearing this, Kim Yun-woo, full of confidence, stepped onto the somersault cloud holding the blue dragon orb in his hand and said, "Shall we start then?" At this moment sounds of an argument echoed in the Guardian Guild. "I'm sorry, but we cannot accept your company's proposal." "What? Why not?" the blue-haired man said in a flustered manner. "There's no other place that would make such an offer." Sakaranya skimmed the contract and replied, "That's true, but our chairman said he will no longer accept modeling contracts." The blue-haired man shrank back and asked, "Then how can I persuade the chairman?" Sakaranya resolutely said, "I'm afraid it will be impossible to persuade the chairman." Hearing this, the blue-haired man gently suggested, "Could you please show these materials to Hunter Kim Yun-woo?" Sakaranya sighed and said, "All right, I'll pass them on." Hearing this, the blue-haired man was very grateful and exclaimed loudly, "Thank you so much, it's entirely up to you." Sakaranya smiled brightly, nodded and said goodbye after the man left. Sakaranya sighed and took out her phone to check the news. Most of the top 10 search terms were related to Kim Yun-woo. Sakaranya admired, "The chairman is really famous. The Adidas products the chairman advertised ranked first in real-time searches for 3 days. Even with factories running at full capacity, there's a shortage of stock and many people are imitating the clothes the chairman wore in battle. The chairman's value continues to rise." The more she thought about it, the more her head ached, and Sakaranya sighed and said, "If I keep taking on modeling offers those people will bother me all day." Sakaranya looked at the mountain of documents before her and cried out in agony, "How am I going to deal with these documents? I don't want to work overtime." Kim Yun-woo sat on the somersault cloud with his arms crossed and asked curiously, "Still not here? It feels like more than a day has passed." Sun Wukong then said, "It probably hasn't been a day yet." At this moment Kim Yun-woo said irritably, "This is more boring than when I was with King Sata." Sun Wukong then reassured him, "You'll arrive soon, look there." Suddenly the somersault cloud came to a thudding halt, startling Kim Yun-woo. Looking at the gigantic gate before him, Kim Yun-woo asked, "Is that it?" Sun Wukong replied, "That's right, bring the Blue Dragon's achievement closer to that iron gate." As soon as Kim Yun-woo brought the Blue Dragon orb closer to the iron gate, the gate immediately swung wide open. Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened in admiration as he looked at the light and space within the gate. "This is it. This is the 12th floor." Kim Yun-woo flew closer to the tower, examined it and said, "It's full of strange and peculiar patterns." Following this, Kim Yun-woo took out his staff, licked his lips and said, "It doesn't matter what happens to the tower." Following this, he exerted all his strength and brought his staff down hard on the tower's wall, breaking it. Sun Wukong asked in a flustered manner, "What are you doing?" Kim Yun-woo explained, tying the troll's origin to his staff. "When using the origin of the demon you can't carry other artifacts, so I'm tying it here." After finishing the task, Kim Yun-woo clenched his fists and said, "Done." Then, the system immediately displayed a notification. "Do you want to use the demon's origin on the tower? Yes, no?" Kim Yun-woo didn't hesitate and selected yes, then said, "I'll be back soon." Sun Wukong nodded and replied, "Understood." Meanwhile in the Orang Guild's underground training center, the Gumiho was slowly explaining, "So in this case you should use the 5-phase reversal." Lee Seodong created the 5-phase reversal and asked, "Like this?" The Gumiho cheerfully replied, "That's right." The Gumiho looked at Lee Seodong and smiled brightly, saying, "That way you can use it in various ways." Lee Seodong asked curiously, "Can you give me an example?" Lee Seodong thought to herself, "Seeing a climber wearing clothes like this, it looks really comfortable." The Gumiho then continued, "There are many ways to use it, but most people use it for suppression and clairvoyance." Lee Seodong was puzzled. "Clairvoyance and suppression?" Gumiho explained. "The official name is magic suppression. Basically, 5-phase formation helps amplify magical power. Used in reverse, it can suppress magical power. Clairvoyance is a technique that can predict the future. Since magical power alone cannot accurately determine the future, people use it for divination." Kumi suggested, "Shall we give it a try?" Hearing this, Lee Seodong exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, I want to see it too." Immediately Kumiho put her hands together and began chanting. A magical orb popped out from the 5 phases, illuminating everything. Lee Seodong gasped in surprise. Kumi said, "Now that clairvoyance is activated, we just have to wait until the magic orb shows us the future fortune." The light from the magic orb condensed. Both Lee Seodong and Kumiho gasped in horror and looked up, saying worriedly, "Great misfortune, Daikyo." Returning to Kim Yun-woo at this moment, the tower was crumbling into dust and disappearing. "What the hell is going on?" Kim Yun-woo exclaimed loudly in astonishment. "A ship. Fragments of the tower are building a ship." Once the ship was completely finished, Kim Yun-woo looked at its door and asked himself, "Am I supposed to enter through that door?" Kim Yun-woo quickly entered the ship. Inside, countless landscape orbs floated everywhere and he was quite surprised. Kim Yun-woo wondered, "Landscapes?" Suddenly a voice came from behind Kim Yun-woo. "Welcome to the Ark of Noah." Kim Yun-woo was startled, turned around and asked, "Are you the creator?" The white-haired man smiled and said, "You found this place faster than I expected." Kim Yun-woo stammered. The Ark of Noah, the ship that held all human civilization before the world was destroyed by a great flood, the man nodded. That's right. Then he spread his arms and introduced himself. This place where you stand is the interior of the Ark of Noah, where all towers converge. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the creator and the master of this place. Noah, and I am also the one who called you here. Kim Yun-woo heard this and remained silent for a moment, then spoke. So you are the creator? Noah replied. That's right. Kim Yun-woo asked again. Are you the one who built the training tower? Noah said. That's right. Kim Yun-woo asked in anger. You're the one who imprisoned me for the past 12 years? At this moment Noah scratched his head and said that would be me. Hearing this, Kim Yun-woo lowered his voice and said, I finally found you. At these words Noah broke out in a cold sweat and asked in fear, what are you talking about? Kim Yun-woo saw his fist clenched in rage with veins bulging. What more was there to say after that? Kim Yun-woo swung his fist and glared at Noah with murderous eyes, shouting, You're the son of a bitch who trapped me in this tower. At this moment a fierce battle was taking place inside the Ark of Noah. Noah quickly raised his hand to block as Kim Yun-woo charged at him in anger, saying in a flustered tone, Hey, we're not enemies. Kim Yun-woo lowered his voice and said, I know. Noah screamed in panic as Kim Yun-woo continued to hit him. Then why? Kim Yun-woo delivered 7,749 kicks and shouted loudly, Are you really asking me that? Kim Yun-woo broke through Noah's 5-phase barrier, grabbed his collar and smiled sinisterly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Shall we start with this punch? After being continuously beaten for a while, Noah now had a large bump on his head. Noah whimpered and exclaimed, You're so violent, why are you suddenly hitting me? Kim Yun-woo smirked. You brought it upon yourself. Noah, with a bruised face, tried to retort, but Kim Yun-woo immediately stopped him loudly. I said you brought it upon yourself. Finally, after beating Noah, Kim Yun-woo finally calmed down, crossed his arms and said, Anyway, now tell me the truth you wanted to say. Noah whimpered, You're so shameless. Hearing this, Kim Yun-woo said in anger, You're even more shameless. At these words, Noah was startled and said in panic, What are you talking about? Kim Yun-woo recalled everything he had endured and said indignantly, You trapped me in the tower, didn't you? Monsters kept reviving and my senses dulled over time, and you're calling me shameless? Kim Yun-woo clenched his fist with murderous intent and threatened, Do you want to be beaten again? Hearing this, Noah stammered in fear, Everything has a reason. Kim Yun-woo raised his hand again to threaten. Then tell me the reason quickly. Before I hit you again, Noah asked. What do you want to know first? Kim Yun-woo replied unpleasantly. Start with why you trapped me in the tower. Noah sighed and said, I expected you to ask that first. Noah thought for a moment, then pointed at Kim Yun-woo and laughed. To explain that, I'll have to tell you about the overall situation of the tower, but simply put, you are the most resilient person I have ever met. Hearing this absurd reason, Kim Yun-woo asked in confusion with a blank face, What are you talking about? What is it? Noah simply replied with a calm smile. Think I need to explain this a bit more. Each floor of the tower has its own unique characteristics. The characteristic of the 9th floor where you live is regression. Regression occurs when it is destroyed by tower climbers, and this is currently the 21st time. Kim Yun-woo exclaimed in surprise. You mean? Noah continued. That's right, you are currently in the 21st regression, but you don't remember anything. Noah closed his eyes, recalled the past, and said with satisfaction, Anyway, your actions in the regressions made me choose you. Kim Yun-woo exclaimed in disbelief. What did you say? Noah began to tell the story of the 9th floor's 6th regression. At that time, you were just an ordinary hunter, only slightly stronger than others. No, in fact, you were at a disadvantage compared to others because you didn't have any unique abilities. But you managed to kill one climber. That greatly surprised me, and the more important reason is that you changed the fate of the 9th floor. Kim Yun-woo was shocked to hear this and asked again. I changed the fate? Noah explained again. Originally, the tower was built to test climbers. That's why each floor has a different difficulty. The 9th floor was designated to be unbearable for mid to high level climbers. Simply put, it was designed to be destroyed. But you prevented that. After seeing that, I was convinced. Kim Yun-woo wondered. Convinced of what? Noah smiled brightly and said that he could change the tower. Kim Yun-woo at this moment couldn't tell if he should laugh or cry and exclaimed, So that's why you trapped me? Noah nodded. To be precise, because of your actions. Kim Yun-woo asked unpleasantly. What did I do? Noah rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said it happened in several regressions, but the 12th one is the most memorable. You lost an arm to a climber and lost all your comrades, so you prepared to destroy the world. You used nuclear weapons and activated artifacts, blowing everything into dust. He thought he had finished speaking, but Noah fell into reminiscence again. And with an interesting expression on his face he said, Now that I think about it, the 14th was memorable too. And the 16th. Kim Yun-woo, who was utterly exhausted from listening, raised his hand to stop him. I don't really understand, so stop. Noah became serious again, stared directly at Kim Yun-woo and said, Anyway, I trapped you here so you could become stronger. Because you alone, no matter how strong, cannot change the tower. Kim Yun-woo asked again, But the monsters in the training tower have level limits. Do I need to get stronger? Noah replied, Of course. The tower recognizes and strengthens power through a person's achievements. You know that, don't you? Kim Yun-woo nodded. Yes, I know. Noah said, But the training tower is the only place where people living inside the tower can acquire achievements. Kim Yun-woo exclaimed in surprise. What? So we stop growing if we leave the tower? Noah denied it. That's not it. What I mean is that you can acquire achievements faster if you are inside the tower. Think of it as a place with double experience points. Kim Yun-woo continued with his second question. Next question, what does it mean to change the tower? Noah continued to analyze. I'll explain that simply too. The tower is currently being misused. Noah held out his hand and said, originally the tower was created by the combined power of 5 people. Kim Yun-woo was perplexed. 5 people? Noah explained in detail. The first is the designer. He designed and built the map of the tower. The second is the engineer. He created the central system of the tower. The third is the regulator. He created the pattern system of the tower. The fourth is the creator. He combined those systems to build the tower. And finally, the administrator, the one who operates the completed tower. Their power created the place where you live. Hearing this, a thought flashed in Kim Yun-woo's mind, and he asked Noah, then one of them betrayed everyone? Noah nodded and praised. You're sharp. The regulator, the engineer, and the designer changed their minds, and that's when the problems began. As soon as the tower was completed, those bastards stole the administrator's abilities, and they tried to kill me. As the creator, I barely managed to escape them using all my power. The administrator also seemed to have escaped somehow, after eliminating the 2 of us. Each of them used the tower for their own greed. Kim Yun-woo asked again. Their own greed? Noah's face changed slightly, and he replied unpleasantly. That's right, to be precise. Suddenly, Noah fell into deep thought and said nothing more. Kim Yun-woo asked, what's wrong? Noah sighed and said worriedly, something big has happened. Kim Yun-woo wondered, what is it? Noah replied in a heavy voice, a conqueror is coming to the 9th floor. The person who arrived on the 9th floor was none other than Bingling. He looked around and clicked his tongue. Strange, I can't sense his presence. Is he intentionally hiding? Below, as Bingling appeared, everyone picked up their phones out of curiosity and filmed, whispering, who is that person? Is he a hunter? A police officer, seeing the chaotic situation, spoke to Bingling through a megaphone. Come down immediately. At this moment, Bingling paid no attention to anything and was lost in his own thoughts. Or is it that I can't sense his presence? Bingling muttered. I intended to kill that strange fellow and continue on my way, but it seems there aren't many options. After speaking, Bingling swung the spear in his hand and immediately, ice shot out, freezing the curious bystanders and the old priest who were filming. The entire surroundings were covered in a thick layer of ice. After that, Bingling swung his spear again, and immediately, all the ice shattered, and the frozen people also shattered along with it. Bingling laughed maniacally and said, I'll have to massacre this place to draw him out. At this moment in the Orang Guild, Kamiho and Seodong were watching the news. Local time 7 p.m. Disaster has struck Italy. After causing countless casualties, this disaster has begun to move towards Florence. Kamiho heard this and broke out in a cold sweat, warning in fear it would be best not to encounter him. Li Seodong next to her asked worriedly, how terrible is he? Kamiho trembled and replied, if your eyes meet his you will lose everything in an instant. At this single statement, Li Seodong was speechless. She thought to herself in confusion, Kamiho isn't as strong as the heavenly demon or Hyaki Yagyo, but if even a climber says this, isn't it too much? At this moment, Kamiho continued to re-watch the news, feeling uneasy in her heart. This is not the usual size of ice on Earth. Normally, ice of this magnitude can only be generated by magical power or show traces of magical power, but I've never seen it before. The more Kamiho watched, the more she feared. Such massive ice can be generated by natural power alone. Is that person's achievement at this level? In Florence, Bingling's voice echoed, are you the successors? He looked at Miriam and Hane Rin, who were covered in wounds but still trying to resist, and continued, I saw a few guys like you when I was climbing the tower too. Miriam and Hane Rin looked up at Bingling, who was arrogantly standing on a giant block of ice. Miriam gnashed her teeth in anger, thinking, damn it, who the hell is that guy? Recalling earlier, Miriam and Hane Rin had charged and attacked together. When Miriam raised her foot to kick him, Bingling immediately swung his spear and retaliated with ice. Hane Rin rushed to help but was startled to see her magic book frozen. In the end, both were severely beaten by Bingling and fell. Bingling rubbed his chin, looked at Miriam and Hane Rin with interest and exclaimed, truly interesting. To have 2 successors with such power on the 9th floor, is it because of that strange fellow? After that, Bingling curled his lips in a sneer and said sarcastically, unfortunately I'd like to test your strength but I don't have time for that. Bingling clenched the spear in his hand and said sinisterly, let's finish this quickly. At this moment the night parade of 100 demons shout suddenly echoed. Little one looked down. Miriam was startled and looked down, seeing sharp ice spears continuously rising. Miriam quickly leapt and turned her body to evade, barely saving her life. But as Miriam was still flustered and exclaimed that he had disappeared, Bingling had already appeared above her and struck Miriam with his spear without hesitation. Here, Kim Yun-woo, knowing that someone had come to the 9th floor, was quickly returning on the Nimbus cloud. As he went, he asked worriedly, how much further to the 9th floor? Goku reassured him, you'll arrive soon. At this moment, Kim Yun-woo was as anxious as if thousands of ants were crawling on him, and he scolded himself inwardly, damn it, why does this happen when I'm not here? I shouldn't have told my disciples to fight conquerors in the first place. Goku saw the gate to the 9th floor and immediately reminded Kim Yun-woo, we've arrived. Take out the Blue Dragon's achievement. Kim Yun-woo replied, understood. After that, Yun-woo brought the Blue Dragon's achievement to the gate of the 9th floor. Immediately, the gate opened, and the two returned to the 9th floor area. Goku looked at the surrounding scenery and announced, this is the far north. We'll arrive in 10 minutes. The Nimbus cloud quickly took Kim Yun-woo to Florence, where Bingling was rampaging. As soon as he arrived, Kim Yun-woo was shocked by the sight. Han A-rin was lying injured on one side and Miriam was being strangled by Bingling. Miriam struggled desperately and called out helplessly, "Ah, master!" Kim Yun-woo was furious, gnashed his teeth and cursed, You son of a bitch." After that, Kim Yun-woo quickly rushed forward and kicked Bingling to vent his anger. Bingling, seeing his opponent appear, said happily. He saw Miriam pass out and Kim Yun-woo quickly picked her up. Bingling approached and called out provocatively, "Hey, are you that strange fellow?" Hearing this, Kim Yun-woo immediately turned around and glared at Bingling with murderous eyes. Bingling slowly approached and said, "Interesting, I couldn't sense your presence earlier. But you appeared in an instant like this." Bingling raised his spear and said provocatively, "I think those two successors ended up like that because of you." Kim Yun-woo remained silent, then after a moment asked Goku, "Can I take my disciples away from here on the Nimbus Cloud?" Goku replied, "You can if you wish." Kim Yun-woo nodded, called the Nimbus Cloud, carefully placed Han A-rin and Miriam on it, and moved the Nimbus Cloud. Bingling watched this scene and smiled with interest, saying, "The Nimbus Cloud, an interesting item." Kim Yun-woo clenched his fist and veins bulged on the back of his hand, and a strong red aura and murderous intent spread through the air. Bingling simultaneously blocked and taunted, "Haha, this spiritual tool is too potent. It's surprising that someone in this tower possesses such a formidable spiritual tool." Suddenly, Bingling's eyes changed and he looked at Kim Yun-woo seriously. "But is that all it took for you to defeat Uchi? Jaeon Uchi wasn't that weak, was he?" Kim Yun-woo replied coldly. "Don't worry," Bingling exclaimed in surprise. "What did you say?" The sky changed and black clouds and red lightning gathered, covering the heavens. A massive bolt of lightning imbued with immense spiritual power struck directly where Kim Yun-woo stood. At this moment, Kim Yun-woo merged with the power of Sun Wukong, glared at Bingling and shouted loudly, "Your guess was right. That wasn't all I had." Upon seeing the power suddenly emanating from Kim Yun-woo, Bingling's face immediately hardened. His eyes widened and surprise was clearly evident in his gaze. His voice faltered. What did you say?" From the opposite side, Kim Yun-woo showed confidence and pride. He curled the corners of his lips into a sneer and his voice was full of challenge. "It's too early to be surprised now." As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt forward and a red force enveloped his body, preparing for a decisive counterattack. Bingling, without time to think further, quickly drew his spear and a blue light emanated from his hand, forming a brilliant shield. However, luck seemed not to be on his side. His body was sent flying into the air, taking the full brunt of Bingling's powerful counterattack. The attack illuminated the entire dark sky and destroyed all shadows around. Bingling, thinking he had gained the upper hand, laughed triumphantly. "Ha, just as I expected, it's nothing special." But as the smoke began to clear, a red light twinkled, and then Kim Yun-woo appeared as if nothing had happened. What astonished him even more, however, was the gigantic red wing on Kim Yun-woo's back. He looked like a majestic angel, but at the same time he could immediately sense a deeply hidden threat within it, as if a demon waiting to awaken. Without giving his opponent time to react, Kim Yun-woo swiftly charged and landed a powerful punch on Bingling's chest. The attack seemed to unleash all his strength, sending Bingling flying far away. Not stopping there, Kim Yun-woo shouted loudly, commanding the Ruyi staff to enlarge. Immediately, the Ruyi staff grew enormous and rushed towards Bingling with terrified eyes. Bingling quickly dodged and mumbled, looking down at his spear. The fight shows no sign of ending. Kim Yun-woo chased after him, shouting loudly, "I won't let you get away." As soon as he finished speaking, he continuously unleashed powerful attacks, and Bingling, not to be outdone, kept counterattacking, maintaining a tense standoff. Kim Yun-woo's power was so immense that his opponent had to exert all his strength to block the attacks with his spear. Kim Yun-woo approached, gripped the Ruyi staff tightly, and with a slight smirk said, "This Ruyi staff isn't just for show." As if not anticipating his next move, Bingling asked blankly, "What did you say?" "Yes." However, Bingling immediately buckled under the pressure. With a powerful counterattack, he sent Kim Yun-woo flying far away, roaring, "Ah!" Kim Yun-woo did not let himself be weak. He quickly stood upright, a smirk playing on his lips. A strange power emanated from his entire body, but deep down he felt something that prevented him from fully shining his pride. "Has the mandala circle of enlightenment frozen?" he thought to himself, and a sense of unease crept into his mind. Seeing him in such a state, Bingling spoke as if he had uncovered a great secret. "Now I understand why Jaeon Uchi was defeated." Seeing Kim Yun-woo's anger, Bingling slowly continued, "Since you can push me this far, it's only right for me to tell you my name. I am the patriarch of the Haebing Bukjeon clan, a legend capable of enduring time thought to be eternal." Upon hearing his words, he couldn't suppress his annoyance. "Damn it, even lightning can't break that ice." As soon as he finished speaking, he approached and continued softly, "Bingling, 10,000 years." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Noah was constantly worrying aboard his ship. Unworried, even though he could defeat Jaeon Guchil. Suddenly, the blue dragon appeared and said angrily, "But this time we have to face a legendary being whose abilities we don't even fully know. Moreover, he possesses a conqueror's achievement." Noah was still lost in his thoughts. "Since I used all my power to imprison him in the tower, I can't help him now. However, the artifact he gave me before leaving this place, while it hasn't solved any problems, it will at least be effective in an emergency." Returning to the duel arena, Kim Yun-woo shouted loudly, "Sacred art, radiance." Hearing this, Bingling scoffed, Ha, you think that mere lightning can break the ice? Kim Yun-woo thought angrily to himself. Fortunately, the lightning I summoned from the great sage's achievement didn't freeze. Thanks to that, I could barely move. Although the Vajra scepter assisted with the sacred art, I was still injured. We've seen enough of each other's techniques. Let's finish this now, Bingling said, and immediately flew like an arrow towards where Kim Yun-woo stood. Unable to move, he could only block with his sword. Under this immense power, he couldn't help but think to himself, damn it, my bones are frozen, making it too hard to move. As soon as he snapped out of his thoughts, he shouted loudly, Heavenly Radiance 1, energy exploded, creating a defensive barrier between the two. He then shouted loudly, Ruyi staff enlarge. After that, he asked, hey, what exactly is that guy's achievement? The staff replied, how should I know? Kim Yun-woo suddenly became annoyed. But you knew about Jaeon Uchi's achievement, the staff replied. That damn snake came before me. He sighed in disappointment. Seriously. Interrupting their conversation, Bingling attacked from behind and he scoffed, with your tricks, how long do you think you can last with that? Kim Yun-woo was caught off guard and flew far away from the impact. However, despite the pain, he managed to get up, and seeing that he could still resist, Bingling scoffed, you're surprisingly tenacious. Kim Yun-woo clutched his stomach and muttered a small curse. You damn bastard. Bingling leisurely approached and said in a sarcastic tone, he says that with his mouth, but he seems quite worried. Kim Yun-woo weakly replied, really? But I can keep fighting. Bingling closed his eyes and replied softly, is that so? Then let's see if you can withstand the next attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to the sky and sharp shards of ice flew up from the ground, rushing to tear Kim Yun-woo apart. Bingling charged like a wild beast, his eyes filled with a lust for destruction, ready to ruthlessly rip Kim Yun-woo to shreds. He said gleefully, got you. However, what surprised him was one of Kim Yun-woo's shoulders. His armor was gradually freezing. He thought to himself, that bastard's armor is freezing. But at that moment, Kim Yun-woo saw Bingling's spear rushing towards him, and he couldn't just stand there and die. He gritted his teeth and said, now I'll end this. And he shouted loudly, Heavenly Radiance. A dazzling light exploded, powerfully countering Bingling's attack, and he let out a surprised cry. Kim Yun-woo gripped his spear tightly, his eyes filled with determination. He mumbled in astonishment, how? Faced with an uncontrollable force, Bingling fell silent, and then suddenly he said in a sarcastic tone, what, can't you attack without that spear? Try your best to stop me if you don't want to die. Kim Yun-woo quickly put all his strength into his fist and charged at Bingling. Determination and anger were evident in his every move. Kim Yun-woo's fist shone, tearing through the surrounding space and covering everything in a brilliant light. In the dense mist, Kim Yun-woo's face showed surprise, as if he had seen something, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. What gradually emerged from the mist was the figure of a mysterious man in a hat surrounded by a flock of crows. I don't want to show this face. Strangely, his voice buzzed like an old radio. Finally, as the mist cleared, I could see that name. It was Bingling, a form of heavenly radiance power and one of the biggest obstacles he absolutely had to overcome. Just like the cold aura he exuded, the man continued in a cold voice, it's all because you forced me. Bingling's eyes were like sharp ice arrows trying to pierce Kim Yun-woo's body. He felt his gaze affecting him. In his Bingling form, Kim Yun-woo felt an immense power flowing through his opponent's veins. However, he still tried to calm himself. Kim Yun-woo's face gradually became resolute, and he asked loudly, is that your second achievement? Bingling casually replied, swinging the ice spear in his hand, that's right, that's the achievement of the Heavenly Fire Emperor. Immediately, his flock of crows, as if on command, furiously charged at Kim Yun-woo. Like wild beasts deprived of their prey, they continuously flapped their wings and attacked him, forcing Kim Yun-woo to desperately block with his hands. At the same time, Bingling's cold voice sarcastically echoed in his ears. At first, I was surprised that my first achievement wasn't enough for you, but with the second achievement you won't stand a chance. Seeing his body gradually freezing and paralyzing from the flock of crows, Bingling no longer paid attention to Kim Yun-woo and turned away. I'll go first, you can stay here and be food for the crows. Before he could leisurely move for a few seconds, he suddenly noticed something strange about him. Indeed, nothing in this world is easily predictable. Amidst the madly scratching flock of crows, unlike his previous distressed appearance, a sneer spread across Kim Yun-woo's face. He said nonchalantly, thanks for the information, damn bastard. He returned to his original confident self. In the end, all those thoughts earlier were just for this guy to put on an act for himself. These birds will fall with a snap of my fingers. Abundant spiritual power poured out from Kim Yun-woo's entire body like a waterfall. He clenched his fist and immediately countless chains shot out like arrows towards Bingling. They bound his wrists, surprising him greatly. Gradually, his other hands and ankles and all his limbs were tightly bound. Seeing Bingling so surprised that his voice gradually faltered, Kim Yun-woo leisurely approached and said, still surprised, you little chick? No, I should say you little bird. Taste my chains. Now you'll probably have fewer delusions of power, right? Suddenly, a black hole appeared behind Bingling. Chains emerged from it and returned to it, pulling Bingling in with immense force. Bingling, with an enraged face, glared at where Kim Yun-woo stood and shouted, you damned bastard. Kim Yun-woo smiled broadly and provoked him, farewell. Immediately, the black hole in chains with a very powerful suction pulled him deeper in, and he, disgruntled, stretched out his arms and pleaded in a rough voice, no. Quickly, light emanated from the black hole, and at the same time it disappeared, leaving no trace of Bingling before Kim Yun-woo. The temperature gradually rose and large clouds slowly dispersed, revealing the sun. At the same time, the flock of crows created by Bingling endured the melting temperature. Droplets of water melting from the flock of crows formed hundreds, thousands of raindrops. Kim Yun-woo held something tightly in his hand. He lowered his head to look at it, and his face seemed at ease. The armor on Kim Yun-woo's body gradually disappeared, and his body suddenly lost strength. He collapsed to the ground, raised his head, and mumbled, "Damn it, I get body aches after borrowing someone else's achievement," he lamented, looking at the information displayed on the system. Red letters caught his eye. Kim Yun-woo mumbled, "Remaining time is 119 hours, 9 minutes, 32 seconds, and he thought, "Does that mean Bingling will be released in 5 days? Recalling the previous time, Kim Yun-woo remembered that thanks to the artifact Noah gave him, he could fight easily and obtain information about Bingling, but still, fighting him was quite difficult. Kim Yun-woo sighed, thinking, "I was able to handle Bingling to some extent, but I couldn't defeat the Heavenly Fire Emperor." He clutched the item in his hand, clicked his tongue, and said to himself, "Anyway, I found out who he is, so my initial goal is achieved." Kim Yun-woo looked up at the sky and agreed with the saying, "Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles." At Florence National Hospital, Miriam lay in a hospital bed. She slowly opened her eyes and her pinkish-red pupils gradually appeared. Suddenly, Miri sprang up and shouted, and the man with the boar mask next to her politely asked, "Are you awake?" Miri's voice trembled slightly, and she said, "Do you know what happened?" He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Empress." After the man explained everything to Miriam for a long time, she finally commanded, "That's enough, leave." He replied, "Yes." When no one was left in the hospital room, she asked, "What happened to that tower climber?" From somewhere, the ogre lord watched her through a screen, arms crossed, and said, "I felt your master come to fight him, but I don't know what happened afterward." Miri asked, "You don't know?" The ogre lord thought for a moment, then replied, "I felt his magic power increase in the middle of the battle." He suddenly stopped speaking, making Miriam wait anxiously. Becoming annoyed, she asked, "But what?" The ogre lord continued. "After that, the conqueror's magic power disappeared. It's more likely that he was transported elsewhere rather than being destroyed. It would be better to ask your master." Miriam gripped the blanket tightly. She recalled how her previous attacks had no effect on him. Miri bit her lip and lowered her head. Unable to control her negative emotions, her hands trembled incessantly. Miriam tried to calm herself. "There's no need to be disappointed. From the start, he was someone you couldn't contend with." Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ear. "Little one, do you want to become stronger?" The words left Miriam stunned. Elsewhere, Hane-rin slowly opened her eyes. Was it a dream? She suddenly woke up and shouted. Hane-rin looked down at her hands and mumbled, "I definitely fought." She recalled how her magic power had frozen before, making her take all the attacks, and after being directly struck by that spear, Hane-rin lost consciousness at that moment. "Am I dead?" Her mind was filled with confusion, and she said, "But I haven't even properly confessed to Master yet." It's true what the old saying goes, if you're crazy about a man, you won't be finished even if you're reborn. Hane-rin might have regretted the countless holy deeds she hadn't completed before her death, but the only thing she regretted most was not confessing to her master. Hane-rin, reproducing her happy and rosy future with Kim Yun-woo, regrettably said, "Am I really dead?" From above, the book, annoyed by her whimsical actions, shouted loudly, "Don't worry, you're not dead yet." Hane-rin was startled by that and said, "An ancient book, is it, Mason?" "Wrong, I am not that damn bastard," the book replied. Hane-rin asked in surprise, "Then who are you?" The book proudly declared, "I am the Book of Command, the Book of Command." Hane-rin instinctively repeated the question. It calmly replied, "That's right, you may not know me, but I am the one who gave Mason command." "Mason isn't your master." Hearing her question, the book couldn't help but burst into laughter. "That damn bastard, master, he's just a guy who begs me for authority," it continued arrogantly. "My true power isn't as weak as his." Hane-rin, upon hearing that, no longer showed any emotion. She didn't care who the commander was. The only thing she cared about was herself. Hane-rin raised her head and asked it. "Am I dead?" the book replied. "No, you're currently in my inner world," the book continued. "To put it simply, it's like a dream. And you're currently lying in a hospital bed." Hane-rin asked, "Then why did you appear?" The book replied, "I've been observing you because you're much more useful than the people I've met before, but unfortunately, your current understanding of combat power is still too immature. That's why I've come here directly to teach you," the book declared loudly to Hane-rin's surprise, and then continued. "There's even a small chance you could become the ancient librarian of Noah's Ark." Our protagonist was still sore. Noah saw him and said, "You don't seem to have fully recovered yet. By the way, I heard that Conqueror was a legendary figure." Kim Yun-woo scratched his head and asked Noah, "A legendary figure, what's that?" Noah explained that as the name suggests, they are figures from stories and myths since the beginning of time, possessing innate genius-level intelligence. Kim Yun-woo asked curiously, "Does that mean they're that strong, at least stronger than anyone I've met?" Kim Yun-woo felt annoyed as Noah praised his strength with exaggeration. He frowned and said, "Even so, considering you called me here after the battle, you must have some way to deal with him, right?" Noah nodded, drank the water in his hand and replied, "That's right." Kim Yun-woo heard that and asked, "What is it?" Noah immediately pointed at him and said, "You." Noah smiled and said, "You just need to possess an achievement equivalent to what he uses." Kim Yun-woo asked, "Do I have to fight his achievement with my own?" Noah nodded cheerfully and replied, "Currently you're in a very disadvantaged situation." He then asked, "Is it because my achievement isn't strong enough?" Noah replied, "You need to understand that there's a significant level difference between you and him. To use a game analogy, it's like the difference between a rare grade and a unique grade. It's more about innate talent than experience." Kim Yun-woo crossed his arms in irritation and muttered, "Damn talented bastards." Noah lowered his head and scoffed, "Look who's talking." He glanced at him and said, "What?" Noah ignored Kim Yun-woo's frowning expression and said, "Anyway, if you want to kill the conqueror, you must possess an achievement of an equivalent level," Kim Yun-woo said sarcastically. "Do you think it's easy?" Noah replied nonchalantly. "But the Azure Dragon's achievement isn't for punishment, is it?" As soon as Noah finished speaking, something in his pocket suddenly emitted a strange blue light, catching Kim Yun-woo's attention. Taking a stone-like object from his pocket, he said in great surprise, "Why is this here?" Noah, who was next to him, immediately clarified his curiosity. "I allowed you to take it." Suddenly, numerous notification messages appeared on the system. The stone in Kim Yun-woo's hand emitted an increasingly intense blue light. An Azure Dragon was coiled within it. The system provided Kim Yun-woo with new information. Azure Dragon's achievement grade, adjustments and skills unknown, information authority. Among the 4 divine beasts, the Azure Dragon is considered the most noble and powerful being. This is a jewel containing the essence of all the Azure Dragon's achievements, also known as the leader of dragons. It is a god who protects the east and possesses the power to control rain, clouds, wind, lightning, and thunder. The last piece of information he received was that the Azure Dragon had climbed the tower. Kim Yun-woo looked at his achievement stats, then glanced at Noah suspiciously and asked, "Can I really use this?" Noah said with a smile on his face in a slightly smug tone, "Of course I made it." Kim Yun-woo exclaimed in disbelief, "What, you made it? This needs to be understood." Noah looked like an incompetent idle uncle living next door. His face always wore a foolish smile and his beard grew wild, which was very unpleasant. Noah seemed not to have expected such a reaction from Kim Yun-woo. Noah replied, "Why are you so surprised? Since I'm the one who created this tower, naturally I'm also the one who created the equipment for storing achievements." A magic seal appeared on Noah's hand and he told Kim Yun-woo, "I'll release it soon." Immediately, numerous other green magic seals created by Noah appeared before his eyes. Kim Yun-woo shrieked in surprise. The magic seals shattered the stones surrounding the Azure Dragon. "You said I needed to use an achievement of the same grade to fight him, but isn't elemental compatibility the important thing?" Kim Yun-woo asked Noah the question in his mind. "We all know that all attributes have specific compatibilities, just like fire cannot defeat water, so his question was an important issue, because that tower climber has an ice attribute and he has a light attribute." But Noah's next word shocked him, making him realize he had no choice. Noah said sarcastically, "But you only have the Azure Dragon's achievement, don't you?" Noah then imbued the Azure Dragon with his spiritual power and handed it to Kim Yun-woo. He saw the spiritual power emanating from within the Azure Dragon. He asked, "What did you just do?" Noah replied cheerfully with a smile on his face, "You're ready to possess the achievement." Kim Yun-woo stared in surprise at the orb containing the Azure Dragon in his hand and Noah's words echoed in his ears. "The rest is up to you." Kim Yun-woo asked curiously, "So what do I have to do now?" "You have to gain the recognition of the friend inside." Noah urged Kim Yun-woo, "You must fight it until you subdue it." He heard that and exclaimed, "Damn it." Inside the stone, the landscape of a sky full of dark clouds, rain, thunder, and lightning was reflected again. Noah nodded and said, "He's finally gone in." Currently, the Azure Dragon only has its consciousness left. Therefore, there are 3 ways to possess the achievement, Noah murmured, looking at the scene inside the stone. "But each method requires different time and yields different power. I can only give him 3 days. I wonder if he can do it." That was Noah's biggest concern in his heart. On this side, the rain, thunder, and lightning seemed to rage endlessly. Kim Yun-woo looked up worriedly. In front of him was the Azure Dragon, his opponent to subdue. The Azure Dragon stared intently at him and growled in a raspy voice. "Are you that damn fellow from last time?" Kim Yun-woo asked back in confusion. "Damn fellow, you fought the guy who used my achievement, didn't you?" At this moment, recalling the Azure Dragon's words, he finally understood the meaning. The Azure Dragon continued, "That day I saw you use the monkey's achievement." Suddenly a voice came from the Ruyi staff in Kim Yun-woo's hand. It furiously cursed the Azure Dragon in front of it. "Damn snake bastard, stop with the ridiculousness. I'm not a monkey, I'm the great sage equal to heaven." The Azure Dragon looked down at the source of the voice. "Is that bastard here too?" The great sage equal to heaven shouted. "Yes, you damn son of a bitch." The Azure Dragon chuckled sarcastically. "But you were born in the form of a monkey, weren't you?" The great sage equal to heaven shouted helplessly again. "I told you I'm not a monkey." Kim Yun-woo looked at the two fighting each other, seemingly familiar, and asked, "Do you two know each other?" The Azure Dragon replied, "Yes, but we're not on good terms," the short-tempered monkey loudly said. "And you caused all of this, you damn snake bastard." The Azure Dragon still replied nonchalantly with the same attitude. "You should have listened to the Jade Emperor." Kim Yun-woo rubbed the back of his head and said in irritation, "Quiet, my head hurts." Kim Yun-woo suddenly seemed to remember something and asked the Azure Dragon, "By the way, can't you do anything about this rain? I can't see you properly." The Azure Dragon replied indifferently, "Is there a need for that? Weren't we just about to start fighting?" Kim Yun-woo said, "But we haven't finished talking yet." The Azure Dragon looked at him and said, "I don't know why only my consciousness remains, but it seems you've come here to possess my achievement." The Azure Dragon asked him, "So what are you going to do now? What do you mean?" Kim Yun-woo couldn't understand the hidden meaning in the Azure Dragon's words. It continued to explain to him, "There are 3 ways to possess my achievement. First, do you want to possess it the way I did?" Kim Yun-woo replied, "I don't know if I have much time right now." The Azure Dragon heard that and said, Then what about the other two methods? The gigantic Azure Dragon coiled in front of Kim Yun-woo and said, will you plunder the achievement or gain my recognition? He asked, what's the difference? The Azure Dragon coiled around him and replied, as the name suggests, if you plunder, you'll have to defeat the Azure Dragon to possess the achievement, and you'll only gain half of my power. Then what about recognition? Kim Yun-woo asked. You'll have to gain recognition to possess the Azure Dragon's achievement, and the power of the achievement will depend on yourself. Kim Yun-woo smiled and gave his answer, of course I'll choose recognition, so tell me quickly what I have to do now. The Azure Dragon glanced at him and said, it's not difficult, you just have to fight me, but you won't receive any outside help, you'll have to fight me with your own strength. So I can't use external offerings? Kim Yun-woo asked the Azure Dragon, and it immediately replied, that's right. He didn't seem to worry too much about it. Kim Yun-woo smiled through the Ruyi staff in his hand and said cheerfully, let's start right away. Kim Yun-woo's face was full of confidence, I just have to fight you and win, right? The Azure Dragon approached him, flicked its tongue and replied, that's right, but it seems quite difficult given your current situation. Kim Yun-woo didn't believe him and said, weren't you of the same rank as the Great Sage? The Azure Dragon replied with a contemptuous expression, I'm still stronger than him. The Great Sage equal to heaven had been silent until now, but he heard everything they were saying. The Great Sage, enraged, opened his wicked mouth and touted, you damn snake bastard, stop spouting nonsense. Kim Yun-woo ignored it, placed his hands on his hips and said to the Azure Dragon, but I defeated the Great Sage, didn't I? It heard that and replied to him, weren't you still on the tower back then? The Azure Dragon's next words poured cold water on him. It said, unfortunately you didn't defeat that monkey, and above all, the power of that bastard you feel from you is not even half of its original power. Kim Yun-woo asked blankly, really? The monkey replied on behalf of the Azure Dragon, I told you, why don't you believe me? I definitely didn't use all my strength back then. The Azure Dragon reaffirmed to Kim Yun-woo, anyway, I don't think you can defeat me. Currently I have consciousness and possess all my power. The Azure Dragon paused and then continued, then attack. Those words made him blank. Immediately, the Azure Dragon emitted a huge spiritual power and took a fighting stance. It glared at Kim Yun-woo with murderous eyes. Just 5 minutes. Endure my attacks for 5 minutes, he asked blankly. Do I really just have to do that? The Azure Dragon replied. That's right. I'll start the timer once you start moving. Kim Yun-woo smiled triumphantly. This is pretty easy, don't go back on your word. The Azure Dragon looked at him with deep eyes and said, you're very confident. That won't happen. Then attack, the Azure Dragon shouted loudly, and immediately he smiled confidently. He leaped towards it, and red spiritual energy appeared behind Kim Yun-woo, helping him fly. It was his skill, light spirit art. At this moment, somewhere, Bingling was bound by chains everywhere. He created a layer of ice over the chains and tried to break them with its power, but unfortunately it was all in vain. He cursed madly. Damn it, what's wrong with these damn chains? Bingling thought he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. It was preventing him from properly using his skills. There was a stone-like object behind Bingling. That was the time he had left. Bingling frowned and growled like a beast, until I get out of here. Elsewhere, Noah, the master of the ship, was looking at an orb that reflected all of Kim Yun-woo's fighting actions. It seems harder than I thought. Kim Yun-woo's blue lightning power illuminated the entire sky. Noah watched and thought, I thought the Azure Dragon's achievement wouldn't exert its maximum power, but this is over 90. No, it's almost absolute power. Normally the achievement compression device I created can only contain up to 50 of the power. Did they really successfully upgrade it? Noah looked at the orb and thought, if so, this could be a good opportunity. If most of the achievement is within this space, he could possess unprecedented power. Returning to where Kim Yun-woo was fighting the Azure Dragon's fierce attacks poured down on Yun-woo, giving him no time to react. The Azure Dragon saw that and said loudly, you won't find the light spirit you used earlier anymore, Yun-woo said angrily. This crazy son of a bitch, isn't this cheating? The Azure Dragon said blankly. Where did I cheat? Yun-woo shouted. This thunder and lightning. The Azure Dragon said solemnly, did you think I could easily capture you? Yun-woo looked up at the Azure Dragon from below and thought, he's on a completely different level from you. I could endure a few hits from those other bastards earlier, but just one bolt of lightning from that Azure Dragon makes me feel like I have to log out of Earth. And above all, I can't see the lightning. Damn it, Yun-woo was hit by the lightning and couldn't understand in irritation. The Azure Dragon smiled and said, it's truly impressive how much you've endured so far. The others were taken down in one hit or fell asleep before they even realized they were being attacked. Then he asked Yun-woo, then will you give up? He slumped to the ground and shouted in anger, you son of a bitch. The Azure Dragon silently attacked again. And now Yun-woo is struggling to fight. Keep running and see where the lightning comes from. As he ran with all his might to avoid the Azure Dragon's fierce attacks, a voice was heard. Hey Goku Snakehead, he was watching this battle. The Azure Dragon said blankly. What? Goku was seeing everything through an illusion. What are you thinking? Why are you telling him about your achievement? Meanwhile, Yun-woo continued to fight, trying to avoid the fierce lightning attacks. Can I really not see them? The Azure Dragon replied to Goku. Are you curious? Goku sat down and frowned. Of course, why would someone like you dare to do such a thing? The Azure Dragon said coldly. Because you're next to him, Goku said in surprise. What? The Azure Dragon continued. So far, you're the only one I've seen struggling to reclaim an achievement for him. Goku heard that and said blankly, "So," the Azure Dragon replied, "for someone like you to lend him your achievement, I think you must have seen something in him. That's why I want to bet on the possibility you're thinking of." Kim Yun-woo on the ground looked up at the sky, and the Azure Dragon coiled within the black clouds. He thought, "Damn it, what should I do with that son of a bitch?" Fierce lightning raged around the Azure Dragon. He thought, dodging the attacks. "If I try to fly into the air, the lightning will strike me down, and if I stay in the air, dodging the lightning, I won't last 5 seconds, let alone 5 minutes. Finally, he was able to dodge the lightning. Am I mistaken? It seems a little slower." He continued to dodge them in surprise. It was a very subtle difference, but it was definitely slower. But have I gotten used to it? The Blue Dragon also noticed something strange. He dodged the lightning. Hold on. Now he could see the lightning, and Yunwoo's lightning evasion streak continued. He rejoiced, thinking he finally understood, but this was nothing. Just as he was absorbed in his joy, lightning suddenly poured down simultaneously, startling him and making him quickly dodge. "Damn it, what now?" the Blue Dragon said triumphantly from the sky. "This is the complete technique." Yunwoo was bewildered. "Complete?" the Blue Dragon replied. "Do you think dodging lightning alone is enough to gain my recognition?" Yunwoo looked up and shouted loudly. "Then you should have told me earlier. Blue Dragon, didn't you say I wouldn't last even 30 seconds from the start?" Yunwoo thought with a disgusted look in his eyes. "Now I understand why that great sage equal to heaven dislikes this dragon." The Blue Dragon coiled its body and said resolutely, "If you don't like it, you can stop." Yunwoo shouted loudly. "Alright, hurry up and start." After that, a furious attack poured down on Yunwoo, and this time he couldn't dodge anything, taking all the attacks head-on. Time continued to flow, and 2 minutes and 28 seconds passed. The Blue Dragon said without scoffing, "Shall we continue? This must be the 132nd attack." Yunwoo slumped to the ground. "Damn it," he thought to himself, "that the lightning just now was truly unavoidable. Or should I keep dodging and moving around like before? No, I can't move my body skillfully right now, so it would be a disadvantage. Then I have no choice but to confront it directly." Immediately, he passed through the lightning, feeling something had changed. Yunwoo dodged the lightning and attacked again, surprising the Blue Dragon. Yunwoo joyfully said he finally did it. The Blue Dragon looked at Yunwoo and asked, "You struck the lightning, more precisely you pushed it aside?" He dodged 580 times and struck 305 times. The Blue Dragon looked on with extremely surprised eyes. Even if this place allows infinite recovery, this person's grasp of the situation is truly astonishing. Of course I know he's not an ordinary person, but the fact that he can meet me after I've been killed means he's an entirely different type of being. The Blue Dragon faced Yunwoo, a small but by no means ordinary person. But did he not accumulate wisdom over a long time, but rather obtain it through painful training? No, that alone cannot explain the power of his magic. Yunwoo looked up at the sky and smiled contentedly. The Blue Dragon was lost in thought about the source of his power. The Blue Dragon was amplifying its power towards Yunwoo when it suddenly realized something. "I understand." Looking down at Yunwoo enduring the fierce lightning attacks with resilience, the Blue Dragon read his firm gaze. "What is that gaze? There's no fear or complaint at all. It's like extreme focus, as if absorbed in a single thought. He's definitely conserving his strength for the final moment now." Yunwoo's unwavering gaze, never giving up, he clearly dodged the Blue Dragon's attacks and seemed to have grasped the lightning. He was strong and confident even in the face of the Blue Dragon's fierce attacks. Suddenly, the sky brightened and the rain stopped. "What is this?" As he was bewildered by what was happening, the Blue Dragon said happily, "Amazing, you endured 300 seconds. You succeeded," Yunwoo asked in bewilderment. What do you mean?" the Blue Dragon replied. "What else do you want?" he said. "Aren't you going to give me an artifact or a system window update or something?" the Blue Dragon said in surprise. "Are you asking why you can't use my achievement? You already received my reward when the rain stopped." Yunwoo looked up at the sky and said, "But I didn't feel anything," the Blue Dragon reminded him again. "But all you've gathered is the power of the achievement. You don't have the ability to use that power?" Yunwoo recalled Sun Wukong's words. "If the ability of the achievement you borrowed is below a certain level, you won't be able to cast that achievement. Come to think of it, the great sage had mentioned this before. That's why I had to practice the Ruyi Jingu Bang techniques like crazy in the end. Everything was the same as the beginning." The Blue Dragon reminded him. "Even if you don't fully understand that power, or even if you do, it will take a long time to control all of my power." Yunwoo laughed lightly and said, "Then from now on," suddenly, the Blue Dragon's eyes flashed and it approached Yunwoo, shouting loudly, "I will help you use that power well." Yunwoo was bewildered. Damn it, elsewhere, Bingling was bound and imprisoned by magical chains emitting purple light. Time continued to flow and the chains were slowly disappearing. Bingling said mockingly, "Time is running out. Although I'm currently trapped in this state because of that damned guy, I will soon break free from here. Should I destroy his power and kill him or end it myself?" There were 2 seconds left, and all the chains disappeared. Noah was released. Noah was filled with hatred. "Or should I kill him right now?" Yunwoo, knowing that Bingling had been released, happily waved his hand to greet him. "How was your rest?" Bingling remained silent and Yunwoo said, "What's wrong? Did resting make you speechless?" Bingling replied, "It seems you're not running away." Yunwoo was bewildered. "I ran away." As he spoke, Bingling cast his power and blue light enveloped him, his hand gripping a sword tightly. "You'd better run away. If you do, I will chase you to the ends of hell and kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he donned armor and a crow-shaped mask. Yunwoo looked at him and scoffed. "Why don't you worry about yourself first?" Bingling was surprised by Yunwoo's challenge. "What? I don't know what you could have done in the past 5 days, but do you think you can defeat me?" Yunwoo cast Sun Wukong's magic, and having already absorbed power, he replied strongly, "Do you think this is all I have?" Overwhelmed by his immense power, Bingling was bewildered and shouted loudly without time to react. Then he launched an unexpected attack at Bingling and said, "I told you, didn't I? I won't fight unless I know I can win." Bingling blocked his attack with his sword, but the situation was not good. Such immense power sent Noah flying far away. Damn it. Yunwoo used magic to enlarge the Ruyi staff, then brought it down on Bingling. Bingling was bewildered by his power and forced onto the defensive. Seeing that, Yunwoo honestly thought he was a little scared. "I read the Blue Dragon's magic. I knew I had no talent at all, so instead of learning magic I learned how to use magical power." He was satisfied with that fact and thought the Blue Dragon called it magical power. "I don't have many restrictions, but crystal ice becomes polarized if there are complementary attributes, so I can't help but worry." Back to reality, Yunwoo used the Ruyi staff's power with a sneer. "But do you think even the cold aura can't penetrate me now?" Bingling was surprised by that power. "How did you obtain the Blue Dragon's achievement?" Bingling recalled that just 5 days ago he was merely an entity with something terrible inside the system. Furthermore, if that person hadn't allowed it, only Uchi could use the Blue Dragon's achievement, so how? While lost in thought, Yunwoo reminded him. "Are you meditating?" He rushed towards Bingling with a sneering expression and knocked him down. Yunwoo said loudly, "See, don't make a fool of yourself, you idiot." Noah witnessed that immense power and was astonished. As if a kick descended from the sky onto Bingling, he was flattened onto the ground, and a section of the earth was dented by the immense power. Bingling, having been subjected to Yunwoo's relentless attacks, no longer had the strength to resist. Yunwoo laughed loudly, raised the Ruyi staff to the sky and absorbed the power of the sky's lightning. Bingling knelt on the ground and said, "I've decided I'll kill you," and push Yunwoo away. He spread his large long wings, bewildering Yunwoo. "Another pervert? It doesn't matter how you look, you need to evolve and develop further." Bingling cast power into his spear, turning it into ice, and Yunwoo was bewildered. That spear turned into ice, but he can still use it? "But don't worry, my Ruyi staff will shatter it." Bingling stood proudly and said, "What worry, my essence is far superior to that monkey's. He's not that weak." And Bingling attacked Yunwoo with an ice spear. He dodged once, but Bingling continued to unleash fierce attacks. Yunwoo moved the power of lightning, concentrating the sky's lightning on the Ruyi staff. The sky was filled with crows and Yunwoo was enraged. "Those terrible birds," he thought to himself. "The time limit for the Blue Dragon's achievement is running out. I need to finish this quickly." The ice spear flew towards Yunwoo and he blocked it in front of his stomach. Bingling shouted loudly, "Got you again." But this time, before he could even finish speaking, Yunwoo shattered the ice spear and sent Bingling flying far away. The Blue Dragon's form flickered in Yunwoo's eyes. The Blue Dragon said, "Use your fingers, but that is only a temporary measure. You must move your whole body at all times." Yunwoo stood before the Blue Dragon. "What should I do?" The Blue Dragon shouted loudly. "Utilize me." Yunwoo recalled Noah and utilized his achievement. He used the Blue Dragon's achievement and the lightning received from the Jade Emperor. He thought that if he could use lightning with his whole body, he would be able to move. Gathering all his strength at once, he unleashed an attack on Bingling, shattering his equipment and defeating him. After unleashing all his strength, Yunwoo was exhausted and breathing heavily. "I'm tired." After defeating Bingling, a notification appeared. "You have successfully defeated a conqueror from the top of the tower. Location meaningless. Information authority has been upgraded from intermediate to advanced. You currently have advanced information authority." Yunwoo rejoiced. "My information authority went up to advanced." Yunwoo recalled how everyone mysteriously didn't want to share information before and cried inwardly, "Damn it, I worked so hard to increase my information authority." He took everything that had happened so far to heart. Yunwoo said happily, "Shall I go congratulate him? Let's go." But in the end he couldn't go, can't log in. 5 days later, Seoul. Kim Si-hoon put Yunwoo in the car and said, "Son Woo-hung and Seo Dong are there too." Yunwoo sighed and said, "Understood," and he was lost in thought about not being able to log into the system room for 5 days. "Moreover, I have advanced authority but still insufficient information authority. What happened to Abai? Noah might know something. I can't fill the origin of the warmth gauge due to the lightning's influence. I was going to have my disciples do it, but," as he was thinking, his 2 disciples burst through the door and shouted loudly, "Master, you're resting in bed, aren't you?" Miri said, "This is a healthy herb." Han A-rin said, "Master, let's go to a bigger hospital." Yunwoo was bewildered. "Hey you two, I'm fine, so stop it." His 2 disciples calmed down and looked at Yunwoo with worried eyes. He relaxed his serious expression and stroked the heads of his 2 foolish disciples. "Rest." His 2 disciples obeyed. "They're listening to me so well anyway. I need to quickly fill the gauge and meet Noah to find out what happened." On the way out of the hospital, Yunwoo asked Si-hoon, "After eating, I want to go to the labyrinth." Si-hoon replied, "But Hung Nim, you just recovered." As Yunwoo entered the ship, a voice echoed in the illusory space. "You've come." Noah happily welcomed him. Yunwoo asked, "Something has changed." Noah replied, I just tidied up a few things while I had the chance. First, sit down. Yunwoo was still bewildered by this change, still not used to it. Noah asked. What's wrong? Yunwoo held out Bingling's mask and said, First, look at this. It hasn't changed its form like the Blue Dragon's achievement, or can I use this? Noah replied, The form of the achievement is not the problem, but this achievement doesn't seem to suit you. The two sat at a table and discussed. Yunwoo asked. What do you mean? Noah replied. This achievement requires magic proficiency and you must be over 1,000 years old. Yunwoo crossed his arms and said, All right, that's enough. Another problem is, Noah laughed. What is it? Yunwoo said. I can't log into the system room. Noah was bewildered. Log in, Yunwoo continued. That's right, Abby's room. He thought Noah didn't know about it. Why does he look so serious? After a long thought, Noah said. Let me explain more about the system room. Noah seriously discussed this matter with Yunwoo. Noah began to speak. So you've been finding information in the system room through a girl named Abai until now, Yunwoo replied. That's right, Noah said, lost in deep thought. As I recall, Yunwoo asked suspiciously. What do you recall? Noah began to speak. I never created such a place. Yunwoo's eyes widened. What? Noah said with a serious expression. That means the system room is a non-existent space. You know you're not the only guardian in the system, don't you? Yunwoo said in a tense voice. I know that too. Noah opened the system window and he was surprised. What is this? Yunwoo asked in surprise. Why are you like that? Noah began to speak. When you become a guardian, you can acquire search skills. Yunwoo replied in bewilderment. But I've never received such a thing until now, Noah said in a cold voice. That's why I'm asking that question. A space and skill only you possess. Even I don't know. It's highly probable that someone created it after I completed the tower. Since those three are controlling the tower, they wouldn't have needed to create this space. This is just my speculation. Perhaps that girl Y was the administrator of the search window I previously created with my missing colleague. Yunwoo looked at Noah in surprise. Y is the administrator? In his imagination, they were arguing with each other. Guardian, wait. Make me a game console before you leave. I'm not just playing games, but your information authority, but that's the latest model. If I have that, I think I can work with more energy. Give it back. Yunwoo woke up from his dream. That's right. Why do you have that expression? Noah said in surprise. Those are the things I was thinking. Yunwoo thought to himself. I could just ask her directly. He asked. Then is there a way to enter the system room now? Noah replied. I think I can find its location, Yunwoo said. Will it take long? Noah began to speak. I don't know, but it won't take long, Yunwoo sighed in relief. All right, let's finish this now. Tell me the rest of the story. You couldn't tell because the conqueror interrupted. Noah said with a serious expression. Understood, here's the situation. While on a mission, Shima asked Uriel, why are you doing that? Uriel knelt and remained silent. Shima, angered, said loudly, I'm asking you, why are you doing that? Uriel began to speak. Because I judged that he could not be kept alive. Shima said fiercely. He can't live, Uriel replied. That's right. Shima sighed. I know what you're thinking, Uriel asked in bewilderment. What? Shima began to speak. Don't you think so? You and I have different goals, Uriel asked seriously. What do you mean? Shima said loudly. Don't think I don't know. What we want is different, including that name on the lower floor of the tower right now. Uriel looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening, and Shima scoffed. Then do as you please. Uriel was startled and asked. Pardon? Shima replied casually. I will not stop you, so kill him, Uriel flustered asked. You really permit it? Shima smiled and said, Indeed, but on one condition. You must kill him after 1 month, Uriel exclaimed. Damn it, why 1 month? Shima replied. If, even after you give him time, you can still kill him, then he is nothing special, but if he endures all your attacks and comes seeking you here, that will be the true beginning of the festival. He. Kim Yunwoo said nothing, then asked, So the tower ultimately deviated from its original purpose and became a place to test climbers' abilities. They were forced to climb the tower, is that right? Noah replied coldly. Not all climbers are forced, some have their own reasons. But most are desperate to acquire achievements, Noah added. To be precise, they desire to seize achievements. Kim Yunwoo pondered. Destroying their homes to climb the tower, they truly are madmen. Noah's face hardened as he said, From the start they were not normal beings. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, so I want to propose something to you. Do you want to join me in defeating the bastards at the top of the tower? In the small Chow villa, Kim Yunwoo sat comfortably in a quiet room. He was surprised that the place was quieter than usual. There was no one there. Ah, no, in fact there was one person. He watched helplessly. She's probably in a deep sleep. She used to live in the form of a fox, but now she had been living in human form for quite some time. But why does she sleep in that posture even after transforming into a human? He approached and woke her up. Hey, wake up. She startled awake. When did you get here? Kim Yunwoo replied. I just arrived a few minutes ago. I just wanted to ask you something. Why are you climbing the tower? Her eyes widened, bewildered. Me? Why are you suddenly asking that? She said loudly to him. I'm fine, I'll tell you now. The reason I'm climbing the tower is because the place I lived disappeared. Kim Yunwoo was surprised. What? The place you lived disappeared? Kamiho said thoughtfully. That's right. Someone appeared in my world and took all my achievements and the achievements of my world. And that person said they would return them if I climbed the tower. Kim Yunwoo burst out laughing. That sounds exactly like a predatory loan shark, Kamiho quietly said. I had no choice. Kim Yunwoo thought inwardly, is this also forbidden? Kim Yun-woo asked her, "Is it okay if you don't climb the tower now?" Kamiho exclaimed, "Pardon, that's right, everything is back to normal now. All I need is a place to live and my achievements." Kim Yun-woo thought inwardly, "The important thing is that you're currently imprisoned." Kim Yun-woo casually said, "Anyway, thanks for sharing." Kamiho happily replied, "You're welcome. Oh, by the way, could I ask you a favor?" Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened, thinking, "A favor?" Kamiho earnestly said, "Yes, I want to eat something from the refrigerator." Kim Yun-woo said coldly, "Just take it out and eat it." Kamiho said shyly, "Ah, wait a moment, look here." Kim Yun-woo asked in confusion, "What is it?" "It says once a day there." Kamiho earnestly pleaded with him, "Don't tell me not to eat it or that girl will tell on you." Kim Yun-woo thought inwardly, "Am I that scary?" Kim Yun-woo casually said, "Just eat it all." Kamiho's eyes widened in surprise. "Pardon, eat it all?" Kim Yun-woo said shyly, "If you need more, tell me, I'll buy more." Kamiho happily said, "Thank you, thank you." Kim Yun-woo blankly thought, "She's like a drug addict." He turned around and said, "Well then, I'm leaving." Kamiho happily replied, "Yes, goodbye." Elsewhere, Kim Yun-woo entered a forest and found two people secretly hiding. He said coldly, "Hey you two." Goku angrily pointed and cursed, "Because of you, that pine tree was destroyed." "You damn snakehead bastard." The snakehead sighed, "I didn't do anything." Goku incessantly cursed. "You damn bastard," the snakehead said fearfully. "Anyway, it will recover soon." Goku angrily grabbed the snakehead's horn and growled, "Oh yeah, then maybe I'll cut off your horn." Goku kicked the snakehead, sending him flying. "Get lost right now." Kim Yun-woo watched the two fighting with wide eyes. Kim Yun-woo thought inwardly, "I left him here to learn more from that blue dragon, but they really don't get along." He irritably shouted, "Hey, stop it." Goku gnashed his teeth in annoyance. "What are you doing here?" Kim Yun-woo said coldly, "I came to ask you two something." The snakehead asked in confusion. "What is it?" Kim Yun-woo asked thoughtfully. "Why do you two want to climb the tower?" "So are you two climbing the tower to defeat the guy at the top?" Both replied simultaneously. "That's right." The snakehead laughed loudly. "That's why only my consciousness remains, but I don't know about this monkey bastard." Goku gnashed his teeth in annoyance. "What, you damn bastard, what you're thinking is," the snakehead laughed loudly, "you." The two continuously fought, and Kim Yun-woo thought in annoyance. Goku saw that and asked, "But why are you asking?" Kim Yun-woo casually said, "Just curious." He recalled the words, "Will you join me in defeating the guys at the top of the tower?" He thought inwardly, "At least these two will be of some help." As Noah said, as long as the tower doesn't change, climbers will continue to ascend. So we must first change the fundamental principles of the tower. The first thing to do is to go to where that tower is located. Noah told Kim Yun-woo that we must first negotiate with the regulator. Kim Yun-woo asked in confusion, "The regulator?" Noah said thoughtfully. "That's right, she is the one who controls the balance of the tower. But she is currently in the underground of this tower. If we deal with her, we will certainly gain something." Kim Yun-woo asked nervously, "Then how can we go underground?" The two beasts were puzzled. "Underground?" Goku frowned and asked, "Why do you want to go there?" Kim Yun-woo replied, "To deal with the regulator." Goku was startled. "What? So she's your enemy?" Kim Yun-woo immediately asked, "Do you know anything?" Goku scratched his head and thought deeply. "Even though you've caught me now, of course I've climbed the tower once, but you'll probably defeat the regulator soon." Kim Yun-woo was surprised. "I thought she was strong," Goku said thoughtfully. "But it will be a bit difficult to meet her. You have to overcome a lot. First of all, the underground is a surplus floor not included in this tower. You can't go there by the path we took before." Kim Yun-woo asked thoughtfully, "Then how do I get there?" Goku frowned. "I don't know either." Kim Yun-woo said angrily, "What? You just spoke as if you knew everything." Goku casually said, "I climbed the tower, I didn't go underground." Kim Yun-woo scoffed, "How ridiculous." Goku frowned and said, "Be careful of the corpses too. I heard that place is full of the corpses of climbers who died climbing the tower. Although they are just shells." Kim Yun-woo asked unpleasantly, "Don't climbers go to an imaginary space when they die?" Goku replied, "This is a place where only their consciousness is contained. Useless ones disappear, but the consciousness of incredibly strong people go to an imaginary space and their bodies remain underground." Kim Yun-woo asked curiously, "Why are they separated like that?" Goku lost his composure and said loudly, "That's what I heard and I'm not sure either." Kim Yun-woo cursed inwardly, "That provocative bastard." Kim Yun-woo calmly asked, "Anyway, to go underground I have to go down from the first floor, right? How long will it take?" Goku said, "It will take about 10 days if you use the Nimbus Cloud." Kim Yun-woo scratched his head and thought, "I should ask Noah what to do after I go down to the first floor." He turned around and said, "Then I'm leaving." In the small Chow Villa a system notification appeared. Unfinished Trolls Origin Grade 5 No adjustment, no skills, Labyrinth Stone 0. He gripped the snakehead's orb in his hand and irritably thought, "Damn it, I don't know how it was before, but now that I use it too often it's hard to fill the Labyrinth Stone. But every moment is precious. Is there no other way?" While he was deep in thought, the door suddenly opened lightly, and Kim Yun-woo, startled, turned around and asked, "I told you to leave, why are you still here?" Kamiho entered confidently and smiled, "Long time no see." Kim Yun-woo sighed, "Mysterious Chaos God." She laughed and said, "Are you really wary of me? There's no need for that." Kim Yun-woo grabbed her horn and said unpleasantly, "This is your true form, isn't it?" She screamed in pain. "Arg, wait a moment, I'm not your enemy, stop it." Kim Yun-woo said fiercely, "How can I believe you?" She grimaced, "I'm not lying. It's breaking, it's breaking. If you break my horn you will." Kim Yun-woo said firmly, "Are you threatening me right now?" She yelled. "You can hear the scream, it's breaking, now you understand the pain, right? I told you there's no need to be careful." Kim Yun-woo still said nonchalantly, How can I be? Kim Yeho yelled loudly at him. I told you, Kim Yun-woo said solemnly. What if you stab me in the back? Rest assured, I am the leader of the night parade of 100 demons. I wouldn't do such a thing. Kim Yun-woo replied. Let's see what you have to say, Kim Yeho said fiercely. Why is this little one following a guy like you? Kim Yun-woo asked unpleasantly. Why are you controlling Miri's body? Kim Yeho replied. She's training in her inner world. Kim Yun-woo was surprised. Training? Kim Yeho continued. That's right, during that time her body trusted me. Kim Yun-woo immediately asked, so what are you going to do now? She casually said nothing. It's just that the wavelength matches, so it's interesting. Kim Yun-woo blankly asked, wavelength? She immediately said. This child's soul has a similar wavelength to mine, so it can grow. No, I'll tell you later. It's just my wish, so I don't want to talk about it now. Kim Yun-woo doubted, should I try to persuade her again? But she seemed to have no intention of harming Miriam. He seriously asked her, but why did Miriam suddenly start training? She seemed quite gloomy after being defeated by Bingaling, so I just suggested it. She's probably training to fight her subordinates and obtain the night parade of 100 demons achievement. Kim Yun-woo thought inwardly. Miri wants to get an achievement too. It'll be good for her if she gets stronger. Climbers will keep coming from now on, so it's good if she gets stronger. She looked at Kim Yun-woo with earnest eyes. She said, I have a favor to ask. Kim Yun-woo was startled. A favor? She laughed triumphantly. This is something that happened because I know this body was influenced. Miriam's soul is in her inner world, but this is still her body. So this body's motivation hasn't changed. Kim Yun-woo, flustered, said, get to the point. She laughed cheerfully. Don't worry, I just want to spend tonight with you. Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened in blank surprise. What, on the ship? Noah, seeing Kim Yun-woo's gloomy face, asked him. Why that expression? Kim Yun-woo coldly replied. You don't need to know. Anyway, is there no immediate way to get here? Noah asked in confusion. To get here immediately, Kim Yun-woo said. I have to fill the troll's origin to come here, and it's filled by killing monsters, Noah casually said. That must be inconvenient. Kim Yun-woo sadly replied, that's right. Noah sighed. Then I will create another artifact for you. But it will take some time. Kim Yun-woo asked. How long? Noah replied. About 2 to 3 weeks. Kim Yun-woo casually said. Understood. Getting back to the point, Noah's eyes widened as he said, tell me. Kim Yun-woo immediately asked, what's the fastest way to the underground? Noah blankly asked. The fastest way, Kim Yun-woo immediately said. If a climber suddenly appears like last time, it'll be troublesome. I need to handle everything quickly, Noah said solemnly. Actually, there is one way. Kim Yun-woo was surprised. What is it? Noah slowly said. Actually, you need to find the regulator's item. Kim Yun-woo asked in surprise. The regulator's item? Noah immediately replied. That's right, just as you came here through my tower, you need a similar item to go to the regulator's space. Kim Yun-woo immediately asked, then how do I get that item? Noah said, I'll try to find it. Noah searched the system for a moment, then said, no matter how much I try, I can't find it. Kim Yun-woo frowned in annoyance. So I have to go through that path again? Noah said coldly. No, I'm not sure, but I think you can use that. Kim Yun-woo asked nervously. Then what I mean is, there was a secret passage you used when building the tower and we can use it, right? Noah replied. That's right, Kim Yun-woo said with a serious face. Then we just need to go there, Noah continued. That, Kim Yun-woo immediately asked, is there a problem? Noah said thoughtfully. No, there's no problem right now. There's an artifact that will take you there. Take this orb. System notification. Creators incomplete movement device grade. No adjustments. Skill. Movement. Information authority. The movement device was created by the master of Nozark and the creator of this tower. The movement device was originally created for the construction of the tower and could transport people anywhere within the designed space. Designed and manufactured by the creator, the movement device cannot be used continuously and has a total cooldown of 24 hours unless the creator recharges mana. If the creator recharges a certain amount of mana, the cooldown can be proportionally reduced from 1 to 100. Current status, usable? Kim Yun-woo seriously asked. But there won't be any problems, right? Noah immediately said. There's no problem using this artifact, but what worries me is that the movement ability will be degraded. This artifact can only move within a specific range. You can only move to places I created. So if that place collapses even slightly, you might never return. In the end, you will fall into an imaginary space. Kim Yun-woo frowned and asked, imaginary space, is it the same place where climbers' consciousnesses are? Noah immediately said, no, that place is slightly different from the imaginary space. It's a separate space outside the tower's wall. That's the true imaginary space. If you fall there, you will be trapped forever, wandering within it, unless a miracle happens. He sighed. Why on earth was that place created? Noah said in silence. One of the guys who drove me out made it. Anyway, you have 2 choices now. Use this device to find the secret passage or use the tower climber exclusive passage. Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened and he asked, how long will it take if I use this? Noah replied. If you find the hidden space when you arrive on the first floor, it won't take long. Kim Yun-woo thought suspiciously. So I have to choose between safety and travel time. The faster, the more dangerous. Kim Yun-woo sighed, and there won't be any other choice. In the real world. One beautiful day, a voice was heard in the Dark Guild office. We just disconnected the button. You can go now. The mysterious book asked Han A-rin, have you decided? Han A-rin said blankly. Not yet, the book said angrily. You're really strange. What are you thinking so hard about? Anyone else would have said they'd even sell their soul. Han A-rin closed the book and was surprised. Really? The book replied, of course, you're better than that idiot, but your leadership is terrible, Han A-rin said in silence. I'm still learning. The book was startled. What did you say? But why? Han A-rin thought. After hearing the truth of the world from Master, I realized I need to learn leadership properly. But the book asked her. What did you say? Han A-rin said. I heard that child went to train, so Master will be alone now. She imagined Master smiling happily when he met her. My disciple, come here. She woke up from her dream and thought, no matter how much I try to approach Master, that child is too pretty, so I can't do anything. Both of them have similar powers, so I can't chase them away either. But now I might be able to do something with Master. The book scolded her. Are you crazy? Han A-rin smiled and said, I don't think it's time to learn now, the book said loudly. What did you say? Han A-rin said. I have something to do after my vacation, the book asked suspiciously. Something more important than getting stronger? A flash crossed the girl's mind, the girl said innocently. Of course it's more important, the book sighed. Then if you can leave whenever you want, will you go train right now? In the small Chow villa, Kim Yun-woo handed the bracelet to the Gwanryuk Nanshin and said, Here, Troll's origin, the girl said. Thank you, Kim Yun-woo asked coldly. But why do you need it? The girl replied. To train. Kim Yun-woo was surprised. Train, the girl laughed. To let that child get my achievement. Oh no, wait, am I that untrustworthy? Kim Yun-woo looked at the girl with suspicious eyes. Honestly, a little bit, the girl said coldly. But that's why you summoned that child here, isn't it? Kim Yun-woo replied indifferently. That's also true, but he imagined his disciple pleading desperately. Master, please lend me the troll's origin. But he thought to himself, she seems quite worried. Is she being threatened by the mysterious chaos god? The girl smiled and said, Oh, I should apologize. Kim Yun-woo was startled. Apologize, the girl said. That's right about last time. That child was very angry with me then. I don't even know what I did wrong. Kim Yun-woo asked in confusion. But Miriam knows our conversation, doesn't she? She was inside, the girl said confidently. After all, I'm the owner of this body. Anyway, I've finished my work. Kim Yun-woo immediately asked, Are you leaving? The girl replied. That's right, you also seem to be going somewhere. Be careful, Kim Yun-woo said suspiciously. Why are you suddenly being nice? The girl said indifferently. I'm not worried about you, I'm just worried about what this child will do if you disappear. Kim Yun-woo stared blankly at the girl. The girl scoffed. Oh, the Amugi? No, give my regards to that blue snake bastard. Kim Yun-woo was startled. Is she talking about the Azure Dragon? He asked the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon immediately asked, Why is she there? Why is she there? Kim Yun-woo asked suspiciously, What are you talking about? The Azure Dragon laughed and said, It's nothing. I just got a little excited. Kim Yun-woo asked suspiciously, Do you know the mysterious chaos god? The Azure Dragon laughed loudly. The mysterious chaos god, Kim Yun-woo replied. That's right, the Azure Dragon said seriously. Then did that fellow also lose her achievement? Kim Yun-woo thought to himself, why is he suddenly acting strange? Sun Wukong's eyes widened and he said, why don't you ask her directly? The Azure Dragon laughed loudly. Kim Yun-woo said in confusion, no, I'll do that later, but do you want me to send the somersault cloud to the movement device? Sun Wukong continued. That's right. Then I can indirectly command the somersault cloud from where I am through my achievement. Kim Yun-woo asked suspiciously, what if it falls into an imaginary space? Sun Wukong sighed, at least then I'll be relieved. That means it's still alive. Kim Yun-woo cried inwardly. The movement space slowly appeared. Kim Yun-woo had a surprised expression. Movement, Sun Wukong said with a tense face. Hey, my achievement is concentrated now, so you'll be able to control the somersault cloud more easily. Kim Yun-woo easily moved the somersault cloud guided by Sun Wukong's power. He concentrated on moving to where the tower climbers were. This is the way up the tower. In this space, thousands of corpses lay scattered. The girl was desperately searching for something among the piles of corpses. She couldn't find anything and said, where is it? She picked something up and said, not this either. Not this either. Ah, I found it, she cried with joy. She said confidently, my preparations are complete, just a little more. Elsewhere, Miriam was fighting a beast. This time her power seemed to have increased greatly. As she continuously defeated monsters, the more furious the beast became, the more savagely she attacked, delivering powerful punches to its face. Numerous surrounding monsters were sent flying by her blows. She laughed joyfully, but was attacked by a gigantic monster and fell backward as the monster glared at her with wide eyes. She sat down in fear. A voice was heard. How pathetic. Miriam was startled and said, it's Gwanryuk Nanshin. You borrowed her body? Miriam yelled loudly in anger. Why? Gwanryuk Nanshin said playfully. The power of anger is truly astonishing, isn't it? Miriam said loudly in annoyance. Don't change the subject. Tell me why you did it, Gwanryuk Nanshin said indifferently. Child, I apologize, but I don't think I did anything wrong. Miriam's face flushed. What are you talking about? Gwanryuk Nanshin continued. We're using the same body, so I just helped out. Miriam always thought to herself, to have Master's photos and take Master's things, I can't believe it. Master isn't here today, so I should put up these photos. Gwanryuk Nanshin looked at the girl with murderous eyes. Why do you only think about that so-called master every night? How pathetic. Miriam said loudly in embarrassment. He's my master. My master, did you hear me properly? Gwanryuk Nanshin scoffed. But you still like him, don't you? Miriam said loudly. But he's still my master, Gwanryuk Nanshin asked repeatedly. You don't love him, Miriam cried loudly. Master. Gwanryuk Nanshin still didn't leave him alone and said, so that's why you call his name every night. Miriam scolded angrily. Go accumulate your own experience. Gwanryuk Nanshin's eyes widened and she said, child, I know you're embarrassed, but if you keep doing this, it'll only be harder for you. Miriam cried bitterly. And Guanryuk Nanshan said gloomily again, I won't interfere anymore. Then my ultimate technique will also be useless. Miriam was startled. Ultimate technique? Guanryuk Nanshan continued. It's an ultimate technique that will definitely succeed if used on the opposite sex, but looking at you now, even if you had that technique you wouldn't be able to use it. Forget it, Miriam said gloomily again. Don't talk nonsense, Guanryuk Nanshan said with a confident face. Child, how long do you think I've lived? Miriam was startled. What are you asking? Guanryuk Nanshan said with conceit. How much experience do you think I've accumulated with men? Miriam said with a contemptuous expression. Do you think I'll believe that nonsense? Guanryuk Nanshan said confidently. 1 step is enough for me. Just 1 step and you can capture master. Do you doubt me? I swear there's no woman in this world as seductive as me, Miriam said blankly. Seductive woman? Guanryuk Nanshan said confidently. From transcendently beautiful monks to kings all knelt at my feet, Miriam was excited. A peerless beauty. Guanryuk Nanshan said confidently, your master doesn't seem easily swayed by temptation, but ultimately no man can resist a woman's seduction. If you follow my words, he will definitely kneel at your feet. Miriam looked at Guanryuk Nanshan with wide eyes and smiled. Our meeting was truly destiny. Miriam forced a wry smile. Destined meeting, but I just think it's because of magic. Guanryuk Nanshan was startled. Magic? It's more like sorcery. I can definitely help you create a destined meeting, but since you're hesitating it seems you don't need it, Miriam said loudly. That's right, I don't need such a thing. Guanryuk Nanshan said coldly, but before that possess the Night Parade of 100 Demons achievement. Then I'll teach you this ultimate technique. A man appeared on the lower floor of the tower. He growled and introduced himself. I am the master of the first floor Wolrang, he asked threateningly. Who are you? Before Kim Yun-woo could even finish speaking, he dealt him a blow and knocked him down. He's weaker than I thought, isn't he? Sun Wukong frowned and said, he's just a gatekeeper. Quickly find the key. Kim Yun-woo found it and said, found it. He held up the key and asked if this was it. Abai said in his mind, if you look closely at the door you'll see a gap. Kim Yun-woo observed carefully, then opened the door with the key. As he entered the door he was surprised to see corpses scattered all over the ground. He said to them, let's go together. Inside the study, Han A-rin continued to search through piles of books until she burst into tears. The Red Book said to her, these many chapters are truly astonishing, aren't they? Han A-rin asked blankly. What's astonishing? The book said. Haven't you reached stage 3? You seem sad. Is it because of that person? Han A-rin was startled. That person, the book said. Your master. Your master said he would be back in a few days, she said dejectedly. I didn't know he wouldn't be home. Since that child wasn't here, it was my only chance, the book thought sadly. She became too prickly after reaching stage 3. That's not good. She doesn't become the ancient librarian quickly, the source of power in this library, the book asked. Are you going to seduce your master? Han A-rin's eyes widened. Then there's one way, isn't there? What are you talking about? The book replied. The manipulation magic you're learning. Simply put, if you reach the final stage of manipulation magic and become the ancient librarian, the girl's eyes sparkled as she asked the book, then I can control Master's mind as I please. Don't joke. Han A-rin is already furious. Are you telling me to joke with Master? The Book of Command immediately denied it. That's not right, Han A-rin asked in anger. Then what is it? The Book of Command thought to itself. Why is she so angry, standing against the strong wind? Man also had to bow his head. What I mean is the Book of Command sacrificed Miri. I mean use manipulation magic on that child. Han A-rin asked. That child, the Book of Command replied. Miri. Han A-rin thought for a while. That makes sense, she said, but it sounds fun, the Book of Command said happily, doesn't it? But to do that you have to read all kinds of ordinary manipulation magic. Seeing Han A-rin's indifferent expression, the Book of Command continued. But if you can reach stage 5, you'll definitely be able to manipulate that child. At this moment, Han A-rin also agreed. Alright then, manipulation magic consists of 5 stages. Han A-rin cast her ability and said, split into 2 and move apart. And at stage 3 a blue circle suddenly appeared. The book was startled and split in 2, able to use manipulation magic on inanimate objects. Kim Yun-woo's slipper appeared. Ah, the monster screamed at Kim Yun-woo's blow. You son of a bitch, Kim Yun-woo continued to complain. It smells so bad in here. Where the hell is that damned regulator? Sun Wukong replied. It'll be hard to find in a place like this. There's no such thing as if only in the world. At this moment Kim Yun-woo complained again. If I had known the situation here was like this, I would have looked for more information. The monster screamed just then. Kim Yun-woo immediately stomped on its head, rupturing the wolf's brain. Damn it, if I keep staying here I can't finish this. It was truly surreal. He leapt into the air. Kim Yun-woo said to himself, there must be something special. A ruined castle? Inside the castle there were zombies. Kim Yun-woo felt like there might be something inside. Sun Wukong warned, be careful. When Kim Yun-woo had a bewildered expression, Sun Wukong said, I told you before, didn't I? Those aren't ordinary zombies. At the same time a vibration occurred. A zombie rushed directly at Kim Yun-woo. His eyes were focused. If attacked, I'll counterattack. Kim Yun-woo also charged. The collision seemed quite powerful. 3 monsters simultaneously rushed at Kim Yun-woo. He blasted all the skeletons away with a single explosion and only empty space remained around Kim Yun-woo at this moment. Kim Yun-woo looked at the zombie and said, I knew they were different from ordinary zombies, but I didn't expect their stamina to be this strong, although they're just shells without achievements. There are still the bodies of tower climbers. On the screen, Sun Wukong clicked his tongue and said, anyway you can't beat them. Kim Yun-woo asked confidently. Really? Kim Yun-woo defeated them one by one. His face was full of excitement and his movements were extremely fluid. Kim Yun-woo thought to himself, after training with the Azure Dragon, my perception has reached its peak. These things are a piece of cake for me. He noticed one special thing. It's still a little difficult to move my body, but as I feel it. He clenched his fist tightly and held it for a long time, Kim Yun-woo thought. But this is enough, the Azure Dragon observed and said, even if they are tower climbers, zombies are still just zombies. Sun Wukong replied, HMPH, what do you expect? They're just soulless corpses, only muscles left. A fatal scent. Kim Yun-woo's face turned pale. What is this smell? It's worse than before, the regulator said. It's noisy outside, isn't it? She stood behind Kim Yun-woo and said, you're a guest. Kim Yun-woo was startled and cursed. Damn it, the Azure Dragon hesitated. A little? Sun Wukong replied, I can't handle it. The regulator stroked her head and looked shy. Well, you couldn't control yourself in front of my beauty, could you? Kim Yun-woo asked, are you serious right now? The regulator asked. Then why did you come here? Kim Yun-woo asked. No need for long words. You're the regulator, aren't you? The regulator replied. That's right. Kim Yun-woo asked again. Then why are you in that state? The regulator was very calm and beautiful. She said, because this is the most beautiful body. It may be difficult for a humble human like you to understand, but anyway, thank you for coming all the way here yourself. I just happen to need a test subject. Kim Yun-woo asked in confusion. A test subject, the regulator replied. That's right. My experiment is almost complete. But as you know, there are no living beings here. Kim Yun-woo asked, so, what do you want? If you ask sincerely, I'll answer sincerely too, the regulator said. Since you will be my test subject, I will explain it in detail myself. I am a person who controls, regulates, and creates various substances with everything I possess, the regulator said. I am a disruptor. Kim Yun-woo asked with a contemptuous expression, do you think your current appearance suits the name regulator? The regulator paused for about 2 seconds, then said, I don't think there's any need to say more. After speaking, she pulled off her own leg. Kim Yun-woo asked in surprise, did you just tear your own body? The regulator attacked immediately without further words. Kim Yun-woo was startled by the surprise attack but quickly regained his composure and charged with a lightning-fast punch. He said, stop it. The regulator screamed, having been hit in a vital spot. She collapsed completely, and even Kim Yun-woo couldn't believe it. What, it was this easy? Hey, are you not acting? Why are you so weak? Sun Wukong was also surprised. That's strange. Kim Yun-woo replied, that's right, it was too easy, wasn't it? However, Sun Wukong replied, no, I'm talking about the body you just dealt with. Kim Yun-woo asked, body, is something wrong? Light emanated from the torn body. At this moment, Sun Wukong said, perhaps that body is, and suddenly an earthquake occurred. The regulator's torn body transformed into a giant spider monster. Kim Yun-woo was greatly shocked. What kind of monster is this now? Sun Wukong screamed in surprise in front of the Queen Ant. What kind of monster is this now? This is a bit. There was a hint of fear on his face. The Azure Dragon also replied blankly in surprise. Huh? The Queen Ant looked at the two and asked, you two don't seem like ordinary people. Kim Yun-woo calmly asked, are you stupid? Who else but ordinary people would come here? The Queen Ant was surprised and said, what? Kim Yun-woo continued, how can a novice like you be a regulator? And thought to himself, first I should provoke her to test her abilities. The Azure Dragon looked up and said urgently, look up. Kim Yun-woo looked up in confusion and suddenly an attack flew down, surprising him and making him dodge backward. His foot had turned into a block of ice. Kim Yun-woo exclaimed in surprise. My foot is frozen, Sun Wukong quickly warned. Another attack is coming. Kim Yun-woo looked up and suddenly several bolts of lightning flew down. A huge impact covered the surroundings in smoke and dust. Kim Yun-woo quickly transformed and blocked the attack with the Ruyi Jingu Bang, shouting, damn it, what is this? He swung the Ruyi Jingu Bang forward and said, Ruyi Jingu Bang, enlarge. The Ruyi Jingu Bang struck directly at the Queen Ant, but she quickly dodged. Sun Wukong watched with an anxious expression and said, that guy just did something unimaginable. The Azure Dragon asked in confusion. What? Sun Wukong said, I can feel the energy of people I knew from that body, the power of the night parade of 100 demons and even the magic of the Ox King. There's even the energy of that snakehead bastard. That damn guy is utilizing defeated tower climbers to develop their achievements and apply them to herself, the Azure Dragon exclaimed in shock. What? Developing their achievements and applying them to herself, the Queen Ant shouted loudly. Among those unfortunate ones, your eyes are good. The Azure Dragon looked at her and added, it's not over yet. Although she only has part of their abilities, she seems to be able to fully utilize the developed achievements of those tower climbers. Sun Wukong recalled earlier and said, I'm sure that lightning just now was from that snakehead bastard. Kim Yun-woo frowned and said, if so, then the power of the ice that froze me just now is? Sun Wukong replied, probably Binglings. The Queen Ant looked at them and sneered. Hee hee, humble beings who have gained understanding. Allow me to introduce myself again. She crawled onto a stone pillar and said, I am the one who unifies all fallen ones and possesses their power. I am the Queen Ant. Kim Yun-woo frowned and replied, Queen Ant, my ass, you're nothing, you're just a mess. She asked angrily, do you think my body is the same as before? I even possess the achievement of unwavering will. Your provocation has no effect on me. Kim Yun-woo pointed at her and replied, Then who was that guy with the unwavering will who charged like crazy just now? Hearing that, she froze. The Queen Ant trembled and replied, that action just now was done by a slave named Regulator, not me. She suddenly became angry and shouted loudly, the current me is the one who possesses the achievements of the tower climbers who fell here. The Queen Ant can control their power as she pleases. I will also make their bodies part of mine. Kim Yun-woo frowned and clicked his tongue, then asked, why do the guys behind me always do the same thing? The Azure Dragon quickly warned. You should be careful. She seems to have quite a few achievements. Kim Yun-woo asked, how many does she have? The Azure Dragon replied, at least a few hundred. Kim Yun-woo asked blankly, damn it, does she have no weaknesses? The Azure Dragon replied, I haven't properly observed that damn guy's weakness yet. Sun Wukong suddenly pushed the Azure Dragon aside and shouted, stop talking nonsense and move quickly. Kim Yun-woo turned back to the Queen Ant and she emanated energy towards him from the stone pillar. Kim Yun-woo deflected the energy with the Ruyi Jingu Bang and wondered. Tisk, toxic energy, Sun Wukong shouted with a tense expression. Be careful of your surroundings. Kim Yun-woo looked up in surprise and asked what. Many fireballs suddenly rained down and a large stream of water poured down with them. Kim Yun-woo's surroundings were covered in black shadows and he struggled hard saying, oh really? Kim Yun-woo looked around and thought lightning, bingling, even curse techniques. This is really crazy. Suddenly, the jade ring in his hand began to glow and a large flash suddenly erupted, filling the area with smoke. Kim Yun-woo pointed the Ruyi Jingu Bang forward and shouted loudly, eat this. The Ruyi Jingu Bang grew, smashing the stone pillar and knocking down the Queen Ant. He appeared behind her, smiled and asked, hey over there. The Queen Ant turned around in surprise and asked, such a cowardly attack is useless. My back can block all attacks. As four arms appeared behind Kim Yun-woo, she exclaimed in shock, what is this? He clenched his fist and replied, I thought you had an unwavering will. Why are you so agitated? No one did anything. As soon as he finished speaking, a smile spread across Kim Yun-woo's face and he launched a null-up fish attack, sending smoke and dust flying everywhere. As the smoke gradually cleared, the Queen Ant lay on the ground with no time to yawn. She struggled and said, damn it. Kim Yun-woo rushed forward and smiled. Let's finish this. The wounds on her body suddenly healed completely at a rapid pace. He thought in surprise. Body regenerated. Suddenly, lightning poured down. It descended rapidly. Kim Yun-woo blocked it with the Ruyi Jingu Bang. He flew into the air and aimed the Ruyi Jingu Bang at her. Kim Yun-woo struck the Queen Ant's head. Suddenly a barrier appeared in front of him. Kim Yun-woo asked in confusion, what is this, a wall? Elsewhere a woman appeared with ribbons on her clothes. Guanryuk Nanchan stood behind her, thinking. Guanryuk Nanchan asked, I thought you had developed a little, but is containing the will of all demons still too much for you? The woman's hair fluttered, and she turned back to Guanryuk Nanchan with red eyes. Guanryuk Nanchan said, you've finally lost consciousness, young lady. Unfortunately, I'll have to put you back to sleep. Baekdo buried her face in her knees and said, did I fail again? The night parade of 100 demons stood before her smiling and said, you've tried exactly 1,000 times with this one. Baekdo was silent for a moment, then asked, how far have I come? The night parade of 100 demons said, it was fine until you killed the blood fiend. After eating that you got angry. Baekdo murmured, understood. The achievement of the night parade of 100 demons is to absorb the power of demons and correctly control and command them. That person must continuously confront the night parade of 100 demons. An ordinary person would go mad from their power. However, this child, even after 1,000 attempts, has absorbed 70 of the night parade of 100 demons' power. Guanryuk Nanchan comforted her. It took me hundreds of years to train this entire army. I knew from the beginning that something like this could happen, but if you've really come this far, there's truly a possibility. The scene shifted elsewhere and Kim Yun-woo was fighting the Queen Ant's form. A wall appeared in front of him. Kim Yun-woo raised his hand and touched it. What the hell is this damn wall? Sun Wukong watched and said, it's probably the night parade of 100 demons' underground fortress. Underground fortress, but I didn't see it. From the energy I feel, it's clear, but it seems to have been made invisible by combining it with another guy's achievement. Kim Yun-woo cursed. Damn it. Sun Wukong continued, but this underground fortress isn't an urgent problem. Look at that guy's body. Her regeneration is truly amazing. Those achievements are developed and filled with vitality. At this moment, the damaged parts of the Queen Ant's body were forming new molecules and reattaching at an incredibly fast rate. Kim Yun-woo clutched his head and said, everything is too difficult. Tisk, nevertheless, he held the Ruyi Jingu Bang tightly. Then I just have to destroy her until she can't regenerate, right? The Queen Ant said, normally I would protect my body as much as possible, but it's not entirely impossible. Kim Yun-woo said irritably, damn it, don't make excuses. The Queen Ant opened her mouth and said, this time is an exception. I'll show you my true form. She suddenly bit her own body. Everyone watching gasped in shock, mouths agape. She's eating her own body? The Queen Ant continued to eat herself in front of the three and finally, one eye opened wide. With blood-red pupils, the Queen Ant transformed into a sphere and shouted, I'll tear you to shreds. She attacked Kim Yun-woo with countless spider legs. Thousands of legs stabbed everywhere, raising thick dust. Kim Yun-woo dodged the attacks, nearly having his pants ripped off. Then he approached her and struck her head hard with the Ruyi Jingu Bang. Kim Yun-woo gathered all his strength and stepped forward using the demon mystic kick of the Supreme Ruler technique. A tremendous explosion echoed. The Queen Ant fell to the ground. Kim Yun-woo, sweating, checked if it had an effect, but suddenly countless sharp legs burst out of the dust, launching a surprise attack on him. Kim Yun-woo blocked them one by one. The Queen Ant did not die. She regenerated in a very disgusting manner and cursed at Kim Yun-woo. "You damn bastard, how dare you!" Kim Yun-woo, still fearless, smiled and said, "Where's your unwavering mind? Why are you so agitated? No one did anything." And Kim Yun-woo thought, "I can't launch such an attack without doing it myself. Anyway, since everything has come to this, I'll shatter her." Kim Yun-woo swung the Ruyi Jingu Bang at the Queen Ant again and shouted loudly, "Let's see if you can endure this attack too." The Queen Ant shattered into countless small pieces. However, those small pieces reassembled in less than half a second, recovering her. Kim Yun-woo said irritably, "Damn it." He quickly turned and fled, almost dying. Kim Yun-woo thought helplessly as he watched the Queen Ant's incredibly fast regeneration. But fortunately, even though she has so many achievements, she's not too strong. Ice orbs flew towards Kim Yun-woo and he dealt with them one by one. Then fireballs flew and Kim Yun-woo repeated the same movements. After doing it repeatedly, Kim Yun-woo felt like he would go crazy because her attack patterns were too simple. "Is she really the regulator?" He gnashed his teeth. "But her regeneration is too strong, isn't it?" "Damn it." The Queen Ant fought for a while but sustained no injuries and stared intently at Kim Yun-woo. "If this continues, I'll die of exhaustion," the Azure Dragon outside reminded him. "If you keep stalling, you'll just waste stamina. It seems it's time to end this." Kim Yun-woo said irritably, "I know. You two, stop standing there and find her weakness." Sun Wukong rubbed his chin and thought, but she doesn't seem to have any weaknesses." The Azure Dragon also agreed. "That's right, she has almost reached the realm of a saint." Kim Yun-woo scolded his two companions who were treating his life as nothing special. "So what then? I should just die." Sun Wukong tilted his head and said, "But something keeps emanating from her body." "What is it?" Sun Wukong began to explain at length. "I don't know if it's because she has many achievements in her body. At first I thought her huge body was due to the achievements she possessed. But Kim Yun-woo, busy being chased, cut him off. "Get to the point. I think those achievements are being supplied with other energy sources." The Azure Dragon also agreed. "That's right, it seems correct. You also noticed it now, Snakehead," the Azure Dragon said sarcastically. "Then this monkey's trick is useful, isn't it?" Sun Wukong also retaliated against the Azure Dragon without backing down. "You should call it observation, not a trick. Tisk, a snakehead like you only knows how to use your limbs. You wouldn't understand what strategy is." The two started fighting outside, completely oblivious to Kim Yun-woo. "What did you just say? Don't talk nonsense, you damn monkey." "What monkey?" Kim Yun-woo was helpless. "If you have time to fight, just go find that energy source tomorrow." He was running, then suddenly stopped. What is that sound?" He looked up and in front of him was a huge fireball. Perhaps Tan Bin's vlog was about to fall directly on his head. "Damn it." Kim Yun-woo quickly leapt and dodged the attack. The Azure Dragon, observing the situation through a machine, discovered something. Wait a minute, something strange." Kim Yun-woo nervously asked, "Did you two find anything?" The Azure Dragon said, "If I hadn't concentrated, I wouldn't have known, but I felt the power of another strange achievement from the pillar." At this moment, Kim Yun-woo noticed a strange pillar still standing firm in the distance. "That pillar," Kim Yun-woo finally started thinking, "all the other pillars have collapsed, but that one is still standing?" He mumbled as if something had occurred to him. "No way." Kim Yun-woo suddenly sprang up and leapt, his target being that pillar. The Queen Ant's eyes widened in surprise. "This damn guy, did he figure it out?" She threw her spear-like legs at Kim Yun-woo, shouting, "I won't let you get there." Kim Yun-woo sneered and smiled. "Seeing you try so hard to stop me, there must be something there, right?" The Queen Ant was exasperated. "This young pup," Kim Yun-woo provoked. "What, did you think I wouldn't figure it out?" He shattered the suspicious pillar with a single kick. The pillar broke and inside it was a sparkling purple stone. The Azure Dragon shouted loudly, "It's the source of power." Kim Yun-woo held it in his hand, satisfied. "Good." The Queen Ant was extremely flustered and tried to attack him as quickly as possible. "No, don't touch it." Kim Yun-woo clenched the source of power stone. "Got it." The purple stone in Yun-woo's hand slowly melted and then crumbled. Fedorog continued practical training with the night parade of 100 demons. Guanryuk Nanshan slowly thought an ordinary person would have had a seizure just now, but this little one. She saw Fedor trembling and breathing, unconscious but still retaining some awareness. However, at this moment there was only one thought in Fedor's mind: "Let's stop, I want to give up." The words "I want to give up" kept echoing in her mind, and though her hands continued to kill, her consciousness just wanted to stop. "There is still a lot to do." Returning to Kim Yun-woo, the Queen Ant at this time sensed a change in her body after losing the source of Power Stone. She groaned and screamed, "How can this be? How dare a mere human dare to steal my achievement? I won't forgive you." The Queen Ant continued to attack Kim Yun-woo. The Azure Dragon and Sun Wukong were very worried outside. "That jewel is probably his real body." Sun Wukong urged, "Hurry, there's no time to waste." Kim Yun-woo gnashed his teeth. "All right." Kim Yun-woo dodged attacks and counterattacked, thinking, "Time limit on the achievement I borrowed is gradually running out. If I collapse here, it's over." The sky suddenly changed. Dense murky white clouds filled the sky. The Queen Ant stared blankly and asked, "What in the world are those clouds?" Kim Yun-woo had two horns sprouting from his head and said, "This is the end." He pointed to the sky. The clouds gathered following Kim Yun-woo's finger. The Queen Ant shrieked, What have you done?" She once again swung her ant legs at Kim Yun-woo. He didn't care, slowly closed his eyes and a brief recollection flashed in his mind. "Did you think my technique merely creates simple lightning? I don't create such noisy techniques. That's just a misconception. Don't confuse it with the true magic I created. First, you must guide the lightning energy into the sky." Recalling the memory, Kim Yun-woo slowly breathed and focused on the energy. After guiding the energy into the sky, control the space as if dropping black ink one drop at a time into a clear pond. Don't try to control it too perfectly, just enough for the black clouds to fill the desired space. Finally, unleash lightning everywhere you can sense. Kim Yun-woo opened his eyes. That is the true technique I created. The light of lightning. At Fedorog's location she gasped. Her fingers were numb and constantly trembling. The words, "I want to give up," kept echoing in Fedor's mind. She gnashed her teeth. "I want to surrender to this desire. Am I really unable to complete it even after coming this far? This is much further than before. This much is enough." Fedor looked up at the sky and then at her own hands. "Should I not give up now?" Just then, the space suddenly turned white, and a voice echoed, pulling her out of the mire of negative thoughts. "Disciple, why are you living like a doll who easily gives up on what you want?" "My disciple?" Fedor raised her head and she was surprised. Master, it was Kim Yun-woo." Kim Yun-woo wore a cape and a mask. He stood on a pillar, looked down at Fedor and asked, "Why do you not believe in yourself? Is it because your parents controlled you like a pet, or is it because you've always lived that way? If so, forget it, forget everything. From now on, forget the life you've lived, even forget your name. Whether you were a billionaire or a beggar outside, forget all of it, and start a new life here." Kim Yun-woo landed in front of her. "Don't live like your parents' pet. Live a life where you can make your own decisions." He stroked Fedor's head and said, "It'll be hard to call you without a name, so I'll give you a new one. Leah, your name is Miriam. That's your new name." Kim Yun-woo smiled. Miri bowed her head and a tear rolled down her cheek, but Miri smiled. "Master has always been the one to save me." Miri gathered energy in her hand. Gwanryuk Nanshan stared blankly, thinking, surely that little one isn't gathering all the wishes of demons, is she? The lightning light created by Kim Yun-woo struck the queen ant directly. She transformed like a centipede, writhing in the air as if electrocuted. The queen ant fell to the ground and lightning enveloped her body. The holes in her body no longer recovered. The queen ant screamed in pain. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much, it hurts so much." Kim Yun-woo watched with great delight. "Oh, I didn't realize lightning would be so effective. I used to only fight one-on-one, so I never had a chance to use wide-area techniques, but it's this effective." The queen ant with a large hole in her body continued to scream, it hurts so much, my body hurts so much." Kim Yun-woo flew to the queen ant and said, "It seems you can no longer regenerate your body." Seeing him approach, she screamed in fear, "No, get away from me!" Kim Yun-woo was so annoyed by the noise that his head hurt, so he shoved his staff into her mouth. "Stop acting now, eat this." The queen ant struggled and Kim Yun-woo smiled. "You're the first one to become an insect burger." He commanded his staff to enlarge. Rui's staff. As the Rui staff grew, her body swelled and then shattered. The queen ant could no longer scream and simply exploded. When the queen ant died, a game panel appeared. Notification: you have successfully defeated a conqueror from the top of the tower. Location: underground. You have successfully defeated the regulator. You have accumulated enough achievements to unlock information authority at the highest level. You now have highest level information authority. Kim Yun-woo changed his clothes and stood up. "Phew, I'm tired." An energy stone appeared next to him. He reached out his hand and asked, "What is this?" An information panel immediately updated for Kim Yun-woo. "This stone is a storage key, SS grade, adjustment, not yet analyzed, skill, entry, information authority. This key was created by Gorak the regulator, who maintains the balance and logic of the tower and creates and manages the world. Insufficient information authority. After the regulator adjusted the tower in a new way, the authority she should have received, which was insufficient information authority, was collected. Because she continuously used the insufficient information authority, she was able to conduct experiments that she had not been able to execute sufficiently. Among these experiments, she lacked information authority. The advantage of the space created by the regulator was that it was a space only she could use. She could stay in that space, but others had a limit of 30 minutes. The cooldown for using this key to enter was 24 hours. The user could check the cooldown by using the entry skill. Remaining cooldown until this key can be used: 22 hours 49 minutes 31 seconds. Countdown. Kim Yun-woo pouted his lips. "Damn it, what the hell is this? Give me more information. I can't know much due to insufficient information authority. But these blank parts must be stories about secret places for experiments, right? Since it's a storage key created by the creator, there must be something inside." Cooldown is 22 hours 49 minutes 31 seconds, so I can't use it yet. In fact, I haven't obtained any information. Kim Yun-woo happily put the stone in his pants pocket. "I'll just take it to Noah and ask him first." He took out his ring and called the Nimbus Cloud. White Cloud sword. Kim Yun-woo got on it. "Now where is it?" Kim Yun-woo put his hands on his hips, looked around and asked in a flustered tone, "Where's the exit?" The Azure Dragon said, It seems to be in the south." "Oh really, Leah? Or it could be in the west or east." Kim Yun-woo shouted in anger. "No, just say it's everywhere." Sun Wukong kicked the Azure Dragon, sending him flying for speaking such nonsense. "You can find it by writing the Nimbus Cloud along the wall. It'll probably be faster than when you just found the regulator." Kim Yun-woo agreed. "Leah, that sounds like a good idea." Returning to Miri's location, she was still gathering and controlling the night parade of 100 demons. A voice echoed, "Perfect." Gwanryuk Nanshan praised her with a bright smile. "I can't believe you learned how to control the night parade of 100 demons so quickly. It's truly amazing." She created a portal and said, "Now that there's nothing more to do, let's leave. You can exit through this." Miri didn't leave immediately, hesitating and standing there with a curious expression. Gwanryuk Nanshan was curious. "Is there a problem? Is something wrong?" Miri fidgeted with her fingers and said, she asked shyly, "Aren't you going to teach me the ultimate technique?" Gwanryuk Nanshan asked again. The ultimate technique. Marianne was too shy and cried out, "I'm going," immediately trying to rush off. Guanryuk Nanshan hurriedly stopped her. Wait, I'll tell you, don't go. I don't want to talk to her anymore." No, then what kind of ultimate technique do you want to know? Mary was shy. What kind? Guanryuk Nanshan pointed her finger. I've lived for so long, do you think I only have one ultimate technique? It's more difficult than you think. The combat power needs to be different depending on the opposing man's personality, social status, and relationship. For example, Mary's eyes widened and sparkled upon hearing that. It was as if she had attained enlightenment. Then, a moment later, both of them shouted with joy. Guanryuk Nanshan emphasized once again, that means the ultimate technique used must be appropriate for the situation. You can play a seductive, innocent, or pure role. The basic explanation is over. Now you decide for yourself. Mary hesitated and asked, "Do you have any recommendations?" Guanryuk Nanshan thought, "In your master's case, I'll recommend two. The first method is to consistently approach him gently to make him fall for you. For example, pretend to have food on your mouth, and have Kim Yun-woo wipe it off her mouth. No, my disciple, you have something on your mouth, oh master. But the most important part is persistence." Mary asked like a child, "Persistence? Leah, if you keep doing that, eventually a spark will ignite between the two of you." Mary tilted her head again and asked, "Then how will I know when the spark ignites?" Guanryuk Nanshan sighed. "It's really hard to explain. Anyway, let's move on to the second method. Seizing victory in one go, there's a slight risk, but if it succeeds, your master will definitely." Having said this much, Guanryuk Nanshan quickly snapped out of her vain thoughts and pinched Mary's cheek, saying, "You won't succeed if you don't learn properly, so I'll put it simply. Choose between slow but sure and fast but risky." Guanryuk Nanshan pointed at Marianne's face and asked, "So what do you want?" Marianne's face flushed and she pursed her lips. She bowed her head. In a romantic landscape, small flowers bloomed in profusion, entwining with each other, filling the branches to cover the sky. Under the warm spring sunlight on a wide green lawn, two people were relaxing comfortably. A man was lying on a woman's lap, bathed in the warm spring sunlight. In a very enchanting atmosphere, Kim Yun-woo looked at the girl with extremely tender eyes. "We are looking at each other." Mary also gazed at him intently. Her cheeks flushed under the warm sunlight. He raised his hand and gently stroked her hair, but Kim Yun-woo couldn't endure her gaze. Michiyoung's eyes widened and her cheeks were as red as ripe tomatoes. She slowly bent down, slightly surprised, but gently closed her eyes and proceeded to the next step. Having reached this far, the story was momentarily paused with a total of 40,096 views. There were 765 comments. Notable comments included one from LKA Loy that said, "This is truly the best. If it came out as a book, I'd buy 10 copies. There was also a comment from Makoti that said, "The author writes so well, I'm truly satisfied." And a comment from Andreda that said, "This is a masterpiece. I'll read it to the end." Kamiho scrolled through the comments, smiling contentedly. Lee Seo-dong next to her was slightly speechless, turning her head in embarrassment but still unable to believe her eyes. Lee Seo-dong picked up her phone again, her face flushed like a ripe jujube, and once again looked at the page. Watching the scene just now, the romantic moment when the male and female protagonists were about to kiss, Lee Seo-dong quietly screamed with joy and embarrassment in her heart, as if a river had burst its banks. As a true reader, I knew this would happen even before reading this chapter. It's not realistic. Marianne is always next to Yunwoo. Recalling Michiyoung's nonchalant expression, she murmured, "But her emotions are completely normal." However, this kind of story completely captivated Lee Seo-dong, and she couldn't help but inwardly admit that even though nothing in it aligned with reality, the writing was truly excellent, just as she was engrossed in her thoughts. Suddenly a voice from the front said, "We've arrived," and Lee Seo-dong, slightly embarrassed, still with a flushed face, stammered, "Yes." So after a long journey they arrived at their destination, closed the door, and stepped out refreshed. Before them stood a magnificent building in ancient architectural style with a large horned skull depicted on its firmly closed door. Kamiho exclaimed, "Isn't this where the magic circle was?" Lee Seo-dong confirmed softly, "Yes." A greater emotion surged in Lee Seo-dong's heart. She was surprised. "I can't believe she built such a building in Henan." As expected of Tarina A. Guild, Kamiho turned to Lee Seo-dong and happily said, "Today I'll continue explaining the 6 combined formation methods we talked about yesterday." Lee Seo-dong excitedly replied, "Yes." At a moment when the atmosphere of the journey was very peaceful, Lee Seo-dong suddenly noticed something strange in front of them and was startled. A huge gate opened and soldiers stood solemnly in 2 rows. All wore horned black masks covering half their faces, making both girls gasp in surprise. Kamiho said, "Oh, they all look the same." Lee Seo-dong was slightly more surprised. Masked warriors. The soldiers all silently bowed their heads, respectfully greeting the guests. Lee Seo-dong thought to herself, black masks, they must be subordinates directly managed by Marianne, right? She still asked, a little flustered, "Where's the magic circle?" Passing through the masked soldiers who had bowed their heads, Kamiho said with a very confident attitude, "This place is too big, so let's split up and search." Lee Seo-dong readily replied, "Yes, let's do that." The buildings in this architectural complex were all beautiful. Everything was delicately crafted from wood, and the evenly painted orange paint exuded a distinct ancient atmosphere. As she walked down an unknown corridor, Lee Seo-dong was suddenly drawn by a voice coming from a nearby room. "Come in." Without hesitation, she gently pushed the wooden door open and asked, "What's that noise?" Inside, intermittent groans continued to emanate, without anyone seeming to mind her sudden appearance. Witnessing the sight before her as if struck by lightning, Lee Seodong stood with her mouth agape, staring blankly, unable to utter a word. The person inside still lazily said, "Master." In another dark and smoky place it seemed even sunlight couldn't penetrate. This was the first-floor entrance, and a red-bodied ogre with countless eyes embedded in its head appeared. He was the tower climber Shuten Doji. He looked around and asked himself, "Is this the first floor?" On the ground another creature lay motionless. Shuten Doji turned his head, showing interest, and snorted curiously before stepping on the creature's face with his sharp-clawed foot. Shuten Doji wondered if it was indeed the guardian of the floor he had heard about. Why was it sprawled out like this? A little blood suddenly seeped from the guardian's lifeless face. The eyes behind his head informed Shuten Doji that he was not alone. He said, surprised, "What is it?" From within the mist, Kim Yun-woo was already standing there, his hands in his pockets, chin raised as if challenging Shuten Doji. Shuten Doji turned to Kim Yun-woo looking somewhat foolish. "Are you also a guardian? But you're not a ferocious growling wolf, are you?" Kim Yun-woo let out a long sigh, shaking his head as if tired of the non-question. He scoffed, "Are you blind? A ferocious growling wolf is sprawled out right in front of you." Shuten Doji stared blankly at Kim Yun-woo and said, "This guy has guts." Having said that, Shuten Doji tensed his body, clenched his fists, and continued excitedly, "They said the tower was full of interesting people. They weren't kidding," he repeated several times. "Interesting, very interesting." In contrast, Kim Yun-woo was simply annoyed. He scratched his head, frowned, and said, "Damn it, this is really irritating." Shuten Doji still said loudly, "I like your arrogant attitude, now entertain me." Before he could finish speaking, Kim Yun-woo delivered a blow directly to the monster's head, silencing him and distorting his face. Still not having fully vented his anger, he delivered another earth-shattering kick to the center of Shuten Doji's head, shattering the ground and scattering fragments everywhere. A quick comment followed. "Truly brutal, what a disgrace. Hurry up and climb the tower." Kim Yun-woo casually replied with disinterest, all right, in an office elsewhere. A woman carefully lifted her body, a slight blush on her face, and urged, "Ahem, ahem." Miriam cautiously looked at herself, feeling very embarrassed, but earnestly asked, "Not this either. Do I need to lift my butt higher? What about the dress?" Miriam, embarrassed, asked with a slight retort, "How do I have to do everything?" Lee Seodong, who had just witnessed several alluring actions from the person in front of her, was dumbfounded and speechless. Miriam fidgeted with her butt and said, "You need to look at the back." She turned around and continued to talk to herself. In Lee Seodong's long life experience, she couldn't possibly understand what was happening. She thought, confused, "What the hell is going on? Have I been reading too much fanfiction lately? Or is Miriam crazy?" As Lee Seodong kept thinking, "Why is she doing that? What is she training for?" Miriam noticed her presence in the room. Miriam stammered, embarrassed. "Oh," immediately, her previous embarrassed appearance vanished. Miriam transformed into a demonic form with two long horns sprouting from her forehead and her hair turning platinum. She asked in a dark voice, "Did you see everything?" Lee Seodong stammered, startled by Miriam's menacing appearance. "Huh, no, yes." This answer made Miriam even more furious. She glared with wide eyes and summoned a fierce beast. A large tiger immediately appeared behind her. Lee Seodong screamed in fright, "Ah," but Miriam did not immediately attack Lee Seodong. She said in a dark voice, "Since you are Master's comrade, I won't kill you." Lee Seodong stammered. "Then what about earlier?" Miriam glared and replied, "But since you saw everything, I'll have to take your memories." Hearing this, Lee Seodong became even more terrified. She broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, What are you going to do with my memories?" "Ah," the tiger bared its teeth ferociously. Miriam reassured her, "Don't worry, I just needed to bite you 3 times. Lee Seodong, terrified, covered the tiger's approaching mouth with her hands. "Wait, I didn't see anything. Really, I didn't see anything." Miriam ignored her and said, "Don't worry. As I said earlier, I won't kill you." Miriam said in a deep voice, "Enough." The tiger pounced on Lee Seodong and she screamed. Miriam said loudly, "I'm only taking your memories." Lee Seodong, extremely terrified, closed her eyes tightly, then suddenly heard a questioning voice. "What is it?" The voice continued to echo, and the tiger momentarily paused its attack on Lee Seodong. "But if something like this happens, what about the embarrassing memories she had of me? Just leave them, but I'm sorry." Lee Seodong was confused. She truly couldn't understand what terrible thing was happening. With a deep sigh, Miriam returned to her original form. She turned her face slightly and said, "I won't erase your memories." Lee Seodong, delighted, teared up and stammered, "Really?" Miriam immediately replied, "There's one condition." Lee Seodong broke out in a cold sweat again. She worried, "One condition?" Miriam pointed directly at her and said firmly, "Help me." Elsewhere, Han-A-rin was walking leisurely. It was a place with many books and glass cabinets filled with books. Han-A-rin stopped in the middle and commanded, "Start." Immediately, hundreds of books began to fall around her. She found the book she needed and commanded, "Stop." Upon command, the falling books stopped in midair. Han-A-rin said, "Return." Immediately, all the books returned to their places. Each book was neatly organized, densely packed together. Only one book remained, which suddenly fell hard on Han-A-rin's head, making her cry out in pain. From that book, all the piles of books began to fall, and as the first pile fell, all the bookshelves collapsed in disarray and chaos, piling up like mountains. Han-A-rin commanded, "Disappear." And the books flew back into the air. Han-A-rin picked up one book and it said, "Stage 4 seems still difficult, doesn't it? But you're the only one who learned manipulation magic so quickly." Han-A-rin frowned, grabbed both ends of the book and tried to tear it. The Book of Command screamed, "Ah!" She angrily asked the Book of Command, "Why won't it disappear?" The book replied, "What nonsense!" Han-A-rin couldn't hold back. She was ready to tear it. "Why don't the books disappear immediately?" The Book of Command, terrified, cried out. "Wait, it's a misunderstanding," she asked. "Then what is it?" the book replied. "It's checking the power needed to fall again." "Wait, don't tear me." Han-A-rin, deciding to spare the Book of Command, threw it away and said, "I've been using this power since before I met you, but I didn't know it would be so useful." The book quickly replied, "Of course." Relieved that it was safe, the Book of Command instructed Han-A-rin, "Before I tell you that, it seems your spatial manipulation isn't complete yet. You'll have to complete this to move on to the next stage." Han-A-rin asked skeptically, "What do you mean by the next stage?" The Book of Command, living up to its name, became wise. It replied, "Controlling the existence of space. If you succeed, you'll be able to control everything in space." Hearing that explanation, Han-A-rin curled her lips in amusement. She imagined Miriam's image and said, "Ah, in that case, dealing with that little brat will just be a matter of time." At the Guardian Guild, towering modern buildings bathed in the morning sun promised everyone a productive day. In a room inside the building, a slender hand placed a thick stack of documents on the desk and asked, "Where is the chairman?" Sakaranya, her face tired, placed her hand on the stack of documents and said, "There's too much to approve." Kim Si-hoon said sympathetically, "He's probably causing trouble somewhere again." He asked Sakaranya, "Ms. Anya, does this stack of documents include the first half's accounting data?" She quickly replied, "Ah, yes." Sakaranya handed over the file and said, "Here you go." In that brief moment, Kim Si-hoon gently took her hand. The two looked at each other with admiration. "My goodness." Tender moment quickly passed, replaced by embarrassment. Sakaranya, flustered, said, "But thanks to you, everything wasn't so difficult." Kim Si-hoon, also embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "No, it's nothing, let's finish quickly so we can go on a date." Hearing the man next to her express his sincere feelings, Sakaranya became even more excited. Her eyes widened and sparkled as she looked at him, and she softly said, "Si-hoon." Kim Si-hoon didn't miss the opportunity and moved closer to her. The two understood each other's feelings, closed their eyes, drew their bodies closer, their lips already ready for a kiss. Suddenly, the office door burst open and Hansel Kagan and Reldong excitedly entered. They spoke loudly, vying with each other. Hansel Kagan smiled brightly and said, "We've come to help you too." Reldong, holding a bag of snacks, said excitedly, "We just dropped by since we were in the neighborhood." Seeing Sakaranya and Kim Si-hoon with their backs to each other, they said regretfully, "The fun's over now." Elsewhere, two people were conversing as if on a large ship floating freely in space. One person asked, "You've come, but you must be very tired from fighting." The other did not answer directly, but tacitly agreed, "It's better to finish everything quickly." A piece of metal lay on their table. The other person said meaningfully, "This first." This person immediately praised, "The regulator's key, you did it." It turned out Noah and Kim Yun-woo were conversing. Kim Yun-woo rested his chin on his hand and asked Noah with an irritated face, "But was that brat really the regulator?" Noah didn't grasp the intention of the question. He asked him back, "What do you mean?" Kim Yun-woo recalled the one-eyed monster that had attacked him earlier and said, "She was too pathetic even after developing the achievements of tower climbers, and she was a little crazy." Without rushing to a conclusion, Noah calmly asked him, "Developed achievements, so the regulator did that in the end?" The regulator's illusion appeared very elegantly in Noah's memory. He continued, "She wanted to create an omnipotent achievement that controlled everything, but in the end it wasn't her own achievement." Noah judged that even with a specific method there would be problems with the body. Kim Yun-woo became even more serious, tilted his head and asked puzzled, Why are all the people related to the tower so strange? Anyway, never mind that. What does this key do?" Noah still maintained a very calm demeanor. He told him, "It would be better explained by entering the vault." Kim Yun-woo immediately replied, "Then what?" "Yes," Noah kindly replied, "the cooldown is almost over, so take a look first." Kim Yun-woo stared intently at the key in his hand. He agreed, "The vault, I'm curious too." Suddenly, something blue appeared before them. It was the information panel for the item Kim Yun-woo was holding. Key fragment, SS grade, adjustment level unknown, skill, entry, next use cooldown none, meaning it could be used. Kim Yun-woo confidently curled his lips and commanded entry. As soon as he heard the command, the information panel gradually disappeared and the key opened a door directly above Kim Yun-woo's head. It illuminated him brightly all over. It immediately took him to a certain place, and within 1 second of arriving, Kim Yun-woo was speechless with shock. His eyes still held that shock and his whole body seemed frozen. The sight before his eyes was extremely bizarre. Kim Yun-woo read out loud, word by word. Countless statues, precisely 1 millimeter identical to real human proportions, stood with lifelike expressions, and he could barely finish a 3-word question. "What is this?" At the Orang Guild Training Center, several activities were taking place. Kamiho smiled brightly and said, "All right, well done." On the floor, Lee Seodong stretched. She lamented, "I'm tired." Kamiho, like a diligent teacher, continued to encourage her. "You did really well." Reldong handed Kamiho a blue pack. Kamiho praised her opponent excitedly. "Even with the system's help, my stats increased really quickly." While Kamiho continued to wave her limbs and express gratitude, Lee Seo-dong calmly opened the information panel. The panel read, Reldong, 28 years old, female, stats unknown, strength A, agility S, stamina A, HPS, magic SC, skills, fragmentation, magic control, crushing, concentration, restricted enhancement, magic awakening, magic oblivion, high-speed interference, high-speed magic memory use, HPS, magic SC. Taking a sip of water and resting for a moment, Lee Seo-dong said, slightly flustered, last time her magic was S, but it increased to SC in 2 weeks. Reldong recalled the information provided. Generally, skill restrictions are determined in the tower, so outside growth rate slows down, she asked herself. But what is this incredible growth breaking the atmosphere, Kamiho said. Shouldn't we go now? Lee Seo-dong was slightly surprised. How, we still have time, Kamiho replied. But weren't you going to ask Master something? Reminded. Reldong recalled the promise she made to Miriam. She let out a small sigh of regret. Reldong joked to Kamiho, isn't it better to forget about the past? Kamiho didn't understand anything. On this side, Kim Yun-woo unhesitatingly struck the face of a statue. He wondered, but this statue seems to be outside. Rubbing his hand because he had hit too hard, he muttered, I don't know if this will help. Just then, something else caught his eye. Drawing Kim Yun-woo's gaze, looking closely, he widened his eyes in surprise. It was a familiar person, a smiling statue. He called out the person's name. Heavenly Demon, someone commented. Is this the corpse of a tower climber? Kim Yun-woo ignored it and stared intently at the statue, thinking, I can see the Heavenly Demon's hand tightly gripping a sword, a voice continued to echo. It looks difficult on the outside, but I'm sure I can feel the remnants of achievement left in that corpse, it urged Kim Yun-woo. It's not over yet. Go further. After a few more steps, he found even larger faces and couldn't hide his surprise. Kim Yun-woo was confused. Bulking and Jeonguchil, even 10,000-year Bingaling are here. Outside, Bulking said, Perhaps all the people who died in the tower are gathered here. Demon King also agreed. Yes, since I'm here too, it must be true. It turned out the people guiding Kim Yun-woo were them. Hearing the Demon King say that, he immediately asked, What? Where's your corpse? The old man told him. Look up. A giant dragon statue carved in a descending pose appeared above Kim Yun-woo's head. He was somewhat speechless. The Demon King said, Perhaps all corpses regardless of race are gathered here. Just then a notification appeared on the key. Time is up. It returned Kim Yun-woo to a chair facing Noah. Noah asked him, Did you see that place? He replied briefly, Yes. Kim Yun-woo continued, But there are only the corpses of tower climbers inside. How is that supposed to help me? Noah closed his eyes and said comfortably, It won't help you now, but what if they become your allies? Kim Yun-woo asked in surprise. Allies? A green orb appeared in Noah's palm. Kim Yun-woo asked cautiously, unable to understand. What is this? Noah replied. It's an item that will help you with that task, Kim Yun-woo exclaimed in surprise. Really? Noah didn't need to say more. His eyes gleamed with excitement and he quickly asked, Of course, that's great, so what do I need to do now? Noah also smiled and said, First, you must persuade them to become your allies. Upon hearing this, Kim Yun-woo sensed something was wrong. His face hardened and his earlier burning enthusiasm vanished, replaced only by a bewildered expression. Kim Yun-woo thought persuade by defeating them? Noah said, as if finding him impossible. Defeat them? I was planning to talk to them. Kim Yun-woo frowned, waved his hand and asked, Is there no other way? Noah replied coldly. There isn't. He broke out in a cold sweat. Kim Yun-woo was certain things wouldn't go smoothly. After a moment of thought he said to Noah, All right then, tell me what to do. How to resurrect the tower climbers. Noah slowly recalled the method itself isn't difficult. Noah explained the relationship between humans and orbs in detail. First, you must persuade them to enter the imaginary space, then place their consciousness into this orb, and then enter the key's vault to complete it. Noah smiled gently and advised him, The most important thing is persuasion, remember that. Upon hearing this, Kim Yun-woo felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Kim Yun-woo muttered persuasion several times with a bitter smile. He then recalled famous figures who had succeeded in the tower and broke out in a cold sweat. Kim Yun-woo doubted, Is it possible? Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Ah! Kim Yun-woo slammed the table and exclaimed loudly. That's right, he pointed a finger and said, I just need to resurrect the Blue Dragon and Goku. They've been with me for quite a while, so persuading them will be easy. Their bodies are still in the vault too, Noah asked back in surprise. But would that be all right for you? Kim Yun-woo asked, unable to understand. Me? Why me? Noah explained his relationship with Goku. You made a contract with the great sage, didn't you? If you resurrect him, he will return to his original master. A significant problem will arise, meaning you will no longer be able to use the great sage's achievement. Kim Yun-woo recalled the Blue Dragon and stammered, What about the Blue Dragon then? At this moment the Blue Dragon appeared, wailing and lamenting. My achievement? Noah immediately asked. He gave you all his achievements, didn't he? Noah confirmed. In that case he will be resurrected without his achievement, so he won't be of much help. Upon hearing this, Kim Yun-woo clicked his tongue, crossed his arms and wore a disgusted expression. Noah continued, However, if you return the achievement you received, it would be a different story. Upon hearing this he scratched his head and equivocated, I still need the Blue Dragon's power, so it's a bit. Then he buried his face in the table, sighed and said irritably, I thought everything would be fine after eliminating the regulator, but why are there more problems? Noah smiled and said, To change the tower, fighting the regulator is unavoidable. Think of it as a prerequisite. He clicked his tongue again. He buried his face in the table, gnashed his teeth and muttered, How am I supposed to persuade those stubborn guys? Noah consoled. Tisk, don't worry too much. I think you'll find a way to persuade them even beyond those two. Upon hearing this, he fell into thought again. Kim Yun-woo suddenly stood up and asked again, now that I think about it again, what about why? Have you found the system room? Noah waved his hand and said, no, I haven't found it yet, but I've found a clue. I'm sorry, but give me a little more time. Noah took out an orb and said, more importantly, I've completed the item you requested. This orb is a movement device, grade unknown, no adjustment, skill is teleportation. Information authority. The movement device was created by the master of Noah's Ark and the creator of this tower. Using the teleportation skill, it can move anywhere from Noah's Ark to the 9th floor. The movement device cannot be used continuously, and has a total cooldown of 12 hours before it can be used again, unless mana is recharged. If additional mana is recharged, the cooldown can be reduced by up to 15 current status usable. Kim Yun-woo looked at the item and laughed. Now I won't have to kill monsters just to get here. Noah also replied cheerfully, that's right, now you can come directly to this place. He held the movement device and smiled brightly. Tisk, at least this problem is solved. He rejoiced inwardly, yes, thanks to Noah, I'll be able to find why soon. He was filled with hope, thinking to himself, just a little more patience. In a luxurious building, though it was late at night, the interior was brightly lit. A finger pointed at the screen, tapping the upgrade item, and then said, as he said, if I am resurrected, you will no longer be able to use my achievement. The blue dragon also replied, the same goes for me. On the screen, Kim Yun-woo was seen lying languidly, replying, understood. He was sprawled on the sofa, but he asked, do you really not know your bodies are on the ship? Goku and the blue dragon immediately confirmed. Goku suddenly raised a finger, laughed, and said, there's one way. Kim Yun-woo was surprised. Oh, what is it? Goku recalled him riding the Nimbus Cloud and said, remember the Nimbus Cloud? You'll have to possess my achievement just like you did back then. He angrily jumped up and shouted, don't talk nonsense. Then he struck the phone, sending it flying. The blue dragon looked up at the screen and said, there's another way, he asked curiously. Really? The blue dragon opened its mouth and replied, yes. But the scene returned to his house and Lee Seodong and Kamiho greeted him happily. Hung, hello, you're back. Master, the two then asked, Hung, are you done with everything you had to do? He sat comfortably on the sofa, arms crossed, and replied leisurely, yeah, well, it's all right more or less. Lee Seodong smiled and sat down. Really, that's good to hear. Kim Yun-woo asked doubtfully, is there something you want to say? Lee Seodong frowned slightly and replied, my stats suddenly increased starting 2 weeks ago. Hung, do you know what happened? He immediately replied, I don't know anything about it. Didn't it just increase because it was time? Lee Seodong continued, but it's strange that it increased so much in such a short time. He suggested a solution. Did you ask Sehun? Lee Seodong immediately replied, I asked him, but he didn't know either, and he said his stats had also suddenly increased. Kim Yun-woo rested his chin on his hand and thought deeply. He recalled the battle, thinking to himself, could it be that something went wrong because I killed the regulator? But I killed her a week ago, which doesn't match the time when the stats started increasing. Lee Seodong saw his serious expression and, slightly worried, said nothing. Then Lee Seodong spoke. Hung, Kim Yun-woo quickly replied. Yes, why? Lee Seodong hesitated. After a moment of thought, Lee Seodong spoke. Do you have a type you're attracted to? Upon hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise. No way. The two stared at each other and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Kim Yun-woo stared blankly, unsure what to say. Then he continued to ask, why do you care so much whether I have one or not? Hung. He still couldn't say anything, his face blank. Then he asked, do you like Hung? Before he could finish speaking, Lee Seodong flared up in anger, exuding a threatening aura. How dare you say something so disgusting? He asked again. Are you trying to interview me? Lee Seodong vehemently denied it. No, he still wanted to ask. Then why are you asking? Lee Seodong's patience ran out. She leaned closer, her eyes glaring menacingly, and said, just get to the point. He thought deeply. An ideal type? Do I even have one? While he was thinking, a voice suddenly said, of course the 7 fairies are the most beautiful. Goku, with his arms crossed, continued, especially the first fairy. The blue dragon snorted and said, oh ho, you monkey, shouldn't you be above thinking about the 7 fairies like that? Goku pointed a finger and retorted, hey, don't pretend to be innocent. The blue dragon immediately replied, of course I am one of the 4 divine beasts. Unlike you, I am not bound by worldly desires. Goku continued, but the 4th fairy came to me. Upon hearing this, the blue dragon coldly snorted. Yet you dared to do such a thing to the Jade Emperor's daughter? Goku laughed mockingly and said, hey blue dragon, what happened to the woman who tricked you and stole your achievement? Upon hearing this, the blue dragon jumped up. What are you babbling about? Goku continued to tease. There's even a rumor that you sacrificed a fresh young maiden. Did you think I wouldn't know? The blue dragon hurled an insult. You son of a bitch. Goku also rushed to fight. Say that again, you bastard. He watched the scene, speechless. Kim Yun-woo exclaimed, ah, as if remembering something, and Lee Seodong, seeing what he wanted to say, was delighted. Hung, what is it? He handed his phone to Lee Seodong. Lee Seodong looked at it and was surprised. Cold sweat dripped and her eyes widened in disbelief. Lee Seodong exclaimed loudly, what? Inside the ship, a blue glowing stone lay on the table. A voice was heard. I wonder if Kim Yun-woo has decided who to save. Noah finished speaking and looked up at the magic circle floating in the air. 3 triangles extended in 3 directions and strange characters were written on the magic circle. Noah got up from his chair, carefully looked at what was in front of him, and slowly walked away. Noah placed his hand on the magic circle and drew more. A circle appeared in the center of the magic circle. A blue light appeared and a screen materialized. Noah was surprised. Why hasn't she met Kim Yun-woo? Why, from the system room had said at the time, when the time comes I will go find him myself, so don't say anything about me. Returning to Kim Yun-woo's house, Gwanryuk Nanchin said, "Little one, what are you worried about? My ultimate technique never fails." Upon hearing this, Miriam tilted her head and replied, "I'm not worried, I'm just thinking carefully." Gwanryuk Nanchin then asked, are you scared?" Miriam asked doubtfully. "What?" Gwanryuk Nanchin continued, "You're afraid that things won't go as planned and that your relationship with your master might break, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Miriam thought deeply. Inwardly she seemed to implicitly agree. Gwanryuk Nanchin suddenly said, "In that case, would you lend me your body for a while?" Miriam asked back, "What for?" Gwanryuk Nanchin said she wanted to capture the male protagonist. "I will seduce your master for 10 hours with my ultimate technique." Miriam's face flushed with embarrassment and she jumped up. "No way," the two argued. "I'm certain he'll be completely smitten by that technique." "Stop it!" Suddenly, Lee Seodong's voice was heard. Miriam cleared her throat and calmly said, "Let her in." The wooden door slowly opened. Lee Seodong entered holding her phone. "I found it." Then she showed the screen to Miriam. Seeing it, Miriam's eyes widened in surprise, and she stammered, "This is the ideal type he likes." Elsewhere in a dark room a voice was heard. "What nonsense is this? The upper floors of the tower are closed?" The mysterious man bowed his head and reported, "To be precise, the 12th and 13th floors have been completely closed." Shima listened quietly to his subordinate's report, arms crossed, seemingly calculating something. Shima asked, "Why did that happen?" The mysterious man replied, "We haven't found the cause yet, but as you know, the only one with the authority to lock the upper floors of the tower is." Hearing this much, Shima realized the answer. He smiled. "Is it her?" The person he guessed was why the mysterious man also thought so. "Most likely." Shima lightly tapped the back of his chair with his hand, remained silent for a moment, then continued, "I thought I had already dealt with her, but she's still hiding here. Interesting, moreover. She joined forces to help that strange fellow, more intriguing than I thought." The mysterious man was bewildered. "What do you mean, sir?" Shima immediately said. "Didn't I tell you before? Until that strange fellow arrives here." As he spoke, he raised his hand and a black power appeared. With a thud, that power caused a large explosion. Shima said calmly, "We'll do nothing but wait." The mysterious man saw the cracks in the wall and, slightly worried, said nothing. Shima continued to wield his power, and his voice became more enraged. "I am nothing." Then he suddenly smiled. "But this time it seems there are many small fries around him, aren't there? I will only help him once." As he spoke, a powerful purple energy burst forth. The mysterious man was surprised. "Are you really going to do that?" Shima said. "Perhaps she knew you would descend to the lower floors of the tower and locked it to buy time." A white light appeared in his hand. "In that case, we will move to another location." Returning to the protagonist's house. Today was truly a busy day. Let's start with the important matters. Kim Yun-woo stared intently forward and asked, "Blue Dragon, what was the method you were going to tell me about?" The Blue Dragon replied, "It's about learning all of our achievements simultaneously." Kim Yun-woo cursed with his eyes in anger but replied verbally, "I'm listening." The Blue Dragon ignored him and continued, "There's a magic that can help you accomplish this task, and it won't take long either." The Blue Dragon spoke about a magic circle. "We will utilize time and space." Kim Yun-woo asked doubtfully, "Time and space?" The Blue Dragon explained, "This is magic that can overcome the limitations of time and space. It can divide you into fragments and train them simultaneously." Kim Yun-woo imagined his limbs being fragmented and his face turned pale. The Blue Dragon, as if reading his mind, denied it. "Not your body but your spirit. For example, if your spirit is divided into 5 fragments, your body can train 5 different achievements simultaneously." A scene appeared showing 5 Kim Yun-woos simultaneously training various magnificent achievements, completely different from the fragmented limbs he had imagined earlier. He exclaimed, "Wow, that's really cool," the Blue Dragon advised him. "However, using this magic has a significant advantage," he asked in surprise. "What is it?" "It's," Goku also chimed in. "Yeah, you idiot, use your head. If you fragment your spirit, you'll be able to train more. But you'll have to use your brain a tremendous amount." He shouted blankly. "Ah," Goku described him, easily lifting 1 stone but then struggling to lift 5 at once, almost collapsing. "It took you 10 years just to learn the Nimbus Cloud. If you train 5 achievements simultaneously, it will probably be 5 times harder," the Blue Dragon also agreed. "The monkey is right. While you won't get physically exhausted when training in the imaginary space, you will experience mental fatigue. You've already experienced it, haven't you?" His face also became serious. "So, the most important factor is my mental capacity." The Blue Dragon immediately replied, "That's right," Goku added. "However, currently you can only train a maximum of 2 achievements." He was surprised. "How only 2? Goku crossed his arms and said, "There's no other way. This training is different from before." Goku and the Blue Dragon moved closer to each other. Goku bared his teeth and laughed. "This upcoming training is, after all, to acquire our achievements." He could no longer refute it. He clicked his tongue and accepted. "All right, so it won't be easy anyway." Goku spoke. "Was what you said earlier true?" He didn't understand and asked back, "What about your ideal type?" He recalled and replied, "Oh, that thing." Goku turned his face and scoffed. "Tisk, an ideal type is just a thought." Kim Yun-woo said angrily, "What are you talking about?" The Blue Dragon also chimed in. "Considering your age, doesn't she seem a bit too young?" Goku immediately said, "I don't care about age." He watched the two exchanging words and felt uneasy. "Wait, what are you two talking about?" Goku recalled what happened earlier. "By the way, that photo you showed that woman earlier, that girl was really fresh and unique." Realizing they had seen that video, he explained in anger, "Of course, if I didn't do that, she wouldn't leave me alone." Goku asked back, "Spare you?" Kim Yun-woo shouted, risking his life, and explained, "If I said no, she'd probably keep chasing me." He gritted his teeth, closed one eye, and added, "So I just showed her a game screen from an old game." Goku clicked his tongue. "Tisk, I see." Then he turned aside and whispered, "Is that guy really telling the truth?" The Azure Dragon also chattered. "But even so, doesn't that picture look too much like his disciple?" Goku said as if he realized something. "Right, it does." The disciples the Azure Dragon said it resembled were Lee Seodong and Miriam. Kim Yun-woo said irritably, as if it wasn't worth saying anything more, "No, stop spouting nonsense. I'm going to sleep." The Azure Dragon and Goku were still chattering. "Oh, what the hell is going on elsewhere?" Guanryuk Nanshin said. "I knew your master wasn't ordinary, but his ideal type is truly unique." Miriam anxiously asked, "So the methods I learned aren't effective?" Guanryuk Nanshin smiled. "Ha, little one, I've never experienced failure." Then Guanryuk Nanshin commanded Miriam through the screen, "Prepare the things I told you about." Miriam watched carefully as she listed the items, first this and that. The more she heard, the more shocked Miriam became. Her pupils constricted and sweat poured from her head like rain, and she seemed unable to believe it. She shouted, "What?" 3 days later, in a room decorated with luxurious wooden interiors, Lee Seodong was fiddling with her phone and sipping tea. The conversation was displayed on her phone screen. "No matter what you say, you..." She was so embarrassed that her ears turned bright red, but she bravely told Kim Yun-woo. Kim Yun-woo approached her after hearing her confession. Lee Seodong read up to this point and was dumbfounded. She narrowed her eyes and thought about something. Recalling Miriam's embarrassed appearance, she thought to herself, "Doesn't this fanfiction seem somewhat similar to reality? Does Miriam really like Yun-woo Oppa?" Reldong fell into deep thought. "I'm sure he just showed me that picture to get rid of me. But if I return empty-handed to that tyrannical dragon..." Reldong shivered as she recalled Guanryuk Nanshin's angry face. "I don't know what she'll do to me," but she didn't care and continued to drink water. "Anyway, I did everything she told me to." In a high-rise building, Kim Yun-woo with a surprised face asked his disciple, arms crossed. A girl smiled and answered, "Yes, master." In front of him were many expensive liquor bottles. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" The girl in front gently replied, "It's liquor." He still couldn't believe his eyes. "I know that." Kim Yun-woo, arms crossed, glanced at the black-haired girl with 2 braids in front of him, evaluating her. Sweat poured from his head and he looked at her uneasily, thinking, "But why?" Kim Yun-woo looked at her attire from top to bottom, even the way her hair was tied, and recalled the game character he had pulled up earlier, surprised. "Why is she wearing that kind of outfit again?" Guanryuk Nanshin secretly smiled, confident that she had dressed herself exactly like the male protagonist's preferred image. Looking at her like a cat, he thought to himself. Does she like cosplaying? But why is she doing this here? The glass was filled with liquor, but Kim Yun-woo's thoughts didn't stop. "What the hell is going on?" Miriam picked up a glass, interrupting his thoughts. "Master." He was startled by the call. Miri politely offered him the glass, and Kim Yun-woo was surprised. "Why is she like this?" He was slightly flustered by his disciple. She remained the same. "Please take it." Yun-woo told her to wait again. "What is this?" Miriam didn't care. "Please take it, take it." Unlike her sparkling eyes, his eyes trembled despite not being cold. Guanryuk Nanshin just put her hand to her forehead, seeing this scene. "I knew this would happen." Guanryuk Nanshin asked Miriam, "Little one, why are you forcing him to drink?" She answered in her thoughts, "I just did as I was told." Guanryuk Nanshin was speechless through the screen. "This little one really..." She explained to Miriam, "If problems could be solved by drinking alcohol, I wouldn't have advised you so passionately." She was startled. "What?" Guanryuk Nanshin asked her again. "Do you know the purpose of this meeting?" Guanryuk Nanshin reminded her. "The goal is to get him drunk and solidify your relationship with him." She imagined Yun-woo drunk. "Disciple, are you asking if I like you?" "Of course I like you." Guanryuk Nanshin said that one drink wouldn't do any good. Miriam was shocked. She fell into deep thought. Kim Yun-woo thought blankly, "Why is that kid like that?" He looked at the glass again. But besides the cosplay, why was she making him drink? But it was fine, we're already adults. Kim Yun-woo also imagined himself holding the glass and toasting. The two of them just wanted to rest after a hard time. He looked at the glass again, but seeing the ice shards in it, he thought this liquor would be strong. Kim Yun-woo looked at Miriam, startling her, and said, "Let's drink it quickly and get this over with." Gulped it down in one go and wanted to spit it out like a child because the taste was so disgusting. Guanryuk Nanshin was extremely excited at this moment. "All right, little one." She instructed Miriam to continue and give him another glass. She hesitated slightly. "Well," Guanryuk Nanshin urged again. "Or say something." Then she helplessly put her hand to her forehead again. "No, don't say anything. What should I do now?" Guanryuk Nanshin worried. "I can handle it for now, but your master will definitely suspect us." "Little one, there's no escaping it." She reminded Miriam that it was a moment of choice. Miriam was slightly surprised. A choice. Guanryuk Nanshin presented 2 options. "Choose one of 2. The first is to stop here. The second is for you to drink too," she said firmly. "If you're not confident you can get him drunk, the best plan is for you to get drunk." Miriam continued to stare at Kim Yun-woo, listening to Guanryuk Nanshin's words. "If I can give him some kind of hint through this, that's enough." Miriam bit her lip. "But what if I make a mistake somewhere?" Guanryuk Nanshin immediately dismissed that thought. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you going to give up now?" Kim Yun-woo said. "Disciple, it seems you just want to rest." She sprang up and called her master. Her whole body seemed to burn with passion. Wait a moment, Oppa, can you wait for about 5 minutes? No, 3 minutes. He was slightly dazed but still agreed. All right. Miriam expressed her gratitude and walked away. The system suddenly appeared, startling him. You have been invited. The system sent him an invitation. The invitation will be accepted when the remaining time in the system ends. Remaining time 29 seconds. Although he still didn't understand anything, he was moved by the system. The surrounding scenery and objects gradually changed. A white-haired girl appeared. Abai was sitting behind a desk. You've come. Kim Yun-woo was slightly surprised to see her sitting and smiling. Why mercilessly hit his head hard. He clutched his head and cried out, "What is this? Why are you suddenly hitting me?" He replied, You just seemed a little suspicious," she asked, as if unable to understand. What's suspicious? He hesitated. Just in case it was a trap, she got angry. Do you think I would do that? Abai was extremely displeased. Why do you hit people first? Kim Yun-woo quickly used his pat-pat technique. She immediately softened. He smiled and said, I have a lot to say. She laughed foolishly. Me too. You have to tell me everything you couldn't tell me until now. He wondered, was there something you couldn't tell me yet? Abai reluctantly changed the subject. But first I need to tell you this. Abai cleared her throat. You've probably heard about me from the creator, but I'd like to formally introduce myself again. Kim Yun-woo listened to her speak and smiled gently. I am tasked with observing and managing all parallel worlds, ensuring balance between them. At the same time, I am one of the 5 people responsible for all tower floors and their order. She confidently introduced herself. I am the administrator. At this moment, on the first floor, Wolrang couldn't understand what was happening. What the hell is going on? An earthquake startled him. What the hell is this? Something appeared before Wolrang's eyes. He realized it was a tool for communicating with the upper floors, seeing the writing on it. From this moment, the trials of the first floor are removed, and tower climbers will begin their trials from the 9th floor. Behind Wolrang, a monster awoke. This damn bastard, I need to make his power explode. Where is that damn bastard? Wolrang couldn't understand. Which damn bastard? Wolrang asked him. Are you talking about that black-haired human? The guy replied. That's right, where's that son of a bitch? Wolrang pointed upwards. He's no longer here, he probably went up. The guy was surprised. He went up, Wolrang replied. That's right, he's probably somewhere in this tower above us. Kim Yun-woo, arms crossed, asked Abai again. So you didn't know who you were until my information authority reached advanced level? She replied. That's right, he couldn't understand. And you killed yourself, why did you do that? She replied. I'll tell you the reason later. For now let me tell you about the current situation. The scene shifted to a luxurious building and Miriam was once again embarrassed. She closed her eyes and shouted, Master, my heart is finally ready. But when she opened her eyes he was nowhere to be found. She called her master. Liquor bottles were scattered on the floor and the white sofa. A sobbing sound was heard from somewhere and a sound of disappointment too. Sigh. Another sigh. Sigh. Miri gulped down a bottle of liquor in one go. Her face turned bright red and she groaned with her eyes closed. She sat curled up on the sofa, still holding the liquor bottle in her hand. Her face was bright red but looked depressed. She stammered, I must be really drunk. The night parade of 100 demons looked at Miriam and scolded her disappointedly. Little one, aren't you going to stop drinking? She bowed her head, grimacing. Staring intently at the liquor bottle in front of her, she said nothing. Only the thought, old master ran away, lingered in her mind. Suddenly a subordinate appeared, hand on hip, and bowed halfway in salute. Miri was still drinking, and without even looking at him, she asked coldly, What is it? The guy said. A tower climber seems to have just appeared. Miri turned her face blankly and asked again, A tower climber? The guy continued. That's right, we can't narrow down the area where he appeared, but there's a very high possibility he's in the vicinity of Sihoon. Miriam's lips curled slightly. Really? Yes, the guy replied. She put down the liquor bottle. Good. Her face suddenly filled with murderous intent. To appear at such an opportune moment, and I'm just walking now. Her eyes glowed red. I have to go meet that tower climber. In Abby's room, Yun-woo asked somewhat blankly, You shut down the floors? Abai looked up and replied. That's right, she continued. After my information authority reached advanced level, I regained my memories as the administrator. That's how I could learn about the situation inside the tower. Seeing tower climbers desperately trying to kill the guards. Abai observed and manipulated many information panels as she spoke. She was slightly worried, so it was only a matter of time before the 9th floor would collapse. So I immediately shut down the floors. That's why it was difficult to contact me. As she explained, Yun-woo understood the problem, thinking, I see. He crossed his arms and seriously asked, How long until things return to normal? Why, estimated about 1 to 2 months. He asked again, You don't know exactly. I did everything I could to get this result. Abai replied, somewhat displeased, I poured all my strength into escaping the 3 creators who tried to eliminate me, so I had to limit my memories to preserve my remaining power. She recalled the moment she barely managed to maintain her power. So my power is still incomplete. Think of it as being similar to battery saving mode. She continued, Tisk, anyway, this is the important part, isn't it? Yun-woo seemed to understand the problem clearly. After the floors are shut down, the conquerors will come here together, so we need to prepare in advance, Yun-woo said. Abai agreed, that's right. Plus, we have to protect everyone on the 9th floor. Why is that? Yun-woo asked again. Abai hesitated slightly, clenching her 2 hands on the table. Because conquerors cannot descend, but tower climbers can continue to ascend. Yun-woo was slightly surprised by Abby's words. The number of ascending tower climbers will continue to increase, but why is that happening? He wondered. Abai explained, because the tower's structure was changed a while ago. The designer stole my authority and took control of the entire tower. That bastard connected the first and ninth floors from above. Light shone down the tower like a well. A terrible sound echoed. A blue monster was trampled by dark red feet, its face pressed into the ground. The feet had sharp claws. The red monster had many large round eyes, horns on its head, white beard, white hair, and sharp teeth. He shouted, "I'm going to kill that bastard. I'm definitely going to kill that damn bastard." Something made a sound, catching his attention. Around him, a faint green aura was emanating from a sturdy body. A yellow energy stream rushed quickly. He suddenly felt uneasy. What kind of energy is this? The energy stream gradually concentrated in one place, becoming brighter and brighter, to the point of overwhelming him. He couldn't believe the sight before his eyes. "You, who are you?" the monster shouted in confusion as Miriam appeared before him. She took a step closer and softly said, her expression unchanging, "Endure well for a long time." The monster didn't understand what she meant and asked blankly, "What are you talking about?" She clenched her fist and energy enveloped her hand. "Only then will my rage subside," she shouted loudly and attacked, and the monster froze, returning to where Abai and Yunwoo were talking. "So to summarize, the current situation is very dangerous?" Yunwoo was slightly worried listening to Abai speak. "That's right. If the floors are connected, he'll come directly to the ninth floor." He imagined the city ravaged and destroyed. Even one tower climber could cause immense damage to the ninth floor, and now several were coming. He worried for a moment. "Damn it, I'm the only one who can handle them." In his mind he saw Han A-Rin training, Miriam possessing the achievement of the mysterious chaos god, Si-Hun training under the heavenly demon, and Kamiho. Yunwoo asked, "Roughly how many tower climbers are there?" "Why, estimated about 8 to 10 per day. On the first day there might be even more." He was startled. "On the first day, the guys who are ascending now will all come at once on that day," Abai replied. Yunwoo exclaimed, "Ah, damn it," Abai said. "But killing the regulator was a good thing, if not for that." The corpses she managed would have come back to life. A scene of a swarm controlling dead monsters with their hands appeared. Abai explained, "Generally, fallen tower climbers are periodically resurrected by the system." Yunwoo was slightly flustered by this information. He recalled what the heavenly demon had slowly told Yunwoo. "Why am I in an imaginary space? I was just waiting for this moment." Yunwoo finally understood. "That's what the heavenly demon was trying to tell me." A terrible scream echoed. "Stop, stop," Miri commanded coldly. "Get up quickly." Miri lifted her leg high. "It's not over yet." Blade-like energy waves surged. Miri quickly rushed towards the monster. The monster used all its strength to evade this attack. He shouted in delight, "Ha ha ha, I dodged it." A moment later, Miriam appeared behind the monster. She grabbed the monster's head and said with a laugh, "Leah, you have to dodge at least once or twice, otherwise it's no fun." The monster was surprised by her incredible speed. "Why is she so fast?" After that, only a painful scream was heard. The monster fell to the ground unconscious, and a voice was heard. "Is that guy dead? Has the little one come to her senses now?" Miri replied coldly, "Don't talk to me." Miri pouted her lips in displeasure. "Who did what?" Baekhyahang Night Parade of 100 Demons complained. "Are you asking me that question right now?" Miri said loudly. Baekhyahang spoke gently. "You succeeded in making Master worry and run away. Why aren't you happy?" Miri said in surprise. "What did you say?" Baekhyahang said. "Until now that guy was indifferent to you." Miri recalled the moments Kim Yunwoo had ignored her, and she couldn't deny it. Miri said loudly in embarrassment, "So what? He ran away." Baekhyahang explained. "That's the point," Miri said in surprise. "What did you say? Before that guy just ignored you." No matter how much Miri tried to approach him, "Master, this is the best money and artifact." Kim Yunwoo waved his hand without even looking at her and said, "I don't need it." But just now he chose to evade, Baekhyahang explained. Baekhyahang continued to analyze. "A man doing something he didn't do before, then it means Miri noticed something. He's starting to take an interest in you." Miri's heart bloomed like a flower upon hearing Baekhyahang's conclusion. She became slightly shy and full of vitality. She asked herself, "Master, is he taking an interest in me?" The monster that had been lying on the ground until just now was still alive. He observed why Miriam was suddenly acting like that. He said to himself, "I should escape at this opportunity." Before he could finish his thought, Miri stepped on his hand. "R," she whispered with a smile. "Master is interested in me." She put both hands to her cheeks and smiled happily, while simultaneously continuously stomping on the monster with her foot. His blood splattered everywhere and screams echoed throughout. Inside a house a voice was heard. "So he's going to create time and space to possess achievements. I don't have any other choice, do I?" Kim Yunwoo said. The voice continued to reply, "Even so, you'll be gone from here for about a month." Kim Yunwoo lay in bed staring at his phone screen, seemingly searching for something. "I know." Kim Yunwoo continued to scroll through his phone book. "So from now on I need to prepare measures to protect the ninth floor in advance." He had a triumphant expression, still focused on the screen, continuously scrolling with his hand. "At the International Hunter Association, long time no see, Mr. Kim Yunwoo." This voice was Liam L. "How have you been? What's the reason for your call?" Liam continued to ask him cheerfully over the phone. Liam was surprised and startled by what he had just said. "Many disasters will come in the future." Kim Yunwoo continued to speak seriously to the person on the other end of the phone. "So I want to talk to you about defensive measures." "Really?" Liam continued. Kim Yunwoo asked in surprise. "You know too," Liam replied. "Yes, I was going to call you about this issue too." Liam continued to talk about the current problem. "Recently, the association developed a new item. We can detect exact details about incoming disasters. As he used it, an image of a staff with several colored orbs appeared, giving it a mysterious feel. Activating it, they received 7 radar responses. One of them will actually hit within 8 hours, so we're very worried, Liam continued. But recently many powerful hunters have grown worldwide, so the situation is a bit better now. Kim Yun-woo suddenly recalled Lee Seodong's appearance. My stats suddenly skyrocketed 2 weeks ago, he replied to Liam. Is this happening worldwide? Tisk, well, it's fine since combat power is needed now. I'll send some troops, Kim Yun-woo said. Thank you, let's talk about compensation later. Alright fine, this part is settled. Kim Yun-woo hung up the phone. Kim Yun-woo looked at his phone screen. Let's meet someone else, Guardian Guild. I can't believe Mr. Kim Yun-woo would gather us this early in the morning, Kamiho said with a yawn. Kim Si-hoon put his hands together on the table. What now? Sakar Anya continued to type on her laptop. The chairman must have caused trouble again. The sound of a door opening was heard, and Kim Yun-woo opened the door and smiled. Everyone's here. Kim Si-hoon looked at Kim Yun-woo and said, Hung, what are you trying to do again? Micheong suddenly appeared. Micheong laughed. The people around them started to get confused. Kim Si-hoon approached him and whispered, Hung, is your disciple crazy? Kim Yun-woo paused. I don't know either, he said. Anyway, I have something to tell everyone. Micheong still had a smiling face. I have to go train for a while. Kim Si-hoon and Sakar Anya were surprised. Training, so I hope you can protect this place while I'm gone. When Kim Yun-woo finished speaking, Kim Si-hoon and Sakar Anya were speechless. They were too shocked to say anything. Now I'll explain the situation, so please tell Han-a-rin as well, Kim Yun-woo said. Wait a moment, everyone said simultaneously. A landscape filled with books. A single book floated in the air. A voice was heard. Come here. Han-a-rin appeared and books scattered everywhere. Even mythical creatures like dragons took centuries to possess this achievement. It's unbelievable that she managed to do it in such a short time. Is this true genius? Han-a-rin sat down tiredly. The Book of Command approached her and said, Amazing, you're halfway through stage 4. Han-a-rin looked at the book and said, That's not important right now. Han-a-rin continued, I don't feel good. It's like I'm in a disadvantageous situation. I want to solve all problems with that little one. Han-a-rin said blankly, Is this because of her jealousy and talent? Han-a-rin turned back to the Book of Command in front of her. Next, wait a moment. Should I go out for a bit? Go out? Leah, I need to prepare for the next stage, and you seem to need some rest too, the Book of Command said. Really? Then I understand, she smiled. Han-a-rin continued, First I'll go look for that little one elsewhere. Fortunately the protection of the 9th floor is complete. Leah, I guess so. On a ship floating in space, 2 voices were heard. Even if I'm gone for a month it won't be a big problem if those 2 are there. Kim Si-hoon and Sakar Anya were helpless. This Hung is really something, Chairman. I think I'm going to die on the ship. Noah rested his chin on his hand and thought, but if he trains by creating time and space his mind could split. Isn't that too dangerous? Kim Yun-woo looked at Noah and said, But isn't it possible to get stronger in a short amount of time? You're right, Noah said. Then where is the item that will help persuade the tower climbers? Noah looked to the side. I prepared it. Noah handed Kim Yun-woo a scroll. Here. Peace Treaty. Grade none. Adjustment none. Skill, execute peace treaty. Information authority. This treaty was created by the master of Noah's Ark and the creator of this tower. It was created using the proof of survival he possessed. The peace treaty he created is different from the proof of survival. Parties to this treaty must abide by the treaty and refrain from actions detrimental to each other. Thanks to the treaty's skill, the treaty can apply restrictions based on the agreement between the signatories depending on various situations and actions. The peace treaty can take effect. Once the treaty takes effect, the actions of the signatories are restricted according to the conditions and cannot be resisted. Whatever actions are taken, if one party does not properly fulfill the treaty, the other party can use the execution skill to obtain what was promised in the treaty. Kim Yun-woo looked at the treaty in his hand with a triumphant expression. Good, all preparations are complete now. Noah looked at Kim Yun-woo, and seeing that he wanted to use that item, he seemed to have decided who to revive. Kim Yun-woo smiled and said, I chose a reliable friend. In a wide and spacious area, Kim Yun-woo began to draw strange patterns on the lawn with a piece of log. Done, he said, tracing the completed pattern with his hand. But what if it takes longer than a month? He brushed his hands together and said. A voice suddenly came. If you do well, you might even be able to control time. Then you'll be able to train longer within that month. Kim Yun-woo looked up at the source of the voice. It's like the hyperbolic time chamber in Dragon Ball, isn't it? 1 year inside is like 1 day outside. If that's the case, he walked into the center of the pattern and said, Let's begin. The Azure Dragon looked at him and said, Listen carefully. You need to control the energy well to create time and space. First, focus the energy in your palm, then activate the auxiliary magic. Now it's done. Following the Azure Dragon's instructions, Kim Yun-woo slowly opened his eyes and was surprised to see someone identical to himself standing in front of him. Kim Yun-woo exclaimed, I succeeded, Leah, the Azure Dragon replied. Kim Yun-woo was still astonished. Why does he look exactly like me? Suddenly, the person identical to himself standing in front of him slowly opened his eyes. The two naturally looked at each other. The two said simultaneously, It's a really strange feeling. All right, preparations to possess the achievement are complete. The Azure Dragon and Goku said, looking at the two from afar. All that's left is to choose one of the 2 doors and learn our achievements. Once the 2 minds learn the achievements, they will merge with the main body. Then the training will be complete. I'll choose this one. The two chose their respective doors. They stood in front of the doors they had chosen and wished each other good luck. You too. At this moment purple blood power emanated from Han Rin's entire body, she said softly. Master, please wait for me. Han Rin rested her chin on her hand and said with an excited expression, I'll be by your side soon, Hung. After that, magic covered the entire space and transported Han Rin elsewhere. Outside there were 500 pitch-black bats. Han Rin wondered inwardly, what is this? The bats furiously crashed into the glass, leaving huge cracks. After that, the door could not withstand the pressure and immediately shattered into pieces. 500 ferocious bats showed their sharp teeth and squeaked. Screech, screech. In the face of this difficult situation, all she needed was a confident smile. Oh no. Han Rin simply gritted her teeth calmly. All of you be crushed to death immediately. All the bats were killed and blood splattered everywhere. They shrieked in pain. Screech, screech. Blood poured down like rain, but the structure was quite strange. Immediately a red dragon was summoned before Han Rin's eyes. At the same time, Kim Yun-woo was still deep in training. He closed his eyes tightly and ignored the bizarre sounds echoing around him. Suddenly, Kim Yun-woo woke up and a strong blue aura flashed in his eyes. He said joyfully, I found it, and Kim Yun-woo gave a sneering smile. At this moment in the gray sky, only the sound of wind was heard. The monsters made painful sounds. Grr. After that, they glared with murderous eyes. They stood in groups, all showing their sharp teeth, looking bloodthirsty. In the face of that situation, Kim Yun-woo calmly sneered and muttered, damn bastards. After that, he angrily gritted his teeth. Damn it. Before he could finish speaking, Kim Yun-woo struck the monsters head on. He shouted loudly, how dare you hide in such a dark place? Do you know how hard it is to deal with all of you using only my hearing and senses? And Kim Yun-woo gritted his teeth. That damned Azure Dragon bastard made me use magic with my eyes, and now he's training me in such a harsh environment. Looking at the fierce monsters in front of him, he calculated inwardly. It's probably time to deal with all of you now. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Yun-woo cracked his knuckles a few times, ready to fight. He glared with murderous eyes and said softly, first get hit. At this moment, in the illusion, Sun Wukong Mahu King was casually talking with the Azure Dragon. At first I didn't even know what to do, but now it seems he's figured something out, hasn't he? Goku began to speak. Snakehead, what did you do? The Azure Dragon replied, I just adjusted time a bit, Goku said in surprise. Oh, you can do that? The Azure Dragon nodded and said yes. However, it continued solemnly, if possible, I don't want to do this. Goku asked curiously. Why? The Azure Dragon explained in detail. The source that creates time and space is connected to a part of Kim Yun-woo's consciousness, and added, so if the creation of time and space receives even a slight pressure, that pressure will also be applied to Kim Yun-woo's consciousness. That could lead to serious consequences, even shattering his consciousness. Goku heard that and asked again. How much time have you extended? The Azure Dragon quickly replied. Currently 1 day is about 10 days, and I can extend it further. But after saying this much, Goku gradually understood the problem. Doesn't that mean you're applying more pressure? Goku muttered softly. 10 days seems a bit short, however. The Azure Dragon insisted it would be fine, because Kim Yun-woo didn't start from scratch like them. They started with nothing, but Kim Yun-woo already has a lot of experience, and that experience will help him a lot. The Azure Dragon recalled the serious look Kim Yun-woo showed during their confrontation and felt a little relieved after that. It continued. But no matter how quickly he possesses achievements, their quality won't be perfect. Goku hesitated slightly. At the same time, Kim Yun-woo continued to punch the monsters. He used simple but incredibly damaging movements with difficulty. Kim Yun-woo continuously unleashed attacks. In the face of his flexibility, the monsters could only fall backward blankly. Kim Yun-woo immediately launched a surprise attack and delivered fatal techniques, preventing them from raising their heads. His attacks caused powerful explosions. Kim Yun-woo casually looked at the thick smoke in front of him, and at this moment countless murderous eyes all turned towards him. Kim Yun-woo asked himself, I've probably defeated about 100 of them, right? He thought inwardly that his energy was almost depleted. However, he didn't care, and Kim Yun-woo continued to charge fiercely. It should be enough to deal with all of these guys. He gritted his teeth. But I wish I had a little more energy. At this moment a strong blue aura flashed in Kim Yun-woo's eyes. The monster's blood continuously splattered. Suddenly his attack cut through the air and the monster disappeared. Kim Yun-woo moved into the illusory space. The Azure Dragon said congratulations. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Kim Yun-woo immediately turned around. The Azure Dragon happily announced, you've quickly acquired the achievement of corpse destruction. Kim Yun-woo heard that and was bewildered. Achievement of corpse destruction, not the Azure Dragon's achievement. The Azure Dragon opened its mouth and confirmed, The Azure Dragon's achievement is composed of several parts. An image of the world tree suddenly appeared, and the Azure Dragon continued to explain, it's a combination of hundreds of high-grade achievements, and among them, corpse destruction is the most basic part of the Azure Dragon's achievement. Kim Yun-woo scratched his head upon hearing that, saying dismissively, so that means I still have a long way to go. Then he asked, where's that great sage fellow? The Azure Dragon replied, he's probably where someone like you is. Kim Yun-woo worried with a gloomy expression. He didn't know if he was doing well, but he quickly shook off the negative feelings and decided to trust the Monkey King's ability. Damn it, it'll be fine. Kim Yun-woo asked. Then what's next? The Azure Dragon calmly replied. Next is the endurance achievement. Most of my achievement involves possessing enlightenment through meditation. This is originally a difficult and patient training process. Kim Yun-woo asked. Enlightenment, that's vague, isn't there a hint? The Azure Dragon replied. Enlightenment above all is most important to gain yourself, though it sounds a bit abstract. It clicked its tongue and said, I'll give you 1 or 2 more hints at the appropriate time. Kim Yun-woo, unable to understand such grand words, picked his ears a few times and simply said, all right, then I'm going. But there was nowhere to go. Suddenly arriving at a door, he stopped. At this moment, Manhattan, New York was covered in fog and strange sounds echoed. Hum hum. The baby shark monster opened its mouth full of teeth and said, easy, it's a piece of cake. In his hands he still held 3 delicious preys, and his shark body was so massive and gigantic like a weightlifter that it could withstand a storm. Below, Nakagawa Yasumi was sitting in the middle of a battlefield strewn with the corpses of her comrades. She thought, my stats suddenly increased and many S ranks participated in this battle, but then she looked up at the fierce monster before her. But I never expected such an annihilation. The shark monster growled, you'll be my prey too. Nakagawa Yasumi was startled, her eyes wide, and she shouted loudly, damn it. At this moment someone quickly drew a weapon, emitting a black shining aura. That person swung once and said, get lost. The shark monster shrieked in pain, a sound that threatened to tear both ears. Grr, the stranger's blade still had his blood on it. Nakagawa Yasumi stared blankly at the chivalrous figure before her, who was none other than the heavenly demon. He glared at the fierce shark monster. At this moment the baby shark monster groaned in pain. Ah, he panted and cursed loudly. You damn bastard, do you want to die? The shark monster's face scrunched up as if he had eaten a chili pepper and looked like a crocodile despite being a shark. The heavenly demon replied simply with contempt. Truly foolish. Upon hearing that, the shark monster immediately went berserk. What? But before he could even lay a hand on the heavenly demon, he was brutally defeated. The shark monster opened its mouth in pain and shrieked loudly. Ah! The heavenly demon calmly sheathed his sword and said with contempt, fool. Nakagawa Yasumi from behind was startled seeing the sight before her. She stammered, what kind of monster are you? The heavenly demon tilted his head and replied casually, I am the heavenly demon. Simultaneously, the Azure Dragon exclaimed in admiration, heavenly demon, quite skilled. The Monkey King also nodded in agreement. I didn't expect an ordinary person to reach that level. If he does well, he might even reach ascension and immortality, the Azure Dragon asked. But why did your brother refuse reincarnation? Goku sighed when that name was mentioned. Jaeon. After that, the Monkey King and the Heavenly Demon casually lay down and replied, probably too troublesome. The Azure Dragon was speechless and quietly said, all right. Goku then excitedly said again, but we found a suitable person, didn't we? Isn't that good? And the Monkey King suddenly changed his expression 180 degrees and crossed his arms. That matter isn't important anymore. Outside, clouds completely covered the majestic mountains. Goku said, today is the 99th day. Kim Yun-woo arrived at the entrance of Mangjan Mountain's peak. How is he? The Azure Dragon calmly updated the situation. He's still developing well so far. The Monkey King heard that and happily replied, really amazing. But now it was the Azure Dragon's turn to change its expression 180 degrees. It continued in a low voice, but he'll soon have to undergo the endurance achievement. This is the most difficult achievement. At the same time, Kim Yun-woo was meditating. Kim Yun-woo was training in a deep snowfield. The Azure Dragon judged that what he knew wouldn't help him obtain it. Kim Yun-woo calmly gathered energy, creating a blue aura in his palm, and though powerful lightning bolts surrounded him, he paid no mind to the cold snowstorm. Kim Yun-woo sat in the middle of the snowfield, striving to obtain a new achievement. A while later, he happily opened his eyes and looked at his hand. Seeing the energy orb in his hand, Kim Yun-woo proudly shouted, I can finally infuse light attribute into magic. He decided he now had the foundation to strive for the endurance achievement. Looking at the door, Kim Yun-woo suddenly remembered. Before he entered the illusion, the Azure Dragon had reminded him. Enlightenment is very subjective, so there's no right answer for the endurance achievement. He asked back in confusion, why are you suddenly saying this? The Azure Dragon hesitated and replied, that's all I can tell you, you have to find the meaning yourself. Kim Yun-woo was even more suspicious upon hearing that. Will this training really help? The Azure Dragon turned its face and said, if you feel that way it will help. Kim Yun-woo became even more annoyed. Isn't that too vague an answer? As he lost patience, the Azure Dragon gave a very slight hint. Whatever you realize, its meaning is the most important. Upon hearing this, Kim Yun-woo couldn't help but be confused. He scratched his face with his hand and cursed inwardly. Damn it, this is even harder. He would no longer hesitate. He decided to grab the door. What did I get now? After that he entered the illusion, and he thought inwardly, let's try it first. But 10 days passed. Kim Yun-woo sat alone in the middle of a desolate desert and asked himself, is there really any meaning in pursuing this? 43 days passed and he trained again under a waterfall. 75 days was the time Kim Yun-woo spent meditating in a dark forest. He asked himself if the Azure Dragon's achievement was like this. Doubts constantly arose in Kim Yun-woo's mind. Am I getting closer to the Azure Dragon's achievement? 86 cold days passed like that, and 102 hot days quickly flew by. Is it all meaningless in the end? Kim Yun-woo closed his eyes and concluded, I don't know anything. Amidst the complex thoughts in his mind, on the 205th day he sat comfortably on a mountain peak that soared high into the sky. On the 240th day, Kim Yun-woo had to contend with dangerous thorny plants. On the 300th day, he moved to a hot grassland. Kim Yun-woo felt he wasn't gaining enlightenment no matter how hard he tried. On the 308th day, he continued to endure torrential rain. On the 5th day, Kim Yun-woo faced another tranquil night. A long time passed, and finally it was time to return. He pulled open the door to the space with tired hands. Kim Yun-woo froze blankly for 5 seconds upon seeing the scene before him. Outside, a biting snowstorm was raging. Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened in disbelief at the harsh reality, and he muttered, "This is the first training ground, damn it." Simultaneously, in a city full of amenities, a voice was heard from a yellow taxi. We're almost there, please tell Ms. Anna something for me." Inside, Lee Seodong wondered, "I don't know what she's asking of me." But on her phone screen, breaking news appeared. Disasters have suddenly increased worldwide since 3 weeks ago, causing many difficulties. Disasters have suddenly increased worldwide since 3 weeks ago, and has currently increased by 1024. 3 weeks ago, the disaster occurrence rate increased by an average of 8.4 days. The International Hunter Association and Kim Yun-woo's friends are currently fighting the disasters. We want to send them messages of encouragement. Reldong thought it was related to the recent sudden increase in disasters. After a moment of thought, the car stopped in front of a skyscraper. The driver said, "We've arrived." Reldong quickly walked to the Guardian Guild strategy room. Just as she was about to knock on the door, an impatient voice from inside was heard. "Are you done?" Reldong was bewildered, understanding nothing. After that, she opened the door and entered, asking, "Why is it so noisy?" Inside, Kamiho was shouting angrily at Jaeonman. "How dare you, a mere human? I am Kamiho, a mythical creature," Jaeonman replied coldly. "Even so, you're just a mud-level tower climber." Upon hearing that, Kamiho became even more furious. "What, you damn bastard, get out of here right now." Jaeonman shamelessly scoffed, "Oh, a talking mongrel." Kamiho was so angry she couldn't bite her opponent. "What did you just say?" Kim Si-hoon was flustered, watching the two fight each other, unable to do anything. He muttered inwardly, "I didn't expect him to fight Kamiho to that extent." Both Kim Si-hoon and Reldong tore at their hair, calling out Yun-woo's name inwardly. "Yun-woo, come back." Simultaneously, Kim Yun-woo returned to the first gate and started a new loop. He muttered inwardly, "Damn it." Seeing the spine-chilling snowstorm, Kim Yun-woo shouted helplessly into the air. "It's starting again." He slumped to the ground, too exhausted to complain anymore. "How many times has this happened?" After that, Kim Yun-woo raised his head and looked up at the sky, then muttered snakehead, and Kim Yun-woo decided to walk toward the door leading to where the snakehead was. Seeing his return, the Azure Dragon asked in surprise, Did he come here to rest?" Then it exclaimed in surprise, its eyes wide. "Wow!" Kim Yun-woo was already darkened at that time. His hair stood on end and his skin color had somehow changed like an African tribal chief. He asked angrily, "Hey, did you really acquire achievements with such a damn method?" Seeing Kim Yun-woo's anger, the Azure Dragon cautiously said, "Why are you angry? You haven't gained enlightenment." He could no longer hold back and shouted at the snakehead, "Hints, give me hints." The Azure Dragon shook its head and replied, "There are no such things." Kim Yun-woo was so angry that it seemed steam was coming from his head and he could not accept this harsh reality. "What?" the Azure Dragon calmly said. "Self-enlightenment is different from gaining enlightenment from others," and then continued as if seeing through the red dust of the world. "That's why I have nothing to teach you." Seeing the Azure Dragon only speak such literary words and offer no help, Kim Yun-woo thought inwardly, "Should I punch it?" After that, he said loudly, "Now is not the time to waste. Isn't the outcome the most important now?" Upon hearing that, the Azure Dragon was silent for a moment, saying nothing. A while later, it muttered, "A pig sees only pigs and a Buddha sees only Buddhas." Kim Yun-woo was bewildered, understanding nothing, as if pouring water on water. The Azure Dragon repeated again, "A pig sees only pigs and a Buddha sees only Buddhas," and with its flowing silk-like hair, the Azure Dragon called him Kim Yun-woo, and softly asked him, "What do you see in your eyes?" Upon hearing this, Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened and he stood blankly. He looked straight at his own reflection in the Azure Dragon's eyes. After that, Kim Yun-woo walked towards the door, exited the illusion, and asked nothing more. At that moment, the Monkey King said, "You said you had nothing to teach him, but in fact you said a great deal." The Azure Dragon tilted its head and confirmed. Kim Yun-woo looked at the Monkey King and said, "Master, I didn't expect you to come this far." Kim Yun-woo invited the Heavenly Demon with his hand. "Sit here for a moment." He heard that and quickly followed. Suddenly, the Heavenly Demon couldn't help but let out a hum sound upon seeing Kamiho drooling and fast asleep. She was curled up like a lovely cat. Suddenly feeling a stranger's breath, Kamiho faintly woke up. After that, she happily rubbed her eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Kim Si-hoon turned to the Heavenly Demon. "Our master, she is." Before he could finish speaking, the Heavenly Demon quickly judged. "What kind of mongrel is that?" Upon hearing that, Kamiho immediately bristled. "Mongrel?" she shouted angrily. "What kind of monster are you? Get out of here right now." The Heavenly Demon shamelessly scoffed again. "Oh, a talking mongrel." Kamiho was so angry it was a shame she couldn't bite her opponent. "What did you just say?" Kim Si-hoon was flustered, watching the two fight each other, unable to do anything. He muttered inwardly, "I didn't expect the Heavenly Demon to fight Kamiho like this." Both Kim Si-hoon and Reldong tore at their hair, calling out Yun-woo's name inwardly. "Yun-woo, come back quickly." Simultaneously, Kim Yun-woo returned to the first gate and started a new loop. He muttered inwardly, "Damn it." Seeing the spine-chilling snowstorm, Kim Yun-woo shouted helplessly into the air. It's starting again. He slumped to the ground, too exhausted to complain anymore. How many times has this happened? After that, Kim Yun-woo raised his head and looked up at the sky, then muttered snakehead, and Kim Yun-woo decided to walk toward the door leading to where the snakehead was. Seeing his return, the Azure Dragon asked in surprise, did he come here to rest? And it exclaimed in surprise, its eyes wide. Wow! Kim Yun-woo was already darkened at that time. His hair stood on end and his skin color had somehow changed like an African tribal chief. He asked angrily, hey, did you really acquire achievements with such a damn method? Seeing Kim Yun-woo's anger, the Azure Dragon cautiously said, why are you angry? You haven't gained enlightenment. He could no longer hold back and shouted at the snakehead, hints, give me hints. The Azure Dragon shook its head and replied, there are no such things. Kim Yun-woo was so angry that it seemed steam was coming from his head and he could not accept this harsh reality. What? The Azure Dragon calmly said, self-enlightenment is different from gaining enlightenment from others, and then continued as if seeing through the red dust of the world. That's why I have nothing to teach you. Seeing the Azure Dragon only speak such literary words and offer no help, Kim Yun-woo thought inwardly, should I punch it after that? He said loudly. Now is not the time to waste. Isn't the outcome the most important now? Upon hearing that, the Azure Dragon was silent for a moment, saying nothing. A while later it muttered, a pig sees only pigs and a Buddha sees only Buddhas. Kim Yun-woo was bewildered, understanding nothing, as if pouring water on water. The Azure Dragon repeated again, a pig sees only pigs and a Buddha sees only Buddhas, and with its flowing silk-like hair the Azure Dragon called him Kim Yun-woo, and softly asked him, what do you see in your eyes? Upon hearing this, Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened and he stood blankly. He looked straight at his own reflection in the Azure Dragon's eyes. After that, Kim Yun-woo walked towards the door, exited the illusion, and asked nothing more. At that moment the Monkey King said, you said you had nothing to teach him, but in fact you said a great deal. The Azure Dragon tilted its head and confirmed. It's less a hint and more a question. Then it continued, tisk anyway, Kim Yun-woo seems like he'll find the answer himself. Kim Yun-woo was already sitting steadfastly in the cold blizzard at that time. Seeing him, Sun Wukong exclaimed admiringly, amazing. Then Sun Wukong continued solemnly, but our side might be a little dangerous. At the same time a cold wind bringing snow blew towards Kim Yun-woo. He relaxed his body, sat cross-legged, cupped his hands in front of him and straightened his back as he trained. In his mind the Blue Dragon's question echoed, Kim Yun-woo, what do you see in your eyes? Undeterred by the cold blizzard, Kim Yun-woo was determined to find the answer. He closed his eyes and inwardly asked himself, what do I see? Recalling the snakehead, the Blue Dragon, Kim Yun-woo began to systematically analyze the root cause. First, why he thought he needed to become like the Blue Dragon. He then recalled his battlefield experience, his initial corpse destruction achievement, and the endurance achievement he was now striving to possess. Kim Yun-woo felt he would need much more training in the future. Therefore, if he were to possess the Blue Dragon's achievement merely to become strong, Kim Yun-woo believed there was only one path. He would surely lose himself. Then he continued to think, in that case what I must face is, at this moment Kim Yun-woo's eyes widened as if he had found the answer himself. It was precisely what he had been searching for all this time. Simultaneously, Kim Yun-woo's reflection appeared in his eyes. The illusion then slowly shattered into small pieces. Kim Yun-woo smiled with joyful satisfaction. The Blue Dragon spoke, congratulations, you have obtained the endurance achievement. Then it continued, now this will be your final training. Kim Yun-woo asked back in bewilderment. What? Seeing that he didn't understand, the Blue Dragon explained briefly, the purpose of the endurance achievement is to make you look inward. It's less about training and more about introspection. Then it asked Kim Yun-woo, but didn't you initially try to learn techniques to follow me? Afterward, the Blue Dragon continued, now that you have gained the enlightenment of introspection, you have simultaneously acquired both enlightenment and training. Hearing this, Kim Yun-woo asked, so it depends on what I think. Suddenly a voice echoed, interrupting their conversation. Ahem. Sun Wukong approached with a rather serious expression, apologizing for interrupting. Ahem. Then Sun Wukong continued, saying that Kim Yun-woo had changed a little, but it wasn't a major problem. Afterward, Sun Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment and added, but everything seems to have gotten out of control. Kim Yun-woo asked in bewilderment, what's wrong, did the guy die? Sun Wukong replied, no, Kim Yun-woo's clone defeated the Ox King after a fierce battle. Sun Wukong explained the situation. I mean our Kim Yun-woo? He grinned with a very sinister expression. Then Sun Wukong continued, he's turned into a demon. The clone's eyes blazed with murderous intent, having completely lost his original humanity. Crossed his arms and asked irritably, what the hell is it? Sun Wukong scratched his face embarrassed and replied, I mean near the end I felt you were a bit strange, and eventually you turned into a demon. Sun Wukong said as if his head was throbbing, I thought there was no way you could have learned my achievement so quickly. Kim Yun-woo asked again slightly suspiciously, is there a problem? The Blue Dragon suddenly spoke in an admiring tone, I think you're very well suited to that, truly almost perfect. Kim Yun-woo wondered, so could my race change because of that? The Blue Dragon immediately replied, this can be seen as a natural evolutionary process. Then it added, because now that guy has turned into a demon. Sun Wukong said in a small voice, I hope that's not true. The Blue Dragon loudly scolded, you monkey, you should have stopped him sooner. Sun Wukong retorted loudly, how could I have done anything when it happened so suddenly? Kim Yun-woo quickly reached out a hand to calm the two and asked in an anxious voice, now isn't the time to fight. My will doesn't seem to be broken, so meditation wouldn't be a solution, would it? Both were surprised to hear Kim Yun-woo's words. The blue dragon cautiously asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" It suddenly seemed to recall something and offered its speculation. "Perhaps the problem lies with your personality." The blue dragon thought that if his rationality were to combine with the demon's personality, his own personality could also become very malicious. It continued, "Although it hasn't strongly developed yet." Sun Wukong, who was nearby, also nodded in agreement. Seeing the frivolous attitude of the two, Kim Yun-woo became slightly irritated and loudly urged, "All right, enough with that, tell me the solution." The blue dragon thought for a moment and replied, "There is one way." It quickly asked Sun Wukong, "By the way, where is that demon Kim Yun-woo?" He thought for a moment and replied, "The last time I saw him he was fighting the Ox King." Sun Wukong thought he would appear soon. The blue dragon continued solemnly, "Understood." Then it turned back to Kim Yun-woo, "In that case you must go there and kill him." Hearing these words from the blue dragon, Kim Yun-woo couldn't help but open his eyes wide in astonishment. Elsewhere, a man in a black cloak floated in the air. He lowered his head to peer into a well for a moment, then lifted 1 foot high and stepped forward. As soon as he stepped, a sudden white light burst forth. The surroundings trembled slightly. Once everything returned to normal, he suddenly mumbled, "I can't believe that woman isolated the world for so long." The mysterious man continued, "Perhaps she has also recovered some of her energy." He stood casually on a protective crystal layer. "But I have no need to rush." The man in the black cloak thought to himself with an arrogant stride, "Even if that creator woman is alive, most of her power would be damaged, so she won't be able to resist for long." Recalling Kim Yun-woo, he continued to mumble, "That guy wouldn't be able to do anything great in such a short time. Besides." The man in the black cloak suddenly raised his head and looked up. Before he could finish speaking, the man wielding a giant axe suddenly sighed and said, "When are we going down?" The pointy-headed one complained gloomily, "I'm hungry, I want to eat." The remaining blonde one frowned and continued, "I want to finish this quickly." The man in the black cloak looked up at them, then continued to mumble, "It's a shame I couldn't bring the 4 heavenly kings, but these 3 guys alone should be enough to take care of him," he told himself. "So I just need to be patient a little longer." As soon as he finished speaking, the invisible glass beneath his feet suddenly shattered. At this very moment, in a desolate house in the mountains, Lee Seodong sighed, looking at her phone notifications. It was because she had read a message about the appearance of tower climbers on day 35. "Are we going to be okay like this?" Along with the news that the stats of hunters worldwide had significantly increased, there were also records of natural disasters continuously occurring for 35 days. The International Hunter Association was trying to find the cause of this, but she continued to sigh, saying in a very discouraged voice, "We're going to die." Continuing, Lee Seodong buried her face in her knees and put down her phone. "If things continue like this, we're really going to die." Afterward, Lee Seodong suddenly looked down at the magic circles drawn on the ground, somewhat disbelievingly. "I can't believe those two are still trying to complete these magic circles. There was so much external support too. There's no time to rest." Reldong sighed. As soon as she finished speaking, a call suddenly came in from the International Hunter Association. Reldong picked up her phone with trembling hands and lamented, "Stop it. Don't call anymore." Simultaneously, Kim Yun-woo asked in a solemn voice, "But if I kill him, won't the achievement I received also disappear?" The blue dragon immediately explained that's not the case. It added, "If you kill him, only his personality will disappear. Even if your clone spirit disappears within the time and space creation, the achievement will still be yours because you justly and reasonably possess it. However, there's another problem even if you deal with him. If you kill him, the amount of information he possesses will transfer to your body, and because that guy trained excessively, that amount of information will be enormous. If you can't endure it, your mind will completely collapse." As soon as Kim Yun-woo heard the blue dragon's words, he covered his face with his hands, gritted his teeth and shouted in a furious voice, "Damn it!" Afterward, he suddenly asked, "Where is that clone of mine?" Kim Yun-woo's eyes blazed with resolute determination. At this very moment on the peak of Mangjan Mountain, the Ox King frowned, remained silent for a moment, then coldly asked, "You damn bastard, who are you?" He lowered his voice, interrogating, "You're clearly human, so why do I sense demonic power from you?" Kim Yun-woo scoffed in response, "No need to waste energy remembering my name." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately kicked his opponent in the stomach once, making him scream in immense pain. "Ah!" the Ox King shouted furiously. "What the hell are you doing?" Kim Yun-woo said nothing, merely scoffing. While he stood laughing, someone suddenly appeared and loudly asked, "Why are you acting like that?" As the other person slowly walked over, he quickly turned around and loudly asked, "Why are you here?" Kim Yun-woo scratched his head and replied irritably, "I'm here because you messed things up." Afterward, he directly hurled insults at his clone. "You damn bastard." Elsewhere, someone sliced something with a sword and the opponent screamed in pain. The heavenly demon asked coldly and sarcastically, "Your hand cuts too easily, doesn't it?" The monster replied loudly, "This can never happen. This is a truly enormous opportunity." He raised his sword high and continued coldly, "Now I will finish this." Suddenly someone chuckled, and the heavenly demon became extremely angry. He immediately turned around and found Kamiho standing behind him. Without a word, the heavenly demon quickly swung his sword, aiming it directly at Kamiho. She showed no fear but rather laughed cheerfully and asked, "Oh dear, are you going to attack an ally? Your own ally? The heavenly demon frowned and replied, I'll kill you, she continued cheerfully, but because of Master you probably can't. When Kamiho mentioned Master, the heavenly demon suddenly recalled the sly smile Kim Yun-woo had when he tempted him with the words, I will save you, so become my ally. He couldn't contain his anger and thought to himself, damn it if it weren't for that contract. As soon as the heavenly demon finished his internal thought, a huge storm suddenly erupted. The heavenly demon was startled for a moment, and Kamiho also opened her eyes wide in surprise. Both quickly raised their heads to look up and saw a figure floating in the air. That guy suddenly scoffed, then loudly and arrogantly said, Hey, you guys in that city of Hawaii. The city was now in ruins, and amidst its fragments a sudden exclamation echoed. Beautiful. The conqueror casually sat on the ruins, scanned once, then burst out an exclamation. Do things so broken need to be this beautiful? He cried out gloomily. But why is it so boring? Then he mumbled to himself. Honestly, if I didn't have the achievement, everything wouldn't have been so easy. Suddenly, a streak of light rapidly flew towards his back. Sensing the approaching danger, the conqueror turned around like lightning and hastily raised his weapon. The attack struck the Thunder God hammer. As a streak of light flashed, the conqueror slowly raised his head and asked curiously, What was that? Suddenly, the shadows of two girls appeared in the sky. They looked at each other regretfully and mumbled, We missed. The two girls were none other than Kim Yun-woo's disciples, Han A-rin and Miriam. Meanwhile, on the peak of Mangjan Mountain, Kim Yun-woo approached his clone and scoffed, Why do you look like that? The clone gritted his teeth unpleasantly. Did you come here to kill me? Kim Yun-woo said triumphantly. You already knew. Then he raised his voice and continued, That great sage kept telling me to take care of you immediately. He was driving me crazy, and seeing you here it seems the great sage wasn't exaggerating. Sun Wukong helplessly shook his head at Kim Yun-woo's talkative demeanor. He casually waved his limbs, raised an eyebrow and said, So no need for further explanation, right? At Kim Yun-woo's arrogant attitude, his clone clenched his fists and with a furious face and bulging veins barely managed to say, I don't understand. He raised his head and stared intently at Yun-woo as if unable to comprehend. Why did you come to kill me? Didn't we need strength right now? Yun-woo scoffed. Don't give me your nonsense. I don't want to live with such a terrible personality. Feeling the scoff, the clone threw back a sarcastic remark. You speak as if your personality is so great. Then he lowered his voice, looking at Yun-woo with murderous eyes. If I don't die, I will kill you instead. He was filled with rage. Yun-woo twisted his lips and laughed loudly. Ha, you'll kill me? Hey, I trained too, the clone said with a scoffing voice. That's right, you trained at the same level as me. But while you were quietly meditating, I fought desperately to reach the peak of Mangjan Mountain. He continued with anger, and the two rushed at each other to fight. Are you saying you're different from me because I just sat around? Of course, shouldn't life be lived actively? Though their essences were different, their stubborn personalities, unwilling to lose to anyone, were identical. Yun-woo twisted his lips and sneered coldly. My prediction was right. You'll only come to your senses after a good beating. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took on a combat stance. The clone also finished his preparations. He laughed loudly. Kahaha, but can you defeat me? As soon as the words ended, the two entered a fierce slugfest. A streak of light flashed in the air and the two fought intensely. Elsewhere, Sun Wukong said restlessly, Will it be alright if we don't help? He fidgeted with worry. Kim Yun-woo has already achieved his goal of possessing the achievement, hasn't he? The blue dragon said helplessly. There's nothing we can do, we are merely external supporters. If we intervene more deeply, after saying this much it suddenly paused, pondered for a moment, then shook its head. Alright, let's stop here. Sun Wukong, who was nearby, loudly exclaimed irritably. You just cursed in my head, didn't you? The blue dragon stroked its chin, looking somewhat thoughtful. Are you afraid Kim Yun-woo might lose? Sun Wukong carefully stammered. Ah well, sensing worry in Sun Wukong's eyes, the blue dragon gently reassured him. No need to worry, what you know now is enough. Returning to the peak of Mangjan Mountain, the fight between the two still continued fiercely. The atmosphere was extremely tense and sparks flew everywhere. Suddenly Yun-woo launched a direct punch at his opponent like lightning. His clone blocked the attack with a very clean movement. Yun-woo's eyes widened in surprise. Yun-woo's clone turned his body and delivered a kick. Yun-woo was flustered. Damn it, I have to block him. Then he reached out his hand to block the kick. However, coincidentally, his clone seemed to have read his mind. Like lightning, his head strongly collided with Kim Yun-woo's head. A clear thud echoed. Kim Yun-woo was sent flying several meters from the impact. That wasn't all. His clone pursued him relentlessly. It quickly rushed towards Yun-woo, putting all its strength into it. It delivered a fatal blow to his face. Kim Yun-woo, startled, hastily blocked it with his hand, but it was nothing compared to that immense force. Kim Yun-woo, flustered by the attack, let out a small scream. A tremendous explosion occurred after that blow. Kim Yun-woo's clone laughed heartily with delight. I told you, didn't I? You can't defeat me. Kim Yun-woo painfully managed to lift his head, letting out a small groan, without giving Yun-woo a moment to rest. It pressed on like a whirlwind. As it drew near, it suddenly vanished. Kim Yun-woo, startled, backed away and looked around. A deep, low voice suddenly echoed from above his head. What are you looking at? From above it bent its leg and with all its might stomped down on Yun-woo's head. With an extremely arrogant demeanor it said, You've never been hit by your own technique before, have you? The clone let out a satisfied sneer and said, Then take a taste. The ultimate divine devil kick technique was unleashed and Yun-woo opened his mouth in shock. The attack shook the heavens and vibrated space, causing a tremendous explosion, and smoke and dust covered the area. Then it gradually cleared. The clone was astonished by the sight before its eyes. Kim Yun-woo was completely unharmed despite the attack. He let out a small groan. It spoke with a contemptuous, slightly mocking tone. Oh, did you block my attack with a technique of holy light? Upon hearing that, the clone also summoned it. It proudly said, I can also use it skillfully. Kim Yun-woo thought inwardly, this damn bastard resembles me, but he's far more violent and unstable than I am. Feeling displeased, following this, Yun-woo's clone said in a provocative voice, didn't I tell you, even if our origins are the same, there are differences between these two bodies? It added with satisfaction, do you want my advice? Kim Yun-woo, filled with rage, let out a small curse. Damn it, you bastard. It glared at Kim Yun-woo unpleasantly and asked again, really, this is your last chance for survival? Powerful energy surged throughout the clone's body, making it extremely confident. It seemed ready to sweep everything away. Kim Yun-woo said, slightly afraid, did you truly become a demon? Kim Yun-woo's clone laughed heartily with delight and its eyes gleamed with cunning. I'll finish you off very quickly. Kim Yun-woo forced a twisted smile and retorted, why are you talking as if you've already won? Are you caught in an illusion? It replied with a contemptuous twist of its lips. All right, perhaps the Azure Dragon's achievement is stronger, but I'll kill you before you can use it, understood? As soon as it finished speaking, it charged at Yun-woo like a madman. As the clone's attack drew near, Kim Yun-woo's lips curled into a chilling, creepy smile. A huge bolt of lightning struck directly down from the sky onto the demon clone's position. It screamed in pain. Arg, what is this? Kim Yun-woo let out a satisfied sneer and said, how unfortunate, it seems you've been continuously deceived by me, haven't you? Neither of us has a great personality, do we? He leisurely watched his opponent bound by lightning and said mockingly, you shouldn't have let your guard down. In an instant, Kim Yun-woo leapt into the air, adopting an attack stance. The clone helplessly screamed, no, nullip fish. A shining flash streaked across the sky, striking directly down into a huge well-like place. In the middle of the well, a crystal-clear, shimmering, transparent crystal suddenly appeared, forming a solid defensive barrier. Thud, a crashing sound echoed, and the man in black with all his might shattered the barrier. Glass fragments stitted everywhere, and the man in black, after glancing around, muttered softly, good, I too. We'll have to jump down there. He gazed down at the bottom of the well, lost in thought. On the peak of Mangjan Mountain, someone's groans echoed. Yun-woo's clone struggled to catch its breath. Pant, pant, pant. It gritted its teeth in rage. Damn it, its growling echoed, and its eyes were filled with fury. Kim Yun-woo looked down at it with contempt from above, taking delight. Seeing you scream so loudly, it seems you're having a hard time, aren't you? You should focus more on obtaining the achievement. Yun-woo twisted his lips and added, if you had golden armor, you wouldn't be this miserable. It whispered painfully. Both of us trained for the same amount of time to obtain achievements. Kim Yun-woo nodded, confirming. Of course it's the same, but you didn't consider the qualitative difference in our achievements, he boasted with satisfaction. Yun-woo's clone barely lifted its head and asked, bewildered, what do you mean? Kim Yun-woo kindly answered its question. I'll put it simply. The Azure Dragon's achievement I possess is a complete achievement, but the Great Sage's achievement you possess is an incomplete one, he explained gently. You're only using the hilt of a sword, yet you're trying to fight someone who uses the true sword? Yun-woo's voice echoed incessantly. Suddenly recalling his original purpose, Yun-woo said seriously, enough, let's end this peacefully. He looked down at his opponent and spoke as if negotiating, if you comply willingly, I will send you away peacefully, as I said. Yun-woo's clone lay on the ground, lifted its head and laughed loudly. Grr. And it shouted unpleasantly, don't underestimate me. Its inner beast awoke and roared in fury. I won't accept your help, I'll endure the most horrible things. Kim Yun-woo growled in annoyance. Our appearances may be the same, but your personality is truly grating. As soon as the clone said that, Yun-woo no longer held back. He stepped forward in annoyance. Then if you don't want to drink, you'll have to drink the penalty shot. Yun-woo charged at his opponent like a hungry tiger, and the opponent laughed loudly with contempt. At this moment, the clone's body suddenly began to change slightly, gradually swelling, and the clothes it was wearing tore with the transformation. Kim Yun-woo, surprised, stopped in midair. Gra, the clone's fierce roar echoed. It had now completed its transformation, appearing like a gigantic gorilla. Yun-woo looked up at the clone and said softly in surprise. Oh, he asked contemptuously, did you truly become a monkey? It growled in annoyance. The clone's hand formed a fist and it lunged directly at Yun-woo. He quickly dodged sideways, admiring inwardly. Tisk, its fist has grown stronger. Yun-woo too was filled with fighting spirit from this moment, clenching his fists and saying softly, but to me it's just a fly. And Yun-woo charged at the gigantic gorilla. His attack displayed tremendous power, sending the gorilla flying far away. Gra, its groans echoed throughout the entire space. It helplessly slumped to the ground, growling. Grr, Yun-woo's cold voice echoed once more. Hey gorilla, it lifted its head in surprise. Yun-woo stood on the rocky cliff behind it, making his stance clear. He said in a serious voice, there's no time, let's finish this quickly. The gorilla growled and stretched out its arm, trying to grab Yun-woo. He unpleasantly raised his hand and said, Kim Yun-woo gorilla, it's been no pleasure meeting you. The opponent opened its mouth wide in rage and a disgusting breath emanated. Kim Yun-woo let out a joyful sneer and added, so let's not meet again in the future. At this moment the sky suddenly darkened, dense black clouds gathered and thunder and lightning struck fiercely. Lightning struck directly down onto the gorilla's head. It startled, hastily fled. The flashlight technique was activated and a shining flash covered the space. On the cold snowy mountain the sound of a sword scraping against ice echoed. Bingling's master leisurely watched the man in front of him struggling to attack. He offered a word of praise. Your swordsmanship isn't bad. The heavenly demon frowned, thinking inwardly, my attack had no effect on him. He glared at his opponent unpleasantly. Incredibly, he was completely unharmed. Sensing that his opponent seemed exhausted, Bingling's master mocked contemptuously. Is that all you've got? The heavenly demon glared at him in rage. Bingling's master sneered. If I had known you were only this capable, I would have spared that damned monster, he added. Perhaps I have more impressive techniques than you. Kamiho lay on the ground, her body battered after the recent fierce battle. Unable to restrain itself any longer, the monster said, slightly impatient, Then let's finish this. It pointed its blade at Kamiho and said in a deep, low voice, Let's start with the unconscious one. Kamiho was sprawled unconscious on the ground, completely unaware of what was happening. The loud clang of sharp metal echoed. The monster's blade was blocked by the heavenly demon's sword. He let out a small "oh," and then said contemptuously, Did you still have many attacks you wanted to show? The heavenly demon struggled to block the opponent's blade. At this moment the heavenly demon unleashed all his power, causing electricity to surge from his body. He lowered his center of gravity, took a step back, and prepared to attack. The electric sword swung directly towards the monster. Simultaneously, a shining flash streaked across the sky from above, striking directly down onto Bingling's master. The heavenly demon struggled to catch his breath after the recent attack. Pant, pant. He thought he had defeated his opponent, but the attack was useless. The heavenly demon stared at the monster before him, bewildered. He still stood firm, completely unharmed, his eyes shining with challenge as he shouted, Quite impressive. Bingling's master exclaimed 3 words in a deep, low voice, Truly interesting. And in the blink of an eye he attacked the heavenly demon. He couldn't withstand it and collapsed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, trembling and groaning. Ah. Seeing his opponent appear weak, Bingling's master said with delight, Hee hee, you should be grateful, you entertained me, he added arrogantly. So I will kill you. At this moment Goku appeared from somewhere and intervened. Have you had enough fun? And he quickly charged at the monster. He unhesitatingly delivered a kick to Bingling's master's face. The monster groaned in pain. Ah. The heavenly demon painfully clutched his stomach and lifted his head to look at the person in front of him. Goku scolded the heavenly demon, Are you acting so presumptuously for the sake of reputation? As soon as he finished speaking, Goku lightly landed on the ground. The vault above his head sparkled. The Mahu King added in a cold voice, tilting his head, Do you enjoy tormenting the weak? On the other hand, in a small villa at the edge of the forest, Sakar Anya let out a small groan, her arm aching too much. Ah, Reldong lay in the sealed area frustrated and told Anya, I'm going to die like this. Reldong slowly stood up and suggested softly, We finished our work, so let's rest for a bit now. Sakar Anya, her limbs feeling loose, nodded in agreement. All right. On the other hand, the soldiers guarding the castle gate were startled by a sudden black shadow that appeared. All simultaneously drew their swords. Who's there? A loud sound echoed throughout the entire space. A blue monster gradually emerged from the darkness. It opened its mouth wide and roared, I'm hungry. The guarding soldiers flinched, not knowing what was approaching in their fear. Ah! Someone's scream echoed throughout the entire space. Karanya and Reldong were startled. What was that? The castle gate creaked open and a mysterious man in black slowly appeared. He approached the 2 people and said softly, Are you Kim Yun-woo's comrades? Outside, monsters were furiously attacking the castle guards. The 2 girls trembled, leaning on each other at the chaotic sight before them. Sakaranya bravely stepped forward to protect Lee Seodong. The man in black urged loudly, Speak quickly. He threatened in a deep, low voice, Where is Kim Yun-woo? Hawaii City lay in ruins. The towering buildings were now piles of rubble. Inside a damaged high-rise building, Michiang and the Conqueror were fighting very fiercely. The 2 quickly engaged in a melee. A hammer attack flew in. Michiang flexibly flipped her body in the air, barely dodging the opponent's attack. The 2 silently observed each other's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Michiang charged in the blink of an eye. The Conqueror, surprised, looked up. Damn it, I have to dodge. Suddenly, a spell echoed. Stop! The Conqueror's body stiffened, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise at Hane Rin's spell. The Conqueror froze like ice, unable to move. He gritted his teeth in rage. That woman is doing it again. Hane Rin, holding a spell scroll in her hand, glanced at her opponent with satisfaction and smiled. Without hesitation, Michiang aimed precisely at the opponent's head and launched a lightning-fast punch attack. She twisted her lips and sneered, Why is he so slow? An unexpected punch attack flew in, striking his entire leg. The Conqueror groaned in pain. He flew and hit the wall of the building opposite. The Conqueror painfully slumped down in a corner. Michiang said arrogantly in a loud voice, I thought you'd be different because you're a conqueror, but who knew you're no different from the others. And she stared at her opponent with sharp eyes. The Conqueror, his entire body aching, struggled to say, You damn bitches, do you think this is all you've got? At this moment a strange energy emanated from his body. The Conqueror's breathing grew heavy, sweat poured like rain, and his body began to change as he swelled. His voice echoed low, I will show you my true power. When light flashed, Hane Rin, startled, let out a small gasp. Michiang, next to her, snorted contemptuously. What on earth is his appearance? The Conqueror's muscles swelled and then exploded, transforming him into a gigantic frog. He gripped his weapon tightly in rage and shouted loudly, How dare you make me angry? God of calamity, do you not think you will die painfully? His rage exploded, and after roaring a few times he stretched out his arm and slammed his hammer down forcefully. A powerful shockwave spread through the surroundings. However, that attack had no effect on anyone. Instead, Michiang mocked contemptuously. That ugly crocodile-like bastard truly has grand ambitions. Han A-rin next to her likewise concurred with delight. Oh my, you were right, the conqueror gritted his teeth in rage. HMPH, you damn bitches, do you think your last trick will work? Come on, try it. Test it with your lives, see if it works on me. As soon as he finished speaking, he confidently raised his weapon, provoking them, implying that he would fight them as much as they wanted. Han A-rin slowly unfolded a spell scroll and chanted, "Stop." His entire body immediately froze like ice, unable to move. The conqueror screamed in shock. What? Like a fish in water? Michiyoung didn't miss the opportunity and immediately summoned her power. She slowly approached him, twisting her lips into a sneer. I told you, didn't I? You're too slow. In the blink of an eye, she charged at him like a beast pouncing on its prey. He cried out, bewildered. Ah! The two girls looked at their opponent with satisfaction, and the conqueror was overwhelmed by their immense power. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, "How dare mere humans!" He screamed frantically in rage at the fact that he couldn't win in his current form. "How dare those two bitches?" Michiyoung looked at her opponent and said softly, "Anyway, Master will be here soon. So let's finish this now." The conqueror, still unable to accept reality from moments ago, screamed frantically in rage at his own powerlessness. How is it possible that those two bitches? The two quickly summoned the three-step destruction technique, and a shining flash erupted, engulfing their opponent. Meanwhile, in the Ice Mountain range, Goku and the monster's fight still continued fiercely. The monster growled painfully. It slumped to the ground, exhausted and panting. Goku sneered triumphantly. Hey, aren't you cold now? Why are you so slow? Bingling's master shouted in annoyance. Shut up, he poured his rage onto Goku. You are nothing. Goku looked at him and laughed loudly with enjoyment. You have a crude mouth, Goku said with a sneer. Are you still angry about the past because I messed with you in hell? Upon hearing this, Bingling's master became insanely furious. Messing with me? You call that messing with me? You turned my hell upside down twice. Goku changed the subject as if bored. Enough, let's stop with the boring past stories, Goku continued seriously. Anyway, I'm busy now. Stop complaining about the past. Then he tilted his head and with a bright flower-like smile said, just die, alright? Could there be anyone in the world who would smile so brightly while wishing for their rival's death? Bingling's master loudly and unpleasantly scolded. Are you ignoring me again? His rage blazed fiercely. Fire spewed from his hands and his eyes glared at his opponent. Do you still think I'm the same as before? Bingling's master, as if insane, tensed his entire body and unleashed his dormant power. Goku was slightly overwhelmed by the sight before him and exclaimed softly in admiration. How did you get so big? Did you acquire the 8-flower sky? Goku added. But it's neither hot nor cold, just lukewarm. Bingling's master gnashed his teeth. Gur, you damn bastard, stop pretending it's nothing anymore, he roared. You can't even fight my achievement. Do you think you can defeat me now? Today you will die miserably by my hand. Bingling's master continued to babble about his overwhelming power. Goku, annoyed by his verbose mouth, let out a small yawn and cut him off. Oh, right. Goku reached into his pocket, searched for something, and added, just in case you talk nonsense, I brought this today. Goku happily presented an orb and boasted, the Break Monarch's achievement, how about it? Good, right? Bingling's master stared in shock at the glass orb in his hand and couldn't hold back and shouted, how did you get that? Goku replied mischievously. None of your business. Anyway, you'll be finished soon too. Goku lowered his voice and continued. So now, suddenly a strange mist rose from the orb. Dozens of birds gathered from the sky and circled around the orb. Goku looked up triumphantly and said, now I should try out this gift I received from my disciple. Meanwhile, the scene unfolding at the castle was utterly horrific, with blood splattering everywhere. A low voice echoed, you guys, are you not done yet? The man in black calmly threatened. Lee Seodong trembled, idly clutching the unconscious Sakar Anya to her chest. She looked suspiciously at the man in black before her. Who exactly are these monsters? Reldong looked around in fear. They destroyed all the magic barriers and Mion's subordinates couldn't do anything either? That zombie bastard can absorb all attacks. Reldong helplessly hugged Sakar Anya's trembling body. There was no longer any way to defeat them. The man in black lost his patience and said, I'll ask one last time. Lee Seodong stared blankly up at him. His eyes were sharp and his low voice was as cold as ice. Where is Kim Yun-woo? Lee Seodong trembled in fear, unable to speak. She shook her head firmly. I would never tell someone like you, would I? She looked him straight in the eye and shouted furiously, you monster. He stared coldly at Lee Seodong for a long time, then opened his mouth. It seems I won't be able to go easy on you. At that moment, as his hand reached out, the surrounding space immediately darkened, and a strange light enveloped him, slowly spreading outwards. The man in black growled, then I don't need to kill you gently. Immediately a black aura spread out and stretched towards Lee Seodong. She screamed, tightly clutching Sakar Anya and closing her eyes. Suddenly a sharp voice echoed, interrupting the tense situation. You damn bastard. A bolt of lightning struck, shattering the man in black's attack. He was startled and turned his head towards the sound. Kim Yun-woo shouted loudly in rage. How dare you cause such a disturbance here? He casually crossed his arms and glared at the man in black, threatening loudly. Do you want to die? A gray mist covered everything, creating an extremely tense atmosphere like a vast shroud. The man in black slowly turned his body, looked at Kim Yun-woo and said provocatively, we finally meet, Kim Yun-woo. Then he continued, I really wanted to meet you. Before the guy could finish speaking, Kim Yun-woo's face had already darkened, and he said with a contemptuous voice, shut up, you damn bastard. Kim Yun-woo raised his head and confronted the guy head-on, and the stench of death filled the space. He shouted loudly, do you think I'm here to chat with you right now? The man in black didn't raise his head, merely glanced at him once. Then his voice grew louder as if trying to teach Kim Yun-woo a lesson. he roared. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. Then he growled. I will show you how insignificant you are, the man in black continued. Besides me and this hungry ghost bastard, 2 more conquerors have come here to sweep away the filthy bugs. Then he added, what I mean is, you fighting alone is like a mosquito bite. Kim Yun-woo replied indifferently, his hands behind his back and without any hesitation. Long story short, you're too weak, so you need teamwork to defeat me. Kim Yun-woo continued with a sneer. But as you know, he pointed to the sky, where a colossal dragon figure intermittently appeared and disappeared, intertwined with black clouds. At that moment, Kim Yun-woo looked at him with an I'll devour you expression and said with a contemptuous voice, what do you think I don't know? The man in black was extremely surprised by this sight and raised his head towards where Kim Yun-woo's arm was pointing. The azure dragon, with emerald scales and silky fur, circled among the clouds, its body coiling like soft silk appearing vividly before his eyes. The man in black said suspiciously, this energy, could it be the azure dragon? The fierce dragon's head glared at the man in black. It seemed to pierce through the hidden fear within him. It opened its mouth. This is the first time we've met again since you imprisoned me. Long time no see. The man in black couldn't believe his ears. He shouted, what in the world happened? Kim Yun-woo, unable to contain his excitement, exposed the man in black. What, do you think I of all people wouldn't have any tricks up my sleeve? Then he directly called him the designer. Upon hearing these 3 words, the man in black instinctively trembled. He hurriedly thought to himself, I can't believe he called me the designer. Did he hear it from the administrator? With that, he backed away. The man in black thought to himself that he needed to gather the other conquerors here. As he spoke, he looked at his palm and suddenly noticed something strange. The man in black was bewildered to see his communication device shattered. While the man in black was flustered, Kim Yun-woo, casually crossing his arms from the opposite side, brought him back to reality with mocking words. You've been spaced out for a while now. Kim Yun-woo's face was provocative, and he said with a sneer, is something wrong? Kim Yun-woo remembered Michong and Han A-rin taking care of this guy's companions and continued to provoke him. Are things not going as planned? The man in black clenched the hand holding the shattered artifact and said furiously, you must have prepared well, didn't you? As he spoke, he dropped the broken piece to the ground and lowered his voice. But it doesn't matter, I can handle someone like you on my own. The man in black immediately turned to the side and commanded loudly, Hungry Ghost, take care of that azure dragon bastard. The dazed Hungry Ghost looked up at the sky, casually assessed the azure dragon, then said in a trembling voice as if on drugs, that giant worm. The Hungry Ghost opened its mouth wide, revealing clumsy yet sharp dagger-like teeth. He continued contemptuously, ah, how delicious. As he spoke, the Hungry Ghost immediately flew upwards, trying to bite off the azure dragon's head. In midair, he said loudly, enjoy your meal. Kim Yun-woo remained silent for a moment, then joined the battle. He summoned the Nimbus Cloud, and a streak of light appeared, intertwining and slowly approaching the azure dragon's location like white clouds. The azure dragon, having just witnessed the barbaric sight, tightly embraced Sakaranya and cried out in shock, oh my, oh dear. Kim Yun-woo shouted from a distance, both of you get as far away from here as possible. Lee Seo-dong could barely utter one word, Yun-woo. Then the azure dragon slightly nodded its head. Let's leave it to my comrades. Then white smoke swiftly passed, leaving only traces in the sky. At this moment only 2 people remained. The man in black said in a low voice, now all irrelevant individuals are gone. He raised his hand, took off his hat and continued, then I will show you your true form. Kim Yun-woo shouted in astonishment, what nonsense are you talking about? As he removed his hat and cloak, a yellow mask with large fangs appeared, and he said arrogantly, allow me to introduce myself. The magnificent and colorful mask opened its mouth. I am the one who created this world and the logical connections here, that is, all the truths of creation. Kim Yun-woo couldn't hear a single word this cunning fellow said. He clenched his fist tightly and lowered his center of gravity. Kim Yun-woo shouted loudly, hey, shut that mouth. Then he delivered a blow to the cunning fellow's stomach, sending him flying several meters. But that guy was not an easy opponent, and he didn't fall from that attack. Bracing himself with one hand on the ground, he shouted loudly, ah, you arrogant bastard. Kim Yun-woo continued, what, arrogant? The man in black unconsciously looked up at his opponent. At that moment, Kim Yun-woo's eyes turned white and he clenched his fist ready to throw it at the guy. He sneered and said arrogantly, Leah, let's see if this arrogant bastard dies from my punch. As he spoke, Kim Yun-woo punched the guy's face once, then followed with 2 or 3 consecutive blows, making him hastily surrender. The man in black said loudly, stop. Kim Yun-woo shouted in a low voice, if I were you, would I stop? His hand continued to strike the opponent's face, and suddenly a dazzling light interrupted this enjoyable atmosphere. Kim Yun-woo's next punch, by some unknown force, turned the guy's face into wood. He said unconsciously, what is it? Kim Yun-woo quickly stopped to see what was happening. He said with a bewildered face, wood. The initial light obscured his vision. Now before Kim Yun-woo's eyes, a colossal tree without a single leaf enveloped the man in black. He put his hand to his mouth and said in a low voice, are you saying such nonsense in front of me, the omnipotent? He shouted loudly, I will tear off your limbs. The surrounding trees also seemed to cooperate with him. As the shout ended, the trees spread out in all directions. Kim Yun-woo didn't flinch at all and smiled cunningly. You'll tear off my limbs? Then Kim Yun-woo reached out his hand, one hand stretched towards the sky, casting a spell, immediately controlling the trees rushing towards him at the speed of light. Kim Yun-woo said in an arrogant voice, let's talk after you've gone to sleep. The guy looked at the sky and didn't budge. Kim Yun-woo grabbed the guy by the collar and lifted him up. Kim Yun-woo smiled as he looked at the man in black's face. His 2 hands were still firmly gripping the guy's collar. He said, "Hey, I'm just going to change your position." Then he forcefully stepped on the guy with his legendary slipper, saying, "Stay there for now." Upon hearing Kim Yun-woo's words, the guy's entire body trembled, and he couldn't stand up at all. Kim Yun-woo also slowly released the guy's collar. Unlike the peaceful atmosphere outside, a life-and-death battle was unfolding here. With a thud, dust splattered everywhere, and the man in black lay slumped with his head bowed. His back was against the wall, and the wall behind him was deeply dented. He coughed a few times. Cough, cough. The man in black regained all his energy and, full of rage, shot an arrow of vengeance at Kim Yun-woo. "You damn bastard," then he growled lowly. "You possess quite a powerful force, don't you?" Kim Yun-woo replied with a single word. The man in black continued to speak. However, suddenly several tree branches shot up from the ground behind Kim Yun-woo like missiles. Kim Yun-woo heard the sound and quickly turned around. The branches formed a cage around Kim Yun-woo as if calculated. He shouted. Kim Yun-woo looked up as the tree branches gradually narrowed the gaps. He said in a low voice, "Are you trying to bind me now?" He growled. "Do you think such a technique will work?" As he spoke, he immediately summoned magic. Kim Yun-woo shouted loudly, "Guangsu!" The blue light from Kim Yun-woo's magic covered everything. He smiled confidently but didn't forget a few provocative words. "Before you can do anything else, I will crush you." The guy's voice sounded like it came from hell. "It's too late." Upon hearing that, Kim Yun-woo unconsciously turned around to assess the situation. The man in black continued, "I will finish what you interrupted earlier." Kim Yun-woo stood motionless. Now a faint pink lotus petal appeared in his hand. Shone brilliantly. The man in black continued, "I have attained enlightenment through all the truths of creation in this world." Behind him, a Buddha statue glowing in the darkness was revealed. He continued to speak, having evolved himself into his strongest version. The sight grew increasingly vivid. He was now wearing white clothes, and behind him were 3 colossal Buddha statues. Then he shouted the name Creator loudly. He stared straight at his opponent. Kim Yun-woo's face instantly turned pale before this sight, and he uttered only 2 words, "Damn it!" The creator calmly held a lotus in front of the 3 Buddha statues. Seeing that powerful appearance, Kim Yun-woo opened his mouth. "You should have summoned it earlier, then you wouldn't have been hit so much." Upon hearing that, the creator replied contemptuously, "Ha, you're arrogant for just taking a few hits." Then, floating casually in the air, he continued to speak and explain, "I am the creator, tasked with creating everything, so I'm not adept at fighting. But the reason I'm fighting you is that every entity I create." Then the creator cast a spell, creating a lotus in his palm. "Every entity I create possesses power beyond that of a conqueror." As soon as the creator finished speaking, the petals lightly fluttered up, emitting an incredibly powerful aura. The 3 petals each settled sequentially on the foreheads of the Buddha statues, creating a reddish halo. He added, "That means from now on you will have to fight 3 conquerors simultaneously." Immediately, the 3 Buddha statues' eyes came alive as if being manipulated. Their limbs began to move and they wielded colossal weapons. The creator said confidently, "You will have to fight 3 conquerors simultaneously." Below, Kim Yun-woo hesitated slightly but still boasted loudly, "It sounds grand, but it's just teamwork." The creator looked at him with contempt. "I wonder, can you boast like that even when you die?" Then he continued with a sneer, "Tisk, anyway, you won't live long while fighting my great achievement." Upon hearing that, a question arose in Kim Yun-woo's mind. Great achievement, with the gray sky and a lotus behind his ear. The creator slowly opened his mouth. "Then it's time to taste the power of the Bullai Qianzhang." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 colossal Buddha statues simultaneously charged towards Kim Yun-woo. He flinched slightly and was momentarily flustered. At this moment, the Azure Dragon saw a powerful explosion occurring among the high-rise buildings. The Azure Dragon thought, "He's probably in trouble." It then seemed to think that he needed help. It turned its gaze towards the hungry ghost and asked, "Are you not going to get out of my way?" The whale monster immediately replied briefly, "Of course." Then, glaring with murderous eyes, he continued, "Because after I eat you, I'll be full for quite a long time." The Azure Dragon said contemptuously, "You're just a useless massive hungry ghost, but I think I've seen you somewhere." Looking at the colossal monster before it, it asked, "Aren't you the black whale?" The hungry ghost replied gleefully, "Oh, you know my achievement?" The hungry ghost asked, "But not many would know about that, would they?" The Azure Dragon lifted its head and said, "I've seen you a few times in the Purgatory training ground." It then continued, "I still vividly remember that scene, the scene of a single black whale devouring all corpses." The hungry ghost asked back with a grotesque smile, "Ha ha ha ha, you still remember?" Then he revealed his sharp teeth, delighted. This achievement is truly astonishing. It can swallow massive bugs like you in an instant." After that, the whale monster opened his mouth to an XXL size and drooled profusely like a flood in the western region yearning. "Now I'm hungry," the hungry ghost screamed and charged at its opponent. "I'll devour you right now." Seeing this disgusting sight, the Azure Dragon said contemptuously, "How wonderful it would be if you just shut your mouth." Powerful lightning erupted from the 2 horns on the Azure Dragon's head, then struck the hungry ghost body, making it scream in pain. The Azure Dragon said with disgust, "Your breath is truly dreadful." Suddenly, the whale monster turned its body 180 degrees and said slyly, "Hey, are you trying a surprise attack? But you're unlucky." The flesh on his back suddenly transformed abnormally. The hungry ghost revealed his teeth and sneered, "You can't inflict any wound on me." Then he continued confidently, "Because the black whale's regeneration ability is almost infinite." The Azure Dragon mumbled, "As expected, this level of attack isn't enough." Then it shouted loudly, But the second attack will be different. Immediately, a lightning-fast punch, quite literally, struck the whale monster's body. At this moment he already knew fear and stammered, unable to continue speaking. "Oh wait, the Azure Dragon said nonchalantly. "Is the second attack also nothing? Then shall I try the 100 Lotus Strike?" As soon as it finished speaking, dozens of lightning bolts struck directly down towards the whale monster. It looked like the hungry ghost could become grilled fish at any moment, and he screamed in pain. The Azure Dragon calmly considered the combination of the hungry ghost and the black whale to be truly remarkable, all while in midair. It ignored the opponent struggling at the boundary between life and death. HMPH. Seeing the hungry ghost still struggling, the Azure Dragon mumbled softly, "Even after pouring out all my strength, the core isn't revealed." Upon hearing that, the whale monster's eyes widened in surprise. He stammered and asked loudly, "How do you know?" The Azure Dragon calmly replied, "You don't know anything?" Then it sneered and continued, "The reason why many people don't know about the black whale's astonishing achievement," the hungry ghost asked worriedly. "What do you mean?" Recalling what the opponent had created, the Azure Dragon chuckled slightly. "It's because I already killed many black whales a long time ago." Then it glared at the opponent with murderous eyes. Such a majestic attitude was truly incomparable. Seeing the opponent staggering before it, the Azure Dragon said contemptuously, "Tisk, let's see how long you last." The whale monster's eyes were now welling up with tears from the pain. Before he could even collect himself, a powerful bolt of lightning struck the hungry ghost's body. He let out a scream that seemed to echo throughout the entire world. At the same time, in another battlefield, gasping sounds echoed. Pant, pant. Kim Yun-woo was now struggling to catch his breath. Pant, pant. Seeing him still standing after a difficult fight, the creator said contemptuously, "It's unbelievable how tenacious you are fighting against my great achievement." The creator continued, looking down from above. "What a monster." Then the creator said, "I know you possess powerful vitality." Kim Yun-woo was now so annoyed he couldn't help but curse. "Damn it," suddenly the creator said with a pitying expression. "But you are just an ordinary human, so your stamina will soon run out." However, all these words became meaningless at this moment. The three Buddha statues closed their eyes to accumulate energy. With the creator's command, "But my bull I Qianjiang is not like that." A powerful blow flew towards Kim Yun-woo. He deftly dodged, but still suffered some slight impact. Kim Yun-woo calmly asked, "Are you saying the longer we drag this out, the harder it is to win, right?" Suddenly he advanced, wearing his legendary slipper. "I know the method." Then Kim Yun-woo quickly charged forward, shouting loudly, "I'll deal with the leader of these puppets first." Aiming precisely at his target, Kim Yun-woo said, "I'll defeat you quickly." The creator was still very refined. "Tisk, in fact that method is correct." Then he lowered his voice. "But let's see if you can do it." At the same time, the three colossal statues also began to move, adopting an offensive posture. Kim Yun-woo shouted in annoyance. "These damn obstructors!" He kicked with his slipper and shouted, "Get lost!" Kim Yun-woo's kick, accompanied by powerful lightning, struck the opponent directly. And that was the speed light kick. The creator was slightly surprised by the sight before his eyes. With burning momentum, Kim Yun-woo charged at super high speed, shouting with a sneer, "Let's end this damn game." Suddenly, Kim Yun-woo paused. He felt something was wrong. Looking around, Kim Yun-woo was confused, thinking, damn it, is this a side effect of using too much power?" Seeing the opponent in such a state, the creator asked softly, "What, has your plan gone awry?" Immediately, that guy launched a powerful blow, sending Kim Yun-woo flying far away. At the same time, two colossal vines tightly bound Kim Yun-woo's limbs, rendering him unable to move, and he barely managed to scream. The creator said with a sneer, "You said you only needed to kill the leader of the puppets, didn't you?" Then he said contemptuously, "Tisk, I'll return the favor." The creator immediately summoned a sharp weapon. In his bound state, Kim Yun-woo shouted in annoyance, "Damn it!" Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, "Why are you getting beaten so miserably?" At this moment, the Ruyi Jingu Bang flew in quickly, then easily blocked the creator's attack while Kim Yun-woo was surprised. The voice continued to ask, "You suddenly have a dumbfounded expression." The Manhwa King appeared just in time, and he said in a worried voice, "Is something wrong?" But not only did Sun Wukong steal the protagonist's spotlight, he also turned around and asked, "Aren't I too cool?" Seeing that, Kim Yun-woo said with a sneer, "You seem too idle." The Manhwa King replied with a sneer, "My apologies, I'm not used to the toy you gave me." Then, at this moment, the creator's eyes widened in surprise and he asked loudly, "Great sage, how did you get here?" Goku replied contemptuously, "Even the subordinate you sent was difficult to deal with." Then the Manhwa King continued, "That guy who calls himself the Lord of Palhan Hell, his defensive techniques were truly strong, so it took quite a while to defeat him." Upon hearing this, the creator couldn't help but be surprised. Goku added, "It took quite a while to defeat him." The creator angrily cut off Goku's words. "What nonsense are you talking about? This damned bastard!" He glared with murderous eyes and asked loudly, "Who did you defeat?" The Manhwa King replied with a sneering tone, completely unhesitating, "How did I speak too difficultly?" Then Goku took out the weapon from Palhan Hell and continued, "Then look at this." The Manhwa King, holding a red glowing staff, asked the opponent with a sneer, "Do you understand now?" The creator recognized the familiar staff of authority. "That's the Lord of Palhan Hells." Before he could even accept the truth, another voice echoed again, "Here's another one." The creator's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked up at the sky. A colossal whale monster's shadow appeared, blocking a portion of the sky, and then its corpse fell to the ground, making a sound that echoed throughout the entire mountain. The creator couldn't believe his eyes. He barely managed to scream, "Ah!" Seeing the corpse sprawled beneath the river, the creator asked in surprise, "The hungry ghost." At this moment the azure dragon soared majestically into the sky and said, "In that case, the situation has changed. Now it's your turn to be punished for blaspheming the gods, isn't it?" He gnashed his teeth in rage. "You wretched fellows, how dare you call me a sinner?" the azure dragon asked directly. "Then what should we call someone who steals others' achievements and attempts to imitate the gods?" Kim Yun-woo was bewildered upon hearing that. Who among you is real and who is fake?" Goku replied nonchalantly. "Why are you asking me?" Kim Yun-woo asked back in annoyance. "Then what do you know?" Without paying attention to what was happening next to him, he tensed his body and said, "Now that our brothers are here, all those colossal vines have been torn apart." Kim Yun-woo brushed his hands together and said confidently, "You're finished now, you damned bastard." Seeing the three people standing nonchalantly shoulder to shoulder, the creator still shouted loudly, "Are you so arrogant just because you got help from 2 more people?" Then he glared with murderous eyes, scolding these arrogant fellows. After that, the creator began to gather energy. "Then I will show you my true power."